Chapter 1. Random Systems. In the depths of night, a waning moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by a multitude of twinkling stars beneath this celestial tapestry. The ocean lay surprisingly calm, as a colossal ship quietly docked at the shore of a small island. The vessel appeared rather ordinary, save for the striking dragon figurehead that adorned its prow. On board, save for a handful of night watchmen, the rest of the crew had succumbed to slumber within the confines of the ship's infirmary. A blond youth, his body swathed in bandages, lay quietly, seemingly unconscious from his injuries. At that moment, the boy furrowed his brow and suddenly opened his eyes. Shock evident in his gaze, he struggled to sit up, only to be seized by a wave of excruciating pain that coursed through his body. It was then that he realized he was enveloped in bandages, indicating that he had sustained severe wounds. The movement had aggravated his injuries, triggering the torment. Seeing this, the boy wisely ceased his movements, and the pain indeed subsided significantly. He cast a glance around, confusion flickering in his eyes as he murmured, "Didn't I transmigrate into the character Uchiha Shursui, who drowned himself? My eyes should be gone, yet here I am, able to see." This statement seemed peculiar, yet it was not so strange. Upon further contemplation, the body of this blond youth remained unaltered, but his soul had long since departed, now replaced by that of a young man from Earth, who had found himself possessed by a random system while playing an online game. As it was a random system, both the location of his transmigration and his new identity were arbitrary. However, he distinctly recalled witnessing Uchiha Shursui being selected as his identitia character who had perished by his own hand, yet here he was seemingly in a smaller body, with his eyes intact. This was indeed perplexing. Congratulations, host, on your successful transmigration. Current world. One Piece current identity. Sabo initiating soul integration with the original Sabo soul integration successful. The random system is now officially activated, and a beginner's random gift pack is being issued. Enjoy your journey, and farewell. Suddenly, an unfamiliar memory flooded his mind, reminiscent of experiences he had never lived, yet felt strangely familiar. This was indeed the effect of soul integration rather than discomfort. He felt a peculiar sense of ease. Upon grasping the nature of his current predicament, he resigned himself to his new identity. Sabo, the name, was quite appealing, and becoming Sabo was certainly preferable to becoming Shursui. If he had transmigrated as a normal Shursui, he would have welcomed it wholeheartedly, but the Shursui who had drowned himself was devoid of sight. The prospect of surviving such a fate was dubious at best. Now, as Sabo, his situation was far from dire. He had arrived precisely at the moment when Sabo, at the tender age of 10, had clandestinely set sail. Unfortunately for Sabo, fate had dealt him a cruel hand. He had encountered the celestial dragons in the Goa kingdom and was subsequently attacked, sustaining grave injuries. Fortunately, he was rescued by Monkey D. Dragon, Luffy's father, which ultimately led to Sabo's enlistment in the Revolutionary Army. Though Sabo was no longer the original Sabo, he harbored no aversion to the Revolutionary Army within the world of One Piece. Amidst the chaos of the world government, the Navy, the 7 warlords of the sea, the 4 emperors, and countless other factions, the Revolutionary Army appeared to be the most stable option given his current circumstances. Aligning himself with the Revolutionary Army was indeed the wisest choice. Sabo surveyed his surroundings. Feeling the occasional gentle sway of the ship, he deduced that he was aboard the vessel shortly after Monkey D. Dragon had rescued him. His early awakening was a consequence of his transmigration. Otherwise, he would have required more time to regain consciousness. According to the narrative of One Piece, Sabo, after losing his memory, joined the Revolutionary Army and gradually ascended to a position of considerable authority. Regrettably, he missed Ace's execution, but this event triggered the restoration of his memories. 2 years later, he would reunite with Luffy and inherit Ace's Mera Mera no Mi, significantly enhancing his strength, making him a formidable force. This trajectory appealed to Sabo. While piracy was the overarching theme of One Piece, he was now confronted with a tangible reality. The life of a pirate was fraught with peril, and Sabo valued his life. His current ambition was to secure a strong alliance with Dragon, at least until he had developed sufficient strength to contemplate the life of a pirate. Moreover, there was another element that captivated Sabo's attention: the enigmatic random system, the very catalyst that had thrust him into the treacherous world of One Piece. Previously, he had enjoyed a comfortable life, owning a home, a car, and a modest savings, with only a girlfriend eluding him. Now, all of that had crumbled into dust. The random system, a name that suggested unreliability, instilled in Sabo a sense of being ensnared. Nevertheless, having it was preferable to its absence. At least he had been granted a beginner's gift pack upon his arrival, which felt rather heartwarming. He was now eager to explore this system. With a mere thought, a translucent virtual interface materialized before Sabo's eyes. This was the random system's interface, visible solely to him. The layout was simple, featuring a host module, a task module, and a lottery module streamlined design additionally. A large gift box flickered on the screen, presumably the so-called beginner's gift pack. Intrigued, Sabo promptly opened the gift pack, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. Beginner's random gift pack activated randomly, selecting 1 to 5 beginner rewards ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the passive skill resilience and the technique chakra refinement technique. Sabo found himself at a loss for words. Out of the potential 5 rewards, he had received only 2, and the nature of these rewards was rather underwhelming, truly befitting a novice. The passive skill resilience might not be widely recognized, but many would associate it with Garen from League of Legends. This resilience allowed for accelerated health regeneration after a period of not being attacked. However, its utility in actual combat was limited. It was more effective for post-battle recovery. As for the chakra refinement technique, it was an essential course for all ninjas in the Naruto universe. Upon hearing the word technique, Sabo had harbored hopes of acquiring something akin to the 9-yang divine skill or the Yi Jin Jing, only to be met with this lacking ninjutsu rendered the usefulness of chakra nearly ineffective. With a deep sigh of resignation, Sabo accepted his circumstances once the system's voice faded. Information regarding his 2 new rewards filled his mind, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. The chakra refinement technique was inconsequential, yet the passive skill resilience offered him a glimmer of unexpected hope, providing a measure of comfort. Host module. Host, Sabo severe injury, 54. Devil fruit ability, none. Haki, not awakened. Technique, chakra, refinement technique. Skill, resilience passive skill. If not attacked within 10 minutes, recover 1% of health, mental energy, and injuries every 3 minutes. Items, none. Although the passive skill resilience had been modified and bore little resemblance to its gaming counterpart where a few seconds of non-attack would initiate health regeneration, such adjustments were only to be expected in a reality-based setting. To Sabo's perspective, these alterations were, in fact, advantageous. Setting aside the premise for now, the fact that he could recover 1% of health, mental energy, and injuries every minute was superior to the game. In the game, Garen could only recover health, but in reality, the system's adjustments provided comprehensive recovery. This meant that, at most, he could fully recuperate in 5 hours. Chapter 2. A first encounter. Of course, the actual time required would not be so lengthy. 100% injury equated to death, and 5 hours merely represented an upper limit. However, with such a passive skill, Sabo would undoubtedly become a nightmare for any adversary. Imagine a scenario where both sides suffered grievously, yet mere hours later, Sabo reappeared before his foes. Restored to full health, what reaction would one expect from an enemy in such a situation? Moreover, with this passive skill, Sabo could train almost ceaselessly, free from concerns regarding physical exhaustion. Aside from the necessities of life, he could devote all his time to honing his skills. Lacking the abilities of a devil fruit, he would have to rely on physical training to enhance his strength, as well as the use of chakra. For those familiar with Naruto, chakra is a unique energy derived from the combination of physical and mental energies within the human body, utilized to perform ninjutsu. However, Sabo presently only possessed the means to refine chakra. As for ninjutsu, he had no knowledge whatsoever, yet this was of little consequence. For chakra-held applications beyond mere ninjutsu, chakra can be affixed to one's feet, enabling individuals to traverse trees, rocky cliffs, and even water, as if walking on solid ground. Moreover, chakra possesses its own elemental transformations. The searing heat of fire, the controllable nature of water, the sharpness of wind, the penetrating power of lightning, and the solidity of earth. Should one grasp the nuances of these elemental changes and integrate them into their physical techniques, the results would undoubtedly be remarkable. Furthermore, even if Sabo did not draw any ninjutsu, it is worth noting that within the realm of the Hokage, there exists a renowned technique devoid of hand signs. Clearly articulated in its principles of Rasengan, provided that he has sufficient chakra, he could certainly devise this jutsu on his own, thus acquiring a formidable weapon in his arsenal. In truth, Sabo is not without opportunities to obtain ninjutsu. He has come to understand that the rewards from this random system are indeed unpredictable, and at any moment, he might fortuitously draw a ninjutsu. Although this hinges on luck, it is not an impossibility. Should he fail to acquire any ninjutsu, he would have no choice but to conduct his own research, and in such a case, his vast reservoir of chakra might lead him to create spheres akin to Naruto. While Sabo was lost in thought, he suddenly felt an itch emanating from his wounds. It dawned on him that the passive skill resilience was beginning to take effect. His injuries were gradually healing, with 54% of the damage expected to mend within 3 hours. Though he felt the itch at the wound sites, he was powerless to act, as it signified the onset of healing, the emergence of new skin. Even the area around his left eye was similarly affected, but he could only endure it, not wishing to mar his skin with scars. However, the sensation was unbearable. The itch was persistent, yet untouchable. He attempted to ignore the discomfort through sleep, yet slumber eluded him in his frustration. Sabo resolved to distract himself with other activities. Lying motionless in bed, he began to cultivate his chakra, a pursuit that would not only divert his attention, but also allow him to explore new abilities. Truly a win-win situation. As the night droned on, the following morning, the door to the infirmary swung open, and a young man entered, approaching Sabo's bedside to assess his injuries. He was astonished to find that all of Sabo's wounds had inexplicably healed. A look of disbelief etched across his face. While it is indeed remarkable for individuals in this world to recover swiftly, it was utterly astonishing that a 10-year-old boy, who had sustained such grave injuries, could emerge unscathed after a single night without even a scar remaining. With his face still aglow with shock, the young man dashed out of the infirmary, exclaiming, "Boss, Ivankov, you must come see this. That boy is extraordinary." The sound of the man's footsteps and his exclamations roused Sabo from his deep concentration on chakra refinement. Blinking awake, he glanced at the sunlight streaming through the window. Realizing it was already morning, to his surprise, he discovered that his injuries had completely healed. With a swift motion, he sat up, feeling a bit stiff from the night's inactivity. Noticing a bundle at the head of his bed bearing his name, likely his belongings from when he set sail, opened it to find several changes of clothing. Sabo removed the bandages and the remnants of his scars before donning a fresh outfit. As he gazed into the mirror, a smile crept across his face. "I still look rather dashing." In the reflection, Sabo sported a grand hat adorned with goggles, his golden hair framing his face, clad in a light blue shirt and a deep blue coat, complemented by blue trousers and black boots. Exuding an air of Western nobility, the only blemish was the absence of a tooth, but he brushed it off, knowing it would eventually grow back. Before long, a stream of individuals began to enter the infirmary. When they beheld Sabo, who had managed to rise and dress himself, astonishment spread across their faces. The leader of the group also displayed a fleeting expression of surprise, albeit quickly masked. As Sabo surveyed the newcomers, he recognized most as mere supporting characters within the Revolutionary Army, but forced it out to him. The first was none other than the Green Robe leader, Monkey D. Dragon. The second was Bartholomew Kuma, one of the future Shichibukai. The third was the Queen of the Okama, Ivankov. And lastly, the beautiful lightning user, Imesu, wielding the powers of the chop fruit. Upon noticing Sabo's gaze, Ivankov beamed and remarked, "Boy, your name is Sabo, isn't it? You've awakened. I must say, it's astonishing how swiftly you've healed from such severe injuries. You haven't inadvertently consumed a healing-type paramecia devil fruit, have you?" In response, Sabo stated, "I have not ingested any devil fruit, nor do I understand why my body healed so rapidly. Was it you who rescued me? Thank you. By the way," he suddenly turned to Dragon, "Sir, I believe I've seen you before. Did you not visit the Goa Kingdom?" Dragon, upon hearing this, replied in a low voice, "Indeed, we have met. Though I did not expect to see you again so soon. When you set sail, you were struck by a celestial dragon's cannon fire and gravely injured. I brought you back, and now you have fully recovered. What do you plan to do next? Shall we escort you home?" Sabo shook his head, saying, "I will not return. There is nothing left for me there. That is precisely why I chose to set sail. I seek freedom. I refuse to live a life bound by constraints any longer." Ivankov chuckled heartily. "Huh, I did not expect you to be a runaway. What a mischievous boy you are. Since your injuries have healed, you cannot remain aboard the ship any longer. We have many matters to attend to." At that moment, Kuma, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "Dragon, this young boy possesses a unique constitution. It appears the cannon fire has induced some transformation. With proper training, he could become a formidable warrior and a valuable member of our ranks. What say you?" Dragon, upon hearing Kuma, cast a glance in his direction before turning back to Sabo. Deep in thought, Sabo felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the intangible aura of power and dominance emanating from Dragon, a quality that only true strength possesses. After a brief pause, Dragon inquired, "Sabo, would you be willing to join us and become a warrior fighting for freedom?" Sabo's heart leaped with joy. He had not anticipated that his passive skill resilience would catch Kuma's attention, leading to Dragon personally inviting him. He felt both honored and startled. Naturally, he was eager to accept Dragon's invitation, but just as he was about to respond, an unexpected event transpired. Chapter 3. The Perilous Randomness Ding. The host has received an invitation from the leader of the Revolutionary Army, initiating the faction selection process. The primary factions available for selection are Navy, Pirates, and Revolutionary Army. Now, the host faction will be determined at random. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Sabo felt as though countless wild horses were galloping through his mind. He had suspected that this randomization system would be quite troublesome, but he never anticipated it would be so exceedingly frustrating. The inability to choose his own faction, coupled with the randomness of the selection, left him utterly speechless. In an instant, the random outcome was revealed. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the pirate faction, with the option to also serve as a bounty hunter or a warlord of the sea. Transitioning to the Navy or Revolutionary Army is forbidden under penalty of obliteration. The faction selection is complete, and rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, host. You have received the pirate's grand gift. Upon hearing the news, Sabo was rendered speechless. He had never anticipated that he would be placed in the pirate faction, such an unfortunate turn of events. Had he been assigned to the Revolutionary Army, he would have had Dragon right before him. If it had been the Navy, he could have sought out Luffy's grandfather, Garp. Yet, fate had conspired against him, leaving him stranded in the pirate camp with no option to switch allegiances. It meant that he would have to rely solely on himself. Despite the myriad of objections swirling in his heart, he had no choice but to accept this reality. Fortunately, he was bestowed with a pirate starter pack, which offered at least a modicum of solace to his troubled spirit, though he was left wondering what treasures it might contain, hopefully something substantial. However, Sabo had no time to ponder further, as Dragon awaited his response. Thus, he spoke up. I'm sorry, but I made a promise to my brothers, Ace and Luffy, that I would become the Pirate King, so I cannot join you. Upon hearing Luffy's name, Dragon's expression subtly shifted, a change that went unnoticed by everyone except Sabo. It was indeed a shock for Dragon to hear his son's name from Sabo's lips. After a moment, Dragon replied gravely, Very well, I understand. Then go. If this is how you choose to pursue freedom, we shall meet again upon the seas. What reason could ever deter a man from seeking the ocean? As the sun slowly ascended, the Revolutionary Army's grand ship set sail once more, leaving Sabo behind on the small island. At the same time, Dragon provided him with a small boat, along with essential supplies and food. Given the island's size, there would surely be plenty of fruits and small beasts to sustain him. Sabo stood on the beach, his expression one of desolation, tears unspilled. If the faction choice had left him feeling betrayed by the system, the current predicament had him contemplating despair, for with the initiation of his faction came the activation of the mission module. Faction confirmed, Pirate Faction. Mission module now active. Tasks will be randomly generated based on the host's current condition, with danger levels ranging from 1 star, easiest, to 5 stars, most difficult. Generating tasks. Ding. Tasks have been generated. Please check the mission module. Upon opening the mission module, Sabo was dismayed to find 2 new tasks listed in the previously vacant taskbar. His luck seemed woefully inadequate. Why couldn't he have received more favorable tasks? Yet, as he scrutinized the randomly generated missions, he was left utterly speechless. These tasks were scarcely worth undertaking. Mission Module 1. Revenge. As a traverser, one must never allow others to trample upon their dignity. The celestial dragon Charlemagne dared to bombard the host. This affront cannot be forgiven. Vengeance must be sought. Deadline. Before Charlemagne departs the East Blue, approximately 6 months remaining. Assistance. Provides the precise location of Charlemagne. Rewards. Random rewards generated based on the level of retribution. Punishment. Erasure. Danger level. 5 stars. 2. Pinnacle of the jungle. As a future powerhouse, how could this modest island pose an obstacle? What are jungle beasts to me? I stand at the apex of the biological chain. Deadline, 1 month. Reward. Random reward X1. Punishment. Randomly strip 1 existing reward. Danger level, 1 star. The second task was manageable, with a danger rating of only 1 star and a month to complete it, even if he failed. The worst outcome would be losing 1 existing reward. However, the first task was a different matter entirely. Its punishment was obliteration, leaving him no choice but to accomplish it. The problem was that this mission verged on suicide. Attacking a celestial dragon was an unforgivable crime. Even a minor offense could lead to dire consequences. And if the celestial dragon merely spoke a word, he would be pursued by the entire East Blue Navy, making survival an insurmountable challenge. In truth, Sabo felt an overwhelming urge to curse this insidious system. The one who had been bombarded was the previous Sabo, not him. Why must he bear the burden of such a seemingly fatal task? Furthermore, how easy would it be to kill a celestial dragon? If there were formidable guards nearby, he would find himself in a tragic situation. Standing on the beach, Sabo appeared utterly defeated, sighing heavily. The tasks had been generated, leaving him no option but to comply. At least the first task had a 6-month deadline, granting him some time to devise a plan to escape unscathed. Turning to the dense jungle behind him, he hesitated before entering, clasping his hands together and murmuring, "Infinite Heaven, Amitabha, Jade Emperor, Guanyin, almighty deities, please bless me." A starter pack might ease his anxiety. He hoped the pirate starter pack would not disappoint. Ding. The pirate starter pack is now open, generating 1 to 3 rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received explosive tags, 1 stack, skill blazing storm, and item hex deck gunblade. This time, fortune favored him as he obtained 3 rewards, bringing a semblance of comfort to his wounded spirit. The skill fused seamlessly within him, while the explosive tags and hex deck gunblade materialized in his hands. The explosive tags, commonly used by ninjas in the world of Naruto, possessed tremendous power, rivaling the might of cannonballs in the realm of pirates. Sabo's stack contained 36 tags. If utilized wisely, they could prove invaluable. As for the hex deck gunblade, its peculiar design might be familiar to many as the technological weapon from League of Legends. It was a bizarre firearm, resembling a dagger, with a blade protruding from its body, truly a remarkable weapon. Sabo grasped the technological firearm and, aiming it at a nearby boulder, fired a shot that shattered the stone with an impressive display of power. This weapon was unlike the technological guns from League of Legends. It had transcended mere attributes and had become a true firearm. The energy expended in that shot was derived from the chakra he had refined the previous night, rather than from any skills of the gun itself, and it bore no cooldown. As long as Sabo's chakra reserves were ample, he could unleash shots continuously, with the potency adjustable by the amount of chakra consumed. The full extent of its power remained a mystery to Sabo for the time being. The skill Flame Storm, borrowed from the Blood Mage of Warcraft, was capable of inflicting immense damage within its casting area, targeting enemies at its epicenter. However, devoid of game-based mana, Sabo would have to rely on his mental energy or chakra to activate this ability. Although the rewards from the recent package were decent, the thought of the system's treachery left Sabo feeling disheartened, much like a frostbitten eggplant. Yet, dwelling on his misfortune was futile. The situation was what it was, and he had to confront it with equanimity. Fortunately, he still had this vexing random system, which might yet prove beneficial. With this in mind, Sabo rallied his spirits, first securing the dragon to the shore by tethering it to a sturdy tree to prevent it from being swept away by the rising tide, for it was his sole means of transportation. He then set about constructing a rudimentary treehouse atop a centuries-old tree, knowing he would not linger here for long and could make do with a simple shelter. Chapter 4. A Perilous World. Fortunately, the dragon had left Sabo some tools, including saws, hammers, and nails, along with his memories of building treehouses with Ace and Luffy. Within a single day, the treehouse was completed, aided by the passive skill of resilience, which allowed him to consume and recover energy simultaneously, with the recovery outpacing the expenditure. Standing beneath the tree, Sabo surveyed the modest structure he had erected after a day of toil. Though rudimentary, it appeared sufficiently sturdy to withstand wind and rain. He stroked his chin, self-satisfied, and mused aloud. Who would have thought I possessed a talent for carpentry? How had I overlooked this before? In truth, this was not a newfound talent. Sabo had run away from home as a child and lived in the wilderness with Ace, relying on himself for everything, thus becoming proficient in various skills, martial arts, woodworking, hunting, and grilling, treasures left from his previous life. If left to his own devices, he might have starved on this island within days. Seated in the treehouse, watching the sun gradually descend, Sabo rubbed his stomach, feeling ravenously hungry, despite having consumed a fair amount of the dried provisions and jerky left by the dragon. They barely satiated his appetite. Moreover, he discovered that his passive skill, resilience, did not restore energy without cost. It required sustenance to function effectively. Food once ingested was already beginning its digestion and absorption. What a gluttonous appetite I possess, he thought to himself. If only I could participate in an eating contest, I would surely be unbeatable. Glancing at his scant supplies, he sighed. These provisions, having been dried, would last at least a month without spoiling. If he consumed them all now, he would be left with no recourse when true scarcity arrived. These supplies were his final lifeline. With this realization, Sabo rose, taking the specially crafted fishing rod from the survival tools left by the dragon, and made his way toward the shoreline, ready to embrace the bounty of the sea. Although Sabo had fished before, he had never attempted sea fishing. The same was true for the original Sabo, who had only ever fished in the rivers of the jungle. However, the The jungle behind him was unfamiliar territory, and it was wise not to venture recklessly into it. Upon reaching the seaside, he baited his hook with a piece of meat and cast his line, settling down to patiently await a catch. The fishing rod he used was specially designed for sea fishing, robust yet possessing a degree of flexibility. The fishing line was significantly thicker than ordinary ones, and even the hook was oversized. In the world of One Piece, where the inhabitants and wildlife were notably peculiar, Sabo recalled that even the fish he had caught in the forest were nearly the size of a grown man, let alone the creatures lurking in the ocean. As the sun set, casting a crimson hue across the sea, Sabo sat quietly by the shore, enjoying the majestic waves and the refreshing sea breeze. It was a serene moment. Soon enough, he felt a sudden, powerful tug on his fishing rod, nearly pulling him onto the sandy beach. The force was immense. Responding to the pull, Sabo began to reel in the line. Despite being only 10 years old, he possessed considerable strength. During his treehouse construction experiments, he had proven capable of lifting weights around 150 pounds, far exceeding the norm for an average adult. As the tension on the line weakened, Sabo exerted himself and yanked the catch out of the water. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a large lobster, and tonight he would savor its taste. However, he quickly noticed that this lobster was exceptionally large. The claws alone were comparable in size to his limbs. Shocked by the sheer size of the creature, Sabo instinctively dropped his fishing rod, leapt back, and drew a technological gun from his waist holster. With a swift pull of the trigger, a green beam shot forth, obliterating the lobster's head, which then collapsed onto the sand. Relieved after vanquishing the gigantic lobster, Sabo sighed, acknowledging the bizarre nature of the creatures in this world. Although he had inherited the original Sabo's consciousness, adapting to this environment was not an easy task. Gazing at the colossal lobster carcass, he felt an overwhelming urge to indulge. The original Sabo had never feasted on such a delicacy. With such a substantial lobster, he would certainly have enough to satisfy his hunger. Dragging the lobster behind him, Sabo departed from the shoreline. Not far from the beach, he suddenly heard a tumultuous crashing sound behind him. Turning around, he was astonished to behold a massive fish-like creature thrashing about in the water, creating enormous waves. Its size rivaled that of a ship. It was difficult to fathom how one would confront such a monstrosity at sea. After returning to the vicinity of his treehouse, gathering dry branches, he kindled a fire and placed the lobster directly onto the flames. The lobster's hard shell was impervious to the fire, allowing the heat to cook the succulent meat within without the risk of burning. Soon, the enticing aroma of the lobster's flesh wafted through the air, awakening Sabo's appetite. Although he used no seasonings, the natural flavor of the lobster was exquisite enough to delight his palate. As he savored his meal, he contemplated his future path. Following the typical narrative of a traveler, he was expected to grow stronger through training and combat. However, such an approach seemed ill-suited for Sabo. In this bizarre world, coupled with an unreliable system, a tranquil ascent to power was clearly unattainable. Reflecting on the vengeance task assigned by the system, Sabo felt a wave of frustration. Targeting the celestial dragons, especially at this moment, was undeniably unwise. His current weakness made him ill-equipped to handle the repercussions of such an action. The Navy would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, and evading their grasp was a daunting challenge. Nonetheless, this was not the most pressing concern. To fulfill the revenge mission, he first needed sufficient strength. Despite their arrogance, the celestial dragons were formidable nobles, likely accompanied by numerous guards, perhaps even CP0 agents serving the world government. Without adequate power, a rash act of revenge could spell disaster. With half a year remaining for the revenge task, time was on his side. He could spend the next 5 months training to enhance his abilities before taking action, ensuring he was thoroughly prepared. The threat did not lie in the act of attacking the celestial dragons, but rather in the consequences that would inevitably follow, potentially attracting the entire East Blue Navy or even the Marine headquarters. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Having consumed an entire lobster, Sabo retreated to his treehouse, listening to the occasional sounds of beasts in the jungle. In such a perilous environment, sleep was a luxury he could not afford. Vigilance was paramount, for even the slightest lapse could prove fatal. Unable to rest, Sabo began to refine his chakra. Thanks to his passive skill, resilience, he was in a constant state of recovery, with boundless physical and mental energy to draw upon for chakra refinement. Chapter 5. Extreme Training. In the dead of night, a bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the forest. It should have been a tranquil night, but here, peace was elusive. A clear howl echoed through the air, startling Sabo awake. His expression shifted as he realized it was the sound of wolves, specifically, a pack of them. Cautiously, he crept to the window of his treehouse and peered outside, his apprehension growing. In the moonlight, he discerned a group of wolves not far below, their size comparable to calves. There were 6 of them. Facing off against the pack was an enormous tiger, larger than any he had encountered in the kingdom of Goa. This promised to be a brutal confrontation. While a battle between tigers and wolves was of no concern to Sabo, merely a ruckus, he feared that if their struggle brought them too close to his treehouse, disaster could ensue. Fortunately, the skirmish was brief. Neither side could gain the upper hand, and both eventually retreated, leaving Sabo to breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, these dangerous beasts could not climb trees, or staying aloft would be far from secure. Wait, could they truly not scale trees? Sabo found himself engulfed in uncertainty. For this world cannot be comprehended through conventional perspectives or reasoning. The most bizarre events are entirely plausible. The singular thought consuming Sabo's mind was the pursuit of rapid empowerment through rigorous training. All tasks were relegated to the background. To survive, one must first possess the strength for self-preservation. If survival itself is uncertain, then all tasks and future aspirations become mere illusions. Before Sabo lay 2 divergent paths. One, akin to his memories, involved relentless training in physical techniques. The other entailed refining chakra, while simultaneously enhancing his control over it. Mastering the ability to climb trees and tread water with his feet constituted the fundamental essence of his training. As for the development of the Rasengan, that endeavor would have to wait until his chakra reserves were sufficiently amplified. However, the urgency of the second task within the mission module, with a mere month's deadline, necessitated a swifter pace in his training. In that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Sabo's mind. He envisioned a possibility that, if realized, would greatly facilitate his training efforts. Sabo promptly positioned himself on the wooden plank, adopting the stance for push-ups, and commenced performing them one by one, at a steady pace of 2 seconds for each repetition. 1, 2, 3, 42, 43, 44. Gradually, Sabo lost track of the number of push-ups he had completed. He was acutely aware, however, that his arms and legs began to ache. Yet, due to the passive skill resilience, his stamina remained in a state of recovery, preventing any feelings of fatigue. This peculiar condition presented a paradox. Despite his body experiencing profound soreness, the ample energy allowed Sabo to persist without fear of injury, a phenomenon attributed to the once overlooked passive skill resilience. Of course, this was merely the beginning. Exercising his limbs through push-ups was but one form of training. As time elapsed, the act of performing push-ups seemed to become instinctual, and although his limbs ached, Sabo gritted his teeth and persevered, aiming to cultivate muscle memory. Once established, this muscle memory would enable his body to perform push-ups involuntarily. However, developing such muscle memory was a gradual process, requiring relentless training. As the soreness in his muscles reached a certain threshold, his body mechanically repeated one push-up after another. And soon Sabo found it increasingly challenging to endure the discomfort. He sought an alternative method to divert his attention, refining chakra. Indeed, refining chakra required at least half of his mental focus. Sabo endeavored to harmonize his physical exercise with chakra refinement, a moment of inspiration. This dual-focus approach was possible due to the fusion of 2 souls within him, significantly enhancing his soul's strength. Following this fusion, he discovered that his thoughts appeared much clearer, a likely benefit of his newfound spiritual potency. Given this, he realized he could effectively multitask. Previously, while at the gym on Earth, he often exercised while contemplating other matters. Although he could not guarantee absolute focus, he had little choice now but to make the best of his situation. At first, this dual training often encountered obstacles. He would either become so engrossed in chakra refinement that he neglected his push-ups, or he would focus on the push-ups and struggle to concentrate on refining chakra. However, such a balance required an adaptation period, not achievable in just a few days. The days of training were filled with discomfort and pain, yet each time he made progress, a joyful smile illuminated Sabo's face. He diligently pursued both physical training and chakra refinement, with remarkable results. It could be said that with each passing day, his strength incrementally improved, culminating in significant advancement over time. Throughout his training, Sabo fully appreciated the extraordinary nature of the passive skill resilience. He had previously underestimated its value. It proved to be a versatile asset, significantly aiding him in various aspects. Sleep, typically requiring 7 to 8 hours, was reduced to merely 3 hours daily thanks to resilience, allowing him 21 hours each day for other pursuits, excluding time for basic necessities. He had at least 18 or 19 hours available for training. Due to the benefits of resilience, Sabo was virtually oblivious to the concept of fatigue. The most he experienced were some aches or strains from intense training, but with the skill's restorative effects, any injuries healed swiftly. As for meals, the sole downside of resilience was that it turned Sabo into a voracious eater. The restoration it provided came at the cost of energy, necessitating sustenance through food. Fortunately, the island was vast and rich in biodiversity, teeming with an abundance of marine life, serving as an inexhaustible larder, eliminating any concerns over food scarcity. Sabo also discovered that the animals in this world are exceptionally nutritious and delicious. Even without any culinary skills, he could prepare delightful meals to satisfy the nutritional needs of his training, fulfilling both sustenance and indulgence in one fell swoop. In terms of physical training, Sabo naturally yearned to acquire the techniques of the Marine 6 styles. Although there were introductions in the anime, particularly regarding Soru, one of the Marine 6 styles, which Luffy explained quite clearly, Sabo had attempted it with no success. It was not merely a matter of misunderstanding the principles. His body had not yet met the requirements for mastering the Marine 6 styles. Since he was unable to train in the Marine 6 styles, Sabo resorted to more traditional exercise methods: running, push-ups, squats, sit-ups, pull-ups, and anything else that came to mind. He would try each one. Moreover, while continuously pushing his physical limits, Sabo engaged in weighted training, primarily strapping stones to his body to relentlessly extract his potential and break through boundaries. In the world of One Piece, physical strength largely determines a person's achievements, and he naturally aspired to possess a superhuman physique. Chapter 6. The pinnacle of the jungle in the realm of One Piece. The primary sources of power are the devil fruits, martial arts, haki, and swordsmanship. The devil fruits are diverse in nature, yet every individual who stands at the pinnacle of the world possesses formidable physical strength, almost transcending that of ordinary humans. The 4 emperors and marine admirals, for instance, are embodiments of the apex of physical prowess. Particularly, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, is dubbed the strongest creature in the world, exhibiting unmatched power and a penchant for taking on multiple opponents, having clashed with other emperors and marines numerous times. His formidable physique verging on immortality. If Sabo could attain such a physique, it would be a remarkable feat. Although it seems improbable, he believed that with relentless training, reaching such heights was not out of the question. Furthermore, he had the unpredictable random system, which could potentially aid him in unforeseen ways. In addition to enhancing his physique, Sabo did not neglect his combat training. Wild boars, bison, wolves, tigers, and bears became his sparring partners. While fraught with danger, one cannot hone their combat abilities without engaging in bloody battles. Fortunately, alongside his physical training, Sabo also pursued the mastery of chakra. Presently, chakra served merely as an auxiliary tool. Without ninjutsu, even if Sabo amassed a significant amount of chakra, its utility would be limited. Although Sabo's chakra reserves were not abundant, they were not entirely useless. At the very least, they allowed him to traverse any terrain as if it were flat ground, a decidedly practical capability. To enhance his chakra control, Sabo dedicated several days to mastering the art of climbing trees with his feet and standing on water. It was not due to a lack of talent. Rather, his scant chakra reserves hindered his progress. Had he possessed a more substantial amount, he believed he could have mastered these skills within a day or two. Once he acquired these 2 skills, they proved invaluable during his encounters with beasts. In instances of severe injury, he could leap to the trees or the water's surface to evade danger, even if some beasts could climb or swim. They could not catch up to Sabo, who moved with the ease of walking on flat ground. Of course, aside from its auxiliary functions, chakra also served as Sabo's final means of survival, albeit relying on his only 2 tools, explosive tags and a technological gun. However, he would not employ these items unless absolutely necessary, for excessive reliance on external tools could impede his personal growth. The technological gun, which could harness chakra as energy to function as a handgun, also featured sharpened edges, allowing it to serve as a dagger. With its sharpness, Sabo had successfully hunted many tough-skinned beasts. Today marked Sabo's final battle on this island. On the 25th day of survival on the deserted island, Sabo had nearly exhausted the large, muscular animals. Each beast that fell to him had become his meal: wild boar, rhinoceros, wolf, tiger, each proving to be quite delectable. Now, Sabo was poised to enjoy his grand feast, an all-bear banquet, with a particular desire for bear paws, which he had long coveted. In his previous life, he had never had the opportunity to indulge in such exquisite delicacies, and in this life, he resolved to savor them, ensuring no regrets remained. On the island, atop a modest hill no taller than 100 meters, a spring bubbled forth sweet, refreshing water, which flowed down and collected in a lake nestled within the jungle, nourishing the island's inhabitants. Not far from this spring, on a massive stone platform, a colossal black bear lounged lazily, basking in the sun. It relished this spot, for just nearby lay sweet spring water, and the stone provided a vantage point from which it could survey the jungle below, ready to pounce on unsuspecting prey. Recently, the bear's mood had improved further, as the wolves and tigers, its rivals, had vanished from the jungle, leaving it unchallenged for food. It was blissfully unaware of the reasons behind the disappearance of these beasts. At that moment, the black bear spotted a diminutive figure slowly ascending the mountain, seemingly approaching it. Rising to its feet, it opened its gaping maw and emitted a warning roar. The thunderous roar echoed through the forest, causing a flurry of panic among the animals. Birds nesting in the trees took flight in alarm. Satisfied, the black bear relished this display of intimidation, confident that the little figure had fled in fear. However, upon glancing back, it was astonished to find the tiny figure undeterred, continuing its ascent while muttering something unintelligible. Fury ignited within the black bear. Although it had already enjoyed a hearty breakfast, it was not averse to a pre-lunch appetizer. The little figure, though small, could still serve as a snack. With a mighty leap, the bear lunged towards the approaching figure, its massive paws extending with deadly claws, poised to strike. The impact would surely leave the little one crushed beneath its weight. Raising its paw, the black bear scanned for the tiny figure's remains, only to be met with an unexpected surge of pain. A massive gash had appeared on its forelimb, inflicting excruciating agony that elicited an involuntary roar. This torment did not cease. Similar wounds manifested all over its body. Enraged, the bear sought the source of its suffering, but its immense size, while not impeding agility, rendered it unable to catch the elusive, ghost-like figure dancing around it, offering no opportunity for retaliation. As the wounds multiplied and its strength waned with each drop of blood lost, the black bear ultimately succumbed, collapsing in exhaustion. In its final moments, it beheld the tiny figure standing atop its massive head, wielding a peculiar weapon and uttering words it could not comprehend. Upon the lifeless body of the black bear, Sabo stood triumphantly atop its colossal head, voicing his grievances. Goodness, with a roar that loud, "You've made my ears ring. Even in death, you can't seem to quiet down." The demise of the black bear was indeed somewhat unjust. Had it been a direct confrontation, Sabo would undoubtedly have suffered. To eliminate it would require an immense effort. However, the art of combat lies in exploiting one's strengths against the adversary's weaknesses. The black bear possessed formidable strength, yet its speed and agility were significantly inferior to Sabo's. Moreover, the vast disparity in their sizes allowed Sabo to maneuver around it, enabling him to evade and track the bear's movements. Furthermore, the present circumstances were markedly different. Sabo had recently developed a new ability that markedly enhanced his speed. Thus, the bear's death was not entirely unwarranted. In the world of Naruto, there exists a technique used by ninjas for rapid movement known as the body flicker technique. Although this technique encompasses various advanced space-time ninjutsu, Sabo's study focused on the most fundamental form of the body flicker technique. This was, of course, a creative interpretation of his own, and the authenticity of his method remains debatable. Sabo drew inspiration for his version of the body flicker technique from the ability to stand steadily on the water's surface. To achieve this, one must continuously release a certain amount of chakra from the soles of their feet. This led Sabo to contemplate that if a substantial amount of chakra could be released all at once, creating a rebound effect, it would bear resemblance to one of the Marine S6 techniques known as SAR. Thus, Sabo's iteration of the body flicker technique was born. Regardless, its efficacy was commendable. As the last breath of the black bear faded away, Sabo was once again greeted by the system's notification, a sound both cherished and loathed. Congratulations, host, for completing the 1-star mission peak of the jungle. Time taken, 25 days. Mission rewards are now being issued. Congratulations, host, for obtaining. Chapter 7. Setting sail. With the completion of the mission, the rewards were naturally bestowed. However, upon hearing the name of the random reward, Sabo was momentarily taken aback. The system had gifted him a duck, and not just any duck, but a rather peculiar one. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Xiao's pet Pokemon, Psyduck. Sabo was utterly dumbfounded. He had randomly received a rather daft-looking duck. As he watched the creature appear before him, it promptly lost its footing and began to roll down the slope like a ball. Sabo was utterly exasperated. If it were an ordinary Psyduck, it would have been manageable, but he found himself in the unfortunate circumstance of encountering Misty Psyduck, which, while seemingly inept, could unleash formidable strength at crucial moments, provided it was suffering from a headache. What made matters worse was that this particular Psyduck was utterly useless in water. As he watched the Psyduck tumble down the hillside, Sabo let out a resigned sigh, striding down the slope to intercept the dizzy creature. The Psyduck, with its vibrant yellow body, tiny pupils, flat beak, 3 tufted black hairs atop its head, and short, stout limbs resembling a kappa, appeared adorably foolish. Its diminutive tail and webbed feet only added to its endearing clumsiness. Lifting the now thoroughly dazed Psyduck, Sabo returned to the mountain summit, where the sight of the massive black bear loomed before him, filling him with dismay. This bear weighed at least 10 tons, and despite having drained much of its blood, it was far beyond Sabo's capacity to drag. In a stroke of desperation, he fashioned a rudimentary cart from branches and painstakingly maneuvered the bear onto it, placing the unconscious Psyduck atop the bear's carcass before giving it a gentle shove. As the cart careened down the slope, Sabo leapt aboard, relishing the thrill of the makeshift roller coaster ride, until the bear's head collided with a large tree, bringing the cart to a halt. Dragging the cart beneath his treehouse, Sabo felt a sense of relief. He had already cleared the jungle of larger beasts, and the threat of predators was now minimal. Any remaining creatures were merely cubs, and he had refrained from exterminating them entirely, mindful of the ecological balance. He knew that disrupting the food chain could soon transform the island into a desolate wasteland. Casting a glance at the incapacitated Psyduck, he discarded it to the side and set about processing the bear's carcass. The flesh from this bear would sustain him for several days, and to prevent spoilage, it required proper handling. He placed the cut meat on a rack above the fire and added some tender leaves to create a thick smoke, which would help dehydrate the meat. Although this method might slightly compromise the flavor, it would allow for preservation for over 2 weeks. Now that his solitary island mission was complete, Sabo had significantly enhanced his abilities. Remaining here would not trigger any system quests, an advantage he appreciated, despite the system's unreliability. The rewards from such quests could potentially bolster his strength, albeit the odds were slim, but certainly preferable to having none at all. Notably, there remained one final task from the system, to exact vengeance upon the celestial dragons. Though approximately 5 months remained, one critical detail could not be overlooked. Charlemagne, the celestial dragon, was touring various East Blue nations, rarely staying in one place for more than 10 days before moving on to the next. His journey would continue until his itinerary in the East Blue concluded. Sabo had reviewed the revenge mission, and indeed, the system provided a map of the East Sea, clearly marking his position alongside Charlemagne. However, it was only when he was preparing to set sail that a crucial point struck him. The vessel of the celestial dragon was incomparable to his own. The small boat left by the dragon was merely a rudimentary lifeboat. Not only would it be futile to pursue the celestial dragon's ship with it, but navigating safely across the ocean was also a daunting prospect. It appeared necessary to undertake a significant transformation of this small boat. The dilemma lay in the fact that he lacked sturdy nails, compelling him to devise a solution structurally. He decided to surround the boat with wooden rafts to enhance its buoyancy and ensure stability during navigation, and then to add a sail to harness the power of the wind. Such preparations would require several days, which was not an immediate concern. Setting out to sea demanded not only provisions, but also a sufficient supply of fresh water, lest he perish from thirst before hunger. Nevertheless, before all this, Sabo wished to indulge in the sumptuous feast before him. Roasted bear paws drizzled with delectable honey, their golden hue and enticing aroma completely captivated him, making him yearn for them to be ready at once. Quack, quack. The sounds of ducks disrupted Sabo's reverie. As Sabo turned his head, he noticed that unbeknownst to him, Psyduck had awakened, fixated intently on the 4 large bear paws roasting on the rack, with a hint of drool barely visible at the edge of its beak. Sabo was instantly filled with exasperation, realizing that this fellow had been lured by the tantalizing aroma of bear paw. However, could this individual truly indulge in meat? Once the bear paw was fully cooked, Sabo took one, sliced a piece, and placed it into his mouth. Instantly, he felt as though he had been transported to paradise. The exquisite flavor of the bear paw, harmoniously intertwined with the sweetness of honey, created an irresistible allure. Yet, A croaking sound interrupted the moment. A crow flew over Sabo's head. Damn that duck. If it weren't for the fact that you might still have some use, I would have devoured you outright, he muttered with a hint of frustration. With that, Sabo sliced off a substantial chunk of meat from the bare paw, a piece nearly the size of Psyduck's entire body, and tossed it to the creature, subsequently ignoring it entirely. Having consumed 4 bare paws, Sabo wiped his mouth contentedly, gazing at the now round-bellied Psyduck, sprawled on the ground in deep slumber. He shook his head in resignation, pondering whether he had gained a battle companion or merely acquired an additional burden. Disregarding Psyduck, Sabo turned to his own preparations, as outfitting the ship for departure required considerable effort. 3 days later, with everything in order, Sabo loaded food and water onto the new vessel and then carried the slumbering Psyduck out to sea. Observing Psyduck, Sabo felt a sense of exasperation. It had likely remained in this state prior to its evolution into Golduck, yet its abilities were not to be underestimated. Sabo had experimented with Psyduck's extraordinary abilities, albeit through somewhat rough methods. After all, Psyduck could only utilize its skills when suffering from a severe headache, and Sabo had no choice but to resort to his fists to induce that pain. Psyduck possessed 3 signature techniques: water gun, psychic, and stoning. Naturally, he dismissed the tail wagging as irrelevant. Sabo had personally experienced the efficacy of these 3 abilities, all of which were quite impressive. While they might not significantly affect him, they were sufficient to deal with ordinary minions. Most importantly, Psyduck was still at a low level. With continuous battles, its level would increase, thereby enhancing the potency of its skills. Particularly, upon evolving into Golduck, it would truly be a moment of transformation. Host Module. Host. Sabo Devil Fruit Ability. None Haki. Not Awakened Technique. Chakra Refinement Chakra Amount. Genin Chakra Attributes. Water, Wind, Lightning, Yang Skills. Tenacity. Passive Skill. Restores 1% of stamina, mental energy, and wounds every 3 minutes if not attacked for 10 minutes. Fiery Storm Items. Explosive Tags 36. Technological Gun Pokemon. Psyduck. LV3. Upon reviewing the host module, Sabo felt a sense of satisfaction. In less than a month, he had attained a Genin-level chakra amount, with 5 different chakra attributes indicating vast potential for growth. Chapter 8. Task Reappearance Drifting at Sea. The ship slowly approached the location of the celestial dragons with the changing winds. However, the pace was agonizingly slow, and it was uncertain how long it would take to catch up with the celestial dragon's vessel. Sabo could only take 1 step at a time, staying aboard the ship. He was unable to practice any physical techniques, so he focused on refining his chakra, feeling the amount within him increase day by day, which brought him a sense of achievement. Yet, drifting at sea was equally dreary. As far as the eye could see, it was nothing but ocean. Fortunately, he had Psyduck by his side. Although it spent most of its time in a daze, it provided some distraction. Throughout the voyage, Sabo remained vigilant, for one could never predict when a massive sea creature, or even a sea king, might appear. Thus, he began to contemplate ways to avoid such encounters. In the world of Naruto, there exists a sensory ninjutsu used for reconnaissance, which Sabo did not know. However, he devised his own method, releasing his chakra into the ocean to sense the marine life around the small boat. This could be considered a self-created sensory technique. Moreover, Sabo discovered an additional benefit to this method of perception. It aided in enhancing his control over chakra, achieving a dual purpose. Of course, Sabo had other activities to occupy his time, such as teaching Psyduck to swim. It was a disgrace for a duck not to know how to swim. He attached a rope to Psyduck and tossed it into the sea, watching it flail and struggle. At times, Sabo felt a twinge of cruelty. Yet teaching Psyduck to swim was crucial for both of them. As a pirate, he would inevitably engage in naval battles, and Psyduck's ability to swim would significantly enhance its utility. Additionally, Sabo considered the possibility of encountering a storm. Should that happen, Psyduck's swimming prowess would offer him greater chances of survival, despite his own ability to swim being compromised in tumultuous waters. On the 6th day at sea, Psyduck finally learned to swim, and it appeared quite adept, albeit after countless near drownings. This was indeed a cause for celebration, and Sabo rewarded it with a sumptuous meal. On the 7th day of their journey, Sabo encountered a ship for the first time. Although it was a pirate ship, it felt akin to stumbling upon an oasis after days of wandering in the desert, filling him with joy. Before he could fully relish the moment, a notification sound from the random system echoed in his mind. Detecting host circumstances, the task module has randomly updated. Please check for new tasks. Upon hearing this, Sabo felt as though he had been drenched with a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the fiery passion that had ignited within him. Infinite Celestial Venerable, Amaba. Please do not bring any further mischief upon me. My life is far too precious. He opened the mission module, which now presented not only his quest for vengeance but also 3 additional random tasks. 1. Bounty Hunter, as an obscure pirate without crew, ship, or funds. He felt utterly humiliated. To remedy this, he could take on the role of a bounty hunter, capturing pirates to earn rewards and prepare for the future establishment of a pirate crew. Task requirements: earn 1 billion berries, methods unrestricted. Task rewards: random reward 1. Lottery chance 1. Task penalty: forfeiture of 1 existing reward. Task deadline: 6 months. Task danger level: 2 stars. 2. Endless slaughter, as a future powerhouse. 1 must have blood on their hands. Task requirements: achieve the milestones of 100 kill, 1000 kill, and 10,000 kill. Task rewards: unknown. Task penalty: none. Task deadline: none. Task danger level: 3 stars. 3. I am the captain. Assemble a pirate crew of one's own. Task requirements: own a pirate ship and have no fewer than 3 crew members. Task rewards: random reward 1, lottery chance 1. Task penalty: erasure. Task deadline: 3 years. Task danger level: 1 star. Among these tasks, the latter 2 were relatively manageable, with one lacking a deadline and the other offering a generous 3 years to complete. However, the first task was quite unreasonable. Earning 1 billion berries in 6 months seemed an insurmountable challenge. It was imperative to remember that Sabo would be shadowing the Celestial Dragon ship in search of an opportunity. Yet which pirate crew would appear along the Celestial Dragon's route? Nonetheless, Sabo found solace in the fact that he had finally encountered the so-called lottery chance. Until now, he could only access the random systems host and mission modules, while the lottery module remained inaccessible, shrouded in gray. The mystery of what lay within the lottery module tantalized him, igniting a yearning to swiftly establish a pirate crew and claim the rewards from the 1-star task, I am the captain, in order to partake in the lottery. Ultimately, Sabo quelled his inner turmoil. The tasks appeared deceptively simple, yet he was not foolish enough to believe the system would extend such kindness. The first task seemed almost too generous, surely hiding some treachery. With a 3-year deadline, there was no need for haste. For now, Sabo's focus must remain on the pirate ship before him. It was substantial, nearly as grand as the one the dragon rode, equipped with numerous cannons at the bow and sides, appearing to be quite an impressive vessel indeed. Sabo habitually stroked his chin, pondering whether he should seize the pirate ship. He was growing increasingly weary of residing on this dilapidated vessel he had crafted himself. The comforts of a dry room, a soft bed, and a soothing shower were luxuries he had long yearned for. The only uncertainty lay in the strength of the pirates aboard this ship, a matter that Sabo was oblivious to. Nonetheless, it was worth a try. He glanced at the sleeping side-up beside him, which bolstered his confidence. On the pirate ship, one of the pirates was peering through a telescope, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a peculiar vessel drifting toward them, occupied by a child of roughly 10 years and an unfamiliar creature. Stranded? The pirate mused briefly before shouting down from the lookout tower, Captain, we've spotted a strange ship with a little boy and a pet approaching us. On the deck, the previously lethargic pirates perked up. A burly man, who had been lounging in a deck chair under the sun, stood up, took the telescope handed to him by another pirate, and a sly smile crept onto his face. This man was named David, captain of the Bone Crusher Pirates, with a bounty of 5 million. He possessed a robust physique and extraordinary strength, reveling in the act of crushing his enemies' bones, relishing the sight of their blood and the sound of their agonized cries. Recently, the Bone Crusher Pirates had been lacking encounters with merchant ships, which had caused the crew to grow somewhat complacent. They had not anticipated stumbling upon a child today, a source of amusement that should entertain them for several days. Upon spotting the boy, David declared, Lads, steer the ship closer. Our new toy has arrived. This time, let us not kill it too quickly. Aye, Captain. The pirate ship slowly adjusted its course, heading straight for Sabo's small vessel. Before long, they were alongside each other, and a rope was tossed from the pirate ship, gradually pulling the boy and his pet aboard. As Sabo and his companion stood on the deck, the pirates revealed sinister grins, yet the boy's smile was even more unsettling. Chapter 9. The heist. As the massive pirate ship drew near, a smile crept across Sabo's face. He surmised that the pirates, seeing him as merely a child and posing no threat, had approached willingly. Given the circumstances, Sabo recognized he had no chance of escape. How could his small boat compete with their grand vessel? He resolved to play it by ear. Seizing the rope cast down to him, He climbed aboard with Psyduck, fortunate to avoid the effort of scaling the ship alone. Upon stepping onto the ship and encountering the grinning pirates, Sabo felt as though he had entered a den of thieves. Whether this den could withstand him would depend on their capabilities. David, noticing the absence of fear on Sabo's face, expressed his surprise and remarked, "Little one, do you have any idea who we are?" Sabo calmly replied, "Pirates. With such a large flag of piracy flying from your ship, who could possibly overlook it?" David's smile widened. "Since you acknowledge our identity as pirates and still possess the audacity to approach us with such composure, that is indeed commendable. I hope you can maintain that demeanor in due time." As several pirates advanced towards him, Sabo raised a hand and spoke, "Wait." Upon hearing this, David burst into laughter. "Haha, I thought you were genuinely fearless. It turns out it was merely a facade. Youngster, it is too late to plead for mercy now. You might as well surrender quietly. That way, you may suffer less." Sabo shook his head and began, "No, I wish to inquire, what pirate crew do you belong to? And who is your captain? Do you have any bounty criminals among you?" A pirate underling pointed at David and declared, "Listen closely, kid. We are the Bone Crusher pirate crew, and this esteemed individual is our captain, known as Bone Crusher David. His bounty is 5 million berries. Impressive, isn't it?" Upon hearing the figure of 5 million, Sabo raised an eyebrow, realizing that 200 such pirates would suffice to fulfill the task of a bounty hunter. No. It could be even fewer. These pirate crews must possess their own treasures, which could fetch a handsome price if sold, and with the pirate ship also holding value. Perhaps merely dozens of such crews would enable him to complete his mission. David, noticing the glimmer in Sabo's eyes, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He furrowed his brow, pondering. He had experienced this sensation before, but that was in the presence of notorious pirates with bounties in the tens of millions. Could this child truly compare to those formidable adversaries? At that moment, Sabo pointed at them and proclaimed, "Listen well, congratulations. You have been robbed. From this moment forth, this ship belongs to me, and you are all my captives. The treasures aboard are now mine, and of course, David's bounty is also mine." The pirates aboard were momentarily stunned by Sabo's declaration, but a few seconds later, a wave of laughter erupted. "Haha, am I hearing things? What is this little brat babbling about? Haha, captives, treasures, bounties? Does he think he is a bounty hunter? Yes, a bounty hunter. What a diminutive bounty hunter. Pfft. Haha." In the face of their derision, Sabo remained unfazed, determined to demonstrate his prowess through action. However, first, he needed to subdue them. David, on the other hand, did not share in the laughter, as everything felt exceedingly strange. It was best to deal with this insolent child first. He waved his hand and shouted, "You lot, seize him. Capture this little brat." "Yes, Captain." The pirates echoed in unison, charging at Sabo with reckless abandon. They jostled one another, each eager to be the one to claim Sabo for themselves. "Step aside. He is mine. I'll show him what happens to those who boast. Get lost. He is my prey. I must teach him a lesson. Move aside. No one is taking him from me." As Sabo observed the rushing pirates and listened to the cacophony, he idly dug his pinky into his ear and sighed. "Ah, how noisy. They sound like a flock of ducks. Quack, quack." Hearing this sound, Sabo glanced at the Psyduck that had awakened beside him. The Psyduck tilted its head, its hands on its head, staring at him with a bewildered expression, as if to say, "What is wrong with the ducks?" Sabo smiled faintly, disregarding the Psyduck, and swiftly charged towards the pirates. These ruffians were no match for the ferocious beasts on the island, so he had no reason to fear them. One pirate lunged towards Sabo, throwing a punch directly at his chest. Though the pirate bore a weapon at his waist, none of the pirates opted to use it, clearly intent on capturing Sabo alive. As the pirate's fist approached, Sabo slightly shifted his body, causing the attack to miss entirely, leaving the pirate unable to halt his momentum and propel forward uncontrollably. With a clenched fist, Sabo executed a seamless series of movements. His punch landed squarely upon the chest of his adversary with precision and swiftness, epitomizing the lethal efficiency he had honed amidst the brutalities of jungle warfare, striking with intent to eliminate, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. Despite his youthful appearance, Sabo possessed considerable strength, particularly after a month of relentless training that pushed him beyond his limits, enhancing his physique, power, speed, and overall capabilities to remarkable heights. A spray of crimson erupted from the pirate's mouth as he felt the overwhelming force crash down upon him, sending him hurtling backward to collide with his comrades. One punch sent one flying, while several others fell in his wake. Such a display of might was utterly inconceivable for these pirates, as they could not fathom that such power could emanate from one so young. The chaos of battle raged on. and Sabo plunged into the ranks of the now flustered pirates. In any skirmish, even against these mere lackeys, he remained vigilant. He would not lower his guard unless they were utterly incapacitated and posed no threat to him. Until then, he would not relent. Sabo's techniques are straightforward yet remarkably effective: a punch, a knife hand strike, a kick, a knee strike, an elbow strike. Each maneuver is designed to completely incapacitate the opponent. This is the practical combat proficiency he has honed over the past month in the jungle. In a brief span, 70 to 80 pirates lay defeated upon the deck. Some even dispatched by Sabo into the depths of the sea. Ultimately, only Captain David and a dozen pirates, who had just emerged from the cabin, remained standing on the deck. Having neutralized the majority of the pirates, Sabo clapped his hands and, with a smile, remarked, "Be good and surrender. Have you not heard of the policy of sparing the lives of prisoners?" He then raised his gaze to Captain David, offering a warm smile as he inquired, "Captain David, are you planning to surrender, or shall I assist you in that endeavor? Please make your choice." The remaining pirates, still somewhat coherent, collectively swallowed hard. This was no mere child before them, but rather a humanoid beast, and their dwindling hope rested solely upon their captain. Chapter 10. Shatterbones. David regarded Sabo, a hint of a smile gracing his features as he applauded and spoke. At such a tender age, to possess such prowess, truly a prodigy. "What is your name, young one?" Upon hearing this, Sabo spoke. "Remember the name Sabo. This will be the culmination of your existence." In response to Sabo's audacious declaration, David did not feel anger. Rather, he replied, "Sabo, is it? Excellent. Your prowess is commendable. Would you be interested in joining my Bone Crusher pirate crew? I could appoint you as the first mate. What do you say? Are you intrigued?" Sabo stifled a yawn, rubbed his mouth, and then said, "First mate, I have no interest. If I were to become a pirate, I would need to be the captain, but that is a matter for the future. For now, I am a bounty hunter, and your bounty is as good as mine." Upon hearing Sabo's rejection of his proposal, David's expression turned frosty, and a murderous glint gradually emerged in his eyes, clearly indicating his intent to kill. David coldly replied, "You little brat, since you fail to recognize the good in my offer, do not blame me for being ungracious. I shall make you understand why I am known as Bone Crusher. You will experience it firsthand." With that, David suddenly exerted force beneath him, and a sound reminiscent of cracking templates echoed, revealing the tremendous speed of his movement, like a ferocious tiger leaping from its cage. His formidable physique did not hinder his velocity. He shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, generating a fierce gust of wind. And with a clenched right fist and a bent arm, he unleashed a powerful punch. Upon witnessing this, Sabo let out a sharp exclamation, "Well met." With a clenched fist, he did not flinch in the slightest, but instead charged directly forward. It was a clash of raw power, a confrontation of fists. As their punches collided, Sabo distinctly felt the jarring force reverberating through his arm, the tremendous shock causing a tingling sensation throughout his limb. David's face also registered astonishment. He had not anticipated that Sabo possessed such formidable strength. Judging by Sabo's earlier maneuvers against his subordinates, which relied on speed and technique, it was evident that David had underestimated him. Yet, it was merely an underestimation. A sly smirk crept across David's face, although Sabo had withstood this punch. A disparity in strength remained evident, particularly as this was not David's full power. Thus, the outcome of the battle was already apparent. Suddenly, David unleashed a surge of force through his right arm, transmitting an even greater strength directly into Sabo's arm, propelling him backward with great force. Meanwhile, a smile graced David's features, a testament to the undeniable gap in their strength. As Sabo was sent flying, a look of resignation crossed his face. After all, he was merely 10 years old. Despite having pushed his physical limits over the past month, time was still a constraint, and in terms of sheer strength, he lagged behind David. Sabo rolled over and landed steadily on the floor, shaking his right arm, which had gone slightly numb from the impact, and let out a soft sigh. Seeing this, David coldly remarked, "Kid, I shall grant you one final opportunity. If you join my ranks, I will spare your life. This is your last chance for survival." Upon hearing this, Sabo chuckled and remarked, "You truly are relentless. With your kind of strength, dreaming of having me as your subordinate is utterly absurd. Enough of this, it is better to settle things swiftly." David, upon hearing this, was instantly consumed by rage. He leapt forward, charging at Sabo. Clenching his right fist and bending his right arm, the muscles upon it bulged with raw power, indicating he was exerting his full strength. "Tiger fist!" David roared as his fist collided directly with Sabo's chest. This time, he held nothing back, having no intention of prolonging the encounter. As his fist made contact, David's expression shifted, not to one of joy, but to profound confusion. Though it appeared his punch struck Sabo, he felt no resistance. As if he had missed entirely. In an instant, David's countenance transformed in horror. He realized his fist had passed through Sabo's body. No. This was not Sabo's body at all. It was merely an afterimage. Crack. The sharp sound of shattering bones echoed, and this time, David felt no thrill. Only an excruciating agony tearing through him. Crack. 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 With each resounding fracture, David could no longer contain himself, letting out a pained wail. Ah! The chilling scream left all the pirates in shock. They could hardly fathom that their esteemed captain had succumbed so swiftly. Perhaps David had failed to grasp the true nature of what had transpired, yet the other pirates had witnessed it all with clarity. In a fleeting moment, Sabo evaded David's powerful punch, transforming into a mere shadow that danced around him. With precision, each strike landed upon the joints of David's limbs. Within mere seconds, David found his joints dislocated, collapsing helplessly onto the deck while groaning in agony. Sabo, upon hearing David's anguished cries, reached out and firmly grasped his chin. There was a sharp crack as the jawbone dislocated, accompanied by a fracture in certain areas. Sabo had not mastered the art of joint manipulation, resulting in his movements being rather crude and violent. David's injuries were not merely dislocations, they were accompanied by severe fractures. Even shattered bones, this was Sabo's brutal interpretation of joint dislocation. Observing David, who could only moan in agony, Sabo remarked with a smile, "Your strength surpasses mine." Yet true prowess encompasses more than mere physical power. It includes speed, combat skills, and vision, elements that constitute genuine strength. Alas, you are but a frog at the bottom of a well, and I find no desire to indulge in further discourse with you. As Sabo turned, he cast a sweeping glance over all the pirates on the deck and proclaimed, "From this moment forth, this vessel belongs to me. You are all my captives. Do you have any objections?" Whether it was the dozen or so standing pirates or those who lay on the deck, still conscious yet defeated, they all numbly nodded in agreement. Thus, the pirate flag was lowered. Sabo gazed at the pirates and remarked, "There is no need for you to worry. As long as you remain obedient, I shall not hand you over to the Navy. However, should you dare to resort to deceit and trickery, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Upon hearing this, the pirate subordinates breathed a sigh of relief. Little did they know, they failed to notice the subtle upward curve of Sabo's lips, which foreshadowed their tragic fate. After organizing the treasures aboard the ship, Sabo estimated their worth to be at least 3 million berries. Coupled with David's bounty, this amounted to a total of 8 million. As for the ship itself, Sabo had no intention of selling it. He had inquired with the remaining pirates, and they revealed that the construction of this pirate vessel originally cost over 10 million berries. And considering subsequent modifications, it was worth no less than 20 million berries. Sabo finally grasped the origins of the billion-berry bounty. It stemmed from the combination of the pirates' treasure aboard their ship and the vessel itself. Earning a billion-berry within 6 months was not an impossible feat moreover. Sabo contemplated another method of generating income, albeit somewhat inhumane, targeting pirates who evoked no sense of guilt within him. After all, self-preservation trumped all else. He resolved to survive at all costs. Chapter 11. Who is he? Psyduck. Those familiar with One Piece might harbor a favorable impression of pirates, such as Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates, Shanks' red-haired pirates, Whitebeard's crew, and Roger's band, who embody camaraderie and frequently lend aid to others. However, this portrayal represents only a minuscule fraction of the pirate populace. The vast majority resemble the members of the Bonebreaker Pirates, devoid of moral discernment and reveling in bloodshed. Their willingness to target a child like Sabo underscores their malevolence. Allowing such pirates to roam free is a menace, thus, contributing to this bounty mission seems a more prudent course of action. That night marked the most comfortable experience Sabo had encountered since his arrival in this world. Delectable meals, a soothing shower, and a soft bed. He realized that such tranquility was indeed a luxury. Regrettably, the world had transformed, and so must Sabo, to relish in such peace. One must first possess formidable strength. Until then, any moment of relaxation would be a squandered opportunity. For Sabo, only rigorous physical training could propel him to transcend his limits. As his physique strengthened, the speed and quantity of his chakra refinement would likewise improve. Naturally, alongside his self-discipline, Sabo did not neglect training Psyduck. Presently, Psyduck held little utility for him, functioning merely as a burden. Thus, facilitating Psyduck's evolution became a priority for Sabo. Currently at level 3, he recalled that in the game, Psyduck evolved into Golduck at level 33. While the veracity of this in reality remained uncertain, it was worth pursuing. The adversaries for Psyduck's battles would be the pirates aboard the ship. Utilizing them as a means to gain experience and advance in levels, this was the only feasible method for a swift evolution at present. Sabo assigned ranks to the pirates aboard the ship. Aside from the severely injured David, there remained 92 pirates, ranked from 1 to 92, naturally ordered from strongest to weakest. The battles involving Psyduck were quite theatrical. It consistently endured assaults before unleashing its psychic prowess, fighting until utterly exhausted. Following each bout, it relished a sumptuous feast prepared by Sabo to celebrate its level up, simultaneously aiding its recovery. However, Sabo noted that the Pokemon possessed a remarkably unique constitution. Not only was its physical strength considerable, but its recovery rate was also astonishingly swift. Each time it sustained superficial injuries, a mere application of ointment would suffice. And by the next day, it would be nearly healed. On the first day, Psyduck advanced from rank 92 to 83, elevating its level from 3 to 9. Completely drained of energy. On the second day, it climbed from 83 to 75, raising its level from 9 to 13, utterly exhausted. The third day saw Psyduck progress from 75 to 61, enhancing its level from 13 to 16, once again spent. The fourth day witnessed Psyduck move from 61 to 51, increasing its level from 16 to 19, entirely fatigued, and it also mastered the skill rest. This ability allowed Psyduck to recover its energy and injuries, significantly prolonging its combat endurance. On the fifth day, Psyduck ascended from 51 to 39, upgrading its level from 19 to 24, depleted yet again. The sixth day brought an advancement from 39 to 22, with a level increase from 24 to 26, exhausted, but it learned the skill Hypnosis, a psychic ability capable of putting foes to sleep. On the seventh day, Psyduck vaulted from 22 to 9, elevating its level from 26 to 31, thoroughly drained. On the eighth day, now facing its final adversary, the vice-captain of the Bone Crusher Pirates, Psyduck's eyes glowed with a soft blue light. Sabo recognized that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Observing the vice-captain being tossed about by Psyduck's telekinesis, a smile graced Sabo's face. Now at level 32, Psyduck had evolved into a formidable force. At this point, Sabo realized that breaking free from Psyduck's psychic grip would take him at least a minute, provided he remained stationary. When the last enemy fell, Psyduck let out a triumphant cry, quack. With a resounding call, evolution commenced, and Psyduck's form erupted in dazzling white light, blinding even in daylight. Witnessing this spectacle, Sabo's face lit up with excitement. Psyduck had finally evolved, and the efforts of the past days had borne fruit. The pirates stood in awe. Having never witnessed such a transformation, the seemingly adorable duck now wielded enough strength to dominate them, a truly unimaginable sight. To add to the strangeness, this newly transformed duck seemed to embody peculiar changes alongside its eccentric master, forming an extraordinary duo. As the radiant light dissipated, a new life emerged before them, standing approximately 1.78 meters tall, with blue skin, elongated arms, robust legs, and sharp claws upon its limbs, complemented by a sturdy tail. Most remarkably, its head bore an unusual shape, adorned with a gem-like red orb embedded in its forehead. This was Golduck, a Pokemon endowed with both water and psychic attributes, possessing exceptional swimming capabilities that rendered it impervious to even the fiercest storms. Gabba! Golduck chirped joyfully, dashing towards Sabo as if to seek praise and reward. Faced with Golduck, who now towered over him, Sabo felt a sense of helplessness, despite having grown taller over a month of traversing this world, standing at around 1.5 meters. Golduck surpassed him in height post-evolution. Sabo reached out to stroke the head of his Psyduck, then smiled and said, Psyduck, I hope you will take good care of me from now on. His words were not without merit. The evolved Psyduck had become adept at utilizing its abilities, no longer constrained by the previous limitations that only allowed it to act when experiencing a headache. Indeed, the current prowess of Psyduck surpassed that of Sabo. And for a while, it would be Sabo who would rely on Psyduck's care. Upon hearing this, Psyduck extended a hand, gave a thumbs up, and quacked, Gabba. This served as a response to Sabo, even though he did not quite comprehend its meaning. Sabo gazed at Golduck and spoke, All right, Golduck. Let me witness the extent of your abilities after evolution. Show me what you are capable of. Gabba. Golduck responded with a cry, promptly demonstrating its newly acquired prowess. A soft golden barrier materialized around Golduck, showcasing its defensive technique known as Light Wall. Gabba. The orb on Golduck's forehead shimmered with an enigmatic brilliance, unleashing a vibrant beam of light that struck a pirate, ensnaring him in an illusion rather than inflicting any harm. This was the psychic move illusion technique. Gabba. Once more. The orb on Golduck's forehead glowed, and a crimson beam shot forth, crashing onto the sea's surface and resulting in a tremendous explosion. Its power several times greater than that of a cannonball, this was the devastating destructive beam. Finally, Golduck leaped gracefully, riding a wave, and unleashed a torrent of water from its mouth, more forceful than a water gun. This was a combination of the water techniques wave riding and water cannon, indicating that water gun had indeed evolved into water cannon. Chapter 12. Leia Island. Upon seeing this, Sabo nodded. After its evolution, it had directly acquired 4 new skills and evolved further, which was already impressive. Coupled with its original abilities, telekinesis, petrification, sleep, and hypnosis, Golduck now possessed a total of 9 skills. The potential unleashed by this combination of abilities was beyond imagination. Naturally, this was not the limit for Golduck. Sabo believed that as long as Golduck continued to level up or train diligently, it could comprehend or learn even more skills. This depended on both Golduck's efforts and the nurturing provided by its trainer. Observing the astonished pirates, Sabo furrowed his brow. Although Golduck's uniqueness would eventually be discovered, it should not happen at this moment. Should they attract unwanted attention, it would lead to considerable trouble. Thus, Sabo instructed Golduck, use hypnosis to make them forget your abilities. Upon hearing this, Golduck's eyes emanated a soft blue glow, causing all the pirates to fall into a state of stupor. In a short while, they returned to normal. Sabo summoned the pirates and inquired, just to be cautious. Indeed, all the pirates had forgotten about Golduck's abilities. Even the fact that Golduck had evolved seemed to have slipped their minds, as if Golduck had always been this way. What an impressive capability! Sabo could not help but silently commend Golduck's prowess while feeling a twinge of shame for his initial underestimation of it. Although there had been a rough start, Golduck had undoubtedly become Sabo's most formidable combat companion, despite being his only partner at present. With Golduck having become so powerful, Sabo naturally felt compelled to intensify his training. Furthermore, Golduck's evolution had significantly aided Sabo's cultivation. Merely performing push-ups and similar exercises had become insufficient for Sabo to break through his limits. The emergence of Golduck inspired him anew. While he continued with push-ups, squats, and such exercises, the approach transformed. During his training, Sabo would have Golduck use telekinesis to apply the maximum pressure his body could endure, thereby refining his capabilities and continually tapping into his latent potential. This method of training made Sabo feel as if he had returned to the early days of his journey, breaking through his limits on that small island. Each time he surpassed a limit, he would request Golduck to adjust the pressure to match what his body could withstand. Through this relentless high-pressure training, Sabo's progress became remarkably encouraging, with his physical endurance, strength, speed, and reflexes all on the rise. A few days later, the pirate ship finally arrived at its destination. Sabo stood at the bow, gazing at the island, murmuring to himself, "We have finally arrived." The island before him was named Leia Island, a place of great renown in the East Sea. It was sizable enough to rank among the more prominent islands in the region, being one of the most prosperous commercial cities in the East Sea. However, the island's true claim to fame lay not in its commerce but in its notorious title, the City of Sin. Despite the presence of a naval branch, this did not imply that the island was devoid of crime. In the shadowy corners of this bustling city thrived darkness beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Pirates, bounty hunters, smuggling, slavery, and more were all prevalent here, creating a paradox of order and chaos that defined the city. Sabo discovered the existence of this island through memories, having heard of it from his father. Thus, he chose it as his destination, where his plan to earn a bounty could unfold more favorably. After the pirate ship docked at the shore, Sabo glanced at Psyduck and said, "Psyduck, keep an eye on them. I shall return shortly." "Gah." Psyduck responded with a thumbs up. With its intelligence comparable to that of a 10-year-old child and the potential for further growth through their interactions, Sabo felt reassured leaving Psyduck to watch the ship. He disembarked and made his way towards the interior of the island. Before long, Sabo finally encountered the bustling presence of a city, far more prosperous than he remembered of the Goa Kingdom, suggesting it held the promise of what he sought. However, he had not ventured far when a group of burly men blocked his path. Observing the smiles on their faces, he returned their grins. One of the men remarked, "Hey there, kid, it's quite dangerous to be out here alone. Why not let us help you find your home?" Upon hearing the words, Sabo smiled and replied, "Sure." The response took the others by surprise for a moment, but soon they beamed with delight as they led him away, surrounding him protectively as if he were a precious gem. Passers-by observed the scene and couldn't help but express their regret, exclaiming, "What a handsome young lad. Such a pity." Indeed, it was unfortunate. The boy seemed rather naive to follow them so willingly. Judging by his attire and demeanor, he appeared to be of noble descent, perhaps with a significant background. Is that so? They might have struck gold this time, one remarked. Yet, alongside the expressions of regret, there were also murmurs of anger. Damn it, those rascals got to him first. This child could fetch a handsome price. Indeed, if he is of noble blood, his parents would have to pay a substantial sum to ransom him. Alas, the boy should have resisted. Had he done so, we might have had a chance. Listening to the hushed whispers of the crowd, Sabo's smile widened. He could easily deduce the true identity of his captors. In modern terms, they were akin to traffickers. However, this was precisely what Sabo desired. He had been seeking a merchant guild involved in the slave trade, and having these individuals to guide him was nothing short of fortuitous. Before long, they escorted Sabo to the entrance of a grand edifice. Raising his gaze, he noticed a plaque above the entrance inscribed with the words Peter Merchant Guild. The opulence of such a guild, situated in the bustling city center, made it difficult to fathom that it was engaged in the trade of human lives. One of the men turned to Sabo and said, "Youngster, from now on, this will be your home. Of course, if fortune favors you. You might just find a way to leave this place." In their minds, they had already assumed Sabo to be a noble scion. After all, he was indeed of noble lineage. Despite having run away from home for several years, the aristocratic air he had cultivated since childhood still lingered about him. Upon hearing this, Sabo expressed his agreement, saying, "Is that so? Of course, let us proceed inside." With that, several individuals led Sabo into the building, and he obediently followed. At the pinnacle of the Peter Chamber of Commerce, in an office, President Peter was perusing documents containing information about the current slaves held by the chamber. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a man entered, addressing Peter. "President, Kiri has arrived, accompanied by a child who may be of noble descent." Peter, upon hearing this, set aside his papers, a glimmer of amusement crossing his face. "Oh, really? I hope this will lead to a lucrative transaction with the nobility." Chapter 13. The transaction indeed. It was a transaction, a practice Peter had engaged in more than once. For a noble, bearing the mark of a slave was an immense disgrace, one that would linger throughout their life, an indelible stain. This was the opportunity Peter sought, yet such dealings must be conducted in secrecy. Once exposed, the Peter Chamber would become the target of the entire noble class, leading to its inevitable downfall and potentially Peter's demise. Consequently, Peter typically targeted isolated nobles, later contacting their families to negotiate a search fee. Once an agreement was reached, the individuals would be returned, allowing both parties to coexist peacefully, as nobles preferred to keep such matters discreet. Though perilous, these transactions were exceedingly profitable. Each successful deal could equate to several months of the chamber's profits. Given the wealth of the nobility, Peter approached the meeting room, opened the door, and was taken aback by the scene before him. Inside, Kiri and his companions lay sprawled on the floor, blood still trickling from their lips, clearly having been rendered unconscious. However, there were no signs of struggle, indicating that their assailant had acted with remarkable efficiency. Meanwhile, the child, originally perceived as a bargaining chip, sat comfortably on the sofa, sipping tea, appearing to await someone. At that moment, the child turned, glanced at Peter, and smiled, speaking, "You must be Mr. Peter, the president of the Chamber of Commerce. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Sabo, a bounty hunter. Please consider these individuals as a token of my introduction." Peter was initially taken aback but quickly regained his composure. After all, he was a man seasoned by various trials. He approached the sofa opposite Sabo, wearing the ever-present smile of a businessman, and with a tone of admiration remarked, "Mr. Sabo, to achieve the status of a bounty hunter at such a young age, and to possess such prowess, is truly remarkable." Upon hearing Peter's compliments, Sabo did not display any sense of self-satisfaction. Instead, he calmly stated, "Chairman Peter, I have come to discuss a business transaction with you." "A transaction?" Peter's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he smiled and inquired, "Mr. Sabo, you must be aware of the nature of my business. I wonder if the transaction you propose can pique my interest?" Upon hearing this, Sabo chuckled and replied, "Of course I am aware. I believe this transaction will pique Chairman Peter's interest." Peter smiled and responded, "In that case, do share with me. I hope you won't let me down." Sabo nodded and said, "Indeed, the other day, I apprehended a group of pirates known as the Shatterbones Pirates, led by Captain Shatterbones David, with a bounty of 5 million. There are 92 crew members. Initially, I intended to turn them over to the Navy for a reward. But upon reflection, I believe it would be more advantageous to negotiate with you. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Peter's face instantly registered shock. Judging by Sabo's demeanor, It was evident that he must be a solitary bounty hunter, otherwise he would not have confronted such a formidable group alone. To single-handedly annihilate a crew with a 5 million bounty speaks volumes of his prowess, placing him among the elite bounty hunters of the East Sea. This proposal greatly intrigued Peter, particularly given the value of a pirate captain with such a substantial bounty. With a smile, Peter replied, "Indeed, this presents an exceptional opportunity. However, might you take me to see them? This way, I can ascertain a fair price." Sabo nodded and then led Peter and a group of his subordinates to the location where the pirate ship was docked, as if to inspect the goods on site. Upon arriving on the pirate vessel and witnessing the strewn bodies of the pirates, Peter and his men were left in utter astonishment. Sabo touched his nose and remarked, "I had them consume a bit of a sedative beforehand to avoid any complications." In truth, these pirates had been lulled into slumber by Godaduk, ensuring that Sabo's absence would not incite any ill intentions among them. Upon hearing this, Peter nodded in agreement and commenced the process of verifying the goods. Before long, the results emerged. They categorized the pirates into 4 tiers, A, B, C, and D, based on their physiques, with the captain or those possessing special skills or bounties being assessed separately. Peter presented the form handed to him by his subordinate and addressed Sabo, saying, "Well, it appears that the captain is valued at 8 million. An A-tier slave at 3 million, 12 B-tier slaves at a total of 12 million, 53 C-tier slaves at 26,500,000, and 26 D-tier slaves at 520,000. In total, that amounts to 55 million berry. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Sabo nodded in satisfaction. The sale of the pirate ship fetched a remarkable 55 million berries, a far more lucrative outcome than collecting a bounty from the Marines. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he amassed a fortune of 1 billion berries. When Sabo first encountered the bounty task, he found it rather peculiar. The requirement was not a mere bounty of 1 billion, but rather an acquisition of 1 billion berries, unrestricted by means. If the objective were to capture pirates for their bounties, he would undoubtedly fail to fulfill the task. To expedite the completion of his mission and to curtail the misdeeds of these individuals, Sabo resolutely decided to sell them all to slave traders. This approach not only guaranteed a substantial profit but also ensured that they would no longer pose a threat, thus achieving a perfect resolution. Once in the hands of the slave traders, these pirates would inevitably be subdued, left with no choice but to accept their fate as slaves unless they chose to take their own lives or were rescued, thereby eliminating any possibility of their return to villainy. At that moment, Peter glanced at the pirate ship and inquired, "By the way, Mr. Sabo, are you selling this pirate ship? I can offer 30 million berries. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Sabo hesitated and replied, "Chairman Peter, I apologize, but this pirate ship cannot be sold at the moment. After all, I need a vessel for my own maritime journeys." Peter, upon hearing this, chuckled and said, "Ah, I see. However, I do have a suggestion. This pirate ship requires a crew for its operation and is not suited for solitary navigation. I possess a well-equipped medium-sized yacht. If you are interested, I could offer it to you for 20 million berries. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Sabo became quite intrigued. "That sounds rather splendid. It's a deal." Before long, Peter's subordinates arrived with the money and the yacht, totaling 65 million Bailey, in addition to a medium-sized sailing yacht. Sabo had certainly reaped a bountiful reward. However, when these pirates were roused from their slumber, they discovered themselves shackled in handcuffs, which incited an immediate uproar, with some pirates questioning Sabo. Sabo's response was, "I didn't hand you over to the Navy." The pirates were momentarily speechless, their imaginations conjuring visions of a bleak future, filled with regret for their choice to embrace a life of piracy. Alas, there exists no remedy for remorse in this world. Peter, observing his subordinates escorting these pirates to the trade meeting, could not suppress a smile. This venture promised considerable profit. With a single transaction, he stood to gain at least half, which explained his decision to engage in the slave trade. In Peter's eyes, Sabo had transformed into a wealthy benefactor, a young individual wielding such formidable strength. He pondered, what might Sabo achieve in a year or two? Could he potentially possess the capability to capture notorious pirates with bounties in the millions? Though merely a fleeting thought, once it took root, it lingered in his mind like an indelible mark. Chapter 14. The continuation of trade. With this notion in mind, Peter was determined not to overlook Sabo, this promising asset. The instinct to pursue profit is inherent in a merchant, and thus, he produced a snail phone, declaring, "Mr. Sabo, this is my contact snail. Should further opportunities arise for such transactions in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I assure you, I will offer a price that will satisfy you." Upon hearing this, Sabot took the phone and spoke. Certainly, what we just completed was merely the initial transaction. Now we can discuss the subsequent deal. Upon hearing this, Peter's face instantly brightened with a smile as he expressed his intrigue. Oh, there is indeed a second transaction? This comes as a delightful surprise. I wonder what this next deal entails? Sabo chuckled and said, as for the second transaction, it goes like this. The Peter Trading Company has business dealings throughout the East Sea. You will be responsible for gathering intelligence on those pirate crews, while I will take charge of capturing them, subsequently selling them to you. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Peter's pupils constricted, as he instinctively grasped the potential profits involved. However, he also understood that if this arrangement were to be exposed, the Peter Trading Company would likely become a target for all pirates. Weighing the advantages and disadvantages, Peter pondered for a moment before responding, Mr. Sabo. It seems that the benefits of this transaction primarily accrue to you. We would be expending our manpower and resources to gather intelligence on your behalf, all the while risking becoming targets for the pirates ourselves. This hardly seems worthwhile. Upon hearing this, Sabo revealed a faint smile, finally witnessing the true nature of a merchant. Although he was evidently intrigued, the man insisted on haggling. Thus, Sabo inquired, "Oh, is that so? What does Chairman Peter propose we do?" Peter, upon hearing this, chuckled and responded, "How about this? We will assist you in gathering intelligence on the pirate crew, and you sell us the captured pirates at a price 30% below the market rate. What do you think?" Inwardly, Sabo cursed the cunning merchant, realizing that he had been immediately deprived of a substantial portion of his profits. It was indeed a nefarious tactic. However, he refrained from displaying anger and instead replied with a smile, "Chairman Peter, I fear that may not be feasible. I am risking my life in this endeavor, and to lose 30% at once would be quite a significant loss. If that is the case, I shall forego this second transaction and seek other trading companies. I am certain there are those who would be willing." With that, Sabo turned to leave, intending to take Go-to-Duck with him, showing no sign of hesitation. As he walked further away, approaching the ship, it became apparent that he was not employing a feigned retreat. Unable to contain himself any longer, Peter called out to Sabo, "Mr. Sabo, please wait a moment. I agree to the second transaction. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Sabo turned around with a smile. "Then I extend my gratitude to Chairman Peter, and may our collaboration be a delightful one." Peter, upon hearing this, let out a slight sigh, surprised that a mere child could possess such acumen in business and such formidable prowess, truly a prodigy. However, the thought of acquiring a multitude of pirate slaves, including those of captain rank, ignited a fervent enthusiasm within him. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something and spoke up. "By the way, speaking of gathering intelligence on pirate crews, I happen to have a lead that is readily available, and they are currently on the island. I wonder if you might be interested?" Upon hearing this, Sabo chuckled and inquired, "Of course, which pirate crew are we discussing? How many members do they have, and are there any bountied criminals among them?" Peter replied, "The crew in question is the Razorblade Pirates, led by Captain Bloodsword Clark, a master of the one-sword style. His bounty stands at 8 million. The first mate, Iron Hammer Arnold, wields a meteor hammer and has a bounty of 3 million. They boast a crew of 137 members and are currently docked at the pier on the eastern side of the island." Upon hearing this, Sabo's face broke into a faint smile. It appears that President Peter is rather well informed. Could it be that you are acquainted with them?" Peter, upon hearing Sabo's words, slightly altered his expression and then candidly replied, "I wouldn't say we are acquainted. However, the Blade Pirates have collaborated with another trading company and have hijacked my merchant ships on 2 occasions. If you, Mr. Sabo, could assist me in resolving this matter, I would be willing to offer an additional 20 million berries as a token of my gratitude. How does that sound?" Sabo nodded affirmatively. "Very well. It's a deal. We shall meet again shortly." With that, Sabo boarded the newly acquired yacht alongside Golduck, setting sail away from the coast towards the eastern shore of the island. On the shore, Peter watched the departing yacht, murmuring to himself, "I hope you do not disappoint me." At the eastern coast, several vessels were docked at the pier, among which one stood out as the largest, a pirate ship, its flag displaying a skull with a sword piercing through it, billowing in the wind. A raucous assembly of pirates aboard the ship indulged in drink and feasting, their laughter and raucous banter mingling with the shouts of gambling, creating a scene quite unsightly. On the deck, a lavishly set dining table displayed an array of sumptuous dishes. A stern middle-aged man and a burly figure wielding a meteor hammer were savoring the culinary delights. However, if one were to speak of savoring, only the middle-aged man could be credited with such finesse. The robust man was devouring his meal with a ravenous appetite, his mouth smeared with remnants of meat. These two were none other than the captain and vice-captain of the Blade Pirates. The middle-aged man, bearing a sword at his waist, was Captain Hundred Cuts Clark, while the robust figure was Vice-Captain Hammer Arnold. As Arnold gnawed on a meat skewer, he chuckled, "Captain, that rotund fellow Peter is hardly remarkable. We've pillaged him twice, and he hasn't uttered a word of protest. This talk of vengeance seems rather exaggerated to me." Clark, sipping his red tea, replied in a measured tone, "Arnold, do not underestimate this cunning fox, Peter. The reason he has not yet retaliated is that he has yet to find the right allies. Once he does, he will strike without hesitation. We must remain vigilant." Arnold, dismissive of Clark's caution, interjected, "When shall we act against the shipment from Peter's trading company as per President Yi's orders?" Clark responded coldly, "Does he truly see us as his subordinates? Humph. Moreover, the price he offered is quite unsatisfactory. I shall need to negotiate further with him. Until then, we shall remain idle." Arnold nodded in agreement. "Understood, Captain. I shall heed your counsel." At that moment, a pirate dashed over, exclaiming, "Captain, Vice-Captain, a yacht is approaching us, bearing the insignia of Peter's company." Clark rose to observe, a flicker of concern crossing his face. "Peter is well aware of our ship's location. He would not come here voluntarily." The yacht gradually came to a halt alongside their pirate vessel, and then a peculiar creature and a person leaped aboard, proclaiming, "This is a robbery." Males to the left. Females? None? Then the ladyboys to the right. "Hurry up. I have matters to attend to." After a moment of stunned silence, "Ha! What is this little brat babbling about? Has he lost his mind? Coming aboard a pirate ship to rob us? Ha! Clark, however, did not share in the laughter. Instead, he inquired, "Who are you, boy?" Upon hearing this, Sabo spoke up, "I am Sabo, a bounty hunter. Congratulations. You have fallen prey to my ambush. From this moment onward, you are my captives. Of course, you may choose to resist, but the consequences may not be favorable." Chapter 15, The Art of Iato. Arnold, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. Ha! "Captain, this little brat claims to be a bounty hunter. How can there be such a diminutive bounty hunter? What do you have by your side? A blue platypus?" At this moment, Clark raised a hand, and all the pirates ceased their laughter, indicating his considerable authority among them. Clark glanced at the yacht that Sabo had arrived on and inquired, "Were you summoned by Peter?" Upon hearing this, Sabo couldn't help but furrow his brow. How did you come to know that?" Arnold, pointing at the yacht, chuckled and said, "Little brat, the yacht you are piloting bears the emblem of the Peter Chamber of Commerce." Upon hearing this, Sabo turned to glance, and indeed, on the wall of the driver's cabin, there was the emblem of the Peter Chamber of Commerce. It seemed that the truth could no longer be concealed. Thus, he decided to let it go and address it another time. Sabo spoke up, "Chairman Peter has offered a fair price for your acquisition, and thus I have consented. Now it is time for you to make a choice. Will you surrender without resistance, or will you fight to the bitter end?" Sabo's words ignited a fury among all the pirates, who eagerly brandished their weapons, their anticipation palpable. It seemed that with just a command from Clark, they would surge forth, ready to rend Sabo into shreds. Upon witnessing this, Sabo remarked nonchalantly, "Although I have ample time, I truly lack the inclination to linger with you all any longer. Go to duck, hypnosis." As soon as Sabo's voice fell, the duck of God stepped forward, its eyes radiating a soft blue light that instantly captivated the attention of all the pirates. Clark, upon casting a glance, felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. As a swordsman, he quickly became alert, averting his gaze and warning his subordinates, "Do not look into the eyes of that duck." Unfortunately, it was too late. One by one, the pirates succumbed, collapsing onto the deck in a deep slumber. Even Arnold, with his robust physique, fell heavily onto the deck. Upon witnessing this, Sabo couldn't help but admire Clark's vigilance as a swordsman. Although he was already in his middle age, he emanated a sharp aura, and with a bounty of 8 million. It was evident that his Iato technique was formidable. Since he had not succumbed, it was inevitable that some effort would be required. Clark cast a glance at Godado, then turned to Sabo and remarked, "I never anticipated that you possessed such an extraordinary pet. Its hypnotic abilities are so refined that even I nearly fell victim to them." Sabo smiled and corrected himself, saying, "This is Koza, my companion, not a mere pet. Initially, I thought this could be resolved without much effort. But it seems that direct action is now unavoidable. Since we cannot fully engage here, let us descend and fight below. If you emerge victorious, I shall relinquish this mission. What do you say?" Clark glanced back at the overturned pirate ship and nodded in agreement. "Very well, it is a pact." In reality, he had little choice. He must take the plunge. The consequences of defeat were all too clear to him, for he had experienced such outcomes before. The two descended to the shore. Clark unsheathed his sword with his left hand, gripping the hilt firmly with his right, yet he did not draw it fully. This was the Aido style of swordsmanship, a technique for swiftly drawing and striking down an adversary. Though the blade was partially unsheathed, his aura sharpened, exuding a palpable intent to kill. Facing a swordsman skilled in Aido, Sabo did not dare to underestimate the situation. He swiftly drew his technological firearm, which featured a blade, thus serving double duty as a short weapon. It would be imprudent to confront a swordsman unarmed. After centering his focus, Clark sprang into action, swiftly advancing towards Sabo while silently reciting, one sword style, Aido. Water break. In an instant, as he closed the distance, Clark drew his sword, the blade seemingly materializing with finesse, executing a powerful upward slash that possessed the might of cleaving water. Clang. A crisp sound resonated as metal met metal. Clark narrowed his gaze, realizing that his blade had been intercepted by Sabo's weapon, a curious hybrid that was neither a dagger nor a firearm. Unperturbed by the failed strike, Clark remained composed. If one could vanquish an enemy with a single blow, then Peter's judgment would indeed be severely flawed. With a decisive motion, Clark raised his arm, bringing his sword down with renewed vigor. Upon witnessing this, Sabo deftly shifted his foot, slightly retreating to evade the blade, then exerted force beneath him, propelling himself towards Clark, his technological firearm slicing through the air towards him. Clark, quick to react, horizontally positioned his knife to parry Sabo's weapon. However, the immense force still compelled him to slide back a half-step. As Sabo's initial strike missed its mark, he deftly wielded his technological firearm in an attempt to breach the defenses he observed, yet each assault was effortlessly thwarted by his opponent's blade, posing no threat whatsoever. The sheer strength displayed was astonishing. Clark's pupils dilated in surprise. He had not anticipated that Sabo possessed not only remarkable reflexes and astonishing speed, but also such formidable power. From the series of attacks just executed, it became evident to Clark that Sabo's strength exceeded his own. Speed and power were not Clark's strong suits. The only asset he could rely upon was his mastery of Aiajutsu. Under these circumstances, he resolved to adopt an aggressive strategy, persistently launching attacks. For to remain on the defensive would certainly lead to defeat. As he sensed the mounting force emanating from the blade, Clark made a swift decision, leveraging the momentum to leap backward. In an instant, his sword was sheathed, and upon landing, he immediately assumed a poised stance, ready to draw his blade once more. Upon witnessing this, Saber did not act recklessly. The art of drawing the sword emphasizes the principle of using stillness to counteract movement. The moment of drawing the blade is the most perilous. He could only bide his time patiently. Sabo remained still, as did Clark, both seemingly locked in a stalemate. However, Sabo soon sensed an unsettling shift. Clark's aura sharpened, exuding a peculiar essence. Was it the intent of a sword or the pressure of a blade? Although Sabo lacked knowledge of swordsmanship, he recognized the formidable nature of sword intent and blade pressure. To his astonishment, Clark had already grasped the threshold of a sword master. At that moment, Clark coldly remarked, "Have you noticed? Indeed, this is my sword intent. I owe you my gratitude for allowing me the tranquility to gather my strength for so long. Otherwise, I could not have manifested this intent. While it cannot be sustained, it suffices to end you." With a swift motion, Clark unleashed his technique, one sword style, Purgatory 100 slashes. Suddenly, he propelled himself towards Sabo, his blade transforming into a blur as it struck with ferocity. Clang, clang, clang. Each resounding clash echoed like a passionate symphony, composing a melody of lethal intent. Amidst the tempest of slashing blades, Sabo was compelled to parry Clark's strikes with his technological firearm. While deflecting the blades proved manageable, the threads of sword energy posed a significant challenge. Though Clark had merely grazed the threshold of sword mastery and could not yet wield his sword intent with finesse, even the unintentional release of sword energy was a formidable nuisance. With a grunt, Sabo noticed the crimson droplets spilling from the wound on his arm, a result of the sword energy's caress. His brow furrowed. Already, he bore over a dozen wounds, none grievous, but if this continued, defeat was inevitable. Chapter 16. Departure. Within the flurry of blades, Sabo sought the flaw in Clark's technique. Despite Clark practicing the Aido style, his current onslaught transcended its principles. The Purgatory 100 slashes, it seemed, only the initial strike adhered to the Aido form. The subsequent attacks were mere reactions, each diminishing in force. Recognizing this, Sabo discerned a vulnerability. There. In an instant, his eyes sparkled with realization. He had finally identified the flaw within Clark's assault. Without hesitation, he launched his counterattack. The technological firearm emitted a beam of blue light, piercing through the seemingly impenetrable veil of Clark's blade. The explosion erupted violently, sending Clark tumbling to the ground, where he rolled before falling silent, his sword slipping from his grasp. Upon witnessing this, Sabo finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, gazing at the numerous intersecting wounds adorning his body, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Although he emerged victorious in this battle, the victory was precariously fortunate. Had it not been for Clark's ascension into the realm of swordsmanship, he might have been defeated long ago. Sabo also realized that although he continuously explored his physical potential through rigorous training, enhancing his strength, speed, physical endurance, and reflexes, he lacked a genuine method of attack. Despite possessing some martial skills, which he might euphemistically describe as being spontaneous, in truth, they were utterly haphazard, devoid of any effective techniques. When faced with a more formidable opponent, his vulnerabilities would be glaringly exposed. It appeared that, in addition to unlocking his physical potential, training in martial arts must also ascend the agenda. Half an hour later, Sabo's wounds had entirely healed. He returned to the yacht to change into fresh attire and then retrieved the communication device Peter had given him to call him. In the top-floor office of the Peter Trading Company, Peter stared blankly at the communication device resting on his desk. Suddenly, it rang. BRBRR. As he picked up the receiver, the device announced, "Mr. Peter, it's all settled. You may come over now." With that, the line went dead. Peter was momentarily taken aback. It had been less than an hour, and the matter was resolved so swiftly. Could it be a ruse? He promptly summoned one of the subordinates to investigate. Before long, the subordinate returned with startling news. On the deck of the pirate ship, all the pirates had been bound. Yet peculiarly, they remained in a deep slumber. Some had stirred during the binding, causing a ruckus by either cursing Sabo or pleading with him, which irritated Sabo to the point that he instructed Duck to put them back to sleep with hypnosis. Before long, the rotund Peter arrived with a group of subordinates. Upon boarding, he was met with the astonishing sight of a cluster of slumbering pirates and the unconscious Clark. Peter, upon seeing the unscathed Sabo, remarked with a smile, "Mr. Sabo, I had no idea your strength was so formidable. You managed to subdue this crew in less than an hour, truly impressive. Now, I shall have them tally the spoils." Shortly thereafter, the results were in. Peter reviewed the statistics and announced, "Mr. Sabo, Captain Clark has 13 million, First Mate Arnold has 7 million. And the rest of the pirates total 65 million. This ship is valued at 40 million, plus an additional 20 million as my gratitude. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Sabo chuckled and remarked, "The price is quite reasonable. Logically, I have no grounds to refuse. However, there is one individual you have miscalculated." At this, Peter furrowed his brow, suspecting that Sabo was about to raise the price, and he felt a surge of displeasure. "Who is that?" he inquired. Sabo paid no heed to Peter's tone and spoke directly, "Captain Clark. Do you truly believe that a captain who has already set one foot in the realm of swordmasters is worth merely 13 million? What?" Peter exclaimed in astonishment. "Mr. Sabo, are you suggesting that Clark has already begun to grasp the essence of swordsmanship?" Sabo nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, although I have yet to master it fully. I have certainly comprehended the essence of the sword. There is a sword's aura intertwined within the blade's might. Had it not been for my considerable strength, the outcome would have been uncertain." The notion of a slave with 1.5 feet in the realm of swordsmanship brought Peter immense joy, prompting him to declare, "Very well, I shall offer 50 million berries for this Clark." Peter harbored no concerns regarding Sabo's honesty. He had his means to verify such matters. Sabo had no reason to jeopardize their transaction over a trifling sum. Soon, the sum of 182 million berries found its way into Sabo's possession, and Peter, exhilarated, departed with the subordinates and the newly acquired slave. Seated among the crew, Sabo began to tally the spoils from this expedition to Leia Island. He had annihilated 2 pirate crews, selling them to Peter's guild for a sum of 247 million berries, in addition to acquiring a medium-sized yacht. Furthermore, the treasures obtained from the Bone Crusher pirates were valued at approximately 3 million, while the spoils from the Blade pirates were even greater, exceeding 132 million berries, along with treasures worth around 30 million. By this venture, he had already accomplished more than a third of the billion berries bounty task. Clearly, human trafficking proved far more lucrative than bounty hunting. Sabo marveled at his own cleverness. Although somewhat inhumane, such was the fate of these heinous pirates. Had they been like Luffy, he would have found it impossible to act. Regardless, what was done, and Sabo had no reservations. The world of the Pirate King was perilously treacherous. At present, he could scarcely ensure his own survival, let alone concern himself with the fates of others. His sole focus was on completing his mission and reaping the rewards. After all, in a few months, a trial of life and death awaited him. Following an assault on the celestial dragons, he would likely find himself pursued by the Navy, and whether he would emerge alive remained uncertain. Thus, he could not afford to ponder other matters. With the onset of vengeance, he intended to grow stronger, pursuing every mission with vigor. Although the nature of the rewards was unknown, the possibility of encountering something remarkable existed, and Sabo was determined to seize that chance. After procuring food, clothing, and daily necessities from Leia Island, he invested 10 million berries to make minor modifications and reinforcements to the Yinhua, the yacht's name, before departing Leia Island with his companion, Duck. His dealings with Peter were ongoing, as gathering intelligence on pirates required time. Sabo informed Peter of his sailing route, and Peter would gather information on the pirate crews along the way. Sabo would then take action, dispatching his men to collect the necessary intelligence. Naturally, Sabo's route was directed toward the celestial dragons. Though still distant from them, he aimed to close the gap, training while fulfilling bounty tasks, all the while biding his time for the opportunity to strike. Chapter 17. Training. Sabo chose to embark on his offensive in the final month. The longer he delayed, the more advantageous it would be for him, as he needed to utilize this period to strengthen himself continually. Currently, Sabo lacked the time to learn systematic martial arts, and creating his own techniques felt somewhat rushed. All he could do was enhance the various physical capabilities of his body to lay a solid foundation for the future. Moreover, Sabo did not abandon his training in chakra. As his physical strength increased, he found himself able to refine greater quantities of chakra daily, even venturing into the learning of the Rasengan. Though his chakra reserves were limited, he was fortunate to have achieved a precise level of control, allowing him to continuously refine chakra. Once depleted, he could begin the process anew. Through this cycle, mastering the Rasengan became increasingly feasible. The first step in learning the Rasengan involved gathering chakra in the palm of his hand, a task Sabo accomplished swiftly. The second step, a continuation of the first, required him to stabilize and consistently release chakra. For practice, he utilized water balloons, aiming to create erratic movements within them until they burst. Thus, he completed the second step. This proved manageable for Sabo, though the limited chakra necessitated frequent refinement, extending the time required. Nevertheless, he accomplished this within 2 days. The third step mirrored the previous practice, substituting the water balloons with rubber balls. However, the difficulty escalated exponentially, as the resilience of the rubber ball was 100-fold that of the water balloon. After completing this phase, the Rasengan could inflict damage, albeit only superficial, insufficient to pierce through trees, yet adequate for dealing with ordinary pirates. This stage consumed nearly 10 days of Sabo's time, but upon completion, he felt his chakra control had ascended to a new level. Finally, he aimed to condense and release chakra, gathering high-density chakra in his hand, maintaining its release, and solidifying it into a small whirlwind. This stage proved the most challenging, and Sabo's current chakra reserves were insufficient for its execution, necessitating further increase in his chakra before he could complete it. Fortunately, time was on his side, and there was no rush. One delightful development was that Duck also exhibited a desire to train, thanks to an encounter with a Sea King. During their voyage, Sabo encountered a diminutive Sea King, and it was evident that he could not overpower it. However, driven by a competitive spirit, Duck nonetheless initiated an attack. The outcome was predictable. The Sea King's colossal size was intimidating enough to deter any serious confrontation. Despite Duck employing every tactic at its disposal, it failed to inflict any substantial damage. Ultimately, both Sabo and Duck had to retreat in disarray, fortunate that the Sea King did not pursue them. Otherwise, even if they managed to escape, their yacht would likely have been irreparably damaged. Following this encounter, Duck began to train alongside Sabo. As a water-type Pokemon with a secondary psychic attribute, Duck's training regimen was meticulously crafted by Sabo. Currently, Duck possessed only 2 water-type moves, Hydro Pump and Surf. To enhance its skills, Sabo instructed Duck to practice underwater, where the resistance of the seawater significantly diminished the power of its abilities. Nevertheless, consistent training would aid in amplifying both the potency and control of its techniques. In contrast, Duck had access to a wider array of psychic moves, including telekinesis, confusion, rest, hypnosis, light screen, and illusion. Each of these abilities was intrinsically tied to Duck's mental fortitude, prompting Sabo to design a training program aimed at continually pushing the limits of Duck's psychic strength. Sabo demanded that Psyduck constantly exert telekinetic pressure on both himself and Psyduck until exhaustion set in, or alternatively, propel the yacht forward through telekinesis, persistently challenging their limits to unearth hidden potential. Beyond this, there was the destructive move known as the Death Ray, a typical technique of the ordinary type. Sabo was uncertain how to enhance its potency, yet he recognized that the stamina of Pokémon significantly impacts their combat capabilities, making physical training indispensable for both him and Psyduck. Furthermore, Sabo had his own considerations, while Psyduck's abilities were currently quite useful. They might prove inadequate upon entering the Grand Line or the New World. To keep pace with Sabo and augment the power of his techniques, rigorous physical training was essential, along with the pursuit of haki if possible. Among pirates, even animals could learn haki. For instance, a sea cow in Alabasta had mastered Busashoka haki, leaving many in awe. Thus, it was theoretically feasible for Psyduck to learn haki as well, although the practicality of this remained to be seen, especially since Sabo himself had yet to master haki. What Sabo truly needed at this juncture was a mentor, yet alas, the system had assigned him to a pirate faction, preventing him from joining Dragon in the Revolutionary Army. The past is best left unexamined. For now, Sabo could only challenge his physical limits daily, unleash hidden potential, enhance his chakra levels, and learn the Rasengan. As long as his physical strength improved, he could still exhibit considerable combat prowess, even without mastering advanced martial arts techniques. However, Sabo was not one to rest on his laurels. He was aware of his inadequacies in martial arts and sought ways to improve. In a moment of inspiration, he recalled a passage from Sun Tzu's Art of War: swift as the wind, slow as the forest, invading like fire, immovable like a mountain, inscrutable like shadows, and moving like thunder. Although this wisdom primarily pertains to military strategy, integrating these principles into martial arts techniques was not out of the question. With newfound inspiration, Sabo promptly put his ideas into practice, merging the 6 principles of military strategy with martial arts techniques to create a unique style he named Six Harmonies Martial Way. Swift as the wind implies that one must move with the agility of a breeze, striking with the same speed. Slow as the forest advises against arrogance or haste in battle. If one has not identified an enemy's weakness, attacks must be deliberate and calculated. Invading like fire signifies that upon spotting a flaw, one should attack fiercely, akin to an uncontrollable blaze, leaving the opponent no chance to recover. Immovable like a mountain denotes that one's defense should be as steadfast as a mountain, unshaken by any external factors. Inscrutable like shadow suggests that everyone has habitual tendencies. In combat, an opponent may predict your next move based on your habits, expressions, and muscle movements. However, if one can conceal these cues, the enemy will be utterly perplexed. Moving like thunder means that upon identifying a fatal flaw, one should strike with the ferocity of thunder, aiming for a decisive blow that leaves no room for retaliation. Chapter 18. Mission accomplished. The Six Harmonies Martial Way, while not strictly a martial arts technique, resembles profound martial philosophy. Nevertheless, its significance lies in its potential integration into his martial arts practice, which could yield remarkable results. Among the 6 principles, inscrutable like shadows posed the greatest challenge. Existing solely within Sabo's theoretical framework, its practical application remained uncertain. After all, this world is inhabited by those with Kinbunchika haki, enhancing their sensory perception to detect the essence of nearby beings. As long as one is alive, their body emits unique sounds, which can be interpreted to predict the opponent's next move and position. With rigorous training, the range of this ability can expand, and at its peak, one might even foresee the future. In Sabo's theory, inscrutable like shadows serves as the nemesis of Kinbunchika haki. If one could mask all distinctive sounds and movements, then the capabilities of Kinbunchika haki would falter, effectively sealing the opponent's perception in battle. Of course, this remains a theoretical concept, requiring practical validation. However, the prerequisite is that Sabo must first learn inscrutable like shadows within the Six Harmonies Martial Way, to swiftly incorporate this philosophy into his martial arts. Mere practice would not suffice. He needed to engage in continual real-world combat to internalize the essence of the Six Harmonies, thereby significantly elevating his martial arts proficiency. As Sabo toiled day and night, continually pushing his limits, it could be said he grew stronger with each passing day. However, the East Blue, being the weakest of the seas, offered fewer pirates capable of challenging him. To expedite the integration of the Six Harmonies into his martial arts, Sabo refrained from letting Psyduck engage, opting instead to single-handedly confront entire pirate crews, thus honing his martial skills. Initially, he had employed Psyduck against the pirate minions partly out of convenience and partly to allow Psyduck to gain experience. However, It seemed that defeating these lackeys no longer fulfilled Psyduck's growth requirements, making Sabo's personal training the more prudent choice. Everything was for survival. On the shores of a small island, a pirate ship and a yacht were docked, sounds of battle emanating from the pirate vessel. Before long, tranquility returned, revealing the defeated pirates sprawled across the deck, with only a boy and a peculiar creature standing, none other than Sabo and Psyduck. Sabo gazed at the fallen pirates strewn across the ground and could not help but exclaim with exasperation, "How utterly disappointing. They are supposed to be notorious pirates with a bounty of 20 million, yet they prove to be utterly ineffectual. It is astonishing how easily they succumb to defeat. Very well, this shall be the last time. It is time to attend to more pressing matters." Sabo retrieved a telephone bug from his pocket and, upon connecting it, spoke. "All right, it's done. You may send someone to receive it." As he gazed at the lingering glow of the setting sun, Sabo felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It had been 4 months since he had traversed into this realm. Throughout these 4 months, he had scarcely experienced a single day of tranquility, and the root cause of his turmoil was none other than this cursed system. Had it not been for that colossal revenge mission, perhaps he could have enjoyed a more leisurely existence, devoid of the relentless exertion he now endured. Yet, it was precisely due to the immense pressure of the revenge task that Sabo was able to persistently cultivate his skills, resulting in a rapid enhancement of his abilities, a small blessing amidst the great calamity. A few days later, a fleet bearing the insignia of the Peter Chamber of Commerce arrived at the small island. Sabo was taken aback to see that it was none other than Peter himself. "President Peter, what brings you here in person?" he inquired. Peter chuckled and replied, I happen to have some matters to attend to in the vicinity. So I took a detour." "Mr. Sabo, your efficiency is truly remarkable. Just a few days ago, I provided you with the materials, and I did not expect you to have resolved everything so swiftly. Here's the sum of 16 million. Please accept it." Sabo accepted the suitcase handed to him by Peter and remarked, "Chairman Peter, our transaction must be suspended for a time. I need to find a quiet place to cultivate and will not have the opportunity to pursue pirates." Peter, upon hearing this, paid little heed and readily agreed. Little did he know, this would be the last transaction and the final meeting between him and Sabo. After Peter's trading fleet departed, Sabo returned to the cabin of his yacht, gazing at the stack of several suitcases, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his face. This was the fruit of 3 months of labor, amounting to a staggering 1.5 billion berries, not including various treasures. However, it was not the riches that truly delighted Sabo, but the prospect of submitting his task. Upon reaching 1 billion berries, Sabo had anticipated a notification confirming the completion of the task, but to his surprise, he found that manual submission was required, which aroused his suspicion. He perceived the random system as rather dubious, akin to the task concerning the pirate crew, which could have been swiftly completed yet offered rewards equivalent to the bounty task of 1 billion berries, with an absurdly long deadline of 3 years. This peculiar situation led Sabo to suspect that these tasks were not as straightforward as they seemed. Considering that the rewards for revenge tasks were determined by the degree of vengeance achieved, he wondered if the same applied here. Thus, he decided to wait, after all. If he guessed wrong, there would be no loss, but if he were correct, he could reap substantial rewards. Now, having exceeded half of the bounty task's requirements while remaining within half of the allotted time, it was time to submit the task and validate his hypothesis. Upon submission, the system's mechanical voice resonated again. 2-star task bounty hunter completed. Congratulations, host, you have received. No further prompts followed. Had he guessed incorrectly? Congratulations, host. You have received 3 vials of perfect-grade super soldier serum and 1 lottery chance. Huh? Sabo let out a soft snort. The random reward had yielded 3 vials of super soldier serum, and of perfect grade no less, which was utterly astonishing. The super soldier serum, featured in the American film Captain America, transformed Steve Rogers into a superhero capable of unlocking human potential and achieving a state of perfection. Intelligence, strength, agility, sharpness, and physique would all see significant enhancement, pushing the limits of human capability. However, in the world of One Piece, this serum held little value, as many had already surpassed such limits. Injecting the serum likely would not confer great strength, and in the film, the serum required additional apparatus for administration. Where would Sabo procure such equipment? Yet, this was not what concerned Sabo. What intrigued him was that despite the reward being listed as 1 random item, he had received 3 vials of perfect-grade super soldier serum, indicating that his hypothesis might indeed be correct. As he held the 3 vials of perfect-grade super soldier serum, a smile crept across Sabo's face. This reward seemed rather promising. Super Soldier Serum. Perfect grade, capable of significantly unlocking human potential, achieving a perfect state. Method of use. Direct injection. Chapter 19. The Lottery. Direct injection? Sabo nodded in satisfaction. The introduction and usage conditions were indeed quite straightforward. However, would this contraption truly be effective for him, considering he had surpassed the limitations of an ordinary human physique? Perhaps he should give it a try. It was akin to encountering Pandora's box. Once the desire to open it emerged, it became irrepressible. Yet, for the sake of caution, should he not first seek someone to experiment with? After all, there were 3 vials of Super Soldier Serum available. Who should he choose? Sabo cast a fleeting glance at the resting Psyduck, an idea surging through his mind. However, upon reflection, he realized that the serum was ostensibly designed for human use. Although Psyduck possessed a semblance of humanity, it was ultimately a Pokémon, and the repercussions of administering the serum on it were wholly unpredictable. Reluctantly, Sabo abandoned the notion of using Psyduck as a test subject, for the creature harbored considerable potential for development, and he would have no recourse should anything go awry. Gazing at the 3 vials of serum in his hand, the azure liquid seemed to exude an irresistible allure. After much contemplation, Sabo succumbed to temptation. He stowed away 2 vials and grasped the remaining one, promptly injecting it into his arm. As the serum gradually coursed through his body, a sense of anticipation filled his heart. Minutes slipped by, yet he felt nothing. In frustration, Sabo unleashed a string of expletives. System. I had thought you might show some mercy this time, but alas, it seems another trap. This so-called perfect Super Soldier Serum is utterly useless. Rising to assess any changes within his body, he concluded with disappointment that his physical capabilities remained unchanged. Indeed, while the Super Soldier Serum was a remarkable boon in the Marvel Universe for ordinary individuals, it held little value in this realm. Though merely a 10-year-old child, Sabo's physical prowess had already surpassed that of most. Thus, the injection of the serum appeared to have no effect on him. However, a momentary realization struck him. Perhaps it was indeed having an effect. He sensed a heightened acuity in his senses, even before the sea breeze reached him. He could perceive its approach, and he could distinctly hear the gentle whispers of the wind. This newfound awareness was nothing short of extraordinary. With this revelation, a smile finally graced Sabo's face. The serum had not been in vain, as it had bestowed upon him some degree of transformation. Perhaps this was merely the beginning of further changes, and he would need to allow time to reveal their full extent. Just as his spirits lifted, a thought crept into Sabo's mind. The serum allegedly enhanced metabolism. Captain America, born during World War II, seemed to have retained his vitality into modernity, likely due to the serum's profound ability to slow aging. Yet, Sabo pondered his own situation. At just 10 years old, he had undergone considerable growth over the past 4 months. Yet he stood at a mere height of around 1.60 meters, not even reaching 1.70 meters. If the serum indeed accelerated metabolism and delayed aging, would it also hinder his development and growth? He certainly did not wish to find himself, a decade hence, still resembling his current self. Sabo suddenly felt a pang of regret for having injected the serum so prematurely. He wished he had waited until he reached at least a height of 1.80 meters or 1.90 meters. That way, even if his growth rate were to slow, the impact would not be as significant. Alas, the fleeting joy he had accumulated from the enhancement of his senses vanished in an instant, leaving him with no choice but to hope that his conjecture was incorrect. With a hint of trepidation, Sabo opened the lottery module, which had previously been shrouded in a gray, inaccessible state. Now, with a singular opportunity to participate in the lottery, he could finally discern what set this so-called lottery system apart from random rewards. Upon opening the module, he beheld a grand wheel adorned with 18 distinct segments, each embellished with a unique design. Regrettably, there were no textual annotations to guide him. He could only rely on his imagination to make sense of it all. Sabo meticulously reviewed the 18 prizes and discovered that each one was quite remarkable. Among those he recognized, every single item was irresistibly enticing. The first was the Nomi, a Logia-type devil fruit that Sabo had seen in the anime. He was aware that Ace had acquired it and gained a reputation for his fiery punches. 2 years after the Paramount War, the Nomi reappeared, and it was consumed by Sabo, suggesting a profound connection between him and the fruit. The second prize was Shikaku, one of the tailed beasts from Naruto, identifiable by its tail composed of numerous sharp needles. This large, sand-covered, tawny creature bore a violet cursed seal tattoo representing the wind deity, making it easily recognizable. Shikaku was skilled in sealing techniques, sand manipulation, wind-style jutsu, and magnetism, marking it as the most defensively robust among the tailed beasts. While acquiring it would be advantageous for Sabo, there was a lingering concern. The system appeared to lack a service for establishing ownership. Unlike Psyduck, which would loyally follow if treated kindly, Shikaku was notoriously ferocious. Should it go berserk, Sabo doubted his ability to subdue it. The third item was the Iron Man Armor 7 Malawian Quatches from the Avengers franchise. This suit boasted superior capabilities compared to its predecessors, equipped with dispersive mini-missiles and enhanced laser weaponry. With a modified propulsion system that could soar beyond the atmosphere, though its combat potential in the world of One Piece was limited. Its flight ability was precisely what Sabo desired, an ideal means of escape after confronting the celestial dragons. The fourth was the Yami Yami no Mi, another Logia-type devil fruit that Sabo recognized from the anime. Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, had remained with the Whitebeard pirates for this very fruit, ultimately leading to the death of Thatch, the captain of the 4th Division, and capturing Ace, after which he gained the power of the Gura Gura no Mi. The Yami Yami no Mi was a unique devil fruit, upon consumption. It did not grant elemental transformation but could devour everything and suppress the abilities of other devil fruit users upon contact. However, it had a significant weakness. It absorbed damage, causing pain to be doubled. The final item was merely Sabo's conjecture, a devil fruit radiating with the brilliance of thunder, likely the Garo Garo no Mi. Besides this, there were 2 additional devil fruits, but Sabo could not identify their types. As for the other items, Sabo could not discern their nature from mere images. Yet he was certain that all these prizes were extraordinary. Even a random selection would yield something worthwhile, far more reliable than typical random rewards. With this in mind, Sabo felt a flicker of anticipation as he embarked on his first lottery draw. Watching the rapidly spinning pointer, he grew increasingly anxious. Truth be told, he desired every item displayed, yet the opportunity was singular, leaving him to rely solely on luck, which naturally filled him with a sense of trepidation. Before long, the pointer's speed began to diminish. As it glided past the Mera Mera no Mi and the Iron Man armor, Sabo's heart raced with excitement. Chapter 20, Destiny? As the pointer slowed further, Sabo's tension escalated. The chance to win such a coveted prize was rare, and he hoped for a grand reward. The 3 natural-type devil fruits that appeared were formidable, and Sabo noted a commonality among them. While he was uncertain about the 2 unknown devil fruits, he recognized that the Mera Mera no Mi, the Yami Yami no Mi, and the likely Garo Garo no Mi had not been consumed by anyone yet. The Mera Mera no Mi was acquired by Ace after he set sail, which occurred at least 7 years prior. The Yami Yami no Mi surfaced only after Ace joined the Whitebeard crew, implying that neither of these fruits had been discovered by anyone yet. Sabo speculated that the final fruit, which he believed to be the Garo Garo no Mi, likely emerged on Skypiea, where Enel proclaimed himself a god. The island was destroyed 6 years before the onset of the main storyline, with approximately 4 years remaining until that point. Sabo pondered whether Enel had obtained the Garo Garo no Mi. He was uncertain, but it was improbable for 2 identical devil fruits to exist simultaneously in the world. Since the Garo Garo no Mi appeared in the lottery, it was likely that Enel had yet to acquire it. Of course, all of this was merely Sabo's conjecture. Who could say if the system would disregard the world's rules and conjure 2 identical devil fruits? Only the system itself possessed that knowledge. At this moment, Sabo could scarcely afford to ponder the matter, for the lottery had reached its pivotal juncture. The hands of the clock had begun to move at an agonizingly slow pace, and the opportunity slipped away with every fleeting second. Gradually, as he observed the needle inching toward the position of the elusive crane, Sabo's heart raced with trepidation. The mere thought of winning was almost unfathomable. Just a little further, just a little more. In the depths of his heart, Sabo found himself silently praying, urging the pointer to move just one more space, for the next square contained the fruit he believed to be the Thunderbolt fruit, regardless of its authenticity. It was undoubtedly preferable to drawing a colossal, ticking time bomb. As he watched the pointer glide past a square marked with a guardian crane, excitement surged within him. And he began to fervently hope that this fruit truly was the Thunderbolt fruit. After all, the formidable power of the Thunderbolt fruit was indisputable. The Thunderbolt fruit, one of the most potent natural-type devil fruits, possessed remarkable speed, immense destructive capability, and formidable offensive strength. The electromagnetic waves it generated could significantly enhance the user's observation haki, making it extraordinarily powerful. Ichiro Oda, the creator of One Piece, once remarked that if Enel were to arrive in the Grand Line, he would undoubtedly command a bounty of at least 500 million berries, underscoring the fruit's incredible might. Should Sabo succeed in acquiring this devil fruit, he was confident he could harness its potential to surpass even Enel, greatly enhancing his survival capabilities in the forthcoming quest for vengeance. Just as Sabo envisioned a future where he wielded the Thunderbolt fruit to wreak havoc, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. The lottery has concluded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the martial art Dragon Claw Fist. In an instant, his dreams shattered. Sabo gazed at the lottery wheel, his eyes widening in disbelief as the pointer barely skimmed past the location of the Thunderbolt fruit, ultimately coming to rest on a dark, claw-like symbol. The Dragon Claw Fist. So it was a martial art. What had he presumed it to be? Wait a moment. What was the name of this martial art? Dragon Claw Fist? Sabo's expression abruptly shifted, and to validate his thoughts, he eagerly examined the information regarding the Dragon Claw Fist that had surfaced in his memory. The gloom on his face vanished completely, replaced by a beaming smile. He pondered why this martial technique sounded so familiar. Indeed, the Dragon Claw Fist was the very technique employed by him in the original narrative. With formidable finger strength and grip, it could effortlessly shatter swords, helmets, and other steel objects, and when combined with the power of haki, its might was truly astonishing. Throughout his journey, Sabo had lacked powerful techniques. Although he had developed the 6 harmonies martial arts, it required time for continuous refinement and adaptation. Even upon its completion, it would merely endow him with formidable physical prowess. In this world, every genuine apex warrior possessed their own formidable techniques or abilities. Thus, upon glimpsing the devil fruit earlier, Sabo had been so exhilarated. A powerful devil fruit could significantly reduce the time he needed to ascend to greatness. While he felt a tinge of disappointment at not having drawn a devil fruit this time, the acquisition of the Dragon Claw Fist was indeed fortunate. After all, there would always be opportunities to obtain a devil fruit in the future, but the Dragon Claw Fist was something one could encounter but not actively seek. It was, after all, a skill Sabo had learned after joining the Revolutionary Army. Whether it was his own creation or taught by someone else remained uncertain. But for Sabo to create it anew now would be quite challenging, if not impossible. Having drawn it now, Sabo could only marvel at the capriciousness of fate. Was it mere luck, or the inevitability of destiny? Who could truly say? As he perused the entire training regimen of the Dragon Claw Fist, the smile on his face widened. This technique encompassed not only the training methods for both punches and claws but astonishingly included the training for haki as well, a most unexpected delight. Indeed. How could the Dragon Claw Fist be deemed complete without the inclusion of haki? Furthermore, the prize on the lottery wheel was a jet black claw, emblematic of the Dragon Claw Fist post-haki hardening. With such a reward in hand, Sabo felt thoroughly satisfied. And even the regret of not drawing the Thunder Fruit faded into oblivion. As soon as the lottery concluded, Sabo noticed the patterns within the 18 segments of the wheel shift, akin to a screen refreshing. Just as he attempted to view it again, the lottery module closed abruptly. Sabo was rendered speechless. The system was indeed exceedingly parsimonious, not even permitting a glimpse. The refreshed lottery wheel likely held the prizes for the upcoming draw, though he remained oblivious to the treasures it might conceal. Nevertheless, he resolved to wait until the next lottery to unveil its contents. For knowing in advance would serve only to aggravate his worries, it was better to remain unaware. His focus shifted back to the Dragon Claw Fist. With a detailed training regimen in hand, Sabo was eager to commence his practice. The cultivation of the Dragon Claw Fist was exceptionally rigorous, demanding not only the strengthening of the fingers but also the augmentation of the hand's overall power, transforming them into lethal claws and iron fists capable of shattering anything. This training proved more formidable than all his previous endeavors. After all, the bones and muscles of the hand were finite. No matter how much one forged them, limits existed. Unless the strength of his hand's bones and muscles could be infinitely enhanced, there would inevitably come a day when he would reach his limit. Hence, the armament haki was the most effective support for unleashing the true potential of the Dragon Claw Fist. Armament haki could amplify the fist's power and enhance its hardness, rendering it a pair of claws capable of obliterating all. The stronger the armament haki, the greater the force the Dragon Claw Fist could exhibit. Thus, mastering armament haki became an essential component of training in the Dragon Claw Fist. Chapter 21. Dragon Claw Fist. According to the methods for cultivating armament haki provided by the system, haki was a unique aura residing within the human body, closely linked to one's physical constitution. The stronger the physique, the more potent the cultivated armament haki. The first step in training armament haki was to perceive the existence of this unique aura within oneself. This alone was sufficient to prevent the majority from even approaching the threshold of haki. The second step involved guiding this special aura outward, entwining it around the body or weapon, thereby marginally enhancing attack power and allowing one to grasp the physical form of natural type users. The third step entailed hardening the armament haki, wrapping it around limbs or weapons, and condensing it into a tangible form, significantly boosting attack strength. However, as the area of hardening expanded, the intensity of haki per unit area would diminish. Thus, to maintain consistent strength, one would need to utilize more haki. Consequently, the fourth step of haki cultivation involved the continuous enhancement of both the quantity and intensity of armament haki. One could assert that every pinnacle warrior in the world possessed immensely powerful armament haki. The four-step cultivation method of armament haki was elaborately detailed within the context of the Dragon Claw Fist, and Sabo brimmed with anticipation. His immediate goal was to sense the presence of armament haki, a task he found far from daunting. Sabo's current essence is a harmonious fusion of two souls, rendering him far more powerful than before. This formidable spirit naturally enhances his senses, making them exceedingly acute. Following the injection of the super soldier serum, his sensory perception ascended to an even higher plane. After calming himself, Sabo began to experiment with perceiving the presence of haki. Though he recognized this endeavor as merely an attempt, he understood that the mastery of haki is intricately linked to one's physical prowess. Despite the remarkable enhancement of his physique over the past 4 months, which has multiplied several times compared to his initial state upon traversing into this realm, he remains aware of the journey ahead. As time gradually passed, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour, Sabo remained seated in meditation, utterly still, his very essence beginning to fade into the ether, nearly imperceptible amidst the shadows of the night. Time passed in an indeterminate flow, during which Sabo sensed an extraordinary tranquility enveloping his heart, as if he could discern the rhythmic whispers of every cell within his body. Amidst this serene state, a remarkably unique aura coursed through him. Though faint, it was undeniably tangible. Could this be the mastery of Conqueror's haki? Acutely aware of this presence, Sabo refrained from haste, instead gradually harmonizing his spirit with it, gently coaxing it forth. Regrettably, before he could fully summon it, the aura dissipated on its own, eluding his attempts to consolidate it once more. Sabo opened his eyes and sighed. Indeed, his physique was still too weak. Even though he could sense the presence of armament haki, he could not yet harness it, let alone utilize it in a wrapped form. However, he was glad to have made some progress in the initial stages of mastering armament haki. With continued practice, he was confident that he would soon be able to sense its presence at any moment, unlike the long hours it took him now. As he gazed at the rising sun, Sabo realized that he had spent an entire night trying to perceive armament haki. He had begun this endeavor just the previous evening, and now, with a blink, it was already the next day. At this rate, it seemed that mastering armament haki would take time. His body needed to grow stronger before he could learn it. Therefore, he resolved to focus on the Dragon Claw Fist in the meantime. Even without armament haki, its power should not be underestimated. The Dragon Claw Fist consists of 2 components, the claw and the fist. The claw primarily trains the hardness of the fingers, grip strength, and finger power, while the fist emphasizes the control of strength and energy. In essence, Sabo needed to engage in rigorous training for his arms, as both punching and clawing relied heavily on them. Thus, Sabo slightly adjusted his training plan to emphasize the development of his arms and fingers, all in pursuit of mastering the Dragon Claw Fist. This endeavor would naturally require the assistance of his partner, Golduck. Without weighted equipment, and with his already formidable physique, Sabo found that relying solely on conventional training methods would not suffice to reach his limits. Even if he did, it would waste considerable time. For instance, where he once reached his limit after 1,000 push-ups, he now needed to perform 10,000 to achieve the same. Although he could still meet his limits, the time required had increased significantly. Golduck, however, could use its psychic powers to exert pressure on Sabo, allowing him to reach his limit by the time he completed his 100th push-up. This method would save him a great deal of time and enable him to engage in further training. On a rocky surface, Sabo performed a handstand, supporting his entire body on just his 5 fingers. Meanwhile, Golduck's orb emitted a soft glow as a powerful psychic force enveloped Sabo, enabling him to sustain his position at his limit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Time slowly passed, and Sabo became drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked. Yet he showed no signs of stopping. 3,821, 3,822, 3,823, 4,000. After completing 4,000 one-handed push-ups, Sabo flipped over and landed on the ground, feeling the soreness radiating through his arms, and a smile appeared on his face. Not only had his arm and finger strength increased, but he also discovered another mysterious ability brought forth by the Super Soldier Serum. Since injecting the perfect-grade Super Soldier Serum, Sabo found that his endurance had significantly increased during extreme training. His recovery speed improved as well, and remarkably, the fatigue and soreness from his rigorous training were alleviated. All these changes occurred after he had injected the serum, suggesting that its effects extended beyond just enhancing his senses. His endurance, recovery, and metabolism had all been fortified. It seemed he had initially underestimated the power of the perfect-grade super soldier serum. Fortunately, he had injected it early. Otherwise, by the time his physique reached an extraordinarily superior level, its effects might have diminished. Any concerns he had regarding the serum's long-term impact dissipated as his body continued to grow, allowing Sabo to breathe a sigh of relief. While the prospect of prolonging his life was appealing, he did not wish to grow taller by only a few centimeters over the span of a decade or two. Standing atop the rocks, Sabo gazed out toward the distant sea, where a much larger island lay beyond the small one he was currently anchored at. On that island was a kingdom, and the celestial dragon Charlemagne was presently within its bounds. Although it was within close proximity, Sabo had no intention of acting hastily. After all, he still had more than a month to fulfill his revenge task. During this time, he could continue to grow stronger. Chapter 22. One Heart Dojo. The rewards for the revenge task increased with the degree of retribution, so time was not a concern. Of course, this could be another trick of the system, yet he had no choice. While the rewards were tempting, survival remained paramount. The stronger he became, the better his chances of surviving after enacting his revenge. Even though he understood that the timing of the task could affect the rewards, he preferred to wait until the deadline approached before taking action. In this interval, Sabo needed to train while also considering the most advantageous way to strike against the celestial dragons. He had to devise a plan to evade the Navy and the world government's pursuit after completing his revenge task. Every aspect required careful contemplation. There was no need to rush. As the sun gradually dipped in the west, Sabo continued his training on the beach. His hands transformed from fists to claws, each movement imbued with a fierce energy. Fixing his gaze upon a nearby rock, Sabo shouted, "Dragon Claw Fist." Immediately, the fingers of his right hand rearranged, the index and middle fingers joined, while the ring and little fingers aligned, forming a shape reminiscent of a dragon's claw. With a powerful strike, he brought his hand crashing down upon the rock. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered into pieces. Satisfied with the outcome, Sabo nodded in approval, returned to his ship to wipe away the sweat, and prepared a delicious dinner, which he enjoyed alongside Golduck. Throughout his time in this new world, Sabo had not only experienced rapid growth and strength but also significant improvement in his culinary skills. Much of this was due to the high-quality ingredients. Even if his cooking was lackluster, as long as he avoided burning or overcooking, the flavors remained delightful. After finishing dinner, Sabo chose not to continue his training but instead took a bath, changed his clothes, and, with some money in hand, left Golduck to guard the ship while he ventured into the island's interior. While cooking, Sabo had noticed that some seasonings and daily necessities were running low. So he hurried to the village before nightfall to replenish his supplies. Walking through the village streets, observing the bustling villagers and the rising smoke from chimneys, Sabo savored the rare tranquility. Life in such a peaceful village would not be unwelcome, yet he recognized that life often comes with its share of regrets and unfulfilled dreams. Perhaps a life of ease was not meant for him. With this thought, Sabo chuckled softly. Suddenly, he heard a commotion and turned to see a dojo at the village's edge, a remarkable sight. Approaching closer, he noticed the sign above the entrance read One Heart Dojo. Upon seeing those 4 characters, Sabo furrowed his brow. He recalled that Rorano Azaro hailed from the One Heart Dojo in Shimotsuki village. Could this be Shimotsuki village? Though Sabo had been docked here for several days, he had yet to inquire about the name of this village. Nor had he engaged in any meaningful conversation with the locals, being wholly absorbed in his training. As he observed the open door of the swordsmanship dojo, a smile graced his face. Having arrived at this place, how could he not venture inside? After all, he was Luffy's sworn brother, and as an elder sibling, it was only fitting to keep an eye on this unreliable younger brother, while also gaining insight into the future pirate hunters. Upon entering the dojo, Sabo soon found himself in the training grounds, where a group of children, roughly his age, were diligently practicing their swordsmanship. He couldn't help but reflect. Had he been on Earth, children of such an age would merely attend extracurricular classes, unlike in this world, where they were compelled from a young age to acquire survival skills. As he scanned the scene, Sabo's attention was suddenly captured by a boy with green hair among the group, who was wielding a pair of bamboo swords, one in each hand, while balancing another in his mouth. He practiced with an intensity that far surpassed the other children, almost as if possessed. To Sabo's astonishment, the child leading the practice was a girl. Could it be? At that moment, a door beside him creaked open, and a middle-aged man wearing glasses stepped out. Draped in a coat, Observing the children engaged in their exercises, he spoke. All right, Kuina, today's training will conclude here. Everyone, take a break. A fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashed in Sabo's eyes. If that girl is indeed Kuina, then this man must be her father. Why sure. Truly impressive. From the moment Waishra emerged, Sabo had not ceased his scrutiny of him, despite his seemingly random movements, clad in wooden clogs and draped in an outer garment. He exhibited no weaknesses whatsoever. His entire demeanor exuded an unusual stillness, akin to a treasured sword awaiting its unsheathing, with all his sharpness meticulously concealed. It seemed that Waishra sensed Sabo's gaze as he turned to look at him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ah, my apologies. I did not expect to have guests, he remarked. At this, all the children turned their curious eyes towards him. Upon witnessing this, Sabo took a few steps forward and addressed Gungshiro, saying, I apologize for the interruption. My name is Sabo. I arrived at this small island a few days ago and have been residing on my ship. Today, I ventured into the village to procure some goods. Out of curiosity, I entered this kendo dojo. I beg your pardon for any offense caused. Upon hearing this, several children nearby exclaimed, Oh, he is the eccentric person my father mentioned. He arrived on the island a few days ago and has been residing by the sea, never entering the village, engaging in some unknown activities all by himself. Ah, so it is indeed him. A few days ago, Sabo arrived here. Although he had not entered the village, the villagers had already noticed his presence. Out of caution, they refrained from engaging with him and prohibited the children from playing in that vicinity to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Sabo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him upon hearing the children's remarks. To be labeled a peculiar individual by such a group of youngsters left him feeling quite out of place. He pondered what they might think if they were to discover that he was not so different from them. Noticing the awkward expression on Sabo's face, Gungshiro spoke up. You are Sabo, correct? I am Gungshiro, the proprietor of this kendo dojo. He gestured towards Kuina, saying, This is Kuina, my daughter. And these children are from several villages on the island. At that moment, a boy with green hair leaped forward, exclaiming, Master, this is not fair. You only introduced Kuina and not me. I am Rorano Azaro, the only other person in the dojo aside from you. Upon hearing and observing Sabo's demeanor, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was astonishing to discover that the aloof pirate hunter of the future had such a side in his childhood. Zaro, noticing Sabo's amusement, felt a surge of anger and began to jump around, shouting, What? You don't believe me? Come on, you seem quite formidable. Let's duel. Guena furrowed her brow at this scene and immediately stepped forward to reprimand. Zaro, what are you doing? This is a guest. Oh, how can you challenge someone to a duel upon first meeting? Moreover, when did you become the strongest here, second only to my father? Perhaps you should first compete against me. Chapter 23. An unequal duel. Upon hearing this, Zaro's expression shifted dramatically, his face taking on a sullen hue. He and Guena had dueled countless times, each encounter resulting in his defeat. Now, if he were to lose again in front of Sabo, it would render his earlier bravado utterly hypocritical. Upon witnessing this, Sabo's face broke into a slight smile. Indeed, Zaro's talent was truly remarkable, particularly during the 2 years he trained under Mihawk, where his prowess advanced at an astonishing rate. However, that was a matter for the future. At present, he was still too weak. Although he had never truly met Luffy, the merging of his original soul with Sabo's had led him to regard Luffy as a younger brother in his heart. With that in mind, let this elder brother take the initiative to guide his first crewmate. Sabo reached for the bamboo sword resting nearby and declared to Zaro, Very well. Since you wish to compete, let us do so. Upon hearing this, Zaro was immediately stirred with excitement, oblivious to the expressions of those around him. He swiftly assumed his three-sword style stance and, with a somewhat garbled voice, urged, Come on. As the two prepared to duel, the onlookers instinctively cleared a space. However, both Gungshiro and Kuina wore peculiar expressions, not for any particular reason other than the fact that Sabo's grip on the sword clearly indicated a novice's touch. They could not fathom why he had consented to this duel. Sabo, with one hand gripping his bamboo sword, gestured invitingly to Zaro with a smile, saying, Come on. Feeling somewhat insulted by Sabo's apparent disregard, Zaro charged forward, closing the distance and unleashing a flurry of strikes with his 3 bamboo swords, akin to a tempest of fury. The sound of clashing bamboo echoed incessantly, as Zaro's assault proved to be overwhelmingly fierce, almost frenzied in its intensity. However, to everyone else's astonishment, Sabo remained utterly unmoved, effortlessly parrying Zaro's every attack with a single bamboo sword, rendering each strike null and void. As Zaro continued his relentless onslaught, he watched Sabo's movements in disbelief. Sabo stood like an insurmountable mountain, impervious to his efforts. Guena, observing from the sidelines, bore a look of astonishment. She was well aware of Zoro's formidable prowess, having made remarkable strides in just a year since beginning his training. Among the boys, he was the most formidable, even having triumphed over adults. Yet, facing an onslaught like Zoro's, she knew she could not maintain the same unshakable composure as Sabo. Seeing this spectacle, Yasuhiro wore a faint smile, adjusting his glasses. Lost in thought. Noticing Zoro's unwavering determination, Sabo continued to deflect his attacks with a chuckle. So, Zoro, you are quite exceptional, practicing the three-sword style, are you? Yet, it seems rather lacking. Your strikes are disordered and pose no real threat to me. More importantly, you are riddled with openings. With that, Sabo suddenly swung his bamboo sword with vigor, launching a counterattack. In an instant, Zoro's hands and the bamboo swords he wielded were sent flying, accompanied by 3 sharp cracks. Sabo experienced a tingling sensation in his hands and mouth, and his complexion turned exceedingly grim. He had never anticipated that he would be defeated so swiftly. Sabo gazed at the astonished Zoro and offered a faint smile. What is it? Surprised, are we? To be honest, I have never trained in swordsmanship. Yet I understand that as long as one possesses sufficient strength and speed, coupled with the ability to perceive the opponent's movements, there is hardly any battle I would lose. Moreover, it seems that the art of the sword does not solely rely on might and swiftness, it requires a heartfelt connection. Zoro, upon hearing this, fell into a contemplative silence, though predominantly he was struck with disbelief. He had not anticipated that Sabo had never studied the way of the sword and yet had so effortlessly bested him. It was indeed a profound blow to his spirit. Guena, overhearing Sabo's words, murmured to herself, repeating, the sword requires a heartfelt connection. The sword requires a heartfelt connection. Subsequently, she grasped her bamboo sword, advanced a few steps, and fixed her gaze upon Sabo. I, Guena, hereby formally challenge you. Upon witnessing this, Sabo glanced at Gung Siro and then spoke. Very well. Let me witness your swordsmanship. Guena, pleased with Sabo's agreement, did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, she observed Sabo while adjusting her own stance, already resembling a true swordsman. Unfortunately, after a period of scrutiny, Guena could not discern any weaknesses in Sabo's defense and thus resorted to an outright assault, albeit with far more strategy than Zoro. Guena's swordplay leaned towards agility. If her strike missed, she would retreat swiftly and launch her next attack, continuously seeking openings in her opponent's guard. Regrettably, she was faced with Sabo. Although he lacked knowledge of swordsmanship and had numerous vulnerabilities, his speed and reflexes compensated for any deficiencies. He remained steadfast, like a gentle breeze caressing the mountain ridge. However, what Sabo did not anticipate was that Guena's mastery of the sword was indeed far superior to Zoro's, and she exhibited a calmness that Zoro lacked. She remained undeterred by her unsuccessful strikes, persistently searching for an opportunity to turn the tide of battle. As Guena observed Sabo repeatedly deflecting her attacks, she did not grow anxious. Rather, she continued to analyze his movements amidst the conflict. Sabo, despite his lack of sword training, was maintaining his undefeated status through sheer speed, yet he was bound to reveal a flaw, especially as he remained stationary. Yes, it was right there. A glimmer of insight flashed in Guena's eyes. Amidst her relentless attacks, she finally perceived a slight opening in Sabo's defense and, seizing the moment, she lifted her bamboo sword and made a swift strike. Upon witnessing this, Sabo promptly defended himself with his bamboo sword. However, to his astonishment, Guena unexpectedly altered her attack and thrust directly at his chest. A hint of triumph flickered across Guena's face. She believed she had secured victory in this duel. Yet, in the next instant, her expression shifted dramatically. Sabo's previously motionless left hand suddenly extended, forming a claw-like grasp, and effortlessly seized Guena's bamboo sword. With a resounding crack, her weapon shattered into pieces. Sabo gazed at the fragments in his left hand, a wry smile gracing his face. His recent actions had been purely instinctive. In a duel centered around swordsmanship, he had inadvertently resorted to the dragon claw fist, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Noticing the astonished expression on Guena's face, Sabo awkwardly remarked, Miss Guena, I sincerely apologize for breaking your bamboo sword. This match shall be deemed my loss. Your swordsmanship is indeed commendable. At that moment, Gungshiro interjected, What are you saying? Sabo, you have never trained in swordsmanship, while Guena has been practicing since childhood. Thus, it is not fair to say you lost. Now, let us conclude this duel and return home. Seeing this, Sabo said, I apologize for the intrusion. Please forgive me. I must take my leave. As he watched Sabo's departing figure, Zoro snapped back from his stupor and inquired, Master, who exactly is he? Despite not having trained in swordsmanship, he possesses such formidable skills. Moreover, he just shattered Kuina's sword with ease. It's simply astonishing. King Shiro gazed at Sabo's retreating silhouette and softly remarked, he is a recently emerged bounty hunter. Having defeated over a dozen pirate crews, including notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million. It is said he is quite young, likely not much older than you two. Upon hearing this, Zoro and Kuina were utterly astonished. Chapter 24, To be a God. Even once it is no wonder King Shiro is aware of Sabo's rising prominence in the East Blue, although he operates as a bounty hunter. He has resorted to selling pirates to slave traders, displaying extraordinarily extreme behavior that makes Sabo difficult to comprehend. Due to these actions, he has garnered a notorious reputation among pirates, the Navy, and bounty hunters alike, often becoming a topic of conversation among the common folk. However, Sabo remains indifferent to their opinions. As long as he does not act against his conscience, he cares little for notions of justice or evil. Moreover, it won't be long before Sabo achieves worldwide notoriety. A 10-year-old boy attacking a celestial dragon will undoubtedly send shockwaves across the globe. This incident will mark the commencement of Sabo's ascent to becoming a formidable powerhouse, growing stronger amidst relentless carnage. Though this path is not his desire, he finds himself with no other choice. Of course, the pursuit by the Navy and the world government is not inevitable. By attacking at sea and eliminating all witnesses, he can significantly reduce the risk of his identity being exposed. Should fortune favor him, it is possible that the Navy and the world government might not trace him, allowing him to conceal his identity for a time. Upon returning to the ship, Sabo resumed his evening training regimen, for each moment was invaluable to him, and he must utilize them to the fullest. As the clock struck 10, while Sabo was in quiet meditation to refine his chakra, he noticed a faint sound that piqued his curiosity, prompting him to open his eyes. Stepping out of the cabin and following the subtle noise on the deck, he spotted someone sitting on a rock by the sea, weeping. Bathed in moonlight, Sabo instantly recognized the figure. It was Kuina, whom he had encountered earlier that day. He leapt from the deck to the beach and approached Kuina slowly, saying, I was wondering who it might be. It turns out to be Miss Kuina. Upon hearing Sabo's voice, Kuina lifted her head, wiped her tears, and replied, I apologize for disturbing your rest. Sabo chuckled nonchalantly, It's all right. I was sleeping anyway. I'm just a bit surprised. I never expected you, Kuina, to be in such distress, crying so sorrowfully. I wonder what troubles you. In truth, Sabo had an inkling of her plight. Kuina was determined to become the world's greatest swordsman and inherit the dojo of Kushiru. Yet her aspirations were dismissed by Kushiru simply because she was a girl. Indeed, in the world of One Piece, formidable women are exceedingly rare, and female swordsmen are even more elusive, making Kushiru's stance somewhat understandable. With reddened eyes, Kuina gazed at Sabo and posed a question. Is it true that girls are inherently weaker than boys? Am I truly without hope of becoming the world's greatest swordsman? Taken aback by her inquiry, Sabo found himself at a loss for words. In a certain sense, it was indeed the case, particularly in the realm of One Piece, where those who ascend to greatness are predominantly male. Of course, one of the four emperors, Big Mom, is a woman, yet she is quite the anomaly. Big Mom possesses an extraordinary physique and remarkable talent. Having destroyed a giant village at the age of 5, her strength is undeniable. Coupled with her abilities from the Soul Fruit, she becomes an even more formidable force. While the path of swordsmanship does not solely hinge on physical prowess, a requisite degree of strength is indispensable. Unless one's sword is swift and sharp enough to vanquish foes in a single stroke, the contest of swordsmanship ultimately necessitates power. However, witnessing Kuina's sorrowful demeanor and recalling her impending fate weighed heavily on Sabo's heart. Though he had endured considerable trials himself, he had not yet become wholly callous. He possessed his own sentiments. While he could not claim to have affection for Kuina, he found it impossible to remain indifferent to her plight, especially when he had the power to effect change. Dreams, you say? Very well, let me play the role of a deity for once. With that thought, Sabo spoke. Perhaps girls are indeed somewhat disadvantaged by nature, yet that does not preclude the possibility of overcoming such limitations through diligent training. Moreover, as you pursue the path of swordsmanship, strength is not the crux. What matters more is your comprehension of the art. Kuina, her voice tinged with tears, replied, But, you know, Zoro has only been training for a year, and his swordsmanship has progressed remarkably. Although he may not surpass me yet, I fear it won't be long before he catches up, or even surpasses me. I. Sabo smiled faintly as he retrieved a vial with a needle from his pocket. This was one of the 3 perfect-grade super soldier serums he had previously acquired. He had already utilized one for himself, intending to reserve the other two. After all, such serums were non-existent in this world, and keeping them had not sparked any particular purpose. However, fate had presented an opportunity. Using it to assist someone he bore no ill will towards and realizing their dreams seemed quite agreeable. Sabo placed the serum before Guena and spoke. This is a unique serum reagent that, once injected, can significantly unlock the latent potential within the human body, enhancing your physique, endurance, reflexes, and more. It can provide assistance on your journey toward realizing your dreams. The choice is yours. Well, I shall take my leave now. After Sabo finished speaking, he departed. Leaving Guena alone, sitting in a daze, her gaze fixed on the silhouette of Sabo as he vanished from view. She then glanced at the serum he had left behind. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Guena slowly reached for the serum before her, illuminated by the moonlight, its azure glow captivating her gaze, filled with an inner turmoil. A chance encounter had bestowed upon her such a precious gift. Had it been anyone else, it would surely be deemed with ill intent. Yet, Sabo's nonchalance instilled a sense of trust. Although Guena aspired to become the world's greatest swordsman through her own efforts, the harsh reality was that Zaro, once easily vanquished by her, had now become a formidable opponent capable of matching her skills. If this continued, surpassing her would merely be a matter of time. Guena pondered deeply, and then, resolutely, she plunged the syringe into her arm. As the serum coursed through her veins, she felt herself undergoing a transformation, akin to a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of wonder. On the ship, Sabo observed Guena injecting the serum, a faint smile gracing his lips. While the super soldier serum was not extraordinarily potent in this world, it certainly held its merits. The endurance and enhanced metabolism it conferred would significantly aid Guena's development. Moreover, the tragedy scripted for her would no longer unfold, as her newfound resilience and enhanced physique would render any injuries non-fatal. Watching Guena depart, Sabo sighed. He had done all he could. Now it was up to Guena to harness her own effort and talent. He could no longer afford to concern himself with others, for his own life and death struggle awaited him. Chapter 25, The Beginning of Revenge. As days passed, Sabo trailed behind the celestial dragons, moving with calculated pauses, waiting for the opportune moment while honing his skills. During this time, he had also investigated the security aboard the celestial dragon's vessel, discovering that there were no Navy personnel. Only the private guards of the celestial dragons, numbering over 100, each robust and imposing. However, he regarded them with disdain. Despite their black suits and formidable appearances, their actual prowess was lacking. The celestial dragons merely used them as a facade, commanding them for menial tasks. In this world, the celestial dragons prided themselves as descendants of creators, exuding arrogance as world nobles, backed by the world government, making them untouchable as no one dared provoke them. After all, no one wished to incur the wrath of a marine admiral. Thus, during their excursions, even the Navy escort fleets were absent, and no individual or faction dared to cross their path, providing Sabo with a unique opportunity. Had a naval escort been present, their scale and rank would have posed a significant challenge. Under such circumstances, Sabo would only be capable of a fleeting attack, with any further aspirations for revenge rendered impossible. Upon the vast ocean, Sabo stood on the deck, peering through his telescope, scrutinizing a specific direction, his expression grave. Following his gaze, a magnificent ship glided through the waters. Its opulence unmistakable, particularly at the bow, where a lion sculpture crafted from pure gold stood proudly. This was the vessel of the celestial dragon Charles Saint. At that moment, the ship was en route to the final destination of their East Blue expedition, oblivious to the imminent life and death crisis that awaited them. On the yacht, Sabo lowered the telescope, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, releasing it with measured intensity. When he opened his eyes again, all traces of doubt had vanished, replaced solely by unwavering determination. Sabo had just used his telescope to observe not only the ship of the celestial dragons but also the surrounding waters, finding no other vessels in sight. Although this was a highly trafficked maritime route, it was hardly surprising. The news of the celestial dragon's journey had long been published in newspapers, detailing the route they would take. Consequently, no other ships would dare to appear, lest they incur the wrath of the celestial dragons, leaving them with no refuge even for tears. Sabo himself was a living testament to this, having been targeted by the celestial dragons merely for crossing their path, leading to his current, troublesome mission. This could very well exemplify the notion of causality. Now, Sabo found himself facing the final opportunity to act. Although there remained over 10 days until the mission's deadline, his time was indeed limited. After completing their tour of the last nation, The celestial dragons would be escorted back to the Holy Land of Mariehua by a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, traversing the perilous waters of the Grand Line. The unpredictable weather and treacherous conditions of the Grand Line were far beyond those of the East Blue. Without naval protection, the chances of disaster were alarmingly high. Consider the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, who lost a significant portion of his crew due to a single storm, highlighting the inherent dangers. To ensure the safety of the celestial dragons, deploying a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters was a reasonable course of action. After all, by that rank, one would be quite capable of navigating the Grand Line safely, especially the initial segment. Though Sabo was unaware which rear admiral had been dispatched, he understood that he would not stand a chance against such an opponent. Thus, if he were to act, it had to be now. The ship of the celestial dragons was positioned in the heart of the ocean, surrounded by neither other vessels nor islands, presenting the most opportune moment for an assault. Sabo accelerated the yacht, gradually steering it closer to the celestial dragon's vessel. On board, Charlemagne Saint lounged comfortably in a deck chair, basking in the sun, accompanied by his daughter. Suddenly, a guard rushed over, his footsteps shattering the tranquility of the moment. Charlemagne Saint sat up, a frown of anger creasing his brow as he regarded the guard. What is the meaning of this? You disturb my rest without consideration for the consequences? The guard, upon hearing this, immediately displayed a look of panic. Bowing deeply as he stammered, "My apologies, Charlemagne Saint. I did not intend to interrupt your repose, but I have just discovered a yacht approaching from the rear." Charlemagne Saint's anger flared even more at this revelation. Memories of a similar incident flooded his mind, and he could hardly contain his wrath. Feeling that the dignity of the celestial dragons was being openly challenged, "Stop the ship at once. I shall sink that yacht for daring to intrude upon my course. Such audacity is intolerable." Before long, the celestial dragon's vessel came to a halt. Charlemagne Saint stood on the deck, gazing darkly at the yacht in the distance. He extended his hand, and a guard promptly presented him with a specially crafted golden firearm. Witnessing this, Charlemagne Saint's daughter inquired, "Father, what are you planning to do?" He replied, "Daughter, remember this. No one may challenge the authority of the celestial dragons. Those who do shall face death." With that, he raised the weapon, aimed it at the yacht, and pulled the trigger. Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed across the water, and a cold smile crept across Charlemagne Saint's face. Yet, when he beheld the yacht unscathed, astonishment washed over him. Meanwhile, Sabo observed as Charlemagne Saint fired upon the yacht without so much as a flinch. Instead, it was his companion, the goated duck, that acted, conjuring a barrier of light at the bow to deflect the celestial dragon's artillery. For reasons unknown. Despite having anticipated this outcome, Sabo felt a surge of anger rising within him, though it seemed as if it were not his own. "Sabo, is this your obsession?" Sabo could sense an emotion that did not belong to him emerging within. He remained unperturbed and softly murmured to himself, "Sabo, is this your resentment and fury? Even after merging with me, this hatred towards the celestial dragons has not dissipated?" Glancing at the celestial dragon Charlemagne Saint aboard the opposing ship, Sabo suddenly smiled and declared, "Well then, since I have become you, let me avenge your hatred and discontent." At that moment, several gunshots rang out, and a few specially crafted bullets flew directly towards Sabo. Sabo cast a cold glance and softly commanded, "Goddess Duck, use telekinesis to return those bullets to me." Quack! With a gentle call, Goddess Duck's forehead gem shimmered with a crimson light, causing several bullets to levitate in midair. Then, with a mere gesture, the bullets reversed their trajectory, soaring back to the ship of the celestial dragons. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions stunned everyone present. They could hardly fathom that Sabo had the audacity to retaliate, almost injuring the celestial dragons, an unforgivable transgression. Charlemagne, observing Sabo from his yacht, wore a furious expression. "Damnable lowly peasant, how dare you assault me? This is inexcusable. I shall have you torn apart by 5 horses." Upon hearing these words, Sabo offered a faint smile. "Is that so? Unfortunately, you no longer possess such an opportunity." Chapter 26. The demise of the celestial dragons. With a mere lift of his hand, Sabo pointed towards the vessel of the celestial dragons, then snapped his fingers while softly uttering, "Blazing storm." In just a few fleeting seconds, billowing black smoke began to emanate from the ship, as though something had caught fire. Just as the crew aboard the celestial dragon's ship prepared to extinguish the flames, a fiery eruption surged skyward, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. Observing the inferno engulfing the celestial dragon's vessel, Sabo smiled faintly, recognizing that this was merely the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted from the celestial dragon's ship, and in mere moments, the once mighty vessel was reduced to ruins, engulfed in roaring flames. Ding! Congratulations, host, for accomplishing the achievement 100 slaughters and receiving the item Ring of Carnage. Upon hearing this notification, Sabo felt a twinge of surprise. He had nearly forgotten about this indefinite, penalty-free achievement task. Previously, he had captured numerous pirates but had refrained from taking lives as he intended to sell them for profit, only needing to incapacitate them. This time, however, to confront the celestial dragons, Sabo had stealthily infiltrated their ship while it was docked at port, hiding all 36 explosive talismans he had acquired. Just moments ago, he had ignited the ship using the blazing storm, setting off a chain reaction that triggered the hidden explosives, resulting in the continuous detonations that now plagued the vessel. Those aboard were likely dead, and even if some managed to survive, they would surely be gravely injured. Before long, the remaining crew would perish, and his quest for vengeance would reach its conclusion. Since he sought retribution, he resolved to do so thoroughly. After all, the rewards for the task were directly linked to the severity of his vengeance, with the annihilation of the celestial dragons representing the utmost fulfillment of that goal. Despite completing the 100 slaughters achievement and receiving the ring, Sabo did not exhibit any signs of elation. Instead, he felt a sense of gloom. Ring of Carnage, effect unknown. Cursing under his breath, Sabo felt a surge of frustration towards this infuriating system that bestowed upon him an item with an unknown effect. Was it mocking him? With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged his growing acclamation to the system's capricious nature. Now, with the revenge mission deemed complete, it was time to submit the task. Just as Sabo prepared to report his success, two figures suddenly emerged from the sea of flames, catching him off guard. No, it was 4 figures. As Sabo gazed into the distance, he beheld 2 gentlemen clad in immaculate white suits, each bearing an individual upon their back. One of them was none other than his target, Chalmako Saint, while the other was Chalmako Saint's daughter. Judging by their appearance, it seemed they were merely injured and had succumbed to unconsciousness. The 2 men carrying them, however, appeared to be effortlessly suspended in midair, their feet gently propelling them forward. Moonwalk. Sabo recognized at a glance that it would not be so easy to eliminate Charlemagne. To his surprise, there was a master of the Marine 6 styles accompanying him, which posed a significant challenge. One of them looked down at Sabo, coldly declaring, "Impudent rogue, how dare you assault Charlemagne? This is a grave sin. Why do you not surrender?" Upon hearing this, Sabo let out a cold laugh, exclaiming, "Ha! You fool, having embarked on this endeavor, why would you harbor fear? Ah, I see you covet this yacht. Utilizing the moonwalk in secrecy, I dare say your stamina must be considerably depleted. Without a place to rest, you might struggle to reach the next island." The man, upon hearing this, replied in a chilling tone, "Oh, I did not expect this brute to possess some knowledge. Recognizing that I employ one of the 6 forms of the Navy, the moonwalk. But are you aware that each individual who has mastered the 6 forms boasts superhuman combat prowess? Since you refuse to surrender willingly, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Upon hearing this, Sabo erupted into laughter. "Ha ha. You two are concealing your identities from the celestial dragons. Yet you remain oblivious to the extent of your combat capabilities. Should they inadvertently sustain injuries during the battle, or should I happen to eliminate them, I fear you will find it exceedingly difficult to provide an account for your actions." The 2 individuals, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down their spines. Indeed, Sabo's words struck a nerve, as they were originally members of CP0 under the aegis of the world government, tasked with the protection of St. Charlemagne. Never could they have anticipated such an unforeseen turn of events. One of them, realizing the gravity of the situation, lamented, "There is no choice but to temporarily let this ruffian be. We must first escort St. Charlemagne and his entourage to a secure location." With that, they activated their moonwalk and began to depart. However, a sly grin crept across Sabo's face. "Do you not think it far too late to consider fleeing?" Unbeknownst to them, Sabo's ship had already approached their position. In a cold tone, he commanded, "Goddard, use your telekinesis to bring them down." "Gabba!" Goddard exclaimed as his psychic abilities surged forth, instantly ensnaring the 2 airborne individuals along with the one they were carrying. The 2 CP0 members felt as though their bodies were ensnared, and despite their formidable physiques, they could barely manage to move, struggling to maintain their moonwalk. Sabo observed that Goddard's telekinesis was unable to pull all 4 individuals down. If this continued, it was evident that once the telekinetic force faltered, retaining them would be impossible. Contemplating this, Sabo made a decisive choice and pointed at the CP0 member carrying Charlemagne. "Gowder, disregard the other one. Focus on bringing down the one burdened with the chubby figure." With a resounding cry, Gowder concentrated all his telekinetic energy on that individual, causing their movements to become rigid and rendering them incapable of employing even the moonwalk technique, forcing them to descend obediently. Meanwhile, the other individual, who was carrying Charlemagne's daughter, fled into the distance, glancing back momentarily but choosing not to return, instead continuing their escape. Upon witnessing this, Sabo could only let out a sigh. Initially, he had intended to annihilate all witnesses to ensure that no one would know he had attacked the celestial dragons. However, it now appeared to be an impossible feat. Unless the individual who escaped possessed remarkably poor fortune and perished at sea alongside that celestial dragon girl. Perhaps this was simply fate. For now, he must first deal with the current CP0 member and Charlemagne Saint. Sabo brandished his technological firearm, aiming at the two individuals for several seconds. The muzzle flickered with a brilliant azure light, a testament to his relentless infusion of chakra into the weapon. Suddenly, he pulled the trigger. A deafening explosion erupted instantaneously. Amidst the billowing smoke, a figure emerged, descending slowly. The one plummeting was Charlemagne, bloodied and battered, with one arm severed, blood streaming profusely, yet he exhibited no reaction, likely having succumbed to his injuries. The CP0 member, whose attire was tattered and scorched, bore stains of blood, uncertain whether it belonged to the celestial dragon or was the result of his own wounds. At that moment, fury consumed him, particularly as he beheld the falling figure of Charlemagne, which only intensified his rage. The architect of this chaos stood before him, the young man on the yacht accompanied by his pet. The enraged individual exclaimed, "Scoundrel, how dare you slay a celestial dragon? I, Grace, an elite of CP0, shall capture you alive and deliver you to the world government for judgment." Upon hearing this, Sabo chuckled and remarked, "Grace, is it? I suggest you reconsider. With the celestial dragons deceased, you too will bear the burden of guilt, even if you were to capture me in return. It would likely be a futile endeavor leading to your demise. Instead of that, you might as well flee for your life." Chapter 27. The Battle at Sea. Flee? Grace replied with a bleak smile, "Where would I escape to? You have no comprehension of the true might of the world government. Otherwise, you would not have dared to assault the celestial dragons. Rather than being hunted down by the world government, it may be wiser to take you back, as there might still be a glimmer of hope for survival." Upon hearing this, Sabo helplessly shook his head, saying, "It seems you are determined to take action against me. Is it truly necessary?" Grace, with an intense and unwavering gaze fixed upon Sabo, retorted fiercely, "You are the cause of all this, even in death. I must first eliminate you to quell the wrath that consumes my heart." With that, Grace executed a swift kick in midair, unleashing a pale blue slash that surged directly towards Sabo's yacht, seemingly intent on leaving no refuge unscathed. This was one of the Navy's 6 techniques, known as the Gale Kick. Upon witnessing this, Sabo snapped his fingers and commanded, "Golduck, employ light barrier." With a gleam from the jewel upon its forehead, Golduck conjured a pale golden barrier that stood resolutely before them. The strike from Reika collided forcefully with the barrier, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Amidst the chaos, Golduck's light barrier shattered, yet it effectively neutralized Reika's assault. At that moment, Grace's figure suddenly lunged to Sabo's left, executing a sweeping kick aimed directly at Sabo's head. A blow that would not be taken lightly if it landed. Sabo instinctively sensed the shift in his surroundings. Ever since he had injected himself with the serum of the super soldier, his senses had sharpened remarkably, allowing him to discern movements merely by sound. With a slight shift of his body, he clenched his fist and resolutely struck towards Grace's leg. In an instant, Sabo was sent hurtling backwards, crashing through the yacht's railing and plunging directly into the sea. Grace, witnessing this, couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. He had not anticipated Sabo's swift reaction. Able to keep pace with his speed, however, he lamented that Sabo's strength fell short. Now, submerged in the ocean, Sabo was at his mercy. Yet, Grace's primary concern was not Sabo, but rather Charlemagne. Although Charlemagne appeared lifeless, he still needed to be retrieved from the water. There remained a glimmer of hope for his survival, which could potentially redeem Grace's own failings. However, as Grace gazed upon the surface of the sea, a look of astonishment spread across his face. Floating there was not only Charlemagne's body but also Sabo, who had just been kicked into the water. What was perplexing was that Sabo was standing atop the water, showing no signs of sinking. On the water's surface, Sabo shook his somewhat numb right hand and regarded Grace with a hint of a smile. Despite having been momentarily bested, Sabo discerned that Grace was not an invincible foe. Even with the prowess of the Marine S6 styles, his strength was only marginally superior to Sabo's, indicating that he was not unconquerable. Grace, oblivious to Sabo's intentions, was solely astonished by Sabo's ability to stand on the water's surface. Even he could only rely on the moonwalk to hover in the air. Standing on water was utterly impossible. Was it a power derived from a devil fruit? Or perhaps some hidden technique? The world of One Piece was replete with the extraordinary, often leaving one bewildered. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, Grace found himself wishing fervently that Sabo's ability was merely a secret technique. If he could capture Sabo and present this technique to the world government, he might yet redeem himself. Capturing Sabo was now Grace's singular focus. He gazed at Sabo and coldly inquired, "Are you a devil fruit user?" "No, that can't be right. You just touched the seawater." "So this must be your secret technique?" Upon hearing this, Sabo offered a faint smile and remarked, "What of this secret technique? Do you truly believe you can extract such knowledge from my lips? Do you possess the capability to do so?" In response, Grace let out a cold laugh and declared, "Ah, are you aware of the perceptible disparity in our strengths? If a common naval officer wielding a weapon possesses a power level of 10, then my mastery of the 6 forms of the Navy affords me a staggering 450. Considering your earlier display of power, you are at best in the range of 300 to 350, leaving a significant gulf between us." Upon hearing this, Sabo smiled slightly and remarked, "Oh, is that so? Are you suggesting that my abilities are so inferior that I should surrender and offer you my secret techniques, allowing you to redeem yourself before the world government?" With a power level of 450, it implies that this individual before me is even weaker than the most feeble member of CP9, Khalifa, in the storyline. It is no wonder he has been assigned to protect the celestial dragons. Grace, fully aware of the sarcasm laced within Sabo's words, coldly replied, "I advise you to recognize your situation. I could grant you a swift end. However, should you insist on resisting to the bitter end, do not blame me for resorting to other measures." Sabo extended his hand, then beckoned Grace with a gesture, saying, "Come, let me witness the extent of your prowess. I am impervious to both soft and hard tactics." Upon hearing this, Grace's expression darkened with anger, and he shouted, "You seek your own demise." Slash. With a swift motion, Grace propelled himself from the deck, soaring towards Sabo above the water's surface. He then extended a finger and commanded, "Finger gun." The tip of Grace's finger aimed directly at Sabo's shoulder, presumably intending to incapacitate him before proceeding with his interrogation. Unfortunately, Grace's speed proved insufficient. Flash step, activate. In an instant, Sabo deftly evaded Grace's attack, tracing an arc across the water's surface and positioning himself behind Grace. With one hand transformed into a claw, he struck directly at Grace's back. Taken aback, Grace had not anticipated that Sabo could not only stand atop the water, but also move with remarkable swiftness. Upon sensing Sabo's impending strike, he activated his moonstep. With 2 soft sonic booms, Grace evaded Sabo's assault, ascending into the air, where he rapidly employed the moonstep, circling around Sabo with agility. Sabo slightly turned his head, his keen eyes and ears scanning the surroundings in search of Grace's whereabouts, ever vigilant against a potential ambush from any direction. The enemy's intent remained unclear. Thus, he resolutely maintained his ground, embodying the immovability of the 6 Harmonies martial arts. Suddenly, Sabo sensed movement behind him. With a swift sidestep, he evaded, only to witness Grace lunging directly from his previous position. After dodging the assault, Sabo propelled himself towards Grace. His right fist coiled into a powerful strike aimed directly at him. In response, Grace executed a swift turn, employing the moonstep to halt his momentum, and then shouted, "Iron block." A resounding thud echoed as Sabo's fist met what felt like a solid iron surface, rendering his attack utterly ineffective, merely pushing Grace back a considerable distance. With no leverage on the sea surface and employing the iron block defense, Grace was indeed knocked back far by Sabo's punch. However, utilizing the moonstep, he swiftly regained his stance and countered with a sweeping kick, the gale foot slicing directly towards Sabo. Sabo made a slight sway, effortlessly evading Grace, and then activated his Shuanpa once more, pursuing her with fervor. Upon closing the distance, he transformed his hands into claws, relentlessly launching assaults at Grace. In response, Grace undulated her body in an erratic manner, skillfully dodging Sabo's strikes, showcasing the prowess of one of the Navy's 6 forms, the paper drawing. Upon witnessing this, Sabo revealed a faint, cold smile. While paper drawings could evade attacks, they were on the surface of the sea, where Grace had no leverage and could only rely on his moonsteps. However, this constant movement would inevitably affect the paper drawings as well. Suddenly, with a clenched fist, Sabo struck out with even greater speed than before, leaving Grace with no means of escape. Iron block. Grace, realizing the situation, resorted to the iron block defense, bracing himself against Sabo's punch. Chapter 28. 2 versus 1. Seeing Grace withstand that blow, a smirk appeared on Sabo's face as he softly uttered, "Dragon Claw Fist Dragon Shock." With a gasp, Grace coughed up blood and was sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball. Fool. Sabo inwardly chuckled, truly believing he could not breach the iron block defense. Although he had only recently learned the Dragon Claw Fist, his progress was considerable. The Dragon Claw Fist lacked fixed forms, allowing Sabo to invent techniques based on his understanding. This particular move, Dragon Shock, utilized the principle of soft overcoming hard. Although the force of the punch was momentarily halted by Grace's physical defense, it contained an underlying softness that struck directly within. Clearly, Grace's iron block technique was not yet perfected. Had he possessed 600 or 800 points of strength, Sabo's punch would likely not have harmed him. As Grace was sent flying, he executed a somersault in the air, landing firmly on his feet, managing to stabilize his position. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze now bore a hint of murderous intent, initially intent on capturing Sabo alive. It was evident that this would not be an easy task. It seemed only a heavy-handed approach would suffice. As long as he did not die, anything was permissible. Moonsteps. Grace charged directly towards Sabo, and midway, he began to spin his body, unleashing a flurry of slashes that burst forth like fireworks in all directions. Seeing this, Sabo could only hastily evade, as the gust of wind from the kicks nearly grazed him. The sound of iron clashing echoed, sending a chill down Sabo's spine. In his attempt to dodge the onslaught, he had completely overlooked that Grace was closing in, a grave oversight indeed, as he observed Grace's leg sweeping towards him. It was too late to evade. He could only brace himself. Extending his right hand, a cerulean sphere materialized within his grasp, which he then propelled directly towards Grace. Spiraling sphere. After arduous training for an extended period, Sabo finally mastered this unmarked ninjutsu, and it has now proven its worth. With a resounding explosion, Sabo was propelled backward. His right hand rendered numb from the shock. Regaining his balance, he landed upon the water's surface and gazed at his right hand, which was now drenched in blood, seemingly suffering from a fracture as well. Sabo's right hand has been rendered temporarily incapacitated, yet Grace's condition is equally dire. As Sabo gazed around, he beheld Grace. One foot poised upon the moonwalk, while the calf of his other leg was stained with blood, suggesting his condition was akin to that of Sabo's injured right hand. Grace, standing on the moonwalk, wore an expression of utter distress. He had not anticipated that Sabo's peculiar attack would shatter his iron block. Although Sabo's right hand was grievously wounded, Grace found himself in a similarly precarious state. With damaged calf muscles and signs of fractured bones, he was rendered incapable of utilizing the moonwalk effectively. For the first time, the thought of retreat flickered in Grace's mind as he regarded Sabo. Continuing this stalemate could very well prevent him from subduing Sabo, especially now that one of his legs was injured, leaving him to rely solely on a single leg for the moonwalk, significantly impeding his mobility. In his current state, traversing the ocean using the moonwalk was an impossibility unless he could find a resting point. Otherwise, he would inevitably exhaust his strength and plunge into the sea. Scanning his surroundings for a place to recuperate, Grace noted only Sabo's yacht and the remnants of the Celestial Dragon's vessel. The yacht was out of the question, as Sabo would undoubtedly refuse to relinquish it. Attempting to seize it by force would likely result in yet another deadly confrontation. Thus, it appeared he had no choice but to seek the wreckage of the Celestial Dragon's ship. Upon observing Grace's condition and demeanor, Sabo discerned that he no longer wished to persist in the battle. Although Sabo's right hand was grievously injured, it did not significantly impair his combat capabilities. Grace, on the other hand, faced a different predicament. The moonwalk was inherently a technique that drained one's stamina, and utilizing it on one leg made matters even more dire. Thus, retreat was his sole option. Regrettably, Sabo had no intention of permitting his escape. Sabo chuckled softly. "What's this? Has a leg injury made you contemplate fleeing?" Grace's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Where do you think you can escape to? Your right hand is injured no less severely than my leg." Sabo chuckled. "Indeed. My right hand may be more severely injured than your leg, yet I have an ally, whereas you do not." With that, he activated his technique, launching himself towards Grace like an arrow released from a bow, his left hand once again coalescing a spiraling sphere of energy. Upon witnessing this, Grace's expression turned icy. He had no desire to endure another strike from this formidable orb. Instinctively, he sought to employ his lunar step to distance himself from the water's surface, believing that once he ascended into the sky, Sabo would be unable to reach him. Unfortunately, he failed to grasp Sabo's earlier assertion about having assistance. Golduck, with maximum telekinetic strength, restrained him. Suddenly, horror washed over Grace's face as he realized he was once again immobilized. A force more potent than the one that had previously sent him plummeting from the sky now constraining his movements. He could only hover above the water, watching as Sabo charged toward him. Grace's gaze darted to the peculiar pet standing on the yacht's deck. He noticed the mysterious glow emanating from its forehead and understood that it was the source of his predicament. Initially, he had presumed this was Sabo's ability. But Sabo had refrained from employing it during their combat, leaving him perplexed. It was, in fact, the power of the pet he had disregarded. Iron block. Grace could only struggle in vain, hoping to mitigate some of the impending force, yet it was evident that his efforts were futile. The spiraling sphere Sabo had conjured moments earlier was hastily formed and not indicative of its full potential. This time, however, Sabo concentrated to unleash it at the maximum power he could wield. The decisive blow rendered Grace unconscious, blood spilling from his mouth, a spiral-shaped indentation marking his chest, embedding itself within his ribcage. Having vanquished Grace, Sabo chose not to let him sink into the depths of the sea, rather than allowing him to fade away. He preferred that Grace make one final contribution. In this way, Sabo's injuries would be deemed worthwhile, and indeed, a remarkable bargain. Sabo returned to the yacht, carrying the gravely wounded and unconscious Grace, and securely bound him with iron chains. He cast a final glance at the blazing ship and the departing CP-0 member, who was carrying a celestial dragon girl, and let out a soft sigh before setting off on his vessel. Having eliminated the celestial dragon Charlemaco Saint, he had ostensibly completed his quest for vengeance with the highest degree of success, warranting the most prestigious rewards. Yet, a sense of elation eluded him entirely. 2 individuals had escaped, unless they succumbed to the sea. It would not be long before the news of his attack on the celestial dragon spread upon encountering other vessels or reaching a nearby island. Given the capabilities of the world government and the Navy, it would not take long for them to trace him. What lay ahead seemed to be an endless flight from pursuit. Chapter 29, Trial? A Trap. Navigating the boundless ocean, Sabo found no inclination to admire the scenery, as his mind was wholly consumed by the system. The quest for vengeance had been fulfilled, and the celestial dragon Charlemaco Saint had perished at his hands. It was now time to submit the task. Submit the task. Ding. Revenge task submitted. Assessing task completion. Target eliminated. Task achieved with the highest completion rate. Rewards being generated. Sabo felt an overwhelming urge to drag this infernal system out and give it a proper beating. The reward generation was tormenting him, an unbearable tease. Yet, he was powerless against this wretched system, left to wait anxiously to achieve this maximum task completion rate. He had slain a celestial dragon, and he could easily foresee the repercussions this would have worldwide. The celestial dragons would be enraged. The world government would be furious. The Navy would be incensed. In short, he had stirred a hornet's nest. Ding. Task rewards generated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a basic reward, 1 transforming robot, original model, and 1 lottery opportunity. Achieving the highest task completion rate grants an additional reward, Conqueror's haki, and 1 lottery opportunity. Good heavens. The rewards were exceedingly generous. Before Sabo could fully absorb the shock, the system's voice chimed in once more. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the trial task, Revenge. The system has conducted an assessment, officially recognizing the host, unlocking the system's auxiliary sprite. Should the host have any inquiries, they may consult the system sprite. System assessment? Official recognition? System sprite? What is all this? Yet, an instinctive feeling warned Sabo that something was amiss. With the auxiliary sprite now at his disposal, he seized the opportunity to inquire. Auxiliary sprite. What is the nature of this trial task? A voice indistinguishable from the system answered. The trial task is designed to evaluate the suitability of the host for the system. The mediocre cannot become the true host. Should the trial task fail to meet the system's minimum standards for recognition, the system will detach and seek a new host. Detach? A wave of dread washed over Sabo as he queried, what would happen if the system detaches? Upon detachment, the host will lose all benefits acquired from the system, remaining eternally in this world, while the system returns to Earth to select a new host. Upon hearing this, Sabo exclaimed in astonishment, What? Return to Earth? Is it truly possible for me to return? The auxiliary spirit remained silent for a considerable time before finally responding, Yes, it is possible. Upon hearing this, Sabo felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Although this place was brimming with allure, he was acutely aware that he still had loved ones on Earth, and naturally, he yearned to return. Thus, he inquired, How can I go back? This time, however, the auxiliary spirit remained silent. After staring for quite some time, Sabo realized that he would not receive a response. He had no choice but to relinquish his inquiry. Nevertheless, the knowledge that he could return to Earth had planted a seed of hope deep within his heart. Having hope was certainly better than being devoid of it. As Sabo's thought shifted, he recalled the system's earlier words, causing a wave of apprehension to wash over him. Considering his current predicament, if the system were to sever its ties and strip him of everything he had obtained through it, facing the relentless pursuit of the world government and the Navy would leave him in a perilous situation indeed. Fortunately, in his quest for greater rewards, he had chosen to slay a celestial dragon. Otherwise, had he failed to meet the minimum criteria for ownership, it could have led to a tragic outcome. With this in mind, Sabo couldn't help but ask curiously, what is the minimum standard for system ownership? The auxiliary sprite replied, injuring a celestial dragon. Goodness! Sabo exclaimed, realizing the system's deceptive nature. The difference between injuring and killing a celestial dragon was negligible. If slaying a celestial dragon represented the pinnacle of task completion, then merely injuring one was only a tier below that. Initially, Sabo had contemplated stealthily ambushing a celestial dragon's ship, which would also count as task completion. As for the fate of the celestial dragons, that was beyond his concern. It would have allowed him to fulfill the task while ensuring his own safety, a perfect twofold benefit. Reflecting on it now, he was grateful he hadn't pursued that course, for it could have led to an unfortunate predicament. Losing the rewards and the system itself would have been truly tragic. However, Sabo had not anticipated that the task of slaying a celestial dragon would yield such abundant rewards. Setting aside the Transformers and the 2 lottery chances, the Conqueror's haki alone was enough to leave him utterly astonished. According to the storyline of One Piece, Sabo possessed both armament haki and observation haki, while his sworn brothers, Luffy and Ace, wielded Conqueror's haki. In comparison, Sabo was somewhat lacking, despite being the strongest among the 3. This deficiency in Conqueror's haki could not be overlooked. Now, with the acquisition of Conqueror's haki, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. The 3 brothers, each endowed with Conqueror's haki, was simply magnificent. Imagining himself unleashing Conqueror's haki like Luffy, causing enemies to collapse en masse, filled Sabo with exhilaration. Next, he turned his attention to the Transformers. As soon as the system reward was revealed, Sabo noticed a silver cube, about 1 cubic meter in size, appearing on the deck, composed of an unknown material that bore a resemblance to the Allspark from Transformers. Sabo stepped forward and gingerly touched the surface, immediately feeling a sharp sting in his fingertip. Upon retracting his hand, he discovered that it was bleeding, as if pricked by a needle. At that moment, the silver cube began to transform, emitting mechanical sounds while undergoing a metamorphosis. DNA collection complete, owner recognition program finalized, S001 officially activated, transformation commencing. Crack, crack, crack. As the transformation and assembly progressed, within a minute, an astonishing transformer materialized before Sabo, its body gleaming with a metallic luster, complemented by vividly colored circuits visible at the joints, exuding an unmistakable aura of science fiction. However, Sabo wore a bewildered expression. This was utterly unlike his expectations. Wasn't a transformer supposed to tower several stories high, at least 10 meters tall? Yet, the one before him was merely 2 meters high, resembling a toddler among transformers. As the transformation concluded, the mechanical eyes of the transformer illuminated with a blue glow, and it spoke. Transformer S001 activation complete. Please name your master. Upon hearing this, Sabo contemplated briefly and then spoke. Let us call you Chition. It is a name that is 1 character shorter than Optimus Prime. And I hope you will be as formidable as he is, nay, even more so. S001, or rather, Chition, replied, Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon me this name. At this moment, Sabo inquired, Chition, are not all your fellow Transformers supposed to be quite large? Why then are you so diminutive? Chition elucidated, Master, I am but a primitive model, akin to a human infant. After absorbing various metals, I shall gradually grow. Upon hearing this, Sabo couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Indeed, it was a mere infant, and he had not been mistaken. However, the prospect of growth was rather promising. Sabo inquired, Chition, this must be your combat form, correct? What can you transform into? An automobile, a battleship, or perhaps an aircraft? In response, Chition stated, Master, I am indeed in my combat form at present. However, I am currently unable to metamorphose. The ability to transform necessitates the completion of a physical scan, and it is through research that I can unlock additional forms. Upon hearing this, Sabo glanced at his yacht and then spoke, Chition, could you skin this yacht for me? In response, Ching-Tian's eyes emitted a crimson glow as he meticulously scanned the yacht, inside and out. He then leapt into the air, transforming continuously until he ultimately morphed into an identical yacht that gracefully settled upon the surface of the sea. Chapter 30, The Final Serenity. However, Sabo exhibited no signs of excitement. For the yacht that Chition had transformed into was diminutive, resembling a slightly larger model toy, utterly incapable of accommodating anyone. At that moment, a voice emerged from the miniature yacht. Master, due to my size constraints, I can only transform to this extent. If permissible, may I absorb this yacht? Doing so would enable me to increase my size. Upon hearing this, Sabo was indeed intrigued. Although this yacht was quite impressive, it could not possibly compare to the Chition. If he were to sail on the Chingtian's transformed yacht, it would certainly be more convenient, as he would not need to operate it himself. Chition could effortlessly navigate the vessel on its own. Thus, Sabo nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, please wait a moment while I retrieve the items inside." In no time, Sabo had emptied the yacht of all its contents, which were then levitated in the air by Goated Duck's telekinetic powers. Sabo himself stood upon the surface of the sea. After completing this task, Chition commenced the absorption of the entire yacht. In a brief span, Chition had fully assimilated it, and the originally diminutive yacht had now grown in size. However, upon witnessing the transformation, Sabo couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck? Chition, having absorbed such a grand yacht, how is it that you have only grown a mere fraction?" Observing the mini-yacht that had undergone a slight enlargement, perhaps a mere 10 centimeters in length, he pondered the futility of it all, as it still remained inadequate for his master. Sabo felt utterly deceived. His magnificent yacht had vanished, leaving him with nothing more than a vessel the size of a small motorboat. An overwhelming urge to return the purchase surged within him. Suppressing his frustration, he finally inquired, "Chition, how could such a grand yacht be reduced to this mere size?" Chition, equally aggrieved, replied, "Master, I cannot be held solely accountable for this. The yacht is not composed entirely of steel. After my refining process, only this small amount of alloy could be extracted." Sabo smacked his forehead, rendered speechless. To enlarge Chition, it would necessitate a continual absorption of various metals, an endeavor that would undoubtedly be financially draining. However, there was no alternative. Sabo had to find some metals for Chition to absorb, ensuring that the yacht they conjured could at least accommodate his residents. Sensing Sabo's frustration, Chition spoke up, "Master, I can undertake a slight modification, which will provide you with a place to sit, though it will require some time." Upon hearing this, Sabo could only nod. There was little else he could do. He found himself devoid of options to procure the metals that the Sky Pillar required. In the past, he could have sought assistance from President Peter of the Peter Chamber, who could have facilitated the acquisition of substantial quantities of metal, especially since he had considerable funds at his disposal. However, after Sabo had slain a celestial dragon, the moment the two individuals who had escaped were rescued, the news would undoubtedly spread like wildfire, perhaps within a day or two. Acquiring the metals, however, was not a task that could be completed in such a brief span. Sabo was certain that Peter would not hesitate to betray him. While the Sky Pillar was engaged in transforming the yacht, Sabo once more accessed the lottery system, now endowed with 2 chances to draw, curious about what treasures might await him. Yet, this time, Sabo refrained from peering into the contents. He wished to spare his heart from the tantalizing allure of the enticing items within. Rather than endure the anxiety of anticipation, he preferred to await the results, choosing to shield his eyes from temptation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the mutant ability Ice Control of the Iceman, Robert Louis Drake. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the superhuman strength Devil Fruit, the Scythe Fruit. As soon as the lottery concluded, a joyful smile spread across Sabo's face. Particularly delighted by the acquisition of the Ice Control ability from Robert Louis Drake, which was indeed a remarkable surprise. Sabo recalls that in the X-Men universe, Iceman Drake possesses the remarkable ability to generate temperatures plunging to several degrees below zero within mere seconds, effortlessly lowering both his external and internal body temperatures without inflicting harm upon himself. He can conjure ice layers to envelop his exterior, thereby augmenting his defensive capabilities. Iceman has the power to freeze the moisture in the air around him, enabling him to create simple structures such as slides, ladders, and shields. Furthermore, he possesses the extraordinary ability to reach absolute zero. The extent of this power is entirely contingent upon one's innate talent and imagination. With such prowess, Sabo is akin to another admiral, Akiji, except that he lacks the capability of elemental transformation. However, he can replicate all of Akiji's techniques and, additionally, adapt any ice-related abilities encountered in other anime into his own repertoire. It feels akin to winning a grand prize, and naturally, Sabo is elated. As for the Scythe Fruit, he is rather indifferent. He does not assess its merits or shortcomings. He recalls that this particular Devil Fruit power was featured in the Thousand-Year Dragon arc, wielded by a mercenary named Eric, which indeed caused some difficulties for Luffy and his crew at that time. Unfortunately, the fruit's abilities were underdeveloped and never fully realized, leaving Sabo uncertain about the extent to which it could be harnessed. Sabo had not anticipated that this devil fruit remained uneaten by Eric. Or perhaps it had already been consumed. Regardless, the system had disregarded the laws of this world and had created another. However, this was of no concern to Sabo, for it was not the devil fruit he had envisioned, and thus he had no intention of consuming it. He chose to store it away, for one never knows when it may prove useful. Standing upon the surface of the sea, Sabo began to quietly experiment with the newly acquired mutant abilities. He could distinctly feel a unique power surging within him. As long as he willed it, he could manifest it. In an instant, the temperature around him plummeted below freezing, and the ocean beneath him rapidly transformed, ice forming beneath his feet within mere seconds, creating a surface of several square meters. As Sabo extended his hand, a crystalline frost began to gradually form upon it. However, due to his lack of proficiency in controlling his abilities, it shattered before it could fully take shape. After several attempts, Sabo found himself enamored with this mutant power. It seemed imperative that he familiarize himself with it thoroughly, transforming it swiftly into a formidable asset in combat. For Sabo, every fleeting moment was invaluable. He understood that the path of physical refinement required unwavering dedication, and strength could not be attained in mere days. Yet, if he could harness his mutant abilities, his power would undoubtedly soar, advancing at a pace far surpassing that of physical training. Standing upon the icy surface and gazing at the sunset gradually descending upon the horizon, he was struck by the beauty of the scene. Regrettably, Sabo found himself devoid of the inclination to appreciate it. This moment might very well be his final respite, perhaps in the next instant. His wanted poster would be plastered across the globe, sending shockwaves throughout the world. Before long, the transformation of the vessel was complete. It had morphed from a miniature yacht into a small speedboat, with only 2 seats at the front and back. While it was undeniably diminutive, there was little choice but to make do. After loading essential supplies, food, fresh water, as well as money and treasures onto the speedboat of the Sky Pillar, Sabo took his seat alongside Psyduck. Bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, the vessel sped across the sea, leaving behind a long trail of waves, until it vanished into the encroaching night. Chapter 31. The world in turmoil. A luxurious cruise ship glided smoothly over the ocean, where nobles and passengers reveled in laughter, savoring exquisite delicacies and fine wines, dancing gracefully to the melodious music. Suddenly, a vigilant crew member cried out, "Captain, look up. Someone is flying towards us." At the sound of his alarm, all eyes turned skyward. Indeed, a man appeared to be carrying someone on his back, hurtling towards them. In mere moments, he stumbled and collapsed onto the deck of the cruise ship. Grasping the hand of a girl, he gasped, "Quick, contact the Navy. Celestial Dragon. Charlemagne, his ship, has been attacked." With that, he lost consciousness. The crowd was left in shock, especially upon seeing the attire of the girl he had been carrying. They understood that the East Sea was far from tranquil, and indeed, the entire world was about to be shaken. In the holy land of Mariehua, within a grand building, 5 elderly men sat together. Though their age was apparent, each exuded a vigorous presence that commanded immense respect. They were the 5 Elder Stars, the supreme leaders of the world government, wielding authority over the intelligence agencies CP0 to CP9, as well as the Army, Navy, and the 7 warlords of the sea. One elder, dressed in a black suit with white curls and a bushy white beard, sporting a flat cap and a scar on his left cheek, spoke. To balance the powers of the Navy and the 4 emperors, the system of the 7 warlords of the sea has been initiated. Therefore, suitable candidates must be determined. Another elder, clad in a deep blue suit with long straight white hair and a lengthy beard, continued. The confirmed candidates include the world's greatest swordsman Dracul Mihawk, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, Crocodile, and Gecko Moria. We still require 3 more. A third elder, dressed in a crimson suit without a tie, with golden hair and a matching beard, remarked, "There is another suitable candidate, Jinbi. If he becomes one of the 7 warlords, we can alleviate tensions with the Fishman race." The 4th elder, in a dark green suit and bald save for 2 prominent tufts of hair, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us send someone to make contact. As for the last 2 positions, we shall take our time to select wisely. The warlord title is not for just anyone." The final elder, dressed in a white robe, bald, and wearing glasses, held a knife and was about to speak when suddenly, the door burst open. A panicked world government official rushed in, exclaiming, "Elder Stars, it's terrible. The celestial dragon Charlemagne has been attacked in the East Sea. He is dead. The only survivors are his daughter, Koyama, and a CP0 member. What? The Elder Stars were taken aback. Who could dare to assassinate a celestial dragon? Such audacity was unfathomable. At Marine headquarters in Marineford, two individuals clad in Navy uniforms were embroiled in a heated argument. One, wearing frog-eyed glasses with a braided beard, adorned with a military cap featuring a seagull emblem, was Admiral Sengoku. The other, tall and robust with a scar over his left eye and striking blue eyes, was the renowned Marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, the grandfather of Luffy. Sengoku glared at Garp, his teeth clenched in frustration. Garp, it is your son's doing. The revolutionary army he leads has grown increasingly powerful, threatening many nations. Were it not for your status as a Marine hero, I would hold you accountable. Garp, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. That is my son for you. I never imagined he would be this formidable. He gave Sengoku a thumbs up. Sengoku, smacking his forehead in exasperation, muttered, "Curse it. How did I end up with such a friend?" At that moment, a flustered Marine burst in, clutching a wanted poster. "Admiral, this is grave news. A celestial dragon was attacked in the East Sea. Charlemagne is dead. The world government demands we pursue the assailant with full force. Here is the wanted notice." Both Sengoku and Garp were taken aback, staring at the wanted poster depicting a golden-haired youth with striking features and an air of nobility. The notice read, "World Criminal Sabo. Bounty of 100 million berries, dead or alive." Sengoku felt a headache coming on, while Garp's expression shifted, recognizing the youth as Sabo, who had been seen with his grandson Luffy and Ace. However, he recalled that the last time he saw Sabo, he appeared much smaller than depicted on the wanted poster. Could it merely be coincidence? Sengoku, glancing at the wanted poster, ordered, "Relay the command to Vice Admiral Nico, instructing him to pursue Sabo with all available resources. Mobilize the entire East Sea Navy. He must be apprehended." While the attack on a celestial dragon would inevitably attract the attention of admirals, Sengoku deemed it excessive to dispatch one for a criminal like Sabo, who operated in the so-called weakest sea. A vice admiral, alongside the full might of the East Sea Navy, would suffice. In Logetown, several Navy warships were docked at the harbor, among which one stood out, a massive flagship. The most formidable vessel in the Navy, carrying personnel from Marine headquarters, including a rear admiral. On the deck of this grand ship, a rear admiral with a long sword at his waist stood at the bow, gazing solemnly into the distance, lost in thought. This man was Rear Admiral Nico. Just then, a Marine rushed towards him, breathless. "Rear Admiral, Admiral Sengoku has sent orders. The celestial dragon Charlemagne was assassinated in the East Sea, and you are to pursue the perpetrator with all your might. You have the authority to mobilize the entire East Sea Navy." After hearing the news, the squirrel was left in utter astonishment. He had never imagined that someone in the East Sea would dare to assault a celestial dragon, let alone kill Charlemagne. Such audacity was truly remarkable. Before long, the news of the celestial dragon Charlemagne's demise in the East Sea spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves throughout the world. Alongside this revelation, the name Sabo began to circulate widely. Chapter 32. Reactions from all sides on an island within the territory of Whitebeard in the New World. A group of pirates was reveling in a celebration, with no guards in sight. There was no need for vigilance here, as this was Whitebeard's domain, a place where few dared to intrude. At the heart of the island stood a towering figure draped in a cloak reminiscent of an admiral's, adorned in crimson and white, exposing his upper body. With a crescent-shaped white mustache, this man was none other than the strongest in the world, Whitebeard. As Whitebeard drank heartily, he surveyed the joyous laughter of his sons and felt an immense sense of satisfaction. As one of the four emperors, he cared little for the title of Pirate King or for treasures. His family was his utmost priority. It was precisely for this reason that none dared to challenge the pirates under his command. At that moment, a pirate with a golden punk hairstyle, a dagger at his waist, and a tattoo of the Whitebeard pirates on his chest approached. He was Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, a formidable user of the mythical Zoan-type phoenix fruit. Marco stepped beside Whitebeard and handed him a bounty notice, chuckling as he spoke. "Dad, a celestial dragon was assassinated in the East Sea, and this bounty is for a little brat named Sabo. This kid is incredibly reckless to dare strike a celestial dragon. The world government and the Navy are now in hot pursuit of him, but who knows when they will catch him." Whitebeard glanced at the bounty notice and suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. I never expected a kid like this to emerge from the East Sea. I wonder if he can survive. Ha ha ha. If he manages to reach the New World, it would be quite splendid for him to join my family. Ha ha ha." Indeed, if Sabo were to join the Whitebeard pirates, the Navy would likely abandon their relentless pursuit, for they could not afford to engage in an all-out war with Whitebeard over this matter. However, this was contingent on Sabo not only reaching the New World, but also being willing to join Whitebeard's ranks, a prospect that seemed rather improbable. Of course, the news did not only reach the Whitebeard pirates, the other 3 emperors of the sea were also informed. Yet, they merely shrugged it off with a chuckle. Viewing Sabo as an unruly individual who acted without considering the consequences, such a person was hardly worthy of their attention. As the news spread, the revolutionary army sailing the Grand Line also caught wind of it. Particularly, Dragon, the leader of the revolutionary army who had once saved Sabo, along with Ivankov and others, were left astounded upon seeing Sabo's bounty notice. Due to his growth in both height and physique, coupled with the belief among the people of the Kingdom of Goa that the Sabo they once knew perished in a barrage from the celestial dragons, they would naturally not conceive that the Sabo is indeed the same individual. However, Dragon and Ivankov are well aware of the truth. Sabo was gravely injured by the celestial dragon Charlemagne, yet they never anticipated that Sabo would choose to exact vengeance by killing Charlemagne. This reckless act displayed a complete disregard for consequences, leaving Dragon and Ivankov powerless to intervene. On an island in the North Sea, Doflamingo observed the news in the newspaper alongside a bounty notice, a smile creeping upon his face. Hee, how intriguing. Who would have thought such a young lad would dare to slay a celestial dragon? Is this audacity born of foolishness or remarkable courage? I truly hope he survives. Meanwhile, at the bandit hideout on Mount Colbo outside the Kingdom of Goa, Dayton, Luffy, Ace, and the others huddled around a newspaper and a bounty notice. Their expressions filled with shock and disbelief. The names were identical, and their appearances bore a striking resemblance. The only distinctions lay in physique and stature, leaving them utterly astonished. The newspaper detailed Sabo's exploits over the past 6 months, but prior information was non-existent. While it aligned with their knowledge of Sabo, doubts lingered regarding whether the Sabo was indeed the same individual they once knew. How Sabo had escaped the attack by the celestial dragons and what transpired during those 6 months remained shrouded in mystery. Questions that could not be verified at present but would have to wait for answers. The world was shaken by this news, yet Sabo himself received the information rather late. On a deserted island in the East Sea, Sabo purchased a newspaper from a bird vendor, and upon seeing the headline regarding his assassination of a celestial dragon, a wry smile appeared on his face. He mused to himself, who would have thought that I would one day grace the front page? Noticing the date on the newspaper, he realized it was from the day before, meaning it was the 2nd day after his attack on the celestial dragon. It seemed the navy of the entire East Sea had mobilized, and he would need to exercise caution in his subsequent actions. However, upon seeing that his previous information remained unreported, Sabo felt a sense of relief. Yet, when he glimpsed his bounty notice, he couldn't help but chuckle at the figure, 100 million berries. Quite a substantial sum. If I were to become a pirate, I'd undoubtedly be a formidable new star in the pirate world. With that, Sabo cast aside the newspaper and resumed his training, determined to seize every moment to enhance his strength. His focus was not on the newly acquired mutant abilities, but rather on another recently obtained martial technique known as the 6 Styles of the Marines. Indeed, it was the famed 6 Styles. After defeating Grace, Sabo relentlessly tormented his spirit while he was severely injured, and subsequently commanded Golduck to employ hypnosis on him. From Grace's lips, he extracted the coveted techniques of the Marine 6 Styles. Thereafter, he dealt with Grace decisively. The Marine 6 Styles, indeed, represent a martial art capable of transcending the limits of the human body. However, given Sabo's current physical condition, mastering such techniques is no simple task. It necessitates continuous practice. Regrettably, the situation for Sabo has become utterly dire. It is likely that the Navy will afford him little time. And contemplating the relentless pursuit by the entire East Blue Navy sends a shiver down his spine. The secluded isle where Sabo currently resides is rather remote, with scarcely any vessels passing by in the vicinity. For now, he can only temporarily seek refuge here, seizing the opportunity to strengthen his abilities before the Navy discovers his whereabouts. Once the East Sea Navy mobilizes, they will undoubtedly conduct a comprehensive search. Not only the Navy, but also a host of bounty hunters will be drawn into the fray. For a bounty of 100 million is no trifling matter and will naturally attract many formidable individuals. Fortunately, the East Sea is vast, dotted with numerous islands. And when they might stumble upon the nameless isle where Sabo is hiding remains a mystery. Sabo would rather they not find it, allowing him to navigate through this tense period in relative tranquility. Chapter 33. The 4th Training as the Foremost Power in the World. The Navy cannot maintain its focus solely on Sabo. Although Sabo has slain a celestial dragon, the Navy will not expend excessive manpower and resources on him. Mobilizing the entire East Sea Navy to capture Sabo is already a considerable undertaking. However, such a large-scale operation cannot persist indefinitely. The East Sea Navy still has its duty to uphold order in the region. Furthermore, this pursuit would disrupt the stability of the East Sea. If Sabo remains elusive for an extended period, the intensity of the Navy's efforts will inevitably wane. Thus, the forthcoming months may prove to be the most arduous for Sabo. If he can endure this challenging phase, life may become somewhat easier thereafter, not merely because the Navy might ease its pursuit of him. What Sabo desperately requires at present is time. Given sufficient time, his capabilities could ascend rapidly, with just a few months being ample to witness significant advancement. Currently, Sabo has acquired the Navy's 6 styles and the mutant ability of ice control. Mastering both will undoubtedly bolster his confidence in evading the Navy's pursuit. However, circumstances may not unfold as Sabo desires. Should the Navy discover his whereabouts, he would be compelled to live a life of constant flight. Indeed, constant evasion. While Sabo remains undaunted by the average Navy personnel, regardless of their numbers, he might find himself outmatched by more formidable adversaries. Frankly, after 6 months of training, Sabo is uncertain about the extent of his abilities, relying solely on practical combat to gauge his progress. One certainty remains: he is no match for a Navy Vice Admiral. At that rank, they are adept in utilizing both armament haki and observation haki. Even among the ranks of officers, some may possess haki skills, albeit at a lesser degree. When confronted with an opponent skilled in haki, Sabo would inevitably find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, mastering haki has become an essential pursuit for him. Once he grasps its intricacies, his strength will undoubtedly see a dramatic enhancement. Sabo is already aware of the training methods for armament haki and has sensed its existence. He now needs to continuously enhance his physical strength and practice diligently until he can at least achieve the level of wrapping. As for observation haki, although he is unfamiliar with the specific training methods, he recalls scenes from the anime where Rayleigh trains Luffy. He may attempt to adapt those techniques, unsure of their efficacy. Yet he recognizes the necessity of at least trying. During Sabo's training, he kept his eyes closed throughout the entire process. While Psyduck utilized telekinesis to launch stones at him from behind, continuously enhancing Sabo's perception abilities. Over time, this method could potentially enable Sabo to master the observation haki. However, honing haki constitutes merely 1/4 of Sabo's training regimen. The remaining 3/4 focus on mutant abilities, physical techniques, and chakra cultivation. The mutant ability to control ice possesses substantial developmental potential. If Sabo can effectively harness and expand this power, it can significantly bolster his strength. Mastery of this ability will allow him to swiftly convert it into personal prowess, serving as the most expedient means for him to enhance his capabilities. In contrast, the cultivation of haki, physical techniques, and chakra requires prolonged dedication and cannot yield immediate results. Physical training is regarded by Sabo as foundational and occupies the most extended portion of his training program. This encompasses the enhancement of physical strength, mastery of the Dragon Claw Fist, the Navy's 6 styles, and the 6 harmonies martial arts. The improvement of physical strength can only be achieved through relentless extreme training, continuously tapping into his body's potential and transcending his limits. With Psyduck's telekinetic suppression aiding him, Sabo finds that his efforts yield greater results. However, as Sabo's physical strength increases, the effectiveness of Psyduck's pressure diminishes. At present, Sabo has yet to discover alternative methods, so he continues training in this manner. The training of the Dragon Claw Fist primarily involves comprehension of the technique. Just as a swordsman embodies sword intent and a knife wielder possesses knife intent, a practitioner of the fist must also grasp their own fist intent. If Sabo can achieve this understanding, it will prove far more effective than merely inventing numerous techniques. Regarding the Navy's 6 styles and the 6 harmonies martial arts, Sabo intends to merge them into a cohesive system. The Navy's 6 styles consist of physical techniques, while the 6 harmonies martial arts embodies the essence of martial arts philosophy. The integration of both will undoubtedly amplify their power, with the extent of enhancement resting upon Sabo's personal growth and insights. Among the Navy's 6 styles, the techniques of shave, moonwalk, and gale palm focus on leg strength and the application of power, qualifying them as forms of training. Shave involves executing more than 10 rapid foot strikes against the ground within a mere 0.36 seconds, generating explosive speed akin to instantaneous movement. Moonwalk entails delivering a powerful kick while airborne, creating pressure against the air to facilitate movement through the skies. Gale palm employs superspeed kicks to generate vacuum slashes, necessitating exceptionally refined leg strength techniques, which are not easily mastered. As for the remaining 3 techniques, finger gun poses no challenge for Sabo, as his training in Dragon Claw Fist has effectively equipped him with the ability to use it at will. Iron block and paper drawing pertain to muscle control techniques. Iron block accelerates blood flow within an instant, allowing muscles to contract and form a defense akin to steel. In contrast, paper drawing involves relinquishing all bodily strength, enabling Sabo to evade incoming attacks through the manipulation of airflow induced by his opponent's movements. In comparison to the Navy's 6 styles, the 6 Harmonies martial arts resembles a habit or a state of comprehension, enhancing the effectiveness of physical techniques. Regarding chakra cultivation, if Sabo were to rank the importance of his 4 training elements, chakra would undoubtedly occupy the last position. Nevertheless, he has not abandoned his chakra training. Currently, the ninjutsu at his disposal includes the Rasengan, body flicker technique, and perception ninjutsu. While the Rasengan boasts commendable offensive capabilities, its power remains limited. Against a master of physical techniques, it struggles to inflict significant damage unless it undergoes further refinement, which Sabo is currently unable to achieve. The body flicker technique is a high-speed movement skill, akin to shave in the Navy's 6 styles. It utilizes chakra explosion from the feet to facilitate rapid movement. When employing shave, if Sabo simultaneously channels chakra while striking the ground, he can achieve even greater speed. He has coined this integrated technique as instant. Perception ninjutsu serves as Sabo's sole reconnaissance method at present. It bears resemblance to observation haki. Yet it cannot predict an opponent's attacks and falls short of the efficacy of observation haki in actual combat. Nonetheless, until he masters observation haki, perception ninjutsu remains quite useful and holds potential for further development. After 6 months of training, Sabo's chakra capacity has reached the level of a chunin, rendering it substantial enough to support additional training endeavors. His chakra possesses 3 elemental attributes: wind, water, and lightning. It is now time for him to commence learning the nature transformations of these 3 chakra types. The sharpness of wind and the lethality of lightning can significantly enhance the power of finger gun, gale palm, and dragon claw fist, while lightning chakra can also boost his physical vitality, greatly augmenting Sabo's speed. The water attribute's transformation can expand Sabo's perception range over the ocean, although its additional utility remains undiscovered for now. Should he master ninjutsu related to wind, water, and lightning, particularly Suiton techniques, Sabo's strength would undoubtedly escalate dramatically. Utilizing Suiton in these vast oceans would certainly instill dread in any adversary, especially those possessing devil fruit abilities. Sabo diligently trained, while Go to Duck was not idle either. In addition to continually enhancing its skills, it began to engage in strength training with Sabo several months ago, learning martial arts. Now that it had acquired the Marine 6 styles, Go to Duck naturally aimed to learn them as well, and it was doing so quite adeptly. Although Go to Duck's level had not significantly increased recently, its strength was undeniably progressing. During its martial arts practice, it surprisingly grasped 5 skills: haki punch, million-ton kick, body slam, and iron tail, which left Sabo somewhat astonished. As for Optimus, this Transformer's baby, Sabo had dispatched him to unlock various transformation forms. The first form he needed to unlock was that of a mining vehicle. To Sabo's dismay, Optimus informed him that it would take half a month. With no choice, Sabo had to let Optimus unlock it at his own pace. Once the mining vehicle form was activated, Optimus would be able to extract ores independently, thereby gathering the metals necessary for his growth without Sabo risking himself to procure them, as Sabo still could not reveal himself. In contrast to Optimus's troublesome delay, he did provide Sabo with good news. There was a small mining vein on this deserted island. Once Optimus unlocked the mining vehicle form, he would be able to extract the island's resources, and he should grow larger as a result, allowing Sabo to avoid being cramped on such a small boat. Rather than viewing Optimus as a mere mode of transportation, Sabo was far more curious about his combat potential. However, he was vexed to discover that Optimus was a primitive model without any weapon systems, rendering him practically a counterfeit transformer. In frustration, Sabo sacrificed the technological gun at his waist. After absorbing the technological gun, Optimus unlocked a weapon system, transforming the gun into a laser gun and a more powerful laser cannon, ultimately not disappointing Sabo. While Sabo immersed himself in rigorous training on the deserted island, the East Blue was already rife with tension. Under the command of Rear Admiral Squirrel at the Navy headquarters, the entire East Blue Navy mobilized. Except for the essential personnel left behind at the base, the remaining forces set sail to conduct extensive searches across their designated areas. Every island, country, city, and village was scrutinized without exception, as if conducting a carpet search. Even bounty hunters cooperated with the Navy, as a bounty of 100 million was a substantial fortune. In contrast, the pirates of the East Blue found themselves in dire straits. With the Navy's large-scale operations, they inevitably encountered pirates, and once they did, capturing them was a foregone conclusion. As a consequence, while Sabo remained elusive, the pirates of the East Blue suffered significant blows. This led the pirates to harbor resentment towards Sabo. They wished to find him quickly so he could be apprehended by the Navy, thus ending their own suffering. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the pirates of the East Blue faced annihilation, while the pirates faced misfortune. The ordinary citizens were pleased to see the tide turning. With the pirates gone, their lives would undoubtedly become more stable. What the Navy initially viewed as a military operation to capture Sabo transformed in the eyes of the citizens into a major campaign against piracy. If this continued, the pirates of the East Blue would likely be unable to rise again for years. Nowadays, the seas of the East Blue frequently witness Navy warships patrolling, conducting thorough searches of every vessel and island. Regrettably, after more than a month, there had been no trace of Sabo, which greatly infuriated the Celestial Dragons, the world government, and the Navy headquarters, prompting them to issue strict orders for the East Blue Navy to intensify their search efforts. Under this pressure, the East Blue Navy had no choice but to persist in their searches, even scouring remote or minuscule islands. On the sea, a Navy warship was slowly cruising, and on the deck, 3 Navy officers clad in justice cloaks huddled around a table, deliberating their forthcoming actions. In the Navy, only officers of the rank of captain or higher were entitled to wear such cloaks emblazoned with the word justice, which symbolized not only honor but also recognition of strength. These 3 officers were of captain rank, one being a colonel and the other 2 majors. All 3 had robust physiques, clearly skilled in martial arts. Their weapons were unique, made from sea prism stone, highly effective against devil fruit users. On the table before them lay a map of the surrounding maritime area, with numerous islands marked with red crosses, leaving only a few unmarked. One major pointed to a small, uninhabited island on the map and inquired, "Colonel Raymond, there remains a tiny uninhabited island not on the regular shipping routes. Should we investigate it?" Colonel Raymond, upon hearing this, spoke in a low voice, "Yes, we must go. Our Navy has searched for over a month without finding any trace of the criminal Sabo. He is likely hiding on one of these remote, uninhabited islands. We cannot overlook any of them. We must search each one thoroughly, leaving no room for chance." "Understood. We will alter our course immediately." On the deserted island, Sabo sat quietly, his eyes naturally closed, breathing slowly and silently, as if he had entered a realm of ethereal tranquility. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, stood, and gazed toward a certain direction over the sea, a smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself, I didn't expect you to find me here. That you are much later than I anticipated. But since you are here, let us engage in a decisive battle, which will also serve to test the fruits of my training." On the Navy warship's lookout tower, a sailor peered through a long-range telescope, observing the deserted island before him, where the silhouette of a young boy emerged on the beach. Upon recognizing the boy's face, the sailor was taken aback. "Colonel Raymond, the target, Sabo, has been spotted on the uninhabited island ahead. It seems he has noticed us but shows no signs of fleeing." Colonel Raymond frowned at this news. "No signs of fleeing? Does that mean he intends to confront us directly? What an arrogant little brat. Is he audacious or simply confident? We shall find out in battle." Chapter 35. Chaos. A Navy major, witnessing Sabo's calm demeanor as he stared at their warship, remarked, "Colonel Raymond, Sabo shows no signs of panic at all. Is there something amiss? Should we report this to Rear Admiral Squirrel, just in case Sabo has some escape plan?" Raymond furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat reluctant, yet nodded in agreement. This Sabo truly intrigued him. At such a young age, what could compel him to attack a celestial dragon and even kill one? He showed no signs of distress upon seeing the Navy. Was it arrogance or premeditated strategy? Ultimately, Raymond found Sabo inscrutable. He agreed with the major's suggestion. Having finally located Sabo's trail, he could not afford to let him slip away if he had indeed set a trap. Reporting to Rear Admiral Squirrel would allow for the immediate mobilization of forces to encircle and cut off any potential escape routes for Sabo. Brew. Hello, this is Squirrel. Who's speaking?" The major handed the communicator to Raymond, who took it and spoke. "General Squirrel, this is Colonel Raymond from the Navy branch. We have discovered traces of Sabo on an uninhabited island. Coordinates. However, this individual exhibits peculiar behavior. Upon encountering us, he displayed no signs of panic. I suspect he has contingency plans for escape." "Well done. Here is the plan. I will swiftly deploy nearby naval forces to prevent his escape. You are to apprehend him, preferably alive. If that proves impossible, execute him on the spot. Upon hearing this, Raymond nodded, affirming, "Understood, sir." After terminating the communication, Raymond gazed at Sabo by the shore and began issuing orders. General Squirrel has commanded that Sabo be captured alive. If that is not feasible, he is to be executed on sight. Once we reach the shore, initiate a swift encirclement. Before long, the naval vessels had docked, and every sailor aboard armed themselves before rushing ashore. Those with firearms brandished their weapons, while others wielded swords. Hundreds of naval soldiers fanned out, encircling Sabo in the center. Raymond, accompanied by 2 majors, gradually advanced through the ranks of sailors to the forefront, observing Sabo seated upon a rock, calmly eating an apple. A frown creased his brow, as an unsettling feeling lingered in his mind. Sabo's composure was remarkably peculiar. Despite the overwhelming presence of the Navy, he exhibited not a trace of anxiety. Calmly awaiting their arrival, he had ample opportunity to retreat deeper into the island and escape on a concealed vessel, yet he chose to remain. Raymond scrutinized Sabo intently before speaking. "Sabo, your assault on the Celestial Dragons and the murder of Charlemaco Saint are heinous crimes. I, Colonel Raymond, have come under the orders of the Navy headquarters to apprehend you. The entire East Blue has been ensnared in a web of surveillance. There is no escape for you. Will you not surrender?" Sabo surveyed the surrounding naval forces before turning to Raymond with a bemused smile. "Oh, I never anticipated that the Navy headquarters would place such significance on me. I am truly flattered. However, surrendering unconditionally is not in my nature. So let us forego that notion. If you possess the strength to capture me, then I shall have no further objections." Upon hearing this, Raymond's expression darkened, and he commanded in a hushed yet firm tone, "All personnel, heed my orders. Charge together and apprehend this audacious rogue." "Understood." The naval officers responded in unison, gripping their weapons tightly as they surged towards Sabo, their eyes ablaze with fervor. To them, Sabo represented a substantial opportunity for military accolades. Within the Navy, the hierarchy is rigidly maintained. Advancement requires not only sufficient strength but also commendable achievements in battle. This operation, sanctioned by the world government and Navy headquarters, promised significant recognition for anyone who could bring Sabo to justice. Although the accolades would not solely belong to one individual, even a shared victory could elevate many within the ranks. Thus, the naval officers were filled with excitement, convinced that despite Sabo's youth and relatively smaller stature, his strength would be negligible. Capturing him would surely be a trivial task, especially with their numbers, the presence of Colonel Raymond, and the support of 2 majors ensuring that all would proceed smoothly. Sabo gazed at the approaching Navy, shaking his head in resignation. To be honest, he harbored no animosity towards the Navy as a whole, only disdain for certain despicable individuals among them. As a formidable force within the world of One Piece, the Navy maintains peace across numerous regions of the seas in the Grand Line. Although their actions occasionally provoke disapproval, this does not overshadow the vital role they play in this world. Without the Navy, chaos would likely reign supreme. Even now, as they pursue him, Sabo feels no hatred. The circumstances have their reasons. Furthermore, the Navy operates under the auspices of the world government, limiting their autonomy. The soldiers before him, though intent on capturing him, cannot be judged as right or wrong in the context of their conflict. Thus, Sabo must prepare to confront them. Life and death are fated, and at this moment, he is unable to concern himself with his own survival, let alone the lives of these men. Even if they are innocent, Sabo has no choice but to retaliate fiercely, striking with lethal precision that often renders his opponents incapacitated in a single blow. Whether they lose consciousness or meet a more fatal end is a matter he cannot afford to dwell upon. Human nature tends to be selfish. Sabo is no saint. As adversaries, he cannot afford to show mercy. If he does not take lives, then his own will be taken. In this ruthless world governed by the survival of the fittest, Sabo has no option but to become a formidable force, for the alternative is a grim demise. Sabo's movements were devoid of any superfluous gestures. He meticulously targeted each advancing Navy member, delivering lethal strikes with either his fists, a retreat, or the adversary's own weapon. As Sabo navigated through the throng, one by one, the Navy soldiers fell, causing Raymond and 2 other majors observing from the rear to furrow their brows. One robust major remarked, "Colonel Raymond, it appears that Sabo possesses remarkable skills. Our subordinates are likely no match for him." Another lean major chimed in, "Indeed, if this continues, we may face total annihilation. Perhaps we should withdraw them and take action ourselves. What do you think?" Raymond replied solemnly, "Yes, Sabo is indeed formidable. This may not even be his full strength. It is said that aboard the Celestial Dragon's ship, there were 2 CP0 members proficient in the Navy's 6 forms. and only one managed to escape. The other likely perished at Sabo's hands, thus he should not be underestimated. The robust major, intrigued, said, "Is that so? He sounds like a worthy opponent. Let me take him on." With that, the major vanished from sight as if teleported, showcasing one of the Navy's 6 forms known as SAR. Within the ranks of the Navy, officers of the rank of major are eligible to learn the 6 forms. Amidst the chaos of battle, just as Sabo had knocked down a Navy soldier with a powerful punch, he sensed an approaching threat of considerable strength. He instinctively retaliated with a punch, colliding with the assailant's fist. Both combatants staggered back a few paces, and Sabo finally discerned the identity of his opponent. It was one of the majors. It seemed that a thrilling battle was about to ensue. Chapter 36, Confrontation with the Navy Major. Sabo cast a glance around, surveying the numerous fallen naval soldiers strewn across the ground, no fewer than 40 or 50 in total. It was no wonder that the naval officers could no longer contain themselves. If this continued, it would not be long before all these ordinary sailors succumbed. At that point, the ship would be filled with wounded, bringing disgrace upon the commanding officers. As soon as the naval major appeared, the surrounding sailors immediately ceased their assault. They were taken aback by the sight of so many incapacitated comrades, clearly astonished by Sabo's remarkable prowess. They had not anticipated such formidable strength, especially after witnessing his recent duel with the major, which had ended in a draw. A truly impressive feat. The major surveyed the scene, then addressed the surrounding sailors. "You all stand down for now. Please move the injured to the side and attend to their wounds. I shall take charge of the ensuing battle." "Yes, sir." Sabo observed the naval officers diligently transporting the wounded and chose not to intervene further. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the naval major, smiling as he inquired, "Ah, a worthy adversary has arrived. This should prove interesting. Who might you be?" Upon hearing this, the major responded, "I am Major Rakes of the Navy branch." "Sabo, your prowess is indeed formidable. I did not anticipate you could withstand my recent strike. Were you not a wanted criminal, joining our Navy could have led to remarkable achievements. Alas, what a pity." Upon hearing this, Sabo merely smiled faintly. He recalled that he had indeed contemplated joining the Navy. After all, being part of the Navy meant that if he could locate Garp, he would have a formidable ally. Furthermore, if he could train under the esteemed former admiral Black Arm Zephyr, it would have been even more advantageous, sparing him the arduous journey of self-discovery in his training. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, and due to the caprices of the random system, he found himself transformed into a pirate. Among the choices of Navy, Revolutionary Army, and piracy, becoming a pirate was undeniably the least favorable option. Nevertheless, piracy had its own merits. At the very least, it afforded him unparalleled freedom, unshackled by any constraints, a privilege that neither the Navy nor the Revolutionary Army could offer. Sabo relished this liberty and was willing to fight for it. Before long, all the fallen Navy personnel were moved aside, clearing a vast space for the impending confrontation between Sabo and Rakes. The surrounding Navy officers gazed on with eager anticipation. Rakes, regarding Sabo with curiosity, inquired, "Before we engage in battle, may I pose a question? I heard that there were 2 CP-0 members aboard the Celestial Dragon ship. Yet only one managed to escape. Was the other one slain by your hand?" Upon hearing this, Sabo nodded and said, "Indeed, it was I who took his life. That was the most grievous injury I sustained. Regrettably, it occurred at sea, and I could not engage in a satisfying battle. Such a pity. However, you performed admirably, huh? Your recent use of the shave technique was impressively swift, even faster than that individual." Upon hearing the term shave, Rakes furrowed his brow and inquired, "Oh? Are you familiar with the Navy's 6 styles?" Sabo nodded slightly, stating that he had learned of it from a member of CP-0, acknowledging it as a remarkable martial art. "Enough talk. Let us see your prowess in combat," he urged. Upon hearing this, Rakes let out a cold snort and retrieved a sea stone weapon from behind him, launching himself into action. With a swift motion, Rakes seemed to vanish, propelling himself directly towards Sabo in an instant. He appeared at Sabo's side, his right hand wielding the sea stone weapon, sweeping towards Sabo with fierce intent. Sabo executed a swift maneuver, deftly evading the sweeping strike of the sea prison stone 10 hands. This exemplifies the disadvantage of lacking weaponry, before one can proficiently wield the armament haki. Engaging in direct confrontation with mere flesh and blood against weapons inevitably results in some adversity. Rakes, upon witnessing Sabo's evasion of the attack, felt no surprise. From their prior exchange of blows, it was evident that Sabo could adapt to the speed of his shave technique. However, this was preferable. If the encounter were resolved in an instant, it would indeed lack excitement. Failing to land his strike, Rakes executed a somersault in midair, propelling his right leg forward to unleash a gale foot slash that pursued Sabo relentlessly. Sabo's form swayed slightly as Reikis's gale foot slash whistled past him, leaving a long gash upon the ground before ultimately cleaving a stone on the beach in two, the cut as precise as if made by a knife. The ordinary Navy soldiers surrounding the scene swallowed hard, witnessing a battle that transcended human capability, particularly when they observed Reikis employing the 6 styles of the Navy. Their eyes brimmed with yearning. They longed to master the techniques of the 6 styles, yet lamentably, they lacked both the qualifications and the ability to learn such martial arts. After evading the gale foot slash, Sabo propelled himself forward with immense force, akin to a cannonball, his right fist clenched as he unleashed a powerful punch, generating a fierce wind that surged towards Reikis's chest. Noticing Sabo's aggressive advance, Reikis exerted force beneath him, launching himself into the air to evade Sabo's strike. Moonwalk. Reikis, gliding through the air with the moonwalk, executed a swift flip, his legs whipping out as he unleashed consecutive gale foot slashes. Boom, boom. The gale foot slashes struck the ground, causing significant tremors and leaving a series of deep gashes in their wake. Under the relentless onslaught of the gale foot strikes, Sabo swayed erratically, appearing to lack any coherent strategy, yet, remarkably, he evaded every single blow. Observing that such a barrage of attacks yielded no results, Reikis decisively abandoned this approach. With a surge of energy, he executed the moonwalk, propelling himself downward towards Sabo. Just before making contact with the ground, Reikis performed a somersault, sweeping his left leg downward, while simultaneously unleashing the iron block technique from the Marine 6 styles. Sabo leapt back slightly, deftly evading Reikis's kick. As Reikis's leg struck the ground, it missed its target and created a tremendous impact, leaving a sizable crater in the sand, a testament to the sheer power behind his strike. Undeterred by the miss, Reikis swiftly raised his other leg, aligning both limbs in a straight line before executing a rolling maneuver, his legs swinging like battle axes, relentlessly aimed at Sabo. Iron block, axe slash. Sabo retreated repeatedly. Yet there was no trace of panic in his eyes. Instead, a faint smile grazed his face. After several evasive maneuvers, he suddenly came to a halt. With a swift motion, he raised his arm and astonishingly blocked Reikis's leg with it. Upon witnessing Sabo's audacious defense against his assault, Reikis felt a flicker of satisfaction. He was acutely aware of the power his formidable legs possessed, and Sabo's choice to confront his strike head-on seemed destined for dire consequences. However, as Reikis's leg collided with Sabo's arm, he realized his grave misjudgment. His iron-like limb struck Sabo's arm with no effect whatsoever, as if it had encountered solid steel, failing to budge an inch. This astonishing display left the surrounding naval soldiers in utter disbelief. They had witnessed Major Reikis unleash this technique before, its devastating power well known. Yet they were astounded that Sabo could withstand such an assault. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle, while the experts discern the subtleties. Observing from the sidelines, Raymond and another major's expressions turned grave, realizing Sabo's prowess exceeded their wildest expectations. Seeing his axe strike rendered futile, Reikis rolled away and landed nearby. Gazing at Sabo with a serious demeanor as he inquired, "Did you just employ one of the Navy's 6 styles, the iron block?" Chapter 37, Instantaneous Seconds. Upon hearing this, Sabo chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, it is one of the 6 styles of the Navy, and given the prowess of the 6 styles, I certainly could not miss out on such a martial art." Reikis replied coldly, "Even within our Navy, only officers are permitted to learn this technique. In the East Blue, there are few who truly comprehend such a skill. Where did you acquire it?" If Sabo's martial art was indeed taught by the Navy, the situation could exceed expectations. Why would that Navy officer instruct Sabo in the 6 styles? What clandestine secrets might exist between them? Sabo smiled. "Have you forgotten? I previously battled a CP0 member well-versed in the 6 powers of the Navy. I nearly incapacitated him and managed to extract the training methods of the 6 powers through some persuasive tactics. Such exquisite martial arts are indeed rare, and I certainly would not let them slip away." "What?" Upon hearing this, Reikis's expression shifted dramatically. His astonishment did not stem from Sabo's ability to elicit the training methods from the CP0 member, but rather from the brevity of time Sabo had taken to master the 6 powers. Since Sabo's attack on the Celestial Dragons, scarcely 2 months had elapsed, and he had already acquired proficiency in the Navy's 6 powers. Particularly concerning was the iron block technique he had just employed. Reikis found himself utterly unable to counter it, indicating that Sabo's mastery of the 6 powers was evidently superior to his own. The 6 powers are not limited to the iron block alone. Since Sabo had already perfected one of the 6 powers, and at such an advanced level, it can be surmised that he had likely mastered the remaining 5 techniques as well. As for the extent of his expertise, that remains uncertain. This revelation was far from favorable for Rakas. He had initially anticipated capturing Sabo with ease, but it now seemed utterly implausible. In fact, he feared he might not even stand a chance against Sabo, a thought he was reluctant to entertain. Sabo gazed at Lycas with a faint smile and declared, "Well, I have no time for idle chatter with you. I am aware that you have alerted the other naval forces, and I fear that the nearby fleet has already begun to encircle the area to prevent my escape. Therefore, I must resolve this matter swiftly." In an instant, Sabo unleashed one of the modified 6 styles of the Navy, a fusion of the original shave and his own instantaneous movement technique, which he has now perfected. How swift! Lycas's pupils suddenly constricted. His eyes could barely keep pace with Sabo's speed. He scanned his surroundings, desperately seeking Sabo's whereabouts, while simultaneously employing an iron block for defense. With a whoosh, Sabo appeared instantaneously at Lycas's side, delivering a sweeping kick that struck Lycas's waist with such force that it shattered his iron block defense. Thud! Lycas felt the crushing blow to his midsection, and the iron block was obliterated, causing him to cough up blood. Upon catching sight of Sabo's figure, he disregarded his injuries and fiercely launched a counterattack. Gale kick. Lycas leaped gracefully, his legs executing a series of sweeping strikes, unleashing multiple gale kicks aimed directly at Sabo. Upon witnessing this, Sabo swiftly turned, and simultaneously, his right leg executed a powerful sweep, unleashing a strike even more formidable than the Raikajuan's. The wind slash? This was one of Sabo's improved Marine 6 forms, a technique born from the amalgamation of the Raikajuan and the transformative properties of wind chakra. The clash between Sabo's wind slash and Rakas's gale foot was a starkly unequal confrontation. Rakas's gale foot strikes crumbled upon impact, several of them severed mid-air by the wind slash, which continued its relentless trajectory towards Rakas. The latter's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that Sabo's gale foot would possess such formidable power. His own multiple strikes paled in comparison to a single blow from Sabo. The speed of the gale foot was astonishing, reaching him in an instant, leaving him no time to evade. Iron block. Rakas could do nothing but hastily employ the iron block defense, managing to withstand that strike but left to contemplate his next move. Unfortunately, the wind slash, infused with the nature transformation of wind chakra, was exceptionally sharp, far beyond the capacity of the already compromised iron block to withstand. The collapse of the iron block inflicted considerable harm upon his body. Even if he could utilize it again, its rigidity would be diminished. Without recovery, he could not unleash its full potential. With a spray of blood, Rakas coughed violently, a deep gash carved across his chest. Crimson flowing forth as disbelief flickered in his eyes before he slumped to the ground. His swift defeat left the surrounding ordinary Navy soldiers in utter shock, their expressions frozen in astonishment. They had not expected their formidable Major Rakas to fall, and so quickly and catastrophically at that, an unfathomable turn of events. It became evident that Sabo was no ordinary individual. His strength was truly extraordinary. Rakas's fall cast a pall over the faces of Raymond and another major, who now wore expressions of grave concern. They had never anticipated Sabo's prowess to be so overwhelming, utterly dominating Rakas with mere 2 strikes. Such capability was beyond even Raymond's reach. The other major, his voice laden with gravity, addressed Raymond. "Colonel Raymond, what should we do now?" Raymond replied in a somber tone. "This individual possesses extraordinary strength. Even before mastering the 6 styles of the Navy, he was capable of defeating a CP-0 agent well-versed in them. Though that opponent was lackluster, it still signifies a formidable threat. Now that he has learned the 6 styles, who knows the extent of his power? From what he has just displayed, capturing him will likely prove challenging." The other major's complexion shifted with alarm. "What shall we do then? Wait for reinforcements?" Raymond replied resolutely, "That is impossible. He will undoubtedly not afford us such luxury. Therefore, we must engage him directly. I will take the offensive while you provide support. If we can exploit any weaknesses, we may still have a chance." Exchanging a determined glance, Raymond and the major sprang into action. Raymond drew his weapon from his back, activating the shave technique as he lunged towards Sabo. Meanwhile, the other major leapt into the air, executing a gale foot strike aimed directly at Sabo. Upon witnessing this, Sabo lightly flicked his foot, effortlessly sending the sea stone 10 hands from the ground into his grasp. This was the very item that had fallen when Lycas was struck by Sabo's leg moments ago, and now it had fortuitously become Sabo's gain. Sabo grasped the 10 hands, gazing at the oncoming gale of kicks. With a sudden flourish, he dispersed the onslaught of strikes, transforming them into mere fragments that scattered across the ground, leaving behind a trail of marks. At that moment, Raymond had already charged towards Sabo, and the tin hands thrust forward with a ferocity rivaling that of a cannon's blast. However, Raymond was taken aback when Sabo unexpectedly evaded his strike, causing his thrust to meet only empty air as Sabo suddenly vanished from sight. Raymond surveyed his surroundings with caution, yet his expression shifted to one of alarm upon noticing the position of another major. Sabo had directly targeted that officer. Sabo delivered a powerful blow directly to the chest of the major, who attempted to defend himself with a piece of iron, but to no avail. With that singular strike, the major lost consciousness, his body collapsing helplessly to the ground. Sabo turned around, gazing at Raymond, and calmly said, "Well, the troublemaker has been dealt with. Now we can engage in a proper battle, Colonel Raymond. I hope you won't disappoint me." Chapter 38. Dominance. Raymond observed the fallen major, his expression darkening, as he had not anticipated that his tactical plan would be disrupted so swiftly by Sabo. Indeed, had Raymond been in Sabo's position, he too would have opted to eliminate the auxiliary threat first, thereby mitigating future complications and dangers. As he looked at Sabo's smiling face, Raymond's demeanor grew unusually grave. The youthful features of Sabo suggested he was merely in his teens, yet he possessed formidable strength that could easily rival the prodigies from the Navy's elite training camp. Raymond could vividly imagine the extent of Sabo's growth. Should he evade the Navy's pursuit and be granted a few years to develop, the potential was unfathomable. Such a perilous individual must not be allowed to flourish. With this thought firmly in mind, Raymond resolved that even if it meant mutual destruction, he could not permit Sabo to escape unscathed. With a burst of energy, Raymond propelled himself forward, his speed surpassing that of before. Clenching his fists tightly, he executed a sweeping strike. The force of his movement conjured winds that sliced through the air like a tempest, aimed directly at Sabo, resembling a blade of air from a distance. Upon witnessing this, Sabo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Raymond could utilize the gale foot technique to such an extraordinary extent. It was indeed impressive. The gale foot could only be executed with the legs not only because the power of the legs surpassed that of the arms, but also due to their greater length, allowing the toes to deliver the gale foot, while the hands could not. However, Raymond ingeniously employed the tin hands technique, thereby augmenting the reach of his arm strikes, and successfully executed the gale foot with this innovative approach. Upon witnessing this, Sabo tightened his grip on his tin hands and suddenly swung with force, unleashing a tempestuous kick that sliced through the air. Upon witnessing this, Sabo could not help but reveal a faint smile. As the saying goes, mastery of one technique leads to mastery of myriad techniques. Once one grasps the essence, its application becomes a mere trifle. The two techniques, the tin hand slash, collided with a thunderous explosion, resulting in a stalemate. Suddenly, Raymond soared through the air, executing a tin hand slash aimed directly at Sabo's head. As Sabo raised his hand, he effortlessly parried Raymond's attack with 10 fingers. However, he soon felt an overwhelming force surging towards him, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack. Such immense strength, far superior to that of Grace, whom he had faced previously, left him astounded. Had it not been for his rapid advancement in mastering the Marine 6 styles, which had significantly enhanced his speed and allowed him to surpass his limits, he would have found himself at a distinct disadvantage against Raymond's formidable power. With a powerful thrust of his arm, Sabo sent Raymond soaring through the air. Then, with a graceful step, he pursued the airborne Raymond. In midair, Raymond executed a somersault, sweeping his legs in a flurry as he unleashed a series of strikes, aiming directly at the advancing Sabo. Sabo executed a series of moonsteps, deftly maneuvering through the openings created by Raymond's attacks. With a sudden thrust of his 10 fingers, he aimed directly for Raymond's vital points. However, Raymond remained composed. With a swift step of the moon, he altered his trajectory, evading Sabo's strike. In a seamless motion, he pivoted and countered with a sweeping attack of his 10 fingers. Sabo positioned his hand horizontally, and with a resounding clang, he successfully parried Raymond's strike. However, what struck him as peculiar was the surprisingly feeble force behind this attack. With a muffled grunt, Sabo plummeted from the sky, crashing down and stirring up a cloud of dust upon impact. Rising to his feet, he wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, a bitter smile fleeting across his face. He had underestimated the situation. Sabo had not anticipated that Raymond would employ such a deceptive form of attack. Had he not sensed something amiss in advance and predicted his opponent's movements, subsequently employing a block of iron for defense, the injuries would have been far more severe. Indeed, it was foresight that saved him. Over the past month, Sabo had mastered the use of observation haki, and perhaps due to the strength of his soul, his progress had been remarkably swift. Just moments ago, he had relied on his observation haki to detect Raymond's next move, enabling him to defend with the iron block. However, The force of Raymond's strike had exceeded Sabo's expectations. He had not anticipated that his iron block could be shattered. In that punch, it seemed there was something more at play: armament haki. Sabo's expression darkened. Indeed, it was the armament haki. Just moments ago, Raymond's punch was enveloped in this formidable power, which was why its impact was extraordinary. He had not anticipated that Raymond would possess armament haki. Given his earlier demeanor, it seemed he had only managed to master the wrapping technique, incapable of achieving the level of hardening. Nevertheless, this revelation left Sabo somewhat astonished. Over the past month, Sabo had diligently trained in haki. Yet his progress with armament haki paled in comparison to his advancements in observation haki. Currently, Sabo struggled to proficiently wield the wrapping technique of armament haki. More than half of his attempts resulted in failure. To attain a complete mastery of the wrapping technique, he estimated that it would require at least another month or two of rigorous training, which left him feeling quite disheartened. Should Sabo's thoughts reach Raymond, he would undoubtedly be left aghast. Within a mere month, he has mastered the observation haki and has even developed a rudimentary proficiency in the armament haki. Such exceptional talent is truly astonishing. Yet, Sabo still finds the pace insufficient. If Raymond were to learn of this, it would be no surprise if he were to be left speechless. After all, Raymond devoted nearly a year to mastering the armament haki, and he has yet to grasp the observation haki, making any comparison utterly futile. In the air, upon witnessing the effectiveness of his strike, a faint smile finally graced Raymond's face. Observing Sabo's injury, he exerted force with his moonwalk technique and plunged downward with determination. As Sabo observed Raymond approaching, a subtle smile graced his lips. Without a hint of retreat, he rose to his feet, poised for confrontation. Raymond unleashed a flurry of thrust with his 10 arms. Enveloped in the formidable aura of haki, it appeared he intended to leverage the advantage of his haki to overpower Sabo. However, with a slight shift of his body, Sabo effortlessly evaded Raymond's offensive strike, choosing not to confront it directly. Undeterred by his initial failure, Raymond continued to wield his 10 arms with fervor, each maneuver aimed at Sabo's vital points. Yet, Sabo consistently sidestepped the assault, leaving Raymond's every attempt futile. After more than 10 minutes of relentless engagement, beads of sweat began to form on Raymond's forehead, and he finally recognized the peculiarity of the situation, despite his numerous attacks. He had yet to land a single strike on Sabo, a truly perplexing circumstance. Sabo gazed at the slightly breathless Raymond, a faint smile gracing his lips. "What is it? Colonel Raymond? Are you fatigued?" It's understandable. Employing the armament haki for an extended period must be exhausting. Upon hearing this, Raymond's expression shifted dramatically, a look of astonishment crossing his face. How did you know I utilized armament haki? You were aware of haki?" The realization struck him, and his countenance became exceedingly grim. "Did you just employ observation haki?" Sabo chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, in comparison to the armament haki, I possess a greater proficiency in observation haki. Your recent attack, infused with armament haki, indeed amplified its potency. However, should you fail to strike me, all your efforts would be in vain." At this, Raymond's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated the existence of such an individual in the East Blue, a mere youth who not only mastered the 6 forms of the Navy but also wielded haki. Such a character, once they set foot into the Grand Line, would undoubtedly experience meteoric growth. After all, knowledge of haki is scarce in the early stages of the Grand Line, let alone the ability to wield it. Sabo gazed at Raymond's expression and remarked, "Enough of this delay, it is time to conclude our battle." Chapter 39. The end. Upon hearing this, Raymond's countenance shifted. The tone suggested that Sabo still had some cards up his sleeve. Could it be that he possessed even more formidable techniques? Observing Raymond's wary demeanor, Sabo offered a faint smile before vanishing from Raymond's line of sight. So swift, Raymond's pupils involuntarily contracted. He had not anticipated that Sabo's speed had increased even further, rendering it nearly impossible for him to fully perceive Sabo's movements. In an instant, Sabo materialized beside him, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at Raymond's midsection. Iron block. Raymond, recognizing the imminent threat, promptly employed one of the Navy's 6 forms, iron block, to defend himself. Upon witnessing this, Sabo's face broke into a faint smile. With the iron block technique, he unleashed his armament haki and ensnared it. A sweeping kick struck Raymond, sending him sliding to the side. However, it appeared that he had sustained no injuries, as Sabo's attack seemed to have been ineffective. Sabo furrowed his brow, realizing that his inexperience with the use of armament haki had indeed let him down at a critical moment. Although he had intended to employ armament haki, it had not successfully enveloped his strike. Otherwise, that last kick would have certainly inflicted some damage on Raymond. With the failed kick, Sabo planted one hand on the ground as a pivot and spun around, unleashing a cutting wind strike. Noticing this, Raymond tightened his grip on his tin hands, wrapping them in armament haki. He exerted force beneath his feet, activating the shave technique, propelling himself forward. In an instant, he thrust his tin hands, shattering Sabo's wind strike. As the wind attack dissipated, it revealed Sabo, who deftly evaded Raymond's tin hands. With his right hand clawed, he seized Raymond's wrist and abruptly applied pressure. Dragon Claw Fist. Dragon's Hook Claw. Armament Haki, engage. Pain surged through Raymond's wrist as he instinctively recoiled, causing his tin hands to slip from his grasp. He could distinctly feel the immense power behind Sabo's grip, as if his wrist were on the verge of being crushed, the bones feeling as though they might shatter. Without hesitation, Raymond enveloped his other hand in armament haki and delivered a punch directly to Sabo's waist, intending to force him back. Sabo also sensed Raymond's intentions. With a swift motion, he retreated, having never anticipated that he could incapacitate Raymond's hand directly. His sole aim was to disarm him. Although Sabo possessed the ability of the tin hands, he was not yet adept in wielding them and thus relinquished that strategy. However, with Raymond wielding the tin hands, his attacks could very well be thwarted. The tin hands, forged from sea prism stone, were beyond Sabo's current capability to destroy. With those hands before him, how could he hope to harm Raymond? After forcing Sabo back, Raymond grasped his wrist, which had been caught in Sabo's clawed fist, his expression shifting as he realized that the strike had injured him. This was certainly unwelcome news. Moreover, he had sensed the presence of armament haki entwined with Sabo's earlier claw strike, akin to his own. Yet, during the prior horizontal sweep, he had not detected any such haki. Could it be that Sabo had yet to master its application? The fact that Sabo was already proficient in observation haki had already given Raymond considerable distress. Understanding observation haki made it exceedingly difficult for him to land a hit on Sabo. Now, the prospect of facing an unrefined armament haki only compounded his troubles. What manner of criminal was he pursuing? Born in the East Blue, he possessed such formidable strength, having mastered the Marine's 6 forms within a month and wielding both types of haki. Truly, it was terrifying. A figure of such caliber could roam nearly unimpeded through the first half of the Grand Line, and even upon entering the New World, he would possess a considerable degree of self-preservation. Raymond resolved silently that he must prevent Sabo from entering the Grand Line. Unlike the East Blue, where the Navy could implement effective pursuit, once Sabo ventured into the Grand Line, he would blend into the vast ocean like a fish. Given time, his strength would undoubtedly burgeon, making any future attempts to capture him even more arduous. With this realization, Raymond gritted his teeth and made a decisive resolution. His entire demeanor shifted, and he surged forward with renewed vigor, his speed noticeably increasing. Upon witnessing this, Sabo offered a faint smile, sensing that Raymond was indeed prepared to fight to the bitter end. However, he was unperturbed. It was time to conclude this battle. In an instant, Sabo propelled himself forward, meeting Raymond head-on. With his left hand clenched into a fist, he aimed directly at Raymond's right fist, which had just sustained an injury to its wrist, likely impairing its full strength. Just as their fists were about to collide, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Raymond suddenly loosened his right fist, diverting it away from Sabo's strike, and instead seized Sabo's left arm. This caught Sabo off guard. It was yet another feint. Grasping Sabo's left arm, Raymond revealed a faint smile, and with his left hand clenched into a fist, he enveloped it with his armed haki to its utmost potential. Faint traces of a dark hue surfacing an indication of the hardening of the armed haki. Though it was merely a hint, it was enough to astonish Sabo, who had not anticipated that Raymond had reached the stage of hardening his armed haki. Truly impressive. As Raymond's fist surged forward, Sabo's expression hardened, and he did not hesitate. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he focused his spirit and channeled his armed haki, wrapping it around his fist. Dragon Claw Fist. Dragon's Break. The punch was not aimed at Raymond's fist, but rather struck directly against Raymond's chest. In an instant, both Sabo and Raymond were sent reeling backward, each having landed a blow on the other, blood spilling from their mouths. As they hit the ground, Raymond struggled to rise, staring at Sabo in shock. He had not expected Sabo to choose to exchange injuries in such a reckless manner. Though severely wounded, Sabo was not in a much better condition. Despite employing maximum defense with iron blocks, he still succumbed to the force of Raymond's punch. However, this had somewhat mitigated the impact, resulting in Sabo sustaining lighter injuries compared to Raymond. Sabo unsteadily rose to his feet, gazing at Raymond, who was half reclined on the ground. He coughed a few times, spitting out some congealed blood, then wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand and remarked with a smile, "Colonel Raymond, it appears that I have triumphed this time." Upon hearing Sabo's words, Raymond chuckled in response. "Indeed, you. Cough, cough. In our duel, you have certainly emerged victorious. However, in your severely injured state, can you contend with my soldiers? You may have won the battle, but the price is your capture." At Raymond's declaration, the surrounding navy tightened their grips on their weapons, even in the face of the wounded Sabo. They did not dare to underestimate the situation as dozens of sailors slowly encircled them. Upon witnessing this, Sabo looked up to the sky and laughed heartily. "With their feeble efforts, they cannot possibly capture me. Moreover, how do you know I lack allies? Go, Gataduk, and skyward. Take action." Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as a blue humanoid creature and a towering steel behemoth exceeding 4 meters emerged from the adjacent thicket, leaving the entire naval force in a state of astonishment. In a mere moment, tranquility returned to the seaside. Chapter 40. The shock of the flying squirrel on the beach. Hundreds of Navy personnel lay scattered across the ground, incapacitated, with only Raymond still conscious, struggling to maintain his composure. Raymond watched helplessly as Sabo's 2 accomplices dispatched the remaining Navy soldiers, a bitter sensation welling within him. After a little over 10 minutes, everything concluded. Sabo brushed off the dust from his attire and cast a glance at Raymond, who had yet to succumb to unconsciousness due to his injuries. He offered a faint smile but said nothing. Raymond was indeed a formidable opponent, although Sabo had not unleashed his full prowess. The very fact that he had been able to bring Raymond to this state underscored his remarkable strength. Through this encounter, Sabo gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. Relying solely on his physical skills, he could contend with a naval captain, and with the nascent mastery of observation haki and a rudimentary grasp of armament haki, defeating a naval captain seemed within reach. Certainly, if he were to incorporate his mutant abilities in the application of chakra, he might even stand a chance against a commander or perhaps a rear admiral. However, facing a vice admiral would undoubtedly lead to his downfall. In the East Blue, there resided a vice admiral renowned for his swordsmanship, Flying Squirrel, who served in the naval headquarters. Should Sabo encounter him, even fleeing would pose a significant challenge. Thus, it was prudent not to linger in this area. Sabo, accompanied by Gooden Duck and Ching Tian, made his way directly towards the naval vessel approaching from the horizon, considering it a worthy prize that deserved thorough examination. Observing Sabo's departing silhouette, Raymond could no longer withstand the weight of his emotions. With a sense of reluctance and regret, he collapsed onto the ground. Upon boarding the warship, Sabo refrained from rummaging through its contents, recognizing that it was a naval ship unlikely to harbor any valuable jewels. Thus, he felt little interest in it. Gooden Duck remained seated nearby, intrigued by Ching Tian's methodical dismantling of the vessel. Indeed, it was akin to demolition for Ching Tian. Every piece of metal represented sustenance for his growth. The naval cannons, firearms, and blades were all composed of metal, and the ship itself contained an abundance of metallic materials. Naturally, Ching Tian would not overlook these resources. However, what surprised Sabo was that after absorbing firearms and cannons, Ching Tian had also unlocked a technological tree pertaining to these 2 weapon types, suggesting potential for further evolution. Even more astonishing was Ching Tian's absorption of sea stone. It was only after Ching Tian provided an explanation that Sabo understood. Despite its name, sea stone was indeed a metallic mineral. Otherwise, it could not be forged into shackles or even bullets. The naval vessel contained only a limited amount of sea stone, comprising 3 sets of handcuffs belonging to the 3 school-level Navy officers and merely 4 additional shackles. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Sabo retained 1 set of sea stone handcuffs for himself while allowing Ching Tian to absorb the rest. With sea stone, Ching Tian would be able to manufacture sea stone bullets, thus equipping himself with a means to confront those possessing devil fruit abilities. Half an hour later, gazing at the now dilapidated naval vessel, Sabo could not help but smile faintly. A fine ship, reduced to such a state by Ching Tian's relentless dismantling, truly showcased his potential as a demolition expert. After taking care of everything, Ching Tian transformed into a yacht upon the sea, now sized comfortably for Sabo's habitation. With remarkable speed, Ching Tian whisked Sabo and Gooden Duck away from the deserted island, vanishing from sight in no time. Not long after Sabo's departure, several naval warships finally arrived at the deserted island. Upon witnessing the decommissioned naval ships and the injured sailors scattered about, they were left utterly astonished. What kind of battle had they just endured? Half a day later, a colossal naval battleship anchored at the island, and Vice Admiral Weasel, accompanied by several sailors, disembarked. The surrounding naval personnel saluted upon seeing Weasel. He surveyed the area and inquired, "Where is Colonel Raymond?" A naval officer responded, reporting to Vice Admiral Weasel. "Colonel Raymond is severely injured and is currently in the tent over there. Take me to him." "Yes, sir." Inside a makeshift sickbay, Raymond lay pale upon a simple bed. The power behind Sabo's punch had indeed exceeded his expectations. It had not only fractured several of his ribs but also injured his internal organs. At that moment, Weasel entered and, upon seeing Raymond's ashen complexion, let out a soft sigh. As Raymond noticed Weasel's arrival, he attempted to rise, but any movement caused him immense pain. Being a commander who cherished his subordinates, Weasel said, "All right, since you're injured, do not move recklessly." Upon hearing this, Raymond ceased his movements. Looking at Weasel, he whispered, "I am sorry, Vice Admiral Weasel, I have brought shame upon you." Weasel replied, "Tell me, why did you fail? You are someone I brought from the naval headquarters. It is truly disgraceful that a naive brat from the East Blue managed to defeat you." Raymond's face revealed a mix of shame and disappointment. Yet he still answered Weasel's question, "Vice Admiral Weasel, Sabo is not as incompetent as you might think. On the contrary, he is incredibly formidable. He acquired the Navy's 6 powers from the CP-0 agent he defeated and learned them in just over a month. What is even more alarming is that he possesses both observation haki and armament haki." "What?" Weasel exclaimed, astonished. It was not surprising that he was taken aback. While mastering the Navy's 6 powers was not unheard of, as many on the seas understood their application, the existence of both types of haki was a different matter altogether. Even in the New World, not everyone possessed these abilities, and now, in the East Blue, such a person had emerged, leaving Weasel in disbelief. After repeated confirmation, Weasel reluctantly accepted this extraordinary reality and immediately communicated with Naval Headquarters. Upon receiving Weasel's call, Admiral Sengoku was equally shocked. A mere rookie yet to enter the Grand Line wielded dual haki, which was indeed astonishing. However, Sengoku understood that Weasel would not jest about such matters. And Sabo's threat level in his mind escalated significantly. Simultaneously, Sengoku felt a degree of relief, had it not been for the Celestial Dragon incident. Sabo might have remained hidden from their sight for even longer. If they waited a few more years, capturing him would become even more challenging. With this in mind, Sengoku issued a stern order to Weasel. "Weasel, no matter what means you employ, ensure you capture him. If capturing him alive is not possible, then eliminate him. He must not enter the Grand Line. Do you understand?" On the other end of the line, Weasel responded with solemnity, "Yes, I understand." After the call ended, Weasel furrowed his brow, fully aware of Sengoku's concerns. Since Roger ignited the Great Pirate Era, the strength of pirates had grown exponentially, placing immense pressure on the Navy. To balance the forces, the current Shichibukai system was established. Now that Sabo had killed a celestial dragon and was being pursued by the world government, his only remaining path was to become a pirate. If Sabo managed to escape into the Grand Line, the Navy would find it exceedingly difficult to pursue him. Given his potential, with time to grow, the future he could attain was boundless. Everything must be resolved in the East Blue. With this thought, Weasel's aura surged, embodying the sharpness of a blade, impossible to overlook. Chapter 41. Pursuit and blockade on the vast ocean. Sabo lay on the deck of the Sky Pillar. Gazing at the azure sky, his mind enveloped in tranquility, devoid of any signs of injury. Thanks to his passive recovery skills combined with the enhanced healing abilities from the Super Soldier Serum, Sabo's wounds had completely healed in just over an hour. Following his battle with Raymond, Sabo finally gained a clearer understanding of his strength. He was already among the elite within the naval ranks. Yet he still found himself outmatched against Vice Admiral-level adversaries. His training in physical combat must continue, and his physical resilience needed further enhancement. More importantly, both observation haki and armament haki required continued improvement. If mastering haki could be deemed an initiation, Sabo had already grasped the basics of observation haki. But he struggled to control armament haki proficiently, often failing even with fundamental applications. This dissatisfaction gnawed at Sabo. Despite his victory, it felt somewhat fortuitous. Had his last punch failed to wrap in armament haki, the outcome might have been drastically different. Sabo could never place his hopes for victory upon the capricious whims of luck. Such reliance seemed utterly unwise. Instead, he preferred to believe in tangible, controllable power. In truth, during his confrontation with Raymond, Sabo could have emerged victorious through a simpler means, yet he refrained from doing so merely to test his martial prowess. Furthermore, he could have won without resorting to a method of injury for injury. He possessed the ability to utilize Kinbunchika haki to outmaneuver his opponent, constantly seeking openings to strike. However, such an approach would be time-consuming, and Sabo feared the potential arrival of the Navy, which could lead to an interminable battle. Should the Weasel arrive, he would have no chance of escape. Compared to his physical and haki skills, Sabo's recently acquired mutant abilities could serve as a trump card. He was reluctant to employ them unless absolutely necessary. This freezing ability, if integrated into his martial techniques, could yield astonishing results. Imagine if Sabo were to strike. And even if his opponent managed to block the blow, they would still suffer from freezing. Even partial freezing would significantly impair their combat effectiveness. Regrettably, Sabo had only just begun to harness this power, and he was far from reaching the level of the Vice Admiral Akiji. If he could develop it to such an extent, he would have no reason to fear the Weasel. Yet, the development of such abilities is not instantaneous. It requires continual practice and reinforcement, all of which demand time, something Sabo was sorely lacking. Despite having defeated a shipload of Navy personnel, including a naval captain, Sabo did not let arrogance cloud his judgment. His position was now compromised, making it impossible to find a secure hiding place. Once Raymond and his crew discovered his presence, they would undoubtedly report to the Navy, and it was likely that nearby forces were already preparing to intercept him. Thus, Sabo's priority was to evade the Navy. Engaging in combat was not a viable option. If he were to be ensnared by the Navy, it could spell disaster for him. Master, 2 Navy warships have been detected ahead. They seem to have spotted us and are altering their course towards us, reported Ching Tian. Sabo sat upright and glanced at the 2 approaching warships in the distance, promptly instructing Ching Tian, steer clear of them and accelerate. I have no desire to be ensnared. Understood, Master. Ching Tian adjusted course, and their speed surged, leaving a long trail on the water's surface as they gradually vanished from the Navy's sight. The Navy personnel aboard the 2 warships felt disheartened. Their vessels, designed for naval operations, were considerably faster than standard ships, yet Ching Tian's velocity left them in despair. After finally catching a glimpse of Sabo, they had anticipated making a significant achievement, only to find that he had evaded capture before they even had a chance to confront him, which was understandably frustrating. With no other recourse, the Navy personnel could only report back to the Weasel, informing them of Sabo's escape route and requesting nearby forces to coordinate an encirclement. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire reverberated as 6 Navy warships pursued a small yacht. On board, Sabo gazed back at the 6 warships trailing him with a frown. He had lost count of how many times this had occurred. In a mere 10 days, he had faced over 20 instances of pursuit, with at least 50 Navy ships involved, and the trend seemed to be escalating. If this continued, it would not be long before he found himself completely surrounded by the Navy, making escape increasingly difficult. Were it not for Ching Tian's superior speed, Sabo would likely have been captured long ago, even without encountering the Weasel. At last, Sabo truly grasped the might of the Navy. How fortunate it would have been to have joined their ranks. At least life would have been more comfortable, devoid of the relentless pursuit he faced now. Over the past few days, Sabo had been contemplating an escape plan, and after much deliberation, he concluded that his only viable option was to enter the Grand Line. The unpredictable weather and perilous conditions of the Grand Line made it common for ships to encounter disasters, rendering effective pursuit by the Navy nearly impossible. Sengoku, despite being the fleet admiral, would likely refrain from issuing such orders, as he could not gamble with the lives of his soldiers. Yet the question remained, how could he enter the Grand Line? There were 2 possible routes. The first was through Reverse Mountain, a confluence of the 4 seas and the Grand Line on the Red Earth continent. Reverse Mountain featured 5 waterways arranged in an X shape, with 4 diagonal channels flowing into a central outlet, which then led to the Grand Line. The second route was through the doldrums, where the absence of wind posed no hindrance to Ching Tian. However, the doldrums served as a nesting ground for giant sea kings, making it an exceedingly perilous path. Only by equipping Ching Tian with sufficient sea prism stone could they safely traverse this region. The dilemma, however, was that Sabo lacked enough sea prism stone. Although he had acquired some in his previous skirmish, most had been absorbed by others, and a portion had been fashioned into sea prism bullets, leaving no surplus to fortify the ship's hull. Additionally, Sabo harbored concerns regarding the required quantity of sea prism stone to ensure the ship's safety. After all, the doldrums were not to be trifled with, and a single misstep could prove fatal. What was he to do? Just as Sabo pondered his predicament, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. The task module has generated a new mission for the host. Please check. Chapter 42. The Weasel appears. Damn it, not again? As Sabo heard the system's notification sound, his expression immediately shifted. The relentless pursuit of the Navy was already enough to give him a headache, and now the system had the audacity to join in the chaos. How utterly vexatious. He could only hope that it was not yet another frustrating task like revenge, as his fragile constitution could hardly withstand such burdens. Revenge was a 5-star danger-level task. While its completion was straightforward, the true peril revealed itself thereafter. If he were to encounter several such tasks, he would likely meet his demise long before he could grow stronger. With a heart full of trepidation, Sabo opened the task module, which now displayed a total of 4 tasks, including the previously uncompleted ones. Task Module 1. Endless Slaughter. As a future powerhouse, one must bear the weight of bloodshed. Task Requirements. Achieve 1,000 slaughters and 10,000 slaughters accomplishments. Task Rewards. Unknown. Task Penalties. None. Task Deadline. None. Task Danger Level. 3 stars. Current Progress. 100 slaughters. Kill Value. 14,710,000. 2. I am the captain. Form a pirate crew of your own. Task Requirements. Own a pirate ship with no fewer than 3 crew members. Task Rewards. Random Reward 1. Lottery Chance 1. Task Penalties. Annihilation. Task Deadline. 3 years. Task Danger Level. 1 star. 3. Strategic Counteraction. The Navy headquarters vice admirals are mobilizing troops to encircle the host, intending to create a net. The host must retaliate. Task Requirements. Disrupt the Navy's encirclement plan. Task Rewards. Random Reward 1. Task Penalties. Host position exposed continuously for 1 month. Task Deadline. 1 month. Task Danger Level. 2 stars. 4. Dragon entering the sea. The East Sea, known as the weakest sea, is not the host stage. Advance towards the true arena. Task Requirements. Break through the Navy's blockade and enter the Grand Line. Task Rewards. Random Reward 1. Task Penalties. Host position exposed continuously for 1 month. Task Deadline. 3 months. Task Danger Level. 2 stars. Upon reviewing the tasks, Sabo's demeanor fell. The tasks themselves were not insurmountable. Given time, he could devise a solution. However, the penalties instilled no joy within him. The system was unequivocally pressuring him to fulfill these tasks. Although the penalties would not inflict direct harm upon him, the consequences of his position being exposed were all too evident. While he was uncertain of the system's means of revealing his whereabouts, he was acutely aware that once exposed, the Navy would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. A mere admiral or commander could easily spell disaster for him if he failed to complete both tasks, resulting in his position being continuously exposed for 2 months. He firmly believed that the Navy's might would surely lead to his capture, culminating in utter tragedy. As Sabo grappled with the weight of these tasks, the voice of the system resonated once more. Master, trouble approaches. A Navy warship has appeared ahead, and it is significantly larger than the typical naval vessels. Sabo rose to his feet and, upon gazing through the telescope, his expression instantly transformed into one of grave seriousness. At the bow of the colossal naval warship stood a naval officer, adorned in a light purple striped suit paired with a deep blue shirt and a tie, with a mohawk hairstyle and a beard, both of which were a rich shade of purple. He wore the insignia of a vice admiral of the Navy draped over his shoulders. His right hand rested upon the hilt of the sword at his waist. He was none other than Vice Admiral Weasel of the naval headquarters. Sabo, upon sighting the Weasel, naturally wore a grave expression. He was no match for the Weasel now, and his only option was to flee. Thus, he commanded, Chi-Tion, immediately change course and proceed at full speed. Following his orders, Chi-Tion swiftly adjusted the ship's heading by 90 degrees and surged forward. Observing this, the naval forces from both sides also redirected their paths, pursuing in different directions. On board a naval warship, a naval major approached Admiral Weasel and reported, Admiral Weasel, the target has altered course. Their speed exceeds ours by a considerable margin. At this rate, it won't be long before they vanish from our sight. Weasel furrowed his brow and inquired sternly, is there any naval deployment in the direction they are fleeing? The major replied, Admiral Weasel, the deployment in that direction is incomplete, making it highly likely for the target to escape once again. Weasel shot a glance at the major, followed by a cold snort. The major grew apprehensive and added, Admiral Weasel, the target's ship is too swift. Our deployment cannot effectively encircle it. I sincerely apologize. Weasel, gazing at the increasingly distant Chi-Tion, felt a chill. He had been tasked with capturing Sabo, and after more than 2 months without success, his face bore the shame of failure. Fixating on the vessel now named Chi-Tion, Weasel's eyes sharpened, and an aura of determination enveloped him. The sea breeze billowed his cloak, creating a cacophony, while the deck fell into an uncanny silence. In an instant, Weasel unsheathed his sword, launching a powerful slash that sent a massive wave surging across the sea toward Chi-Tian. On board Chi-Tian, Sabo was intently observing the pursuing naval forces. The moment he noticed Weasel's movement, a sense of impending danger washed over him. He yelled, "Chi-Tian, change direction immediately." Chi-Tian complied promptly, but it was slightly delayed. Weasel's strike narrowly missed Chi-Tian's stern, slicing off a small segment of the hull. Although it was only the size of a chair, it struck fear into Sabo's heart. Fortunately, his quick reflexes saved them. Had Chi-Tian not altered course in time, they might have been severed in two. Truly, Weasel was a formidable swordsman. At that moment, Chi-Tian exclaimed, "Master, what a terrifying sword technique. Thank you for your timely warning. Otherwise, we would have faced grave misfortune. I just analyzed the power of that slash, and I fear that 2 such strikes could cleave me asunder." 2 strikes? Sabo's expression shifted dramatically. At this rate, it would be all too easy for Weasel to target them. He could not guarantee evading Weasel's attacks every time. What should he do? Sabo glanced at the naval ships flanking them, his mind racing with strategies. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and a sly smile crept across his face. He declared, "Chi-Tian, alter course toward the 6 naval vessels on our right, navigate erratically, and activate all weapons to fend off their cannon fire. We shall slip through the gaps between them." Chi-Tian immediately complied. When Weasel's initial strike failed, he coldly huffed and prepared to swing his sword again. However, he was taken aback when Chi-Tian suddenly veered toward the 6 Navy ships. This unexpected maneuver halted Weasel's action, and he inwardly cursed, "Damn it. They are using my men as shields." Now, Chi-Tian was on a direct line with 6 naval vessels. If Weasel employed his sword technique, a missed strike could potentially harm those ships. Weasel, who valued the lives of his sailors, could not bring himself to strike, especially since Chi-Tian's erratic course made it impossible to ensure his attack would hit its mark. If he failed to capture Sabo and caused significant damage to the Navy, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. As Chi-Tian charged toward the 6 naval ships, Weasel found himself in a dilemma, compelled to order his vessels to open fire, determined to sink Chi-Tian. However, the smaller size of Chi-Tian made it exceedingly difficult to hit such a swiftly moving target, and they could only watch helplessly as Chi-Tian navigated through the gaps between their ships. After passing through the naval vessels, Sabo turned to the pursuing ships and grinned mischievously. "You wish to chase me? Not a chance. Allow me to present you with a parting gift." He commanded, "Chi-Tian, bombard those 6 naval ships and shatter their masts." "Yes, master," came the reply. The sound of cannon fire echoed as a powerful artillery piece emerged from the stern. Though this cannon was derived from the Navy's technology, its power and range far surpassed theirs. Sabo refrained from using laser weapons, as he wished to keep such capabilities concealed. The Navy's Admiral Kazara had monopolized laser attacks, and should they discover that Chi-Tian possessed similar abilities, they would intensify their pursuit of Sabo. Not only did he avoid using laser weaponry, but Sabo also refrained from employing mutant abilities. His strength was still insufficient, and he was loath to attract unwanted trouble. With each cannonade from Chi-Tian, the masts of the 6 naval vessels splintered, rendering them nearly incapable of navigation and eliminating their ability to pursue Sabo. Once the bombardment concluded, Chi-Tian resumed full speed, gradually vanishing from the Navy's sight. On the bow of the naval warship, Weasel gazed in the direction of Sabo's departure, letting out a soft sigh. He had not anticipated how elusive Sabo would prove, especially with such a mysterious vessel. The speed was astonishing, even with power enhancements. It should not be capable of such velocity. Regrettably, the flying squirrel remains oblivious to the concept of transformers, having evaded the relentless pursuit of the Navy. Sabo finally exhaled in relief. Confronting the squirrel posed significant pressure upon him. Were it not for the swiftness of Optimus, he would likely have been captured by the Navy countless times by now. To attain the strength necessary to face the squirrel directly, Sabo needed ample time for training. However, under the relentless blockade of the East Sea Navy, he found himself evading their grasp, leaving little opportunity for practice. Moreover, in such circumstances, Sabo could not fully dedicate himself to his training, inevitably diminishing its effectiveness. Although his strength continued to grow, the pace of his progress had markedly slowed. Now, with 2 additional tasks looming over him, Sabo felt even more burdened, particularly the mission to dismantle the Navy's encirclement, which was to be completed within a month. While the threat level was not particularly high, Sabo struggled to devise a suitable plan. As the name of this mission suggested, one must outwit through cunning rather than brute force, and with Sabo's current capabilities, he was far from able to achieve the latter. Thus, he had to focus on strategizing. Just as Sabo pondered his next move, Optimus interjected, "Master, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Sabo immediately came to his senses and inquired, "What is the matter?" Chi replied, "Master, previously, in order to increase my volume, I altered the tempering degree of the metal and its absorption ratio, resulting in the newly added volume of metal lacking the utmost hardness. Otherwise, that strike would have never been able to sever even that small fragment from my body." Upon hearing this, Sabo became intrigued. Although Optimus Prime is the original machine of the Transformers, it possesses immense potential for development and holds significant importance for him. Sabo has already resolved that in the future, the pirate ship will be helmed by Optimus Prime. Naturally, Sabo comprehended the implications of Optimus Prime's words, yet he still curiously inquired, "What precisely is your process of tempering and absorption? What is the ultimate strength of the metal after tempering?" Optimus Prime elucidated, "Master, I am the original machine of the Transformers, also known as the primordial entity. I can grow by absorbing various metallic minerals and continuously develop diverse abilities and weaponry through research. However, the absorption of metallic minerals must be diverse to forge high-strength alloys. Previously, I only absorbed ordinary iron, and regardless of my melting capabilities, the strength of the resulting material fell short of the ideal alloy. Furthermore, to increase my volume and provide you with a somewhat comfortable environment, I had to reduce the melting degree, which is why I was so easily severed." Upon hearing this, Saber furrowed his brow. The Titan, a Transformer, not only possessed formidable combat prowess, but also served as his means of traversing the vast seas. Should any issue arise with it, the repercussions for Saber would be substantial. In retrospect, it was indeed unnecessary for the Titan to pursue an increase in size. A hollow giant was certainly not what Saber required. However, the mere thought of various metallic minerals brought him great distress. It was not that he was concerned about the expenditure. If wealth could procure what was needed, it would be a joyous affair. Especially since he had scarcely spent the billions of berries he had previously earned. He would gladly invest in the Titan's growth. Yet, the predicament lay in the fact that Saber was currently being pursued by the Navy throughout the East China Sea. He had neither the time nor the means to gather the required minerals. Moreover, the quantity desired by the Titan was far beyond what Saber could amass on his own. There were numerous merchant associations in the East China Sea, and under different circumstances, Saber could have sought their assistance in procuring the necessary materials. However, now that he was a wanted man, any appearance could easily lead to his capture by the Navy. He was eager to evade them, not to invite further troubles. Alas, the Titan had presented him with yet another conundrum. Sabo did not harbor any resentment towards Qingtian. He merely felt a headache. Moreover, Qingtian's words held a certain truth. Should they encounter the flying squirrel again and Qingtian were to be severed by it, Sabo would likely face the grim fate of capture as well. To perish before achieving victory was not the conclusion Sabo desired. Sabo gazed at the small yacht, particularly at the portion of the stern that had been truncated, and he couldn't help but sigh. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Qingtian, please remelt the hull. If it has to be smaller, so be it. As for the gold and jewels, absorb whatever you can. They merely take up space." "Yes, master," Qingtian replied, commencing his work of fusion. As Sabo watched the previously amassed treasures being entirely absorbed by Qingtian, he felt no pangs of regret. His initial intention had been to collect them. After all, these items appeared quite splendid, and he had no need for monetary gain. The space was limited, and retaining such items would be a sheer waste. It was far more prudent to allow Qingtian to assimilate them. Besides the gold, there were various other metals and minerals that, albeit in lesser quantity, would contribute to Qingtian's growth. Chapter 44. The layout begins in no time. The originally modest yacht transformed into a sleek speedboat accommodating 2 passengers at the front and back. Sabo couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. After complete remelting, it bore little difference from its original form. Yet this was advantageous. A smaller size would enhance Qingtian's speed and agility, making it a less conspicuous target, thereby complicating the Navy's attempts to encircle Sabo. However, this was not a sustainable strategy. Constantly evading felt increasingly suffocating to Sabo, while others traversed worlds with flair and grandeur. Why was he subjected to such a plight? Moreover, the system had generated missions, leaving Sabo no choice but to act. Otherwise, if his location were to be exposed for a month, he would undoubtedly fall into the clutches of the Navy or the world government. Death might seem preferable, a swift end to his troubles, Yet he feared the torment of being unable to die. Now that would be truly tragic. Sabo leaned against the seat, gazing up at the starry sky, listening to the peculiar sounds emanating from the sleeping Psyduck in the back seat. It was indeed a moment of tranquility, though regrettably, such serenity was no longer a luxury he could afford at any time. Presently, Sabo found himself pursued by the entire East Blue Navy, encountering naval ships almost daily. While no battles had erupted, the relentless pursuit was undeniably wearisome. Even in the absence of missions from the system, he felt compelled to devise a strategy. East Blue Navy. World Nobles. Weasel. Encirclement Plan. Deception within deception. These terms gradually coalesced in his mind, and Sabo became increasingly engrossed, fully dedicating himself to contemplating countermeasures. Suddenly, a splash from the sea jolted him from his reverie. Turning his head, he realized it was merely a fish leaping from the water, its return creating another splash that stirred the waves, causing ripples to dance across the ocean's surface, reflecting the brilliant starlit sky. Ripples. A flash of inspiration struck Sabo, and he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Truly, those in power are often blinded by their own perspective. In all things, where there is a cause, there is an effect. Where there is benefit, there is also detriment. The interplay of yin and yang is a timeless principle. Sabo's laughter startled the peacefully slumbering Psyduck. Rubbing its eyes, Psyduck gazed at Sabo, who appeared to be in a frenzied state, and revealed a look of perplexity, softly uttering, "Gabba?" As though speaking to itself. Sabo cast a glance at the Psyduck, disregarding it entirely. This creature, apart from accompanying him in training, devoted its time to eating and sleeping. If it could articulate human speech, or if Sabo could comprehend its utterances, they might engage in meaningful discourse. Alas, that was a mere fantasy. However, it was not entirely out of reach. To Sabo's knowledge, 2 devil fruits could potentially remedy this predicament, one being the Paramecia-type whisper fruit, and the other the Zoan-type human fruit. The whisper fruit first appeared in the One Piece storyline during the 1,000-Year Dragon arc, which, chronologically, predates the birth of ABIs. This devil fruit should still reside near the Battleship Island. As for the human fruit, it was located in the Drum Kingdom along the Grand Line, though Sabo was uncertain if Chopper had consumed it by now. Nevertheless, neither of these fruits was particularly appealing to Sabo. He harbored little desire for them. Even if he were to consider allowing Psyduck to consume a devil fruit in the future, he would opt for one with greater potential. Diverting his attention from Psyduck, a faint smile graced Sabo's features as he finally conceived a method to accomplish the task of outmaneuvering the schemers. Moreover, he also devised a strategy to amass a plethora of various metallic ores for the Sky Pillar. Yet, this plan bore its own risks, and acquiring those metallic ores would not prove to be an easy endeavor. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Sabo might have to abandon the venture. Nonetheless, he resolved to give it a try. Even if he failed to procure the ores, he could always gather them later. However, the mission was non-negotiable and must be completed. With this thought in mind, Sabo retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket, one bestowed upon him by Peter, the president of the Peter Trading Company. He had initially believed he would never need it, but it now served a purpose, marking the inception of his plan. As the transponder snail emitted its characteristic ring, Sabo patiently awaited the connection. This was the commencement of his scheme. If the beginning faltered, he would need to reconfigure his plans. After a minute or so, the call finally connected, and Peter's voice resonated from the other end. "Hello. Is this Mr. Sabo?" Sabo smiled faintly and replied, "President Peter, it has been quite a while since we last communicated. I truly have missed you." The voice of Peter resonated through the phone. "Mr. Sabo, I never anticipated that you would dare to slay a celestial dragon, creating such a monumental catastrophe. As a result, I have also been subjected to a prolonged investigation by the Navy, and the losses have been quite substantial." Sabo smiled and said, "That is indeed my fault, which is why I wish to make amends, Chairman Peter. I have a transaction valued at 1 billion berries that I would like to discuss with you. Of course, I am aware of the associated risks, but I am willing to offer 500 million berries as compensation. What do you think?" There was a moment of silence from the phone bug, before Peter's voice emerged. "What transaction?" "The bait has been set," Sabo replied with a smile. "I require your assistance, Chairman Peter, in acquiring a variety of metal ores worth 1 billion berries. I will provide you with a list, and I need you to discreetly transport them to a secret location. At that point, I will pay you a total of 1.5 billion berries. How does that sound?" Peter fell silent once more before responding, "Mr. Sabo, You must understand that you are currently a wanted criminal by both the world government and the Navy. If this transaction were to be discovered by the Navy, I would undoubtedly face severe consequences. Sabo smiled faintly. I believe Chairman Peter will find a way. After a brief silence, Peter responded, I can agree to this transaction, but the terms must be altered. You will need to pay me 700 million berries up front, and the remaining 800 million berries will be settled upon completion of the deal. How does that sound? Hearing Peter's conditions, Sabo fell silent for a moment before replying. That is acceptable, but I have a condition of my own. The collection of these metallic minerals must be completed within half a month. As for the 700 million berries, I will place it together with the list of minerals in a designated location and notify you to collect it. Good. I will await your message. After the call ended, Sabo smiled faintly, pondering Peter's greed and audacity, while also considering the possibility of ulterior motives. However, this did not concern him. Sabo had already contemplated all possibilities, even the worst-case scenario, and it would not derail his plans. The arrangements had begun. In a luxurious mansion on Leia Island, Peter, clad in pajamas, sat at his desk, slowly placing the phone down, a look of excitement illuminating his face. He rose and approached the window, murmuring to himself, Mr. Sabo, you truly are a bold player. Yet, regrettably, while I am indeed greedy, I also value my life, so. A series of cold laughs echoed within the spacious room, sending shivers down one's spine. The next day, atop the Peter Trading Company, Peter sat at his desk, fingers interlaced, resting his chin, gazing dreamily at the phone before him, lost in thought. Suddenly, the phone rang. BRR. Peter reached out to answer. Hearing a voice on the line, Chairman Peter, the 700 million berries deposit you requested has been buried at the 4th branch of your company on the island beneath a large stone marked with your company's insignia. You may collect it now. With that, the call ended. A smile crept across Peter's face as he dispatched someone to retrieve the funds, which indeed materialized as promised. Upon receiving the news, Peter's smile widened, and he murmured to himself, Ah, Sabo, thank you for this 700 million berries. Truth be told, I am quite eager for the remaining 800 million, but alas, it is too hot to handle. Mishandling it could lead to my undoing, so I must decline. Peter then picked up another phone and dialed the Navy's number, a contact left behind during their previous investigation. Should Sabo attempt to reach him, he could use this line to alert the Navy. Moments later, the call connected. Hello, this is Colonel Radish from the Navy. Peter replied, Greetings, Colonel Radish. I am Peter, chairman of the Peter Trading Company, and I have matters to report to you. The voice of Colonel Radish resonated through the phone. Oh? Is this regarding the world criminal Sabo ordering 1 billion berries worth of metallic minerals? By the way, I believe there's also your 500 million berries compensation. Did you not just receive the 700 million berries deposit? Peter's heart raced with cold sweat. He had not anticipated that the Navy was already aware of this matter. How could they know? He had disclosed nothing to anyone, not even to the individual retrieving the funds. Trembling, he stammered, Why, you already know? Colonel Radish replied, Of course. After your transaction with Sabo, we surmised he would likely contact you, so we began monitoring your phone lines. As expected, Sabo reached out to you last night. Peter felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, wiping his brow as he stuttered, Ha. You Navy folks truly have a knack for foresight. Colonel Radish continued, Chairman Peter, you should be grateful for making this call. Had you not contacted us today, we would have moved against you tonight. Relieved, Peter adopted a sycophantic tone. Yes. I, Peter, stand firmly on the side of justice. Now that you are aware, is there anything else you require of me? Colonel Radish instructed, just act as if nothing happened. Purchase the 1 billion berries worth of metallic minerals as Sabo requested, and help us draw him out. Remember, do not act deceitfully. If Sabo catches wind of anything amiss because of you, you know the consequences. Peter nodded. Yes, I will comply. I will immediately instruct my subordinates to begin procuring various minerals without raising any suspicion. In truth, Peter was deeply reluctant. Ordering 1 billion berries worth of minerals meant that if the remaining 800 million were seized, he would be left with nothing. However, Colonel Radish seemed to sense his hesitance and reassured him, Chairman Peter, you have already secured 700 million berries. The 1 billion berries worth of minerals is yours as well. You merely need to resell them afterward, which means you would have earned 700 million berries without effort. Isn't that sufficient? Startled, Peter hurriedly replied, Yes, that is ample. After ending the call with the Navy, he felt drenched in sweat but pushed aside his concerns and promptly began notifying his team to commence a large-scale procurement of various ores. Meanwhile, at the Navy branch headquarters, Colonel Radish hung up the phone, stood, and saluted General Weasel. He reported, "General Weasel, Peter has agreed to cooperate with us. What should be our next step?" General Weasel scrutinized the map of the East Sea spread across the desk and inquired, "Have there been any developments near the island where the 700 million berries were buried?" Colonel Radish responded, "No significant findings. We have been secretly monitoring several nearby islands without detecting Sabo. Our naval vessels have also scoured the seas aboard cargo and cruise ships, yet Sabo's whereabouts remain elusive." General Weasel sighed. "It seems we must wait for Sabo to reveal himself. Let us hope this time unfolds as we desire." Colonel Radish nodded in agreement. Like Raymond, he was a direct subordinate of General Weasel, hailing from the Navy headquarters, having participated in numerous pirate pursuits, yet none had proven as challenging as this. For over 2 months, the entire East Sea Navy had been deployed in pursuit of Sabo, yet he remained as slippery as an eel, perpetually evading capture, which was deeply frustrating. A question arose in Colonel Radish's mind, and he voiced it. "General Weasel, I have a query. Why is Sabo ordering such a vast quantity of various metallic minerals? What could be his intention?" General Weasel furrowed his brow, sharing the same uncertainty. "I am at a loss as well, but I suspect something is amiss. Sabo is a man of both courage and strategy, adept at adapting to circumstances. He should have some understanding of Peter's character. How could he place his trust in him so readily?" Upon hearing Radish's words, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he too would have anticipated Peter's betrayal. "If that is the case, why proceed with this transaction? It is worth noting that Sabo has already paid a substantial deposit of 700 million berry, a considerable fortune indeed." The Dormouse, upon reflecting on this, closed his eyes in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he opened them again, stating, "Currently, 2 scenarios are plausible. Either Sabo, for reasons unknown, urgently requires these ores and is compelled to risk a deal with Peter, or he anticipated Peter's treachery and seeks to divert our Navy's attention to facilitate his escape." Radish, sensing the likelihood of the latter scenario, spoke up, "Admiral Dormouse, I firmly believe Sabo intends to use this opportunity to attract our Navy's focus, hoping to slip away unnoticed." After a moment of silence, the Dormouse replied, "The second possibility indeed holds greater weight. However, we must not discount the first. It appears we need to prepare for both contingencies. We cannot allow him to evade capture this time." Chapter 46. Chaos unfolds with the issuance of Admiral Dormouse's orders. The Navy commenced its strategic deployment. This time, however, they acted with subtlety, feigning a natural demeanor while meticulously laying a trap that only Sabo could navigate. The 6th Division of the East Sea Navy, one of the 10 principal divisions, oversees 27 subordinate branches and boasts a formidable presence with thousands of personnel stationed year-round. Currently, however, only 100 Navy soldiers remained at this location, as the majority had set sail to participate in the operation to apprehend Sabo. As night fell, most of the Navy soldiers gathered in the mess hall, preparing to enjoy their evening meal, while a few remained steadfast at their posts, awaiting their replacements. At the entrance of the 6th Division, 2 sailors stood by the door, enjoying the sea breeze and smoking leisurely. One, a portly sailor, exhaled a puff of smoke and lamented, "Ah, when will these days come to an end? Never have I stood guard for such an extended period." The other, a leaner sailor, chuckled, "Spare your complaints. It's merely due to a shortage of personnel. Once this operation concludes, things will return to normal." The portly sailor grumbled, "It's all that wretched Sabo's fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Tell me, how is it that nearly 70% of the East Sea's military is engaged in capturing him, yet he remains elusive?" The lean sailor grinned, "Who knows? This Sabo is truly formidable. He dares to kill a celestial dragon, exhibiting audacity beyond measure. I've heard he possesses considerable strength. Not long ago, Colonel Raymond from the headquarters was severely injured by him, and just days ago, he slipped away from Admiral Dormouse's grasp." The portly sailor's expression turned to one of shock. "Is that true? He is that powerful? He looks no older than a mere teenager, with such slender arms and legs. How can he be so formidable?" The lean sailor replied, "You may not know this, but it is said he has stealthily learned our Navy's secret techniques, which are typically reserved for officers of the rank of captain or higher. One wonders when we might earn the privilege to learn them ourselves. You wish to learn? I could teach you." The lean sailor, instinctively responding, exclaimed, "Really? Wait a moment. That voice doesn't belong to the portly one." Realizing the gravity of the situation, he turned to find the portly sailor unconscious on the ground. While standing before him was a figure cloaked in black and accompanied by a strangely shaped creature. Feeling a surge of tension, the lean sailor gripped his weapon tightly, aiming it at the cloaked figure, and demanded, "Who are you? Remove your hat." As the cloaked figure complied, illuminated by the light at the entrance, the lean sailor's eyes widened in shock. You are Sabo." Before he could finish his sentence, the cloaked figure vanished without a trace. The lean sailor felt a sudden, forceful blow, and then everything faded to black. The newcomers, of course, were Sabo and his companion. "Go to duck." Sabo gazed at the imposing naval branch before him, a sly smile creeping across his face as he murmured to himself, "Heh, wombat. Let you chase me for a while. Since that is the case, allow me to prepare a grand surprise for you." With a decisive push, Sabo and Gotta Duck entered the premises. Moments later, the sounds of combat and gunfire echoed throughout the base. However, the cacophony was short-lived, fading into an eerie silence within mere minutes. Inside the training grounds of the base, the ground was strewn with fallen naval officers. Sabo clapped his hands together with a faint smile, then proceeded deeper into the base alongside Gotta Duck. In no time, Sabo arrived at the facility's prison, where numerous criminals and pirates were held captive. As soon as Sabo appeared, the incarcerated individuals in the prison were rendered speechless. Some with keen eyes quickly recognized him. You are Sabo? What? He is indeed Sabo, the very mastermind responsible for our imprisonment? Damn it. Sabo, how dare you show your face here? Release us at once." Amidst the cacophony of cries, Sabo coldly commanded, "Silence. If you wish to escape, pay attention." He gestured towards the Gotta Duck, instructing, "Behold its eyes." Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze towards the Gotta Duck, which emitted a faint blue glow from its eyes. In that instant, the individuals within the prison fell into a state of stupor. Upon witnessing this, Sabo softly uttered, "You harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Navy and have sworn to take vengeance upon them. Once you emerge, seize your weapons, don the Navy uniforms, and set sail aboard their ships. Go forth to assault their vessels and strike their bases. Let the cacophony of cannon fire and the flow of blood cleanse your animosity." After repeating this several times, Sabo opened all the prison doors, liberating the inmates. One by one, they stepped out, made their way to the parade ground, cast off their Navy attire, armed themselves, and embarked on the Navy ships. Meanwhile, Sabo, accompanied by the Duck, methodically scavenged every metallic item and all sea prism stone from the naval base, handing it all over to the Sky Pillar. Standing aboard the Sky Pillar, he watched with a hint of a smile as 3 Navy vessels departed. Sabo recognized the efficacy of the Duck's hypnotic abilities, an exceptional skill that encompassed both light and deep hypnosis. Just moments ago, he had employed deep hypnosis on the prisoners. Even upon awakening, those subjected to such profound suggestion would harbor an innate compulsion, compelling them to act as if they were genuinely intent on avenging the Navy. This was precisely Sabo's intention in releasing them. Naturally, he did not expect these individuals to inflict significant damage upon the Navy. After all, their capabilities were insufficient to contend against a regular naval force, which was why they had been imprisoned in the first place. However, they could certainly create disturbances, and even if they failed, Sabo would suffer no loss. Yet, he understood that such numbers alone were inadequate. He required a greater force to amplify the disruption. Sabo smiled faintly and said, "All right, Ching Tian, let us depart for the next destination." For several consecutive days, over 20 naval bases were attacked, suffering substantial losses of weapons and supplies, while countless prisoners were released, some of whom audaciously impersonated naval personnel, relentlessly assaulting naval vessels and bases, leading to chaos. On the deck of a massive naval warship, the Weasel scrutinized report after report, a chilling realization dawning upon him. He had not anticipated that Sabo would dare to brazenly assault naval bases. Among the already attacked bases, 14 had been targeted directly by Sabo, while the remaining assaults were perpetrated by the prisoners he had released. Such actions were not merely provocations, but a profound humiliation to the Navy, an affront that the Weasel could not tolerate. If previously the Weasel had acted under orders to apprehend Sabo, now he was driven by a deep-seated desire to capture this lawless scoundrel and bring him to justice. How could he uphold the Navy's dignity if he did not? How could he claim the mantle of righteousness while adorned in the Navy's coat? Chapter 47. A Half Measure. A spark of fire, a naval major approached the weasel, holding a document, but upon seeing the weasel's grim expression, he hesitated and swallowed his words. The weasel cast a sidelong glance at the major and coldly inquired, "Have the losses been tallied?" The major gulped nervously before responding, "The statistics are in. So far, 26 naval branches and 16 warships have been attacked, with varying degrees of damage. 4 naval vessels have been lost, 89 sailors have perished, and 427 have been injured, along with countless weapons and supplies. And what else?" Noticing the major's faltering voice, the weasel furrowed his brow. "Speak freely." Only then did the major continue. "According to the returned prisoners, they appear to have been subjected to hypnosis, a deep form of it, likely by Sabo himself, magnifying their hatred towards the Navy and directing them to assault us. This form of deep hypnosis is difficult to awaken from unless one possesses formidable willpower to resist or liberate oneself." With a resounding clap, the weasel slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Damn Sabo! To exploit the Navy's momentary vulnerability and release so many prisoners is utterly unforgivable. I shall personally ensure his capture." Hearing the weasel's fury, several naval colonels stepped forward. Colonel Radish spoke, "Vice Admiral Weasel, please remain calm. I sense something amiss." Upon hearing this, the weasel inhaled deeply, gradually regaining his composure, though his demeanor remained icy. He glanced at Radish and asked, "What seems amiss?" Radish, noting the weasel's regained composure, continued, "The attacks on our naval bases began 4 days ago, and just a day prior, Sabo contacted the Peter Consortium to purchase a substantial amount of various metals. If his aim truly was our naval bases, why would he risk contacting Peter?" The weasel nodded slightly, gesturing for Radish to proceed. Radish elaborated, "Given the current situation, we should typically withdraw our forces to secure each naval branch and then dispatch troops to hunt down the escaped prisoners. Doing so would allow Sabo to temporarily evade our pursuit. However, it raises a critical question. Why would Sabo seek to purchase metals from Peter? Setting aside the purpose of the purchase, the fact that he agreed to pay 700 million berries in advance is already suspicious. If his sole intention was to force the Navy to withdraw from the bases to ease the pressure on him, this additional step seems unnecessary. This implies that his recent activities may very well center around this shipment of metals, and the assaults on the naval bases could merely be a fade. The weasel's brow furrowed as he pondered. "You make a valid point. However, neglecting this matter would also tarnish the Navy's dignity and reputation. Moreover, if we fail to respond, Sabo may very well abandon this shipment of metals." A naval colonel interjected, "Vice Admiral Weasel, if the Navy takes no action, Sabo might realize that this shipment is a bait we have set for him, and he could indeed relinquish it. After all, no one knows how crucial this shipment is to Sabo. Indeed, Vice Admiral Weasel, if Sabo avoids our trap while we suffer significant losses, we will have no explanation when the Marshal catches wind of this. If the naval bases are attacked and we remain inactive, it could create a severely negative impact, undermining our prestige among the populace and emboldening both prisoners and pirates." Listening to the colonels back and forth, the weasel could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the table, coldly declaring, "Enough. Since this is the case, we shall act in 2 phases. Mobilize half the Navy for reinforcement, while I personally command the remaining forces here to lie in wait. Moreover, the returning Navy must do so with great fanfare. We shall deploy additional warships to create the illusion that we have withdrawn most of our naval forces. The remaining Navy will disperse, concealing themselves among merchant ships and cruise liners, continuing the hunt for Sabo." Understood. With the weasel's orders issued, the Navy swiftly sprang into action, warships continuously departing, either returning to the naval bases or pursuing the escaped prisoners. In the dead of night, far from the small island housing the 42nd Naval Branch, a speedboat lay quietly anchored in the sea. Sabo perched atop a vantage point, peering through binoculars with meticulous attention to the state of the naval base. For the past few days, he had refrained from launching further attacks, opting instead for careful observation. Despite the nocturnal hours, the naval base and port were under stringent vigilance. As the Navy, shaken by Sabo and the released prisoners, remained on high alert, wary both day and night. After a prolonged scrutiny, Sabo finally lowered his binoculars. Muttering to himself, "It appears the Navy has withdrawn some forces. Yet, judging by the usual number of stationed soldiers, it seems they have only retreated by half, which is insufficient for the mission at hand. The partial withdrawal indicated their intention to defend the naval base while simultaneously pursuing him, a display of remarkable tenacity. However, Sabo mused that should a confrontation arise, he would not shy away from it. His concern lay in the possibility of encountering a formidable adversary, perhaps a colonel like Raymond or an even higher-ranking naval officer hidden within the base. Such an encounter could prove disastrous. Moreover, Sabo's original scheme was never to assault the naval base. Rather, it aimed to compel the Navy to abandon their pursuit. A direct assault would be a futile endeavor. Cunning was the superior strategy. Gazing at the heavily fortified naval base and port, Sabo smiled subtly. Well then, since you refuse to concede, allow me to stoke the flames of your predicament. At the naval port, 6 warships lay quietly anchored, each patrolled by numerous sailors, while lookout towers illuminated the waters, scanning for any signs of intrusion. On one of the ships, several sailors congregated at the stern, wielding flashlights to inspect the sea for potential threats. How long must we endure this? It's been 3 months without respite, one lamented. What can we do? Sabo, the one who attacked the celestial dragons, remains at large, and the higher-ups are relentless. Even Vice Admiral Weasel is preoccupied with the hunt. What choice do we have? Indeed, we have scarcely rested these past months. And Vice Admiral Weasel is no different, tirelessly pursuing Sabo. Why is it so difficult to capture Sabo? One man has managed to elude the entire East Blue Navy. It's infuriating. Keep your voices down. If the Major hears us, we'll be in trouble. Let us focus on our patrol. Help will arrive soon. Suddenly, one sailor pointed toward the sea, exclaiming, "Look, what is that?" The others turned their gaze but saw only rippling waves, prompting one to inquire, "What? I see nothing. I distinctly saw something on the surface." The sailor insisted, "Perhaps it was just fish. Stop being paranoid." The sailor hesitated but then sniffed the air, exclaiming, "Do you smell something burning? It seems something is on fire." "You're dreaming. Stop joking." "No, I smell it too. Something is definitely ablaze. Quick, check it out." Within moments, panic erupted among the sailors. "The deck is on fire. Everyone come help." Flames had inexplicably ignited on the warship's deck, rapidly spreading and consuming wood and other materials, spiraling out of control. Not just this vessel, the other 5 warships soon succumbed to the same fate, igniting a conflagration that illuminated the port. The alarm bells rang out, rousing every soldier within the naval base. Nearby, Sabo stood on the water, drenched yet grinning as he observed the burning warships. This fiery storm technique is quite effective, an essential skill for fire management. How beautiful it is to see the flames dance. My midnight swim was worth it, but it still feels lacking. Let me add a little more fuel to the fire. Shortly thereafter, shouts echoed from the naval base. "Help! There's a fire in the base. Quick, come extinguish it." At sea, Sabo returned to the sky pillar, gazing at the flickering flames engulfing the naval base and port. With a serene smile, he gradually vanished into the night. As the saying goes, when the deed is done, depart quietly, concealing both merit and fame. Though it may not be a glorious reputation, who cares? For several consecutive days, numerous naval branches suffered assaults, each resulting in fires. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Yet the losses were significant. The most troubling aspect for the Navy was that the arsonist remained unseen, leaving them clueless as to the identity of the perpetrator. Nonetheless, it appeared the Navy attributed these incidents to Sabo, lacking evidence, but convinced that only he could orchestrate such attacks given the current circumstances. At a naval base, a loud crash reverberated as a desk splintered into fragments. Vice Admiral Weasel stood seething, his subordinates trembling in fear. They had never witnessed him in such a state of fury. It was understandable, considering he was a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters, now commanding the entire East Blue Fleet. Yet he found himself beleaguered by a mere youth like Sabo, an utterly humiliating predicament. Weasel fixed his gaze on a major holding a report, inhaling deeply before coldly instructing, "Continue." The major, trembling, resumed, "In summary, over the past 6 days, we have faced 17 attacks on naval bases, and our ships have encountered assaults at sea, all resulting in fires. Fortunately, there have been no casualties. But the bases have suffered varying degrees of damage, including 34 ships with minor damages, 6 moderately damaged, 3 severely damaged, and 1 completely destroyed." Weasel's fury surged as he listened, only to be met with the major's stammering voice. And, what else?" Weasel barked. The major, startled, presented a newspaper, stating, "Recently, There have been numerous unfavorable remarks regarding the Navy in the East Blue, even among the nobles. Several newspapers have reported on this, and this is one of them. Weasel snatched the newspaper, and upon seeing the headline, he could no longer contain himself and tore it to shreds. One against thousands. And the East Blue Navy cannot capture one man? Coldly, Weasel commanded, notify everyone to thoroughly suppress these unfavorable reports about the Navy. Any newspaper that dares to publish such content shall be shut down. Yes, sir, the major replied, saluting before preparing to leave. Weasel halted him, adding, furthermore, inform the others to publicly execute the most heinous pirates captured during this period and intensify the pursuit of escaped prisoners and other pirates. The Ice Wolf newspaper has already published too much. Yes, sir. The major received his orders and departed. The Weasel suddenly sat down, wiping his forehead, his expression exceedingly grim. In the past, he would typically adjudicate these pirates and subsequently send them to impel down. Yet now, in an effort to salvage the reputation of the Navy and to intimidate the press, he found himself compelled to act differently. However, the Weasel did not overstep. He opted only for public executions of the most heinous pirates, rather than a widespread massacre. Observing the Weasel's demeanor, the Naval Colonel Radish inquired, Admiral Weasel, what shall be our next course of action? After a moment of contemplation, the Weasel steadied his emotions before responding. It appears that Sabo has astutely identified our vulnerabilities. Understanding that we cannot relinquish our naval bases across the East Sea, nor can we forsake the prestige we hold among the populace and the nobility. Thus, he is compelling us to abandon large-scale pursuits. Radish nodded in agreement. Admiral Weasel, you are correct. Sabo's assault on the celestial dragons inevitably paints him as a lawless individual, indifferent to consequences. Yet, in truth, he is both brave and cunning, adept at maneuvering around us. Coupled with the swiftness of his vessel, we find it nearly impossible to mount an effective chase at sea. Even if we were to mobilize the entire East Sea Navy against him, it would be a futile expenditure of resources. The Weasel, upon hearing this, regained his composure. Indeed, it is unnecessary to continue this fruitless endeavor. Inform all East Sea Navy units to return to their stations, but remain vigilant. They must keep a watchful eye on their respective territories and report any sightings of Sabo immediately. Radish then asked, Admiral Weasel, what of our previous plan to ambush Sabo? Shall we abandon it? The Weasel replied, his voice low, no. I increasingly believe that Sabo will come to us. As the East Sea Navy withdraws, instruct your subordinates to also navigate our warships away, leaving only the officers. We will disguise ourselves and infiltrate the fleet of the Peter Trading Company transporting metallic ores, awaiting Sabo's arrival. Understood. The comprehensive withdrawal of the East Sea Navy did not escape Sabo's notice. He could surmise it without inquiry, for the mission outsmarting with strategy could now be submitted. This indicated that the Navy had indeed abandoned their pursuit of him across the seas. Such news was monumental for Sabo, and he was naturally elated. With a thought, he promptly submitted the task. Chapter 49. The transaction begins. Ding. 2-star mission outsmarting with strategy submitted. Assessing mission completion rate, 99. Random reward generation initiated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a serving of Ichiraku ramen from Naruto. Upon hearing this, Sabo felt an immediate sense of despondency. It seemed that all his efforts over the past several days had been in vain, culminating in nothing more than a bowl of ramen. Gazing at the steaming bowl of noodles before him, he sighed and picked up his chopsticks to begin tasting it. After all, this was his reward. It would be a shame to let it go to waste. As he savored the flavors, Sabo found that his gloom lessened somewhat. This ramen, renowned in the world of the Hokage, truly lived up to its reputation. While indulging in the noodles, Sabo pondered the situation at hand. The mission had been completed, yet the completion rate stood at a mere 99. This was the reason for the diminished level of his random reward, indicating that the Navy had not entirely abandoned their pursuit of him. In recent days, Sabo had kept a close watch on the newspapers, which reported numerous updates regarding the Navy. He had also observed many naval withdrawals at sea, particularly noting the distant departure of the Mole's battleship. Initially, he had believed that the Navy had given up on this cat-and-mouse game, but the system must be accurate. A completion rate of 99 suggested that someone was still on his trail, who, then, remained intent on pursuing him. Sabo savored the ramen, his mind swirling with myriad possibilities, until only one figure remained, Admiral Weasel of the Navy headquarters. As the chief commander orchestrating the pursuit against him, Weasel would undoubtedly bear significant responsibility should he fail to apprehend Sabo. Furthermore, if Weasel were to command a complete retreat of the Navy, even his own departure aboard a battleship, it was unlikely that any sailor in the East Blue would dare to defy such orders and remain behind. The mission's completion rate stood at 99, indicating that the Navy had almost entirely withdrawn, leaving only a handful in pursuit of him. If those remaining were merely ordinary sailors, capturing Sabo would be an insurmountable challenge. Thus, it was certain that only formidable adversaries remained. Sabo also discerned that this mission, ostensibly a 2-star operation, had been executed with relative ease, devoid of any peril. What then justified its classification as a 2-star task? It could only be Weasel. For among the naval commanders in the East Blue, he posed the greatest threat to Sabo. It was precisely due to Weasel's involvement that the mission warranted such a rating. Given this reasoning, it was evident that Weasel had not relinquished his pursuit. The question remained, where would he lie in wait for Sabo? After savoring a bowl of ramen, Sabo gazed towards a distant point on the horizon, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as he likely anticipated where the Weasel would be waiting for him. Weasel, you've caused my reward level to diminish. I shall ensure we engage in some delightful play together. On Leia Island, in the office atop the Peter Trading Company, Peter sat anxiously at his desk, accompanied by 8 others seated on the sofa. These 8 individuals donned worker attire, yet Peter dared not exhale audibly in their presence. Each one of them was formidable in their own right. Among them were a vice admiral, a rear admiral, a brigadier general, and 5 colonels. This was the Weasel and his subordinates. To minimize their target, he had brought only the colonels and their superior officers, though few in number. These 8 individuals possessed the prowess to dominate the entire East China Sea. As long as Sabo made an appearance, the Weasel was confident he could detain him. With such formidable company present, Peter felt compelled to refrain from his usual demeanor, fixating intently on the phone, fervently wishing for Sabo to reach out. However, days passed without a word from Sabo, and today marked the half-month deadline they had previously agreed upon, yet the phone remained conspicuously silent. Staring at the device, Peter felt a surge of anxiety. As a successful businessman, he was acutely aware of the myriad risks inherent in any transaction. This particular deal was undoubtedly the most perilous he had ever encountered, pitting the Navy against the enigmatic Sabo, neither of whom he could afford to provoke. The Navy was an imposing force, while Sabo, though solitary, wielded extraordinary strength and unmatched cunning, having deftly eluded the entire Navy, compelling them to abandon their pursuit. Among the 3 parties involved, it was clear that Peter was the weakest link. Despite his wealth and extensive connections within the East China Sea, these advantages paled in comparison to the Navy and Sabo. In this ruthless world, either side could effortlessly extinguish his life. Peter's most favorable outcome would be for the Navy to successfully capture Sabo. In doing so, he would earn their favor while alleviating his own concerns, an ideal resolution. Any other scenario, however, could spell disaster for him. Suddenly, the phone rang, startling Peter, whose anxiety spiked as the Weasel and the others turned their attention towards him. Drawing from his past experiences of navigating tumultuous waters, Peter took a deep breath, steadied his nerves, and answered the call with a casual tone. Hello, is this you, Sabo? Of course, it's me, President Peter. Have you prepared the items I requested? Came Sabo's voice over the line. Feigning nonchalance, Peter replied with a smile, naturally. But have your funds been arranged? I do not entertain credit, you know. Sabo's laughter resonated through the phone. Indeed, 800 million berries in cash are ready. I will now disclose the location of our transaction. Bring the goods to Lemon Island, where I shall await your arrival. Lemon Island? Very well, grant me 3 hours, Peter stated before ending the call. Approaching Vice Admiral Weasel, Peter conveyed, Vice Admiral, Sabo has instructed me to deliver the items to Lemon Island. Colonel Radish pointed to a map. Vice Admiral, Lemon Island is not far from the western edge of this island. I cannot believe Sabo would dare to select such a nearby location for our exchange. We can easily mobilize the Navy stationed on the island to assist us. As Leia Island thrived as an economically advanced hub in the East China Sea, the 4th Navy Division was stationed there, housing thousands of soldiers throughout the year. Upon hearing this, Vice Admiral Weasel shook his head. Not yet. We cannot risk alarming Sabo. Should he catch wind of our intentions, he may abandon the exchange and flee. We shall disguise ourselves among the cargo ships and wait for Sabo's arrival before apprehending him. Then we will notify the 4th Division to dispatch warships. Understood. At the docks of Leia Island, 8 massive cargo ships lay anchored. Peter, flanked by Weasel and his 8 subordinates, arrived at the site. With a command from Peter, each of Weasel's men took charge of a ship. They carefully scrutinized everyone boarding or disembarking, ensuring Sabo did not slip in unnoticed. Unfortunately, he remained elusive. Before long, all cargo was loaded, and Peter watched as the 8 ships gradually set sail, his heart fervently praying for divine favor. Chapter 50. The game. As the vessels navigated the ocean, Weasel stood upon the deck, scanning the horizon. After 2 hours, he finally glimpsed the outline of a small island in the distance. Lemon Island, the designated site for their transaction, was a modest island not far from Leia Island, destined to be the final resting place for Sabo. Weasel surveyed the surroundings. Apart from their 8 cargo ships, nothing else marred the tranquil sea, which sparked his suspicion. Had Sabo discerned something and chosen not to attend, or was he already on the island? Suddenly, a resounding explosion shattered Weasel's reverie. He searched for the source but found no signs of cannon fire or any attacking force, only a cargo ship that began to sway violently, as if struck. In moments, cries of alarm echoed. There's a massive hole in the ship's hull. We're taking on water. Shortly thereafter, another thunderous blast rocked yet another cargo vessel. Mirroring the first, and again, the alarm rang out about a breach and flooding. Boom. Another deafening explosion jolted Weasel, causing the ship beneath him to lurch precariously. He dashed into the hold, where, to his dismay, he discovered a large breach in the hull, indicative of an assault originating from beneath the waves. Weasel furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Yet, he quickly connected the dots to Sabo, sensing an undeniable link between the two. But how had Sabo managed this? And why? Did he not covet the precious minerals? After all, once these ships sank, retrieving the cargo would be no simple feat. In a matter of moments, 8 thunderous blasts resounded. All 8 cargo vessels were breached, water gushing into their holds, and they began to succumb to the depths. The crew aboard each vessel had no choice but to abandon ship, swimming towards the nearby Lemon Island. Weasel and his men were no exception. Joining the throng of fleeing souls, they possessed the ability to use moonwalk, yet if Sabo happened to be observing nearby, he could easily escape. With the speed of Sabo's vessel, even their moonwalk would be insufficient to catch up. Upon reaching the island, Weasel exchanged glances with the other 7 men, who quickly grasped his intent and began to feign casualness as they wandered about the island, searching for any sign of Sabo. Meanwhile, Weasel remained fixated on the sea, his expression grim. Something about the situation felt exceedingly peculiar, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Before long, the 7 Navy personnel returned, and a rear admiral whispered, "Vice Admiral Weasel, there are no signs of Sabo on the island, but we have discovered something else." Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel furrowed his brow and followed them to the center of the island, where a massive stone tablet stood, inscribed with the words, "General Flying Squirrel visited this place." The moment the squirrel beheld this, an intense fury ignited within him. Drawing his blade, he swung it through the air, and the stone tablet was cleaved in 2. Radish then spoke, "General Flying Squirrel, it appears that Sabo anticipated our actions. Hence he left this tablet behind. The recent attack on the cargo ship was likely orchestrated by him as well. His cunning is indeed formidable." A naval brigadier chimed in. "The question remains, how did he attack the cargo vessel from beneath the waves? I inspected the damaged area, and it hardly resembles cannon fire. Could he possess the ability to launch an assault from the depths like the fishmen?" Suddenly, a figure flashed through the squirrel's mind, prompting him to speak. "Have you not found it peculiar that Sabo's pet has a human-like form and a duck's bill? Even in his flight, he has consistently kept it by his side." Hearing this, Radish responded, "Previously, I heard from Colonel Raymond's subordinate that after Colonel Raymond and Sabo had inflicted mutual harm, it was this pet and a steel beast that brought them down. However, aside from that pet, no steel beast was discovered. Hence, we did not take it seriously. In retrospect, it indeed seems plausible." The squirrel, upon hearing this, coldly reprimanded, "How could such crucial intelligence be overlooked? This is utterly careless. The mysterious pet, the steel monster. Sabo's procurement of vast quantities of metal or is likely intended for that steel beast. The one launching attacks from underwater is very likely that duck-billed pet. Damn it, it seems our understanding of Sabo is still woefully insufficient." With this thought, the squirrel immediately commanded, "Notify the 4th Division to mobilize at once and search Leia Island and the nearby navy." then alert the nearby naval branches to initiate a comprehensive blockade. Sabo must still be in this vicinity. Understood. However, despite their analysis and conjectures, it was regrettable that their actions were already too late. On a tree by the shore of a small island, Sabo languidly reclined on a branch, basking in the sea breeze, indulging in a leisurely afternoon nap, utterly at ease. Suddenly, a smile graced Sabo's face as he opened his eyes, executed a roll, and landed gracefully on the ground, standing on the beach while gazing out at the sea. Murmuring to himself, "I have finally returned." The sea, initially tranquil, was only interrupted by the gentle lapping of waves against the shore. Suddenly, a colossal creature slowly emerged on the surface, seemingly ascending from the ocean floor. Upon witnessing this, Sabo smiled faintly, for he naturally recognized the colossal creature before him, Optimus Prime. However, the sheer enormity of Optimus Prime's form left Sabo feeling somewhat disoriented. As Optimus Prime fully revealed himself, his towering 10-meter stature radiated the majestic aura reminiscent of a transformer, which filled Sabo with genuine joy. He was relieved to no longer be confined to sleeping in his seat. In contrast, the small figure of Gajira perched upon Optimus Prime's shoulder appeared rather insignificant. Suddenly, Gajira leaped into the air, landing gracefully beside Sabo, animatedly gesturing in a lively display. Sabo gently patted the head of Psyduck, smiling as he remarked, "Very well. I acknowledge your remarkable contribution this time. Later, I shall prepare a grand feast to reward you." Upon hearing Sabo's words, Psyduck nodded in satisfaction, squinting its eyes as if envisioning the sumptuous meal before it. Observing Psyduck's demeanor, Sabo could only smile, for he had come to realize that Psyduck's intelligence seemed to be steadily increasing, aside from its inability to speak. It had nearly reached the cognitive level of a 10-year-old child. What delighted Sabo even more was that Psyduck had begun to learn how to battle independently. As a Pokémon, it was customary for creatures, unless wild, to require guidance in combat. However, Psyduck now no longer needed Sabo's direction. With the potential for further intellectual growth, Sabo firmly believed that in the future, Psyduck could entirely free itself from his command, acting and fighting according to its own will. Sabo looked up at the Sky Pillar and began, "Sky Pillar, transform into a ship. Gazing upon you like this is quite exhausting." "Yes, master." The Sky Pillar approached the surface of the sea, and its metallic body began to shift and rearrange. In no time, a vessel imbued with modern aesthetics emerged upon the water's surface. Chapter 51. The final stand. Upon seeing the ship before him, Sabo nodded in satisfaction. This vessel was designed in the likeness of the future Thousand Sunny, though Sabo had only a rudimentary understanding of ship design and had merely chosen a random style. Naturally, the Sky Pillar differed significantly from the Thousand Sunny. Its bow was adorned with a dragon head sculpture, and upon the rotation of its eyes, two small laser cannons were revealed. Concealed within the dragon's mouth was a medium-sized laser cannon, while the creation of a large laser cannon remained beyond his current capabilities. The sides of the ship discreetly housed 8 cannons, and the stern concealed another 4. Such firepower rivaled that of the Navy's formidable warships. Entirely constructed of alloys, the vessel boasted exceptional defensive capabilities. Cannon fire could scarcely harm the Sky Pillar, even against the strikes of the Weasel. Calculations indicated that only if the Weasel struck the same spot continuously between 10 to 15 times could he hope to sever the ship in two. With such robust defenses, Sabo felt a significant sense of security, vital for his forthcoming ventures into the Grand Line. Although he had temporarily evaded the Navy's pursuit, entering the Grand Line was no trivial matter. There were only 2 paths to embark upon it: traversing Reverse Mountain or crossing the Calm Belt. Should he choose Reverse Mountain, the risk of an ambush by the Navy loomed large, tantamount to walking into a trap. Conversely, crossing the Calm Belt posed its own uncertainties. During his recent assaults on Navy bases, Sabo had managed to acquire some sea prism stones, and among the metallic minerals he had gathered were additional sea prism stones. Besides fashioning a few pairs of handcuffs, he equipped his weaponry with sea prism ammunition, absorbing the remainder. Currently, the hull of the Sky Pillar contained some sea prism stones. Yet whether they could evade the senses of Sea Kings in the Calm Belt remained an unanswered question, thus rendering the crossing fraught with peril. With 2.5 months remaining to enter the Grand Line, Sabo felt a measure of time on his side. However, should the Weasel take up position there, a forcible entry would be nearly impossible. Sabo could only hope that the Weasel would not remain stationed in that location. Otherwise, breaching Reverse Mountain would be unfeasible. And once his position was revealed, the Navy would undoubtedly resume their relentless pursuit, leaving him with little chance of escape. Consequently, Sabo devised two plans. The first involved seeking an opening at Reverse Mountain, ready to make his move if the Weasel was absent. Should this strategy fail, he would resort to crossing the calm belt in the final days, hoping for favorable fortune to secure his entry into the Grand Line. Accompanied by Go to Duck, he boarded the new Sky Pillar, meticulously exploring their new abode, which surpassed the yacht he had previously purchased in every regard. The vessel featured a control room, dining area, cold storage, aquarium, restrooms, gymnasium, and storage space. These were the current amenities, with the potential for further enhancements in the future. The control room, while somewhat superfluous since the Sky Pillar was self-navigating, offered a sense of normalcy for Sabo. It boasted a high-definition screen, allowing for clear observations of distant surroundings via the ship's sophisticated telescope, far more convenient than a traditional one. On board, nearly everything was automated, enhancing convenience. Even the dining area was automated. Sabo needed only to inform the Sky Pillar of his culinary desires, and it could prepare any dish with ease, a remarkable convenience indeed. Meanwhile, Weasel's mood was in stark contrast, as he faced the most humiliating assignment since joining the Navy. As a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, he had been outmaneuvered by a mere boy of around 10 years old, deploying nearly 70 to 80% of the Eastern Sea Navy's forces and laboring for over 3 months without capturing Sabo, a tremendous disgrace. In the 4th Division of the Navy, Weasel reluctantly retrieved a transponder snail, took a deep breath, and dialed the number. After a few rings, the call connected. "Hello, this is Sengoku." Weasel spoke in a grave tone. "Admiral Sengoku, this is Weasel. I need to report on the pursuit of Sabo." At Marineford, Sengoku held the transponder snail, and upon hearing Weasel's tone, a sense of foreboding settled in. As Weasel recounted the situation, Sengoku's expression gradually darkened. He had never anticipated that what he believed to be a straightforward capture would prove so arduous, especially with a Rear Admiral unable to secure the target. Finally, Weasel said, "Admiral Sengoku, even with a large-scale pursuit operation, we cannot effectively apprehend Sabo. His ship exceeds our naval vessels in speed, and continuing this way would be a waste of resources. I propose a change in strategy." Sengoku, intrigued, inquired, "What do you propose?" Weasel outlined his plan. The Eastern Sea Navy would patrol their respective islands to deny Sabo any foothold in the Eastern Sea, compelling him to enter the Grand Line, while he would remain stationed at Reverse Mountain to await Sabo's arrival. Sengoku found merit in this approach. He believed someone like Sabo could not remain in the Eastern Sea indefinitely, as the Grand Line was his true stage. However, Sengoku harbored concerns. "Weasel, your plan has its merits, but what if Sabo crosses the calm belt or delays his entrance into the Grand Line? Are you prepared to remain there indefinitely?" Weasel fell silent, recognizing the validity of Sengoku's concerns. It was indeed unreasonable for a Rear Admiral to remain stationed at Reverse Mountain indefinitely. Sengoku concluded, "Very well. The situation in the Eastern Sea has become quite tumultuous. I shall grant you 3 more months. If Sabo is not captured by then, return." After ending the call, Sengoku sat in his chair, fingers interlaced before him, gazing into the distance as he murmured to himself, "Weasel, I hope you succeed. Otherwise, we may soon face an additional threat." It is hardly surprising that Sengoku harbors such thoughts. A mere lad of 10 years from the East Sea, having mastered the 6 styles of the Navy, proficient in both armament and observation haki, possesses both courage and cunning, indeed exhibits boundless potential. All that remains is the passage of time. With the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, an ever-increasing number of pirates have traversed the Grand Line, particularly within the New World, where the strength of the 4 emperors continues to swell. Even though the world government has initiated the warlords of the sea system, it serves merely as a mechanism for maintaining balance. Sengoku seems to foresee that once Sabo enters the Grand Line, a tremendous upheaval is inevitable, the implications of which for the Navy remain uncertain, leaving it to time to reveal the truth. Chapter 52, A Bold Assault at the Foot of Reverse Mountain. The skies are shrouded in dark clouds, and the sea roils with turbulent waves, driven by fierce winds. A moment's inattention could easily capsize a vessel here. Towering into the heavens, the mountain stands amidst the ocean, its vastness obscured from view. This is the Red Line, intersecting with the Grand Line and the Calm Belt, partitioning the seas and segmenting the Grand Line into 2 distinct halves. To enter the Grand Line, this is the obligatory route for most. unless one possesses the means like the Navy to install sea stone beneath their ships, allowing them to traverse the calm belt. Otherwise, they must navigate through Reverse Mountain. At the entrance of Reverse Mountain, the currents surge violently, waves crash vigorously against the shore, yet at a certain point, an upward passage exists, where seawater surges in a reverse flow, ascending skyward. Nearby, 12 naval warships are scattered, seemingly guarding the entrance to Reverse Mountain. These vessels, though larger than the average Navy ship, do not measure up to the size of the Mongoose-S warships. Nonetheless, they convey an impression of precariousness amidst the storm and tumult. On board the naval vessels, the soldiers endure immense hardship, beset by strong winds, towering waves, and unrelenting rain. In such dire conditions, they remain stationed until relieved, for even a moment's respite is a luxury they cannot afford. Yet, these sailors do not waver. For this is their final stand, a testament to their duty and a commitment to safeguarding the honor of the East Sea Navy. They cannot allow anyone to trample upon the honor they have painstakingly established. Not far from the naval fleet, the sky pillar rests upon the waves, rising and falling with the tides. The darkened skies provide an ideal cloak, making it difficult for the Navy to detect its presence despite its proximity. Inside the cockpit of the sky pillar, Sabo sits, gazing at the high-definition screen before him, which clearly displays each naval vessel and its occupants, magnified to the extent that individual faces can be discerned. He meticulously counts the personnel aboard the 8 naval ships, noting the highest rank present is that of Rear Admiral, likely a subordinate of the Mongoose. Yet the absence of the Mongoose himself raises Sabo's concerns. After several days of observation without a trace of the Mongoose, Sabo finds it perplexing. If the Mongoose is not guarding this location, where could he be? Has he abandoned the pursuit? Such a possibility seems unlikely. Could it be that the Mongoose is concealed among the naval vessels, awaiting the opportune moment to strike? Gazing at Reverse Mountain, Sabo is filled with an impulsive desire to charge forward. Even if he encounters the Mongoose, he is not devoid of strategies to counter him. At worst, he could transform the sky pillar into a formidable machine and plunge into the depths. Although the sky pillar cannot yet navigate underwater, it requires no breath, and its alloy composition is sufficiently resilient to withstand the pressures of the deep sea. Escaping from beneath the surface would merely be a matter of timing. However, the sea here is tumultuous, and the depths are unlikely to be any calmer, if caught in a current. The ensuing turbulence could prove unbearable not only for the sky pillar, but also for Sabo and his companion, Gotta Duck. Contemplating the naval formation before him, Sabo deliberates for an extended period before resolving to make a bold incursion. Although 2 months remain for the mission, he is unwilling to squander time idly. Rather than conjecturing endlessly, he chooses to gamble on the Mongoose-S absence. On the naval vessels, many sailors peer through their telescopes, scanning the surface for any sign of activity. Yet, all they perceive are the relentless waves, one after another. Suddenly, a cry pierces the air. Look out! Everyone brace yourselves. A massive wave is coming. In the distance, a towering wave rises to 7 or 8 meters, and should such a wave crash upon the naval vessels, it could easily lead to capsizing. However, these sailors are seasoned veterans, well-versed in managing such colossal waves. They evade where possible and confront the unavoidable. As the wave crashes, numerous sailors find themselves drenched, a sight both comical and chaotic, yet fortunately, no serious incidents occur, bringing them a measure of relief. One sailor wipes the seawater from his face, only to suddenly widen his eyes in shock, pointing towards the sea. There's a ship behind the waves. With his exclamation, many others notice. A metallic vessel has concealed itself behind the swell, eluding the Navy's gaze until it breaches their defensive line. Amidst the tumultuous waves, Gotta Duck skillfully rides the crests. His ability, wave treading, transforms ordinary swells into formidable obstacles, thus concealing the sky pillar's silhouette. Once beyond the Navy's defenses, Gotta leaps onto the deck of the sky pillar, where Sabo stands, observing the naval vessels gradually receding into the distance, his expression devoid of mirth. Though they have surpassed the naval line, should the Mongoose be present, a single strike could wreak havoc. While it may not sever the sky pillar, such a blow could still cause significant distress. Upon sighting Sabo aboard the metallic vessel, the Navy erupts into cries. It's Sabo. Quick, attack. Sink him. Bullets and cannonballs are unleashed, yet most find their mark in the tumultuous air, as hitting the sky pillar in these conditions proves exceedingly challenging. Aboard the naval ships, the Rear Admiral, Brigadier General, and Navy Colonel Witnessing the situation, leap into action, seemingly intent on apprehending Sabo personally. Upon witnessing this, Sabo furrowed his brow. For among the few present, he did not spot the weasel. This struck him as peculiar. Could it be that his gamble was correct and the weasel was indeed absent? Nevertheless, Sabo did not dwell on it for long. As he observed the naval officers approaching from the sky, he executed a swift maneuver, propelling himself off the ground with his hands, akin to a street dancer, his legs swinging rhythmically. A series of wind slashes were launched towards the airborne naval officers. Faced with Sabo's relentless barrage of wind strikes, the naval officers deftly evaded, and even those that came perilously close were deflected by their weapons. However, this was sufficient for Sabo, who had no expectation of injuring them with his wind attacks. His intention was merely to delay their advance, allowing the flying sky to gain speed and distance itself from them. Once they surged into the rapids of Upside Down Mountain, everything would be resolved. As the flying sky plunged into the torrent, its velocity surged once more. The naval officers, witnessing this, had no choice but to abandon their pursuit and return to their warship. Strangely, it appeared they had no intention of entering the rapids to continue their chase, which was rather odd. Upon witnessing this, Sabo felt a subtle unease within his heart. Although events were progressing smoothly, the very ease of the situation instilled a sense of discomfort in him. What could possibly be amiss? Chapter 53, A Tragedy. As he ascended the turbulent currents of Reverse Mountain, Sabo found no trace of joy in breaching the naval defenses. Instead, an inexplicable apprehension lingered in his soul. Yet he could not articulate the source of his disquiet. Sabo returned to the cockpit with Golduck and spoke, "Qingtian, adjust the engine's propulsion direction and reduce the ascent speed of the vessel. I require some contemplation." Upon hearing this, Qingtian promptly replied, "Understood, master." Instantly, the propulsion devices at the rear of the Qingtian vessel were entirely shut down, while astonishingly, four identical propulsion units materialized at the bow. Once activated, the speed of the Qingtian vessel diminished considerably, ascending at an exceedingly gradual pace. However, to maintain the vessel's equilibrium, propulsion devices also emerged on both sides, modulating the balance of the Qingtian amidst the turbulent waters with varying intensities of thrust. Seated in the cockpit, Sabo gazed at the high-definition screen before him, which vividly displayed the scenario at the exit of the Upside-Down Mountain. He could discern their every movement with remarkable clarity. After the Qingtian had breached the naval defenses and entered the surging currents of the Upside-Down Mountain, the Navy ceased all actions and showed no intent to pursue. A decidedly peculiar behavior that starkly contrasted with their previous relentless pursuit of Sabo. Saber gazed at the screen for a considerable time before suddenly speaking. "Qingtian, is it possible to further enlarge this image?" Qingtian's voice resonated within the cockpit. "Indeed, it can be done, but due to factors such as distance and weather conditions, the clarity of the image may be compromised." Sabo spoke in a low voice. "It's all right. Commence the magnification." At Sabo's command, the images on the screen began to gradually enlarge, and as anticipated, the visuals soon became increasingly indistinct. "Stop!" Sabo suddenly exclaimed, and the screen came to a halt, now depicting a somewhat blurred scene that still allowed for a vague comprehension. The Navy appeared to be utilizing a snail phone. Who were they attempting to contact? Was it the weasel? Were they reporting a failed operation, or something else entirely? After much contemplation, Sabo found himself unable to resolve his uncertainty. Had he perhaps been overly cautious? During this period of intellectual struggle against the Navy, Sabo had begun to feel rather anxious himself. Now, he was poised to ride the torrents of Reverse Mountain, soon to enter the Grand Line. Once within the Grand Line, evading capture by the Navy would undoubtedly prove far more challenging. With this thought, Sabo spoke. "Very well, Qingtian, let us proceed. We shall enter the Grand Line." "Yes, master." Suddenly, the ascent of the Qingtian accelerated dramatically, soaring towards greater heights. In no time, they reached the pinnacle of Reverse Mountain. Through the screen, Sabo could clearly observe the external surroundings, where torrents from the four seas converged at this summit before cascading into a downward passage, the very gateway to the Grand Line. Riding the descending current, the Qingtian plunged downward at an exhilarating speed, far surpassing the thrills of a roller coaster. Gazing towards the end below, Sabo recalled the island whale at the entrance, presumably named Labu, and wondered if he would have the pleasure of encountering it. As the terminus of the torrent gradually came into clearer focus, Sabo's expression shifted dramatically. The screen revealed not the figure of Labu, but rather a fleet of Navy warships. It dawned on him at last where his underlying apprehension had originated. Damn it. How could I have forgotten that the Navy might be stationed at the entrance to the Grand Line? Weasel, your maneuver is quite masterful. It's a classic case of leading one into a trap. On the screen, Sabo could now discern Weasel's naval vessel and faintly make out a naval officer standing atop the ship's cannon, undoubtedly the Weasel himself. Upon witnessing this, Sabo let out a cold chuckle. Weasel, your skills are indeed formidable, and it seems I have underestimated you. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have found themselves in dire straits. Alas, you have encountered me, Sabo. Next time we meet, I shall not flee. At the entrance of the Grand Line, several naval warships reformed their formations, braced for action. Nearby, a few pirate vessels found themselves in unfortunate circumstances, having joyfully entered the Grand Line only to be met with Weasel's presence, resulting in a tragic turn of events. On the bow of the naval battleship, Weasel stood resolutely, his navy coat billowing in the sea breeze, firmly gripping the sword at his waist, his focus unwavering as he awaited something imminent. Just moments ago, the Navy stationed at the entrance to Reverse Mountain reported that Sabo had utilized the cover of the waves to breach their defenses and had entered the perilous waters of Reverse Mountain. This outcome was something Weasel had anticipated. Moreover, in order to allow Sabo to breach the naval lines with greater confidence, Weasel had opted not to man the defenses himself, instead choosing to await Sabo's arrival at the entrance of the Grand Line. Now that Sabo had indeed entered the treacherous waters of Reverse Mountain, it was evident that this was his intended destination. At this juncture, a naval officer rushed over, telescope in hand, visibly flustered. General Weasel, a metallic vessel has emerged in the rapids of Reverse Mountain, but finally, it has arrived. Weasel sighed in relief. If he could capture Sabo this time, his mission would be deemed a success. However, the naval officer's subsequent words caused him to furrow his brow. But what? With a tone laced with disbelief. The officer replied, but the vessel appears to have halted in the rapids and has begun to ascend against the current. It is utterly astonishing. What? It was no wonder Weasel lost his composure. He had not expected Sabo's ship to navigate upstream in Reverse Mountain. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Such a vessel did not even exist within the Navy. How was this possible? Yet, contemplating such matters was futile now. Weasel was destined to return empty-handed. If Sabo's ship could ascend against the current, it could undoubtedly descend as well, allowing him to slip into the South Sea, West Sea, or North Sea, none of which were patrolled by the Navy. This meant that unless Sabo revealed himself in one of these three seas and was discovered, they would remain oblivious to his whereabouts. Given Sabo's nature, he was unlikely to make himself known unless a comprehensive search was initiated by the navies of the three seas, akin to the Eastern Seas pursuit. However, to mobilize the navies of all four seas for the sake of a single Sabo would be an utter disgrace for the Navy, and Sabo would likely gain notoriety once more. It is worth noting that the commotion surrounding the Celestial Dragon incident had only just begun to subside. Should the Navy initiate a full-scale manhunt for Sabo across the remaining three seas, the world would undoubtedly erupt in chaos once again, and the media would have a field day reporting on it. Contemplating this, Weasel was beset by a throbbing headache. He had originally been reluctant to escort the Celestial Dragons in the Eastern Sea, and now he was entangled in such a significant affair. What he had assumed would be a straightforward capture of Sabo had devolved into a series of unforeseen complications. A dignified vice admiral of the Navy, alongside the entire Eastern Sea Navy, had been unable to capture a mere boy of around 10 years old. Weasel could already envision how the media would spin this tale. It would become a significant blemish on his record. Chapter 54. The Tragedy of Weasel at the Marine Headquarters in Marineford. Sengoku was grappling with the expanding influence of the four emperors in the New World when the phone snail suddenly rang. He answered, weariness evident in his voice. Hello, this is Sengoku. From the receiver came Weasel's voice. Admiral Sengoku, I must inform you that the operation to capture Sabo has completely failed. Upon hearing this, Sengoku was struck by a wave of frustration. Although the uproar surrounding the Celestial Dragon incident had somewhat abated, the world government and the Celestial Dragons continued to scrutinize him, frequently pressing for updates. Now, Weasel was delivering the disheartening news of a total failure in capturing Sabo. How could he explain this to the world government and the Celestial Dragons? Sengoku rose, his voice rising in anger. What? Failed? What exactly transpired? Weasel spoke solemnly. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. Sabo's ship indeed breached the first line of defense I established at the entrance to Reverse Mountain. However, just as he was about to enter the Grand Line, his vessel astonishingly began to ascend against the current, and thereafter, its whereabouts became unknown. The Navy stationed at the Eastern Sea in Trance did not observe him returning, which strongly suggests he has escaped into one of the other 3 seas. What? How can this be? Ascending against the current in reverse mountain? Sengoku's expression was one of sheer disbelief. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of both the Navy and the world government. Sengoku sank into his seat, feeling utterly powerless. With Sabo's location unknown, it was impossible to proceed with a capture. He could not mobilize the navies of the other 3 seas. Doing so would not only escalate the situation, but would also severely tarnish the Navy's reputation. After pondering for a moment, Sengoku finally spoke. Very well. Return for now and prepare a detailed report for me. Leave no detail unexamined. With circumstances as they were, Sengoku had no choice but to abandon the plan for a comprehensive manhunt for Sabo, relying instead on the routine efforts of the Navy or the intervention of bounty hunters. Upon returning to the Marine headquarters, Weasel inevitably had to take responsibility for the debacle. He was demoted from Vice Admiral to Rear Admiral, a significant drop in rank. It would take years for him to regain his position within the Marine headquarters. However, that was a matter for another time. In the West Sea, Sabo reclined on a sunbed, basking in the sunlight and savoring the unique fruits of the Pirate King era. This leisurely life was one he had not experienced in quite some time. Since his arrival in this era, Sabo had been devoted to training and evading the Navy's pursuits. Even during his escapades, he had never relaxed his training regimen. Now that he had finally shaken off the Navy's pursuit, he naturally sought a moment of reprieve. This period had left Sabo's mind overly tense. Maintaining such a high level of alertness was not conducive to his well-being. It was essential for him to unwind and rejuvenate. As Sabo extended his hand to grasp a glass of juice, a mist immediately enveloped the cup. He took a small sip, and the chilled nectar was indeed refreshing to the core. His fondness for this mutant ability grew increasingly, for its convenience was unparalleled. During this period, particularly while evading pursuit, Sabo had been adrift at sea, making it arduous to cultivate his physical skills. Consequently, he dedicated most of his time to the development of his mutant powers, and thus far, he had fully acclimated to this ability. The next step involved incessantly honing this capacity, its might, range, application, and proficiency, all of which required time to cultivate. Sabo eagerly anticipated the day he could refine his mutant prowess to the caliber of the Marine Admiral Akiji. While savoring life, he also began contemplating his forthcoming plans. Although he had narrowly escaped from the traps set by the Weasel and evaded the Marine's pursuit, his ambitions of entering the Grand Line had been thwarted. In Sabo's estimation, the Marines could not replicate the extensive manhunt they had conducted in the East Blue across the other 3 seas, as such an operation would create too much commotion. They would have to temporarily relinquish their relentless pursuit of Sabo unless his whereabouts were disclosed. Otherwise, the Marines were unlikely to undertake any large-scale actions for the time being. The mission of stealthily entering the sea had a deadline of 3 months, and with a month elapsed, there was still ample time. Sabo was confident that the Marines would not remain stationed at the entrance of the Grand Line indefinitely. After a while, he planned to revisit Reverse Mountain. If no Marines were present, he would seize the opportunity to enter the Grand Line. During this interval, Sabo could devote time to training in the West Sea, enhancing his strength, for the Grand Line was fraught with peril. Given Sabo's current capabilities, even traversing the initial segment of the Grand Line was far from an unimpeded venture. After a well-deserved 2-day rest, Sabo resumed his training, and the specially designed exercise chamber created by Qingtian proved invaluable. Here, even without the assistance of Godaduk, Sabo could continue to unearth his potential. The equipment in the training chamber was meticulously crafted by Qingtian. Although it appeared similar to standard gym apparatus, these devices were adjustable in difficulty through controlled mechanisms. For instance, the barbells were constructed from an alloy identical to Qingtian's physique, extremely resilient, yet possessing a weight comparable to ordinary barbells. However, the ends of the barbell were connected to specialized slots housing mechanical devices capable of exerting downward force, adjustable from 1 ton to 2 tons, allowing for a customizable weight challenge. Thus, Sabo faced no obstacles in his quest to continually push his limits. And Godaduk could also utilize this opportunity to embark on his own training. As Sabo grew stronger, Godaduk, with his undeniable potential as a Pokemon, could not afford to lag behind. Through training and battles, he would continually evolve and acquire new skills. In truth, beyond these skills, Sabo yearned for Godaduk to master haki, for only then would his future be boundless. More than half a month later, aboard the Qingtian ship, Sabo concluded his morning training and ascended to the deck, where he indulged in a delightful lunch alongside his companion, the Psyduck. Observing Psyduck adeptly wielding chopsticks and a fork, Sabo found the sight somewhat peculiar, yet he had long since acclimated to it. Frequently, he regarded Psyduck as a fellow human being. Throughout this extended journey, Psyduck had been his steadfast companion, providing company during moments of tedium, albeit with conversations that remained beyond Sabo's comprehension. In its early days post-evolution, Psyduck stood at a mere 5 feet, but now its stature had nearly reached 6 feet, exuding a robust presence that reflected its significant transformation. Just then, a bird call echoed through the air, prompting Sabo to glance upward, where he spotted a Pidgey soaring by. He gestured to it, procuring a newspaper as it passed. This newspaper had become Sabo's sole means of accessing information about the outside world. Whenever he encountered a newspaper bird, he would invariably purchase a copy. Upon unfolding the newspaper, a particular headline immediately captured his attention. Dereliction of duty? Undoubtedly the weakest of the seas. Upon witnessing this, Sabo smiled faintly, astonished that the weasel had been demoted because of him. It was truly unexpected. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After such a considerable commotion, allowing Sabo to escape unscathed necessitated someone taking responsibility for the incident. Otherwise, how could they provide an explanation to the world government, the celestial dragons, and the public? Chapter 55. A chance encounter with the Mafia. Sabo silently offered his apologies to the weasel. Although they stood on opposite sides, he harbored no dislike for such individuals, those with a sense of justice and who cared for their subordinates. Indeed, he could be considered a commendable officer within the Navy. Yet, this was merely a fleeting sentiment. Besides this report, the newspaper included 2 wanted posters, one bearing his name and the other surprisingly featuring Psyduck. World criminal Sabo, with a bounty of 150 million berries, dead or alive. Pet Psyduck, with a bounty of 3 million berries, dead or alive. Upon observing the 2 wanted posters, Sabo erupted in laughter. The increase in his own bounty was of little concern. What truly amused him was the fact that Psyduck now had a bounty as well, and a sum as substantial as 3 million berries at that. A most peculiar turn of events. Sabo recalls that after entering the New World, Chopper aboard the Thousand Sunny was worth merely 100 berries, while Beepo, the navigator of Trafalgar Law's ship, was valued at 500 berries. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Duck has received a bounty of 3 million berries, a truly exceptional case. However, once the Navy recognizes Duck's extraordinary capabilities, it is likely that this bounty will increase. Although Duck's strength may currently pale in comparison to Sabo's, the martial arts he has learned from Sabo, combined with his unique abilities, undoubtedly render him a formidable adversary. Sabo and Duck are each engaged in their own pursuits of self-cultivation, while Qingtian tirelessly dedicates himself to unlocking submarine technology. However, this endeavor may require a considerable amount of time, estimated to be around 2 to 3 months. Of course, should he have access to a ready-made submarine for scanning, he could swiftly unlock the technology and subsequently focus on continuous improvements. Qingtian navigates autonomously over the West Sea, endeavoring to operate in remote areas to evade detection by the Navy, as Sabo is keen to avoid another harrowing escape like that of the East Sea. Alas, fate does not always align with one's desires. Although Sabo seeks to steer clear of trouble, it seems that trouble has a way of seeking him out. Sabo was engaged in a rigorous squat training session in the gym, his attire thoroughly drenched in perspiration. Despite merely shouldering a barbell, the mechanical force exerted upon him rendered the weight an overwhelming burden, pushing him to his limits. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed through the training room. "Master, pardon the interruption, but I have detected a vessel approaching our location." After hearing this, Sabo set down the equipment on his shoulders, picked up a towel nearby, and wiped the sweat from his brow. He inquired, "Is it the Navy, pirates, or merely a merchant vessel?" Qingtian responded, "This ship is not a standard naval vessel. The individuals aboard do not don naval attire, nor does the ship display the naval flag. It is unlikely to be the Navy. Furthermore, without the pirate flag hoisted, it cannot be deemed a pirate ship either. The crew is fully armed, which distinguishes them from an ordinary merchant vessel." Upon hearing this, Sabo couldn't help but furrow his brow. Neither the Navy nor pirates, nor did he desire an ordinary merchant vessel. Could it be that a certain underground force from the West Sea was involved? He hoped they were not courting death. Otherwise, he would be the one to entomb them. Sabo smiled faintly. Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. We shall observe the unfolding events. Aboard the vessel, all individuals were clad in somber black attire, a peculiar custom of the West Sea. This, however, was not a commendable custom, as the West Sea harbored numerous underground factions, among which the black market syndicates held considerable power. They had intended to navigate back to their territory, but were taken aback by the sudden sight of a distinctive metallic ship that piqued their curiosity. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly embarked on a perilous journey towards their demise. As they drew closer, one among them called out to the sky pillar, "Hey, is anyone aboard? Come out." At that moment, the hatches swung open, and a figure emerged. It was Sabo, who had just concluded his training. Sipping water as he walked, he regarded the vessel before him with evident annoyance. The interruption of his training was a minor transgression, but should they disseminate news of his presence in the West Sea, it would not be long before the Navy and the world government took action. Thus, Sabo was not inclined to extend any courtesy to these individuals. Upon recognizing Sabo's visage, exclamations erupted among the black market members. "Boss, that is the world-renowned criminal Sabo, with a bounty of 150 million berries. Who would have thought he would escape to our West Sea? Boss, this is our golden opportunity. If we capture him, we can leverage this for significant gain." Indeed, boss. What extraordinary fortune. The one referred to as boss was the leader of this band of black market operatives. He fixed his gaze upon Sabo and spoke in a grave tone. "So you are Sabo, are you? How audacious to have slain a celestial dragon. Had you not committed such a crime, I might have considered recruiting you as my subordinate. Alas, it seems that is not to be." Sabo regarded the group of mafia members with a look of sheer incredulity, chuckling softly. "Is that so? If you possess such prowess, then come and prove it." With that, Sabo leapt gracefully onto their vessel, prompting the mafia members to instinctively draw their weapons, aiming them at him. The mafia leader sneered, "Sabo, you certainly have skills. But it seems you have overlooked the fact that the East Blue is the weakest of seas. Although you have a bounty of 150 million berries, it is merely a consequence of your act against the celestial dragons. It would be wise for you to surrender, lest you endure bodily harm." Upon hearing this, Sabo helplessly shook his head and remarked, "Alas, such a frog at the bottom of the well, so narrow-minded. Never mind, what is there to discuss with you insignificant ants?" With that, Sabo swiftly took action. He flicked his right leg lightly, unleashing a gust of wind that sliced through the air, striking down a dozen members of the mafia. Blood gushed forth as they were sent flying, ultimately plunging into the sea. The mafia members, witnessing this, were taken aback, hastily raising their guns and unleashing a barrage of fire upon Sabo, as if attempting to turn him into a porcupine. Sabo gazed upon the oncoming hail of bullets, his form swaying gracefully as he deftly evaded every single projectile, drawing ever closer to the mafia operatives. The sight left all the mobsters utterly astonished. They had encountered those who could dodge bullets, but never had they witnessed someone elude such a relentless barrage. The expression on the mafia leader's face transformed dramatically. His previous mockery of the East Blue Navy and disdain for Sabo now replaced by sheer disbelief, as Sabo's performance surpassed all his expectations. Observing the leader's pale visage, Sabo let out a cold chuckle, propelling himself swiftly to the man's front. In an instant, he unleashed a punch and retracted it, all occurring in the blink of an eye. The mafia leader suddenly spewed blood, clutching his chest with both hands, attempting to utter words that would never escape his lips. Ultimately, he could only collapse weakly to the ground. The scene rendered all the mafia members speechless, their fear so profound that they momentarily forgot to attack, many dropping their weapons onto the deck. Witnessing their reaction, Sabo sneered, "With such feeble skills, how dare you contemplate crossing me? Truly, you seek your own demise." One of the mafia lieutenants, hearing this, hastily waved his hands in protest. "No, no. It was the leader who was misled by that woman, leading to this trouble. We bear no responsibility. Please spare us." Upon hearing this, Sabo inquired with a hint of confusion, "Woman? What woman?" Chapter 56. Joining the crew in the cockpit of the Ascendant, a dark-haired girl donned in a blue leather cap was fervently manipulating an array of buttons. Yet it appeared she was met with no success. With a furrowed brow, she muttered, "What is happening? Why won't the ship move? I had hoped to use it to evade the Navy's pursuit, but it seems I must relinquish that idea." As the dark-haired girl turned to leave, she encountered a youth leaning against the doorway, a broad smile illuminating his face as he addressed her. the child of darkness, Nico Robin. What a pleasure it is to meet you. The girl's expression shifted slightly, and she replied softly, Sabo, I never anticipated that those mafia thugs would prove so inept, succumbing to you in such a short span of time. Upon hearing this, Saber chuckled and remarked, a group of self-righteous frogs in a well, not even deserving the privilege to warm me up. Yet you, diverting calamity eastward, is rather unbecoming, don't you think? After all, we are bound by a shared misfortune. Both deemed world criminals by the world government. Your actions seem rather ungracious. Sabo had not anticipated encountering Nico Robin, and it seemed she had set her sights on the celestial dragon. Seizing the opportunity while Sabo boarded the mafia's vessel, she stealthily infiltrated. Had the ship been merely an ordinary one, she might have indeed commandeered it. According to the narrative, Robin should only be 18 at this juncture. Yet she had already blossomed into an exquisite beauty, her figure both delicate and alluring. Her fair complexion, complemented by her deep blue-black eyes, enhanced her charm. Indeed, in the original work, Robin's skin was always depicted as fair. It was only in the anime's early episodes that she was portrayed with a wheatish hue. However, upon entering the new world, her portrayal reverted to the original fair skin. Observing the wary expression on Robin's face, Sabo offered a faint smile. It was understandable. At the tender age of 8, she had witnessed the annihilation of O'Hara by the Buster Call, being the sole survivor. Subsequently, the Navy placed a bounty of 79 million berries on her head, and for the ensuing decade, she had been perpetually on the run. In her struggle for survival, Robin was compelled to employ various means to sustain her existence. Due to her circumstances, she found refuge in the underworld, relying on betrayal to navigate her life. To date, countless organizations had met their demise because of her actions, and the mafia was merely one among them. Sabo naturally felt a degree of compassion for Robin. After all, she was a rare gem in the world of One Piece, cold yet clever, captivating many a lonely heart. Sabo had once held a fondness for her, recognizing that she was one of the more rational members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Sabo offered a faint smile to Robin and spoke, Miss Robin, if you don't mind, shall we converse in the dining hall? I have just finished my workout and am feeling a bit peckish. However, if you wish to depart, please feel free. With that, Sabo disregarded Robin's reaction and proceeded to leave the room. Robin, taken aback for a moment, soon broke into a charming smile and followed suit, clearly intrigued by both Sabo and the vessel. In the dining hall, Sabo took a seat at the table, and upon Robin's entrance, she too selected a spot to sit. She glanced around, noticing the absence of any chefs, which struck her as rather peculiar. Sabo spoke up, Xingtian, the usual arrangement. He then turned to Robin and inquired, Miss Robin, what would you like? Xingtian. A flicker of confusion crossed Robin's eyes, yet she replied, I would like a cup of coffee, thank you. Understood. Please hold on for a moment. Xingtian's voice suddenly resonated, which startled Robin slightly. Noticing the perplexity on Robin's face, Sabo elaborated, Xingtian is the name of this vessel. He controls the entire ship and is one of my companions. Xingtian, a companion? Upon hearing this, Robin chuckled, I see now. No wonder I couldn't start the ship. It turns out he has complete control over it. It does sound rather extraordinary. Sabo nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it is rather astonishing. I evaded the entire East Sea Navy's pursuit thanks to it. Wasn't Miss Robin just contemplating the same idea? During my training, I sensed that someone was observing me. Initially, while I was exercising in the training room, I felt a fleeting sensation of being watched, but it vanished almost instantly. I utilized my observation haki to scan the entire ship, and aside from myself, only Duck was present. Even if someone had infiltrated, it would be unreasonable for Xingtian not to notice. Upon seeing Robin now, I finally comprehend that she must have employed her Hana no Mi abilities to spy on me, withdrawing her power before either I or Xingtian realized, thus attracting the mafia with the intent to seize the Xingtian ship. Upon hearing this, Robin's expression remained entirely unchanged, showcasing the composure she had honed over the past decade. A typical individual would exhibit a hint of embarrassment upon hearing such words, yet there was not a trace of that on her face. Instead of responding to Sabo's comment, Robin remarked, Sabo, there is something that strikes me as peculiar. Since you are aware that it was I who lured the mafia, why is it that I see no trace of anger on your face? Instead, you engage with me so amicably. Upon hearing this, Sabo smiled and replied, It is quite simple. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join us. Robin, taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and said, We have only just met. and our acquaintance has not been particularly pleasant. It is truly perplexing that you would want to invite me to join your ranks. Could you provide me with a reason?" Upon hearing this, Sabo chuckled and remarked, "A reason? Quite simple. The mere fact that you are a global criminal suffices. It will undoubtedly irk the world government and the Navy, and that brings me great pleasure. Moreover, aboard the Flying Sky, you need not worry about the Navy's pursuit. Isn't that precisely what you desire?" Robin, taken aback for a moment, then replied, "Very well. I accept." Sabo was momentarily stunned by Robin's swift agreement to his invitation to join. He had not anticipated such a prompt response, which rendered all his carefully crafted arguments utterly unnecessary. Sabo inquired with a hint of doubt, "Aren't you going to ponder it a bit more?" Robin replied with an insightful smile, "There's no need. As you rightly mentioned, aboard this vessel, one need not fret about the naval pursuit. Moreover, the fact that you can manipulate Admiral Mongoose of the Navy headquarters and the entire Eastern Sea Navy with such finesse speaks volumes of your prowess. Naturally, being in your presence is exceedingly safe." Upon hearing this, Sabo couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, realizing that Robin had begun to regard him as a new shield of protection. He could only hope that this shield would not follow the same perilous path as those that had preceded it. Naturally, Sabo had his own intentions in inviting Robin to join their ranks. As the last surviving archaeologist from O'Hara, Robin possessed the invaluable ability to translate historical texts, which was the primary reason for Sabo's invitation. Sabo has now aligned himself with the pirate faction. Although he has yet to form a pirate crew, it is merely a matter of time. Given the tendencies of the system, it is highly probable that the ultimate quest involves becoming the pirate king, and thus, Robin undoubtedly emerges as a pivotal figure. To reach the end of the Grand Line, Raftel, one must first acquire the 4 road poneglyphs. By translating their inscriptions, one can ascertain 4 locations, and the center of these points will reveal the whereabouts of Raftel. In Chapter 57, Entering the Grand Line, Robin gazes at the contemplative Sabo and inquires, "What are your plans moving forward? How did you deal with that mafia group earlier?" Sabo remarked with a smile, "As for them, I have already consigned them to the depths of the sea. For the time being, I prefer to keep my whereabouts hidden from the Navy. However, I do not intend to linger in the West Sea. I shall head straight into the Grand Line. That should prove to be an intriguing place." "The Grand Line, indeed? How exhilarating," Robin murmured in response to Sabo's words, a contemplative expression gracing her features as if a thought had crossed her mind. Sabo, without the need for speculation, could almost discern Robin's thoughts. It was merely the historical text that occupied her mind, and little else. After indulging in a delightful feast, Sabo guided Robin on a tour of the ship, arranging a room for her and facilitating an introduction to Goda Duck. Indeed, the allure of a beautiful woman was evident, as Goda Duck greeted Robin with a warm demeanor, showing no aversion to her gentle touch. Observing this interaction, Sabo was momentarily rendered speechless. If Goda Duck were human, he would undoubtedly resemble another Sanji. It must be said that Robin possesses an undeniable charm, a sophisticated beauty that sets her apart from the likes of Nami and the Empress, exuding a unique and enigmatic allure that makes it difficult to harbor any feelings of disdain toward her. Before embarking on the Grand Line, Sabo took care to make certain preparations, gathering provisions, fresh water, and essential supplies. Without these, resupplying in the Grand Line would prove exceedingly challenging. While one could rely on the sea for sustenance, it would still pose a considerable inconvenience. Most crucially, they required a log pose. For the Grand Line is notorious for its erratic magnetic fields, rendering ordinary compasses ineffectual. The log pose is commonly found within the Grand Line, yet it can also be procured with some expense in the West Sea. Once the log pose was secured, Sabo entrusted it to Ching Tian, who, after a thorough examination, grasped its operational mechanics and was able to produce a more accurate version independently. Upon their return to Reverse Mountain, Sabo felt little in the way of sentimentality. However, Robin's reaction to the extraordinary sights of Reverse Mountain was one of awe. Indeed, the sight of such a defiance of common sense would astonish any reasonable person upon their first encounter. As they ascended the rapids of Reverse Mountain, the Ching Tian ship swiftly reached its summit, then plunged down the current. Sabo, stationed in the cockpit, meticulously observed the entrance to the Grand Line. Relieved to find no sign of the Navy's presence, Sabo was reluctant to embark on yet another journey across the seas, as it had proven to be a cumbersome endeavor last time. With barely a month remaining until the mission's conclusion, he feared that if the Navy were to linger in the area for an extended period, he He might be compelled to either force his way through or navigate through the calms. Upon plunging forward, the Chintian finally penetrated the Grand Line. Here, Sabo did not encounter the island whale of Laboon, but that was of little consequence, for he held no significant interest in it. What truly occupied his thoughts was the task of diving Dragon into the sea. Opening the task module, he discovered that the mission could finally be submitted. Without hesitation, he completed the submission. Ding! The 2-star mission diving Dragon into the sea is complete. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward 1. Generating random reward. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Summoner Skill Purification. Purification, a summoner skill that consumes mental energy to eliminate any target's negative status. What on earth is this? Sabo pondered, bewildered by the randomness of such a reward. Although it differed from what he had encountered in games and lacked a cooldown period, he found it difficult to envision its practical application. Nevertheless, Sabo chose not to dwell on it. After all, it was still a skill, and perhaps one day it would prove useful, certainly more advantageous than a mere bowl of ramen as a reward. With this mission completed, Sabo was left with only 2 tasks. One was endless slaughter, which bore no deadline and only required him to achieve the feats of 1,000 kill and 10,000 kill. He felt no urgency, for he was not a mindless killer. He couldn't simply slay anyone for the sake of the task. After dispatching that gang of mobsters in the West Sea, his kill count had already surpassed 300. The other task was to form a pirate crew, which posed no challenge and had a generous timeline of 3 years. He had only spent less than a third of that time. Thus, Sabo was in no hurry. From the tasks he had completed, he surmised that the random system was difficult to predict. He believed that the formation of a pirate crew was not about speed, but rather the quality of the crew members, so he intended to seek out those with potential. With no pressing tasks to accomplish, Sabo felt unburdened and could afford to take his time. Now that he had entered the Grand Line, his current strength was certainly sufficient for the first half of this formidable sea, but he knew that he was still far from being ready to enter the new world. Sabo has only traversed this realm for nearly a year, with 9 years remaining until Luffy sets sail and 6 years until Ace embarks on his journey. Thus, he possesses ample time to contemplate the enhancement of his strength. Take, for instance, the recent pursuit by the Navy. Had Sabo wielded the power of a Yonko, or possessed the prowess Luffy had upon entering the new world, he would have no need to evade the likes of a weasel. Such experiences are ones he wishes to avoid repeating. Next time, no one shall compel Sabo into retreat. Having entered the Grand Line, it is imperative to select a course of navigation. Lingering in a singular location serves little purpose. Moreover, Sabo can hone his skills aboard the ship, eliminating the necessity to dock at specific locales. The first half of the Grand Line encompasses 7 distinct routes, all commencing from Reverse Mountain. Once a course is chosen at Reverse Mountain, it cannot be altered. One must continue along the path, traversing various islands until ultimately reaching the Sabot archipelago. Presently, Sabo faces 2 choices. He may either follow the route taken by Luffy or embark upon a completely unfamiliar passage. The advantage of Luffy's route lies in its familiarity and relative safety. However, there exists a challenge. Sabo needs to assemble a pirate crew, and whether he will encounter suitable crewmates along Luffy's path remains uncertain. Conversely, venturing down alternative routes presents Sabo with the allure of the unknown, unforeseen adventures, undiscovered opportunities, and the potential to meet new individuals, perhaps even future crew members. Upon contemplating this, Sabo smiled faintly. Having arrived at the Grand Line, he is undoubtedly destined to experience a series of unpredictable adventures. Following Luffy's route seems rather mundane. On that path, there are few crew members whom Sabo finds appealing. As for Luffy's companions, having already taken Robin, Sabo feels a twinge of guilt and has no intention of claiming others. Moreover, he finds none among Luffy's crew worthy of his regard. Instead of seeking them out, Sabo would prefer to navigate other routes and discover his own allies. The prospect of an unknown journey, filled with untold adventures and infinite possibilities, ignites a flicker of excitement within Sabo's heart. The road ahead is long, and he shall proceed with cautious anticipation. Chapter 58. Strength Twin Gorges, the starting point of the Grand Line, is marked by 7 distinct landmarks, each possessing its own unique magnetic field, symbolizing the 7 routes. It is quite remarkable that despite their close proximity, these 7 markers each exhibit differing magnetic properties. Such is the marvel of the Grand Line. Sabo did not deliberate for long. He promptly selected one of the routes and instructed the Qingtian to fully charge its magnetic energy before setting off. Unlike ordinary recording pointers, which require varying amounts of time to accumulate magnetic energy, depending on the island, Qingtian operates differently. It actively stores magnetic energy, eliminating the need for the gradual accumulation typical of standard recording pointers. With Qingtian autonomously navigating, Sabo found it remarkably convenient. He exited the cockpit and made his way to the deck, where he observed Robin nestled beneath a sunshade, sipping a drink and engrossed in a book, while Gata lay comfortably on the deck, exuding contentment. Upon noticing Sabo's presence, Robin tilted her head slightly and inquired softly, "Has the route been decided?" Sabo nodded and said, "Just choose a path at random. Let us stroll while we observe." Robin smiled nonchalantly and then remarked, "By the way, I am quite curious. As a notorious criminal in the world, it seems your only option is to become a pirate. Yet, having already entered the Grand Line, why have you not established your own pirate crew? Oh, and if the Revolutionary Army were willing to accept you, you could indeed join their ranks." Upon hearing this, Sabo smiled faintly, saying, "There is no rush. It is essential to find a few suitable companions first. When the pirate crew is finally established, we shall make a significant impact and gain renown across the world. As for the Revolutionary Army, they once extended an invitation to me, which I declined." At this point, Sabo could not help but add inwardly, "Although this was not entirely by my own volition." Robin, after listening, chose not to respond, picking up the book in her hands and continuing to read, completely disregarding Sabo standing beside her. Upon witnessing this, Sabo refrained from uttering further words and directly entered the cabin. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at his training room. At that moment, the voice of Qingtian unexpectedly resonated. "Master, there is a matter I wish to report to you." Upon hearing this, Sabo inquired with great interest, "What is it? Has the submarine mode been successfully developed?" Sabo felt a deep sense of sorrow regarding the submarine model. If Qingtian could transform into a submarine, he would hardly need to worry about being pursued by any force. He could simply retreat to the depths of the ocean. Although submarines do exist in this world, they are quite rare and one cannot expect to encounter them at every turn. Qingtian replied, "No, master, the research on the submarine will require nearly another month. What I must report pertains to another matter, specifically regarding the recording pointer." "The recording pointer?" Sabo echoed in confusion, then inquired, "Is there an issue with the recording pointer? Haven't you already filled the magnetic storage? Has something gone awry?" Qingtian explained, "Not precisely. Rather, the technology utilized by this recording pointer is magnetic technology. While it may seem straightforward, an in-depth exploration of it could potentially unlock numerous advancements in magnetic science." Upon hearing Qingtian's words, Sabo could not help but feel intrigued. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly insignificant recording pointer could yield such substantial surprises. The realm of magnetic technology held the promise of unlocking untold marvels, and he found himself eagerly anticipating its potential. Thus, Sabo spoke, "Qingtian, once you have completed the research on submarine technology, I implore you to devote your full efforts to magnetic technology. I hope you can continue to astonish me." "Yes, master," Qingtian responded, falling silent thereafter. Sabo immersed himself wholeheartedly into his training. The intensity and strain of his regimen propelled Sabo's strength to new heights each day, fortifying his physique. Yet, he felt this progress was insufficient. Although his advancements over the past year were enough to astonish all, Sabo remained unsatisfied, aware that he was still far from the pinnacle of power. To become complacent with such progress would surely hinder his ascent to greatness. He contemplated figures like the pirate King Roger, Whitebeard, the four emperors, and the marine admirals, including Sengoku and Garp. Each of these individuals represented the apex of power upon the seas. Sabo realized that the path to reach their level was long and arduous. Thus, he vowed to persist in his training, constantly urging himself to grow stronger, for he could not predict when peril might strike. Perhaps at any moment, he could find himself embroiled in a life-or-death struggle, a reality that remained uncertain. The only recourse available to him was to continuously evolve into a more formidable version of himself to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. Standing before a device, Sabo delivered a punch to the pad atop it, prompting the display to fluctuate rapidly with shifting values. This apparatus, conceived by Qingtian, served as a means to assess one's strength, employing a calculation method based on the Navy's power metrics. Previously, during a confrontation with Navy soldiers on a solitary island, Tian had gathered data on the strength of several Navy personnel, averaging it to determine the power value of an ordinary Navy soldier, which was set at 10. Now, the device displayed Sabo's current power level. After mere seconds of fluctuating numbers, the reading stabilized, ultimately settling at 4580. Upon witnessing this, Sabo nodded in satisfaction. His ordinary punching power had already surpassed the 4,000 units of power exhibited by CP9 member Rob Lucci prior to his transformation, even 9 years later. It is worth noting that this 4,580 power level does not represent Sabo's full potential, as he has yet to employ the Dragon Claw Fist, or haki, which would significantly enhance his abilities. Such strength can be regarded as formidable in the first half of the Grand Line. However, Sabo does not find himself content with this. He has never viewed the first half of the Grand Line as his ultimate goal. His aspiration has always been to become the strongest. After a long absence, he accessed the host module of the system and was quite pleased with his attributes. Host module. Host. Sabo Devil Fruit ability. None haki. Observation haki. Armament haki. Conqueror's haki. Unawakened. Martial arts. Chakra refinement technique chakra level. Jonin chakra attributes. Water, wind, lightning, yin, yang ninjutsu. Rasen shuriken. Sensory ninjutsu. Body flicker technique skills. Tenacity. Fiery storm. Purification martial techniques. 6 harmonies martial arts. Dragon Claw Fist. Navy 6 styles mutant ability. Ice control items. Perfect grade super soldier serum. Scythe fruit Pokemon. Psyduck. LV42. Skills. Water gun. Psybeam. Petrification. Rest. Hypnosis. Light screen. Confusion. Hyper beam. Wave crash. Focus punch. Mega punch. Mega kick. Self-destruct. Iron tail. Ice beam. Ice punch. System affiliation. Optimus Prime. Transformers. There is no need to elaborate on his martial arts level, as it has just been tested. Based on Sabo's estimations, relying solely on his martial arts, he is on the verge of reaching the rank of Rear Admiral. If his observation haki and armament haki are taken into account, he might just be at the level of a captain. However, the gap between a captain and a Rear Admiral is substantial, not only in terms of power but also in haki, experience, and other factors. There exists a significant divide between a Rear Admiral and a Vice Admiral, as well as between a Vice Admiral and an Admiral. Chapter 59. Leisurely Voyage. Despite all being at the rank of captain, each level possesses its unique essence. For instance, the difference between a Commodore and a captain is akin to that between high school and college, relatively minor. However, the distinction becomes pronounced thereafter. A Vice Admiral is akin to a university graduate, while an Admiral represents a postgraduate degree, with each step revealing a vast chasm of disparity. Currently, Sabo's overall strength can be categorized within the elite ranks of Commodores and captains, but to ascend to the level of Vice Admiral, he recognizes that a long journey lies ahead. This will be Sabo's primary objective for the foreseeable future. Given Sabo's current circumstances, the training of his martial arts cannot be interrupted, as it forms the foundation of all. Concurrently, he must continuously cultivate both observation haki and armament haki. It is through the harmonious integration of these two haki forms that the true potential of his martial arts can be realized. At present, Sabo has already mastered both observation haki and armament haki. Particularly during this period, he is focused on refining his armament haki and has become proficient in its application. The next step is to materialize armament haki, completing the training for its hardening, followed by a relentless pursuit of enhancing its intensity. Conversely, the training of observation haki is more straightforward. It merely requires continuous exercise to expand its range. As the range increases, the sensitivity and power of observation haki will also grow, eventually enabling the ability to temporarily foresee the future when cultivated to its peak. In addition to the training of martial arts and haki, Sabo's mutant ability remains a significant asset. Although he has yet to apply it in combat, he is deeply invested in its development, recognizing the boundless potential inherent in the ice manipulation ability. In his approach to ability enhancement, Sabo does not merely seek quantitative growth. Rather, he aspires for qualitative transformation. The example of Akiji's Ice Age may appear impressive and formidable, yet it offers limited practical utility. Thus, he finds it more advantageous to pursue a transformation of quality. When Sabo was developing mutant abilities, he not only focused on enhancing their power, but also continually researched methods to lower the temperature of ice. contemplating how to increase the level of control over these abilities. If he could achieve the freezing of molecules, just imagine how formidable those powers would be. Of course, reaching the molecular level is not the limit that Sabo envisions. When it comes to manipulating ice, he cannot help but think of a certain individual, Hyuga from Saint Seiya, whose command over ice is unparalleled. However, to attain such mastery, Sabo realizes there lies an arduous journey ahead, the duration of which is beyond estimation. Nevertheless, he can regard this as a goal and strive towards it, believing that one day he will reach the level of controlling absolute zero with the same ease as Hyuga. In contrast to these two paths of cultivation, the training of chakra appears somewhat lacking. Without ninjutsu, chakra can only serve a supplementary role. Relying solely on the Rasengan feels insufficient. However, as Sabo accumulates more chakra, he contemplates integrating it with the nature transformation of the Rasengan, developing an S-class series. He also considers whether it would be possible to infuse the technique with the power of haki, which would undoubtedly amplify its potency. The exact strength of such an enhancement can only be discerned through actual experimentation. Compared to Sabo, the training of Goda Duck has not faltered. Although he harbors feelings for Robin, his dedication to enhancing his strength is evident. He adheres strictly to the training regimen that Sabo devised for him, alleviating Sabo's concerns. As for Qing Tian, apart from ensuring the ship's smooth sailing, he rarely speaks unless necessary, immersing himself in technological research. He yearns to assist Sabo more, after all. His existence is meant to support Sabo, a value bestowed upon him by the system. In stark contrast to Sabo, Goda Duck, and Qing Tian, Robin seems to lead a rather comfortable existence, indulging in daily leisure, eating, basking in the sun, and reading. Outside of these activities, it is rare to witness her utilizing her fruit abilities, let alone developing them. Sabo does not mind this too much. After all, he never intended to use Robin as a combatant. Although her abilities are quite impressive, her calm demeanor and lack of a combative spirit make fighting unsuitable for her. Unless Robin herself expresses a desire to engage in battle, Sabo has no intention of coercing her into it, as such an act would be utterly inhumane. Strangely, even with an additional person on board, the atmosphere remains peculiar. Sabo is absorbed in his training. Qing Tian devotes himself to research, and Goda Duck, when not training, occasionally seeks out Robin, who prefers the tranquility of reading. Consequently, the ship remains devoid of lively interaction, and there is little communication between Sabo and Robin each day. Amidst this unusual ambience, after more than half a month, the Qing Tian finally arrived at the first island after entering the Grand Line. It is not that this island is particularly distant from Twin Cape. Rather, it is the slow pace of the Qing Tian that prolongs their journey. If the ship were to travel at maximum speed, they would likely reach the Sabot archipelago within a month or two. Given this, Sabo instructed Qing Tian to reduce their speed, allowing them time to grow stronger during the voyage. Otherwise, upon reaching the Sabot archipelago, they would be ill-prepared to confront the Navy. As the terminus of the first half of the Grand Line, the Sabot archipelago is the convergence of 7 routes. Situated alarmingly close to the Navy headquarters, with a naval presence stationed on the island. Should Sabo and Robin make their appearance, it is not unfathomable that the Navy would take action. Thus, Sabo prudently prepares for the future, deliberately slowing their journey to practice and enhance his strength. During this interval, he also seeks to find suitable crewmates to form a pirate crew, ultimately aiming to venture into the new world, the true stage for the strong. Master, Miss Robin, we have arrived at an island. You may disembark to rest and procure some supplies. Upon hearing this, Sabo set aside the tools in his hands, indulged in a languorous stretch, swiftly rinsed himself, changed into a fresh outfit, and stepped out of the training room onto the deck. Robin stood at the bow of the ship, her hands resting on the railing as she gazed into the distance at the islands. The sea breeze tousled her dark, flowing hair, while the exuberant Goda Duck danced beside her, joyfully expressing its delight. Reflecting on his journey to this moment, Sabo realized that he had spent the majority of his time aboard the ship. Now, the sight of the islands evoked a profound sense of reunion after a long absence. Sabo stepped forward, glancing at the island not far away, and spoke. Robin, would you care to explore the island? It must be rather dull staying on the ship for so long. Robin replied with a faint smile, Not at all. I find the ship quite pleasant. There's no need to worry about anything, and it's wonderfully tranquil, which I enjoy. However, since we are here, let us go ashore. It would be a fine opportunity to purchase some supplies. Sabo smiled faintly. When Robin initially boarded the Hokkaido, she did not bring many clothes or books, and indeed, she needed to purchase more on the island. Additionally, some daily necessities aboard the ship had been nearly exhausted and required replenishment. Thus, after the Hokkaido docked, Sabo, Robin, and the duck named Goda, with a modest sum of money in hand, departed from the ship and gradually made their way inland. Chapter 60, Arundo Island at the port. Sabo casually inquired with a local about the island's circumstances, gathering some fundamental information. This island, known as Arundo Island, is the first island along the first of 7 routes in the first half of the Grand Line. Consequently, numerous merchant guilds and factions have congregated here, rendering the island a veritable lawless zone. Sabo was unconcerned about this lawlessness. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, who would dare provoke him? He would simply send them to meet their demise, and there was little to fear. Having spent a year in this world, Sabo had come to regard killing as commonplace, his perceptions of good and evil having dulled. In this realm of relentless slaughter, kindness often proved a burden. He was no saint, lacking the habit of self-sacrifice. His guiding principle was to act with benevolence, considering all who opposed him as malevolent. Thus, he lived by his own convictions, indifferent to the dichotomies of righteousness and wickedness, as long as he did not betray his own heart. Furthermore, Sabo gleaned additional tidings. The most favorable news for him was that there was no naval presence stationed on this island. Sabo had no desire to engage in conflict upon his arrival in the Grand Line, as that would be excessively troublesome. This marked a distinction between the Grand Line and the Four Seas. In the Four Seas, the Navy typically stationed forces on islands inhabited by residents. However, in the Grand Line, most islands lacked naval garrisons. The Navy generally opted to establish branches on specific islands, deploying troops to patrol their designated waters. Sabo and Robin strolled slowly towards the interior of the island, attracting considerable attention. While Sabo was somewhat accustomed to it, Robin, a quintessential beauty, naturally drew countless gazes. Meanwhile, Psyduck, perceived as an unusual pet by others, also garnered its fair share of intrigue. Upon arriving at the town on the island, Sabo observed his surroundings closely. Indeed, this place was aptly named the Lawless Zone. Before setting foot on the island, he had already spotted 2 pirate ships docked at the port, and it was evident that there was more than just 2 factions of pirates on the island. In the town, individuals armed with weapons were ubiquitous, indicating that, aside from pirates, bounty hunters were also plentiful. Additionally, various mercenaries and diverse factions guards contributed to the chaotic mix. This very complexity was what rendered Aran Island so vibrant. The intricate environment concealed numerous business opportunities, attracting an abundance of merchant guilds eager to trade. Lined along the streets were countless shops, many of which dealt in weapons, albeit limited to melee armaments, as the sale of firearms was strictly prohibited by the world government. After all, for the average person, the threat posed by firearms far exceeded that of cold weapons. However, this was merely the surface. Beneath, there were indeed many factions engaged in the illicit arms trade. Undeterred by repeated crackdowns, driven by the high profits and substantial demand that lured underground forces. Yet, none of this held any allure for Sabo. If he desired weapons, he could easily have them mass-produced by the Sky Pillar, provided he had sufficient raw materials, and the production quality far surpassed that of the black market offerings. In contrast to weaponry, Sabo and his companions were evidently more intrigued by items unique to the Grand Line, particularly books. Daily necessities, various spices, clothing, and literature were all on Sabo and Robin's shopping list, as it was uncertain how long it would be until they reached the next island, warranting ample preparation. However, Sabo had clearly underestimated a woman's shopping prowess. Even a typically quiet woman like Robin could be formidable in this regard. The clothing purchases were trivial, but the sheer volume of books she acquired was staggering. No fewer than 300 titles, encompassing astronomy, geography, biographies, and more. The thought of reading through such an extensive collection seemed daunting, especially considering that Robin's primary pastime aboard the ship was reading. Thus, stocking up was justifiable, particularly since Sabo had ample funds remaining. Despite spending 700 million berries last time, he still had 800 million left, enough to last quite a while. After exiting a bookstore with 2 additional boxes of books, Sabo couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the growing pile of items. He pondered how to transport these back to the Sky Pillar. At that moment, Robin suddenly spoke up. "Sabo, it seems there's an underground auction being held by that merchant guild over there. Should we check it out? The power of the flower fruit proved exceptionally useful. Gathering intelligence had never been so effortless, and it was nearly undetectable. Even if discovered, it posed no real threat to her. Sabo glanced in the direction pointed out by Robin and noticed that indeed, individuals were gradually entering the guild. Pirates, bounty hunters, nobles, and others, appearing to encompass a diverse array of characters. Upon witnessing this, Sabo nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed to take a look. Psyduck, you stay here and keep an eye on our belongings, and we shall return together shortly. Upon hearing this, Psyduck's head drooped, displaying a rather unhappy demeanor, which elicited laughter from Robin. Ignoring Psyduck's antics, Sabo and Robin made their way towards the Merchant Association. As they approached the entrance, they observed that those entering appeared to possess invitations, prompting Sabo to furrow his brow in concern. Noticing Sabo's frown, Robin chuckled and said, "What troubles you? Are you worried about the invitations? Fear not, for it shall be all right." Sabo followed the sound and beheld Robin holding an additional card in her hand. He took it from her and opened it, discovering it to be an invitation. The invitation bore no indication of the invited individual, implying that anyone in possession of the card would be granted entry. Sabo cast a glance at Robin and chuckled softly. "Robin, your abilities are indeed remarkably convenient." Upon hearing this, Robin shot him a sidelong glance and, with a swift motion, linked her arm with his, leading him further inside. At the entrance, Sabo presented the invitation to the guard and, guided by the personnel of the association, they began to proceed inward. After walking a short distance, a cacophony of voices reached their ears from behind. It appeared that someone had misplaced their invitation. Sabo couldn't help but smile, realizing that those unfortunate individuals were likely the victims of Robin's thievery. In no time, Sabo and Robin were ushered into a grand hall, where no fewer than 100 people were already seated. It seemed that this auction was of considerable scale, and Sabo felt a flicker of anticipation for the treasures that might be up for bid. Sabo and Robin found a secluded and elegant seating area, ordered 2 cups of coffee, and settled in to await the commencement of the auction. As the event had yet to begin, individuals of various backgrounds continued to enter, piquing Sabo's curiosity regarding the identity of the mastermind behind the gathering. Each attendee appeared to possess a distinguished status, suggesting that the elusive host's identity was undoubtedly remarkable. Before long, the main doors of the venue abruptly closed, and the lights dimmed, leaving only the spotlight illuminating the exhibition stage. A middle-aged man emerged from backstage, microphone in hand, and announced, "Good evening, everyone. I am Wade, the auctioneer for this event, and I extend a warm welcome on behalf of the Don Quixote family." Chapter 61, The Auction. The Don Quixote family? Upon hearing that name, Sabo was quite taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering Doflamingo's dealings in this place. It must be said that he held a certain admiration for Doflamingo, ambitious, capable, and shrewd. Yet he ultimately fell victim to Luffy's protagonist aura, resulting in his downfall. Presently, Doflamingo had entered the New World, fixated on his aspiration to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Once he achieved that status, he would no longer be pursued by the Navy, and his enterprises would flourish. In due time, among all the 7 warlords, Doflamingo's influence could very well be the most formidable. Given that this was an auction hosted by the Don Quixote family, Sabo was quite curious about the items that would be up for bid. It is well known that the Don Quixote family's vast power enabled them to amass an impressive collection of treasures, and Sabo was eagerly looking forward to it. Sabo recalled that the Don Quixote family had once auctioned off the superhuman devil fruit, the gold fruit, merely as a means to attract customers. However, an unforeseen incident occurred when Guild Tesoro incited chaos and seized the fruit, thereby giving rise to a monstrous new world. At this auction, the Don Quixote family had invited numerous powerful factions and nobles, suggesting the presence of valuable items. It seemed fortuitous that he had come, for he still possessed 800 million, a sum undoubtedly sufficient for the bidding. Yet, whether anything would captivate his interest remained uncertain. Noticing the expression on Sabo's face, Robin softly remarked, "Are you surprised to hear about the Don Quixote family? Although Don Quixote Doflamingo has only recently ascended to the position of warlord of the sea, his business operations are already widespread across the first half of the Grand Line in the North Sea, and there may well be ventures of his in the other 3 seas." Upon hearing this, Sabo chuckled and remarked, "It seems that Don Quixote Doflamingo truly excels in the art of commerce. I find myself quite eager for the upcoming auction and hope it does not disappoint." The auctioneer, Wade, surveyed the room before announcing, "Very well. I believe you are all somewhat impatient, so let us commence the auction. The first item up for bid is the latest model of weaponry, valued at 100 million berries. With a starting price set at 100 million berries in increments no less than 1 million berries. 100 million, 110 million, 120 million, 123 million. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, several attendees eagerly began to contend for the item, and within a mere minute, the price skyrocketed by 30 million, a truly astonishing display of fervor. Observing the overwhelming demand for these arms, Sabo contemplated momentarily whether to venture into this line of business himself. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing that honing one's skills proved far more beneficial than engaging in trade. Ultimately, the batch of weaponry was sold for 72 million berries, a 70% premium on the original valuation, which left Sabo somewhat astonished. Meanwhile, Robin sat quietly, engrossed in her book, and without lifting her gaze, remarked, "Although the price is indeed elevated, arms trading is typically in high demand. Even with a 70% premium, acquiring a fresh batch of weaponry swiftly is worthwhile, especially given that this is the latest model." Sabo, upon hearing Robin's explanation, cast a glance her way, feeling a profound sense of speechlessness within. Before he could utter a word, Robin seemed capable of discerning his thoughts merely from his expression. Her perceptiveness exceeded his expectations. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. After evading capture for so long, if she were not astute and clever, she would have likely fallen into the hands of the Navy long ago, rather than sitting here quietly engrossed in her book. Subsequently, Sabo redirected his attention to the auction, which had evidently heated up due to the sale of this batch of arms. Many of the forthcoming items sparked a fierce competition among bidders. However, most of the auctioned pieces failed to pique Sabo's interest. The Don Quixote family undoubtedly wielded considerable influence, as each item was exquisitely crafted, gorgeous jewels of immense value, invigorating potions, male and female slaves, and even a formidable 21-inch sword were up for bid, illustrating the profound legacy of the Don Quixote family. After several rounds of bidding, the auctioneer Wade took the stage to announce the next item. Now, let us take a brief respite. The next item for auction is 3 pets, specifically, Kung Fu manatees from Alabasta. Several staff members wheeled a massive cage onto the stage, revealing 3 imposing Kung Fu manatees securely locked within. Upon observing the 3 Kung Fu manatees, Sabo could not help but furrow his brow. These 3 creatures stood at least 8 meters tall, which defied the very notion of what a Kung Fu manatee ought to be. Wade, clearly having heard the murmurs of the crowd below, spoke up. Addressing the assembly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your bewilderment regarding why these 3 Kung Fu manatees have become the focal point of our auction. Allow me to elucidate the reasons. These manatees have seemingly ingested something that has caused an extraordinary transformation. Their size has doubled compared to the average Kung Fu manatee. Furthermore, their strength and physical constitution have significantly enhanced. According to our assessments, each of them possesses the capability to vanquish bounty criminals worth 5 million berries. When coordinated, they have even triumphed over a pirate with a 10 million berries bounty. Moreover, they still possess potential for further development. By acquiring them, you will not only gain 3 extraordinary companions, but also formidable guardians. These manatees have been thoroughly trained, equipped with safety mechanisms to ensure they do not harm their owner. Thus, let the auction commence. 3 transformed Kung Fu manatees, starting bid at 10 million berries, with increments no less than 500,000 berries. 11 million, 11,500,000, 12 million. The bids came in sporadically, and the pace of the price increase was sluggish. This was hardly surprising, as Kung Fu manatees are not particularly attractive pets, nor are they exceptionally powerful, leading to a limited pool of interested bidders. Sabo gazed at the 3 Kung Fu manatees within the iron cage on stage, a subtle smile gracing his face. Tamed. What a jest! He could discern the indomitable spirit reflected in the eyes of these creatures, their bodies marred with scars, though artfully concealed. He could easily perceive that these were the results of their relentless defiance. They were not subdued, which was indeed a piece of good news. Sabo had evidently taken an interest in them. Had they been tamed, even if they possessed some value for training, he would not have spared them a second glance. 20 million. Sabo suddenly exclaimed, raising the auction price from 15 million to 20 million, much to the astonishment of several attendees. Wade, upon hearing this, declared, "Very well. 20 million once, 20 million twice. The venue fell silent, and the other bidders gradually withdrew. Spending 20 million berries on 3 kung fu manatees was indeed exorbitant, compelling them to forfeit their bids. 20 million, 3 times, bang. Sold. Wade's gavel struck decisively, sealing the fate of the 3 kung fu manatees to Sabo. Sabo was evidently taken aback, not anticipating that his single bid would secure the 3 manatees so effortlessly. He had expected some competition, yet it had proceeded remarkably smoothly. Chapter 62. Under scrutiny, having acquired the kung fu manatees, Sabo was naturally pleased, although he possessed considerable wealth. Acquiring what he desired at the minimal cost was undoubtedly the most favorable outcome. However, unbeknownst to Sabo, his actions at the auction had drawn the attention of individuals in the room above the auction stage. In that room, a peculiar chair shaped like a plum blossom cradled a disheveled man, holding a cane adorned with the same motif. Through the surveillance monitor, he scrutinized Sabo and Robin, a grin gradually spreading across his face. This scruffy man was draped in a blanket-like cloak dotted with circles, donning a pair of small sunglasses, perpetually sporting a runny nose. His hair was unevenly cut, with bangs above and glue-like strands hanging below, and his bare feet were shackled. Despite his unkempt appearance, his identity was astonishing. He was Torpole, a high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, serving under Doflamingo, a user of the sticky fruit, and a trusted subordinate of Doflamingo. The auction featured many precious items, particularly a cache of weaponry and the pièce de resistance. Thus, Doflamingo had dispatched a capable subordinate to oversee the auction and ensure the safe transport of the valuable items, leading to Torpole's presence. The moment Sabo placed his bid for the 3 kung fu manatees, he immediately piqued Torpole's interest. Upon recognizing Sabo's face, Torpole was astounded, especially to find that the son of the devil, Nico Robin, long pursued by the world government, was also present. 2 notorious fugitives sought by the world government had converged, brazenly entering the Don Quixote family's auction without an invitation. Torpole realized they must have employed some means to gain entry. Observing Sabo, a mischievous glimmer appeared on Torpole's face. Ha ha ha. What a stroke of luck to encounter Sabo and Nico Robin during this outing. With that, Torpole retrieved a den mushy from his pocket and dialed. Brew brew, brew brew. The den mushy connected, laughter echoing from the other end. Ah ha ha ha. Torpole, how is the auction proceeding? Is everything going smoothly? Torpole replied with a chuckle. Ha ha ha. Doflamingo, the auction is going splendidly, but you might not believe who I just spotted. From a nameless island in the New World, Doflamingo's interest was piqued. Torpole, who did you see? Torpole grinned. Ha ha ha. Doflamingo, do you recall that little brat who killed the celestial dragons? He has arrived in the Grand Line and is currently at the auction. Had he not won an item, I might not have noticed him. On the nameless island. Doflamingo paused with a drink poised at his lips, then exclaimed, ah ha ha ha. What was that brat's name again? Ah, Sabo, yes. I didn't expect him to reach the Grand Line so swiftly. What a surprise. Torpole continued. This Sabo was relentlessly pursued by the Navy in the East Blue. We thought he would be apprehended quickly, yet he has outmaneuvered the entire East Blue Navy and even Rear Admiral Mouse. He truly possesses some skill. Doflamingo mused, indeed. Quite impressive. Since we've encountered him, we should bring him back. Torpole inquired with a smirk. Ha ha ha. Wait, Doflamingo, are you considering recruiting him into the family? He did kill a celestial dragon, and the world government and celestial dragons will not let him go easily. It may cause us trouble. Doflamingo responded with a chuckle. Torpole, you are thinking too simply. He does have potential, but he is not suitable for our family. Bringing him back would indeed introduce a significant complication. Yet it also serves as a bargaining chip. With him, we could negotiate with the world government and the celestial dragons. Torpole smiled. Doflamingo, your foresight is commendable. I will certainly bring him back. By the way, there is another person accompanying Sabo. She is the sole survivor of O'Hara, the devil's child, Nico Robin, and she is sitting right next to him. Doflamingo erupted into laughter. Ah ha ha ha. What a fortunate turn of events. Our bargaining power has just increased. The world government has expended considerable effort to capture Robin, yet it has been in vain. Who would have thought that they would deliver themselves to us? Torpole, bring both of them back. Torpole joined in the laughter. Ha ha ha. Doflamingo, I will ensure their safe return. Await my good news. Sabo, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that he was being watched. However, Robin seemed to possess an uncanny sense, as she scanned her surroundings and discerned that no one was observing them. A look of perplexity flickered in her eyes. Could it be that her instincts were mistaken? Sabo noticed a change in Robin's complexion and quietly inquired, "What is the matter? Has something happened?" Upon hearing this, Robin replied, "No, it's nothing." She refrained from voicing the unsettling feeling she harbored within, for it was too nebulous to articulate. After all, one could hardly attribute it to a woman's intuition. Upon witnessing this, Sabo chose not to inquire further. However, his vigilance was heightened. Robin's peculiar behavior undoubtedly stemmed from a reason she preferred to keep to herself. Sabo, respecting her silence, resolved to exercise caution in all matters. As the auction drew to a close, the auctioneer Wade proclaimed, "Next, we present the piece de assistance of this auction, the zoan-type devil fruit, the giraffe fruit, with an opening bid of 100 million berries, with subsequent bids to increase by no less than 1 million berries." Upon hearing the news, Sabo's face immediately reflected surprise. He had not anticipated the presence of this particular devil fruit. He recalled that this fruit was featured in the storyline of One Piece, specifically during the Enies Lobby arc, where the CP9 chief Spandam acquired it, and subsequently rewarded it to CP9 member Kaku. How could it have appeared now? Such a devil fruit could not manifest twice. It was highly probable that someone had consumed it, only to perish later, causing the fruit to re-emerge and ultimately fall into Spandam's hands. However, having encountered it, Sabo certainly would not let this opportunity slip away. Devil fruits were rare treasures. Although Sabo had no immediate need for it, it might prove useful in the future. Besides, he had ample funds to contend for it, so why not make a purchase? 100 million, 110 million, 120 million, 125 million. The moment the devil fruit was unveiled, it ignited fervor among the attendees, for such items were exceedingly rare. Now that one had appeared before them, they were eager to claim it for themselves. 160 million, 165 million, 200 million. Sabo's bid immediately escalated the price by 35 million, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. It did not take long for Sabo's identity to be revealed. Sabo, the notorious world criminal who had recently slain a celestial dragon, had arrived in the Grand Line. What? He is Sabo, and he appears quite youthful. Youth aside, this individual had single-handedly caused significant losses to the entire East Blue Navy, leading to the demotion of a Marine Rear Admiral. Indeed, remarkable, but his audacity is equally notable. Appearing here without a hint of caution, does he not fear his whereabouts being discovered? Listening to the murmurs, Sabo's expression remained unchanged. He paid no mind to their chatter. He certainly would not resort to violence merely because of their words. At that moment, the auctioneer Wade regained his composure and announced, "Very well, Mr. Sabo has bid 200 million berries. Is there any higher offer?" Upon hearing the auctioneer's query, those interested in the devil fruit snapped back to attention. And soon voices began to rise. 200 million and 500,000. 200 million and 600,000. 210 million. Sabo interjected once more. 200 million and 1,100,000. Although someone had raised the bid, it was not by a significant amount, and the number of participants dwindled, as the price had indeed reached a staggering height. 220 million. Sabo made a bold move, increasing the bid by 9 million. This caused the remaining contenders for the fruit to frown. Sabo's determination to acquire the devil fruit was evident, raising the stakes by 10 million without any apparent reluctance to spend. A hush fell over the auction hall, and the auctioneer Wade began his countdown, going once at 220 million, going twice at 220 million, going thrice sold. With the gavel's fall, the outcome was sealed, and the auction concluded, prompting attendees to disperse. As the time came to settle the payment, Sabo suddenly remembered that he had not brought sufficient funds for the occasion. He could only say, "I apologize, but I did not bring enough money with me. Would it be possible for you to accompany me to the dock to retrieve it?" Wade, upon hearing this, frowned slightly and responded, "Please hold on a moment, Mr. Sabo. I will consult with my superiors." Before long, Wade returned with a smile, saying, "Very well, Mr. Sabo. In that case, we shall accompany you." Sabo, Robin, and Go to Duck, accompanied by an array of purchased items, now proceeded towards the port alongside two auction pieces presented by Sabo and several members of the Don Quixote family. As they traversed the path, Robin appeared to be preoccupied with some thoughts. Although her demeanor remained composed, Sabo sensed an unusual tension within her. This was particularly evident when, in a fleeting moment, her expression shifted dramatically before swiftly returning to its usual state. Upon witnessing this, Sabo leaned in slightly closer to her and, in a tone audible only to the two of them, reassured her, "Rest assured, it is nothing to worry about, merely a few mice. I shall take care of it. In fact, I owe them my gratitude. Otherwise, how could I have saved over 200 million berries?" Hearing Sabo's whispered words, Robin couldn't help but cast a fleeting glance in his direction. She noticed the confidence etched on Sabo's face and felt his genuine concern for her. This was the first time since her escape that she experienced such a sentiment, and it was rather pleasant. Upon reaching the port, Sabo, Robin, and Goda Duck loaded their purchases onto the ship, after which Sabo descended alone. Noticing this, Wade furrowed his brow and inquired, "Mr. Sabo, where is your money?" Upon hearing this, Sabo chuckled and remarked, "Money, of course, is aboard the ship. However, it will remain beyond your reach. As for these two items up for auction, consider them the price for your family's audacity in offending me." The members of the Don Quixote family, upon hearing his words, immediately seized their weapons. And Wade's expression also darkened. "Sabo, who do you think you are to toy with the Don Quixote family? It seems you are courting death." Sabo casually reached up with his pinky finger to scratch his ear and disdainfully remarked, "The Don Quixote family? Is that truly impressive? I have the audacity to slay celestial dragons. Why should I fear a mere doflamingo? Enough of this trivial banter with someone of your stature. Toripole, is hiding in the woods amusing? Come forth. Not far away." Toripole was intently observing the port's activities. Upon hearing Sabo utter his name, his expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Sabo would detect his presence and even call him by name, which struck him as exceedingly peculiar. Unfortunately for Toripole, he remained oblivious to the fact that during his conversation with Doflamingo, their dialogue had already been eavesdropped upon by Sabo, who employed the watch on his wrist rather than a clandestine listening device. The watch in Sabo's possession appeared to be an ordinary mechanical timepiece. However, it was, in fact, a specially crafted device by the celestial entity Qingtian. This remarkable timepiece not only served the purpose of telling time, but also boasted various functionalities such as communication, eavesdropping, counter-eavesdropping, photography, and recording. Originally designed to facilitate Sabo's communication with Qingtian while he was away from the ship, it unexpectedly proved useful for clandestine listening as well. As Toripole observed Sabo and Robin, Robin sensed an unseen gaze upon them, but could not discern the source of the scrutiny. Sabo, on the other hand, was more astute. In addition to scanning the hall for potential targets, he employed his observation haki to probe the surroundings, swiftly detecting the presence of individuals within the room above the auction stage. Upon sensing the aura of a telephone bug, he promptly initiated eavesdropping via his watch. Sabo captured every word of the conversation between Doflamingo and Toripole with impeccable clarity, thanks to Qingtian's ingenious creation. The eavesdropping capabilities of the watch far surpassed those of a typical black telephone bug, providing crystal-clear sound without any interruptions. After exiting the venue, Toripole trailed behind, accompanied by his entourage. Since he was willing to follow, Sabo felt no inclination to impede him, given Doflamingo's audacity to target him. Sabo was determined to return the favor in kind. Upon realizing that Sabo had uncovered his presence, Toripole emerged from the thicket with his subordinates. The members of the Don Quixote family made way for Toripole, allowing him to advance to the forefront. With a runny nose and leaning on his cane, Toripole gazed at Sabo and grinned, saying, "Ha ha ha. I never expected to be discovered by a young rascal like you. You are indeed quite remarkable. Tell me, how did you uncover my presence?" Sabot smiled and said, "Are you not aware that there exists a phenomenon known as wiretapping? I have overheard every word exchanged between you and Don Quixote Doflamingo. Since you dare to set your sights on me, I shall respond in kind." Upon hearing this, Toripole could not help but burst into laughter. "Little brat, this is the most amusing joke I have ever heard. Do you truly believe you possess the merit to stand against the Don Quixote family? Ha ha ha, Doflamingo has instructed me to escort you back, and whether you like it or not, you shall accompany me, for this is Doflamingo's command." From a young age, Toripole, along with several other executives, recognized Doflamingo's exceptional talents and pledged their loyalty to him. Naturally, he would fulfill Doflamingo's orders, especially considering that, in his eyes, Sabot, despite possessing some degree of strength, was merely an inexperienced youth with a modicum of power. Chapter 64. The battle against Toripole. Upon hearing this, Sabo let out a derisive laugh. "Doflamingo's will? He is but a mere jester, fleeing in terror from the navy. only to find refuge through the identity bestowed upon him by the world government as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Do you truly believe that such a person could instill fear in me? Torres, unable to contain his anger, retorted vehemently, silence. You have no comprehension of Doflamingo's formidable power. He is not someone you can so easily insult, and you shall pay dearly for your insolence. Upon hearing this, Sabo waved his hand dismissively and said, The cost? Do you think these insignificant minions pose any threat? They are far too weak to be of concern. I could easily have my Go-to-Duck entertain them. As for you, your disheveled appearance is utterly repulsive. It would be best if you put down your belongings and departed on your own. Torbol, incensed by Sabo's words, retorted sharply. Arrogant little brat. Don't let a few minor accomplishments deceive you into believing you are formidable. Allow me to enlighten you on the true scale of this world. Upon hearing this, the members of the Don Quixote family began to part, clearing a significant area, as they assumed Torbol's intervention would ensure a decisive victory. As the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family's flower army, Torbol possessed formidable strength, and his sticky fruit abilities were notoriously troublesome. Many would likely find themselves at a disadvantage against it. Seeing Torbol preparing to engage, Sabo smirked quietly. If it were any other of Don Quixote's top executives, he might indeed find them challenging. However, he held Torbol in low regard. While Torbol's sticky fruit powers were indeed formidable, understanding its capabilities rendered it manageable. Moreover, Sabo had several methods at his disposal to easily defeat Torbol, making the outcome of this confrontation all but predetermined before it had even begun. Torbol glared at Sabo, then flicked his wrist, unleashing a barrage of sticky projectiles from his sleeves towards Sabo, resembling a hailstorm of bullets. However, instead of bullets, these were globs of viscous substance. One should not underestimate these blobs. They were crafted from Torbol's fruit abilities and possessed remarkable resilience. Once ensnared, escape would be arduous, and the offensive power of each blob was significant, capable of piercing stone walls, far more terrifying than mere bullets. As the tidal wave of sticky projectiles surged forth, Sabo smiled faintly, his form shifting slightly as he deftly evaded each one, gliding through the seemingly impenetrable onslaught. I move like the wind, unharmed amidst a storm of chaos. Boom, boom, boom. The resonating crashes of Torbol's projectiles either struck the dock or plunged into the sea, creating shallow craters and towering waves, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Any ordinary individual would have likely succumbed to the sticky barrage by now. Observing Sabo maneuvering skillfully among the sticky projectiles, deftly sidestepping every attack as if he were aware of their origin, Torbol's expression shifted. This was observation haki. Torbol's countenance changed. He had not anticipated that a newcomer to the Grand Line would possess the ability to wield observation haki. This revelation increased his regard for Sabo. Yet, observation haki alone was not an insurmountable skill. With a mental shift, Torbol activated his own observation haki, perceiving Sabo's every movement, including his forthcoming actions. Upon grasping this, a slight smile crept across his face. Sabo, now I wonder where you will hide. Torbol moved with a flourish, extending his arms wide, and countless blobs of viscous substance erupted from his garment, which resembled a heavy quilt. This assault was even more relentless, as if it offered Sabo no opportunity to evade or escape. Upon witnessing this, Sabo swiftly sprang into action, deftly maneuvering to evade the relentless, shadow-like assaults of Torpol's viscous attacks. The movement of Sabo was inconsequential, yet it brought great misfortune to the members of the Don Quixote family. As Sabo advanced towards them, Torbol's viscous substance followed suit directly. Unlike Sabo, who possessed exceptional agility, the others were unable to evade in time and fell victim to the sticky trap. In a matter of moments, while Sabo remained unscathed, all but Torbol himself from the Don Quixote family lay incapacitated on the ground, ensnared by Torbol's goo, utterly immobile. Witnessing this, Torbol was consumed by fury, yet his onslaught did not relent. Though he had inadvertently harmed his own kin, he deemed it inconsequential, believing he could rescue them once the battle concluded. However, what infuriated Torbol even more was Sabo's uncanny ability to consistently evade his attacks, as if he were always a step ahead. Just when it seemed that Sabo would be struck, he artfully dodged, intensifying Torbol's ire. Torbol could not contain his rage as he exclaimed, "Damn that little brat. How can he evade me? I have accurately predicted his position and movements." Hearing Torbol's words, Sabo evaded the attack while laughing. "Fool, both of us possess the observation haki. enabling us to anticipate our adversaries. However, my speed and reflexes surpass yours. How can your slime possibly ensnare me? Torbull halted his assault, astonished, and inquired, What? You actually comprehend my devil fruit abilities? How did you come to know this? In this world, numerous devil fruits exist, each endowed with unique powers, yet many possess inherent weaknesses. For instance, the thunder fruit is undeniably formidable, yet it loses much of its efficacy against the rubber fruit. Similarly, the sand fruit is powerful, but with the right approach, it can be vanquished. Thus, it is customary for devil fruit users to refrain from boasting about their abilities, often keeping the specific applications of their powers shrouded in secrecy. After all, should an enemy uncover the means to counteract their abilities, they could find themselves at a significant disadvantage in battle. As a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, even among his kin, only a select few were privy to the extent of Torbull's powers, making Sabo's astute revelation of his devil fruit abilities all the more perplexing. Sabo truly yearned to reveal to him that he had gleaned this information from an anime. Not only did he possess knowledge about him, but he was also well-versed in the entire Don Quixote family's secrets, including the enigmatic truths surrounding Doflamingo. Alas, such revelations could not be uttered, lest he be compelled to masquerade as a charlatan. Sabo, weary of engaging in idle chatter with Torbull, seized the opportunity presented by his cessation of hostilities to launch his own offensive. Aware that Torbull's sticky fruit posed a formidable challenge in close combat, Sabo executed a swift maneuver, unleashing a powerful strike with his right leg. The wind slash manifested as a formidable arc, hurtling toward Torbull with intent. In response, Torbull deftly gestured with both hands, causing a substantial mass of viscous liquid to extend from his sleeves, forming a wall of slime directly before him. With a resounding impact, the wind slash collided against this gelatinous barrier. However, the outcome was less than favorable. Although the attack managed to disrupt a portion of the slime, it failed to penetrate the entirety of the wall, ultimately dissipating within the amorphous mass. Chapter 65. The moving bomb. Upon witnessing this, Sabo furrowed his brow, recognizing the formidable nature of Torbull's fruit ability. The resilience of the viscous substance exceeded Sabo's expectations. Even his wind slash could not penetrate that wall of slime. As the gelatinous barrier slowly descended, Torbull's figure was revealed, and with a grin, he remarked, I never anticipated you had mastered the Navy's 6 powers. Quite surprising indeed. However, if you think you can breach my defenses with your gale foot, you are still far from achieving that. Upon hearing this, Sabo smiled faintly and said, Is that so? If one strike is insufficient, then what of 2, 3, or countless others? I shall see if you can withstand them all. Sabo unleashed a series of powerful kicks, sending multiple gusts of wind slicing through the air, aimed directly at Torbull. Notably, the trajectories of these wind blades clearly targeted the same point. Observing this, Torbull remained utterly unperturbed, with a swift motion of his arms. A denser wall of viscous substance materialized before him, effectively shielding him from harm. Sabo intended to strike the same location with his successive slashes to breach the viscous defense. Yet Torbull fortified the wall's thickness, rendering Sabo's efforts futile. Upon witnessing this, Sabo realized that such an attack was insufficient. Therefore, he decided to demonstrate his defense. In an instant, Sabo's figure flickered, appearing repeatedly around Torbull. With each manifestation, he unleashed a flurry of slashes and kicks, saturating the surroundings and the air with his assaults. Torbull's expression shifted slightly upon seeing this, yet his reaction was swift. Sabo's movements remained within the realm of his observation haki, and although Sabo's strikes appeared frenzied, they posed little genuine threat to him. With a flourish, Torbull extended his arms, and a multitude of viscous liquid poured forth from his body, swiftly enveloping him entirely, resembling an overturned eggshell on the ground. Every one of Sabo's attacks was thwarted by this eggshell. From within, Torbull's laughter echoed. Save your efforts, Sabo. You cannot breach my defenses. It would be wiser for you to surrender. Hearing this, Sabo executed a moonwalk, descending directly onto the deck of the Moby Dick, and with a chuckle, he retorted, Surrender? What a farce. Your fruit abilities are indeed troublesome, but they are far from sufficient to defeat me. Moreover, our battle is nearing its conclusion. Enough of this chatter. Farewell. Standing on the deck, Sabo snapped his fingers lightly, and though it seemed as if nothing had transpired, a broad smile illuminated his face. Observing Sabo's expression, Robin, who was watching from the sidelines, exhibited a hint of perplexity. Having long navigated the underworld and amassed a wealth of intelligence, she was well aware of Doflamingo's influence. Toripol, as one of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family, was indeed a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. The assault by Sabo was undeniably formidable, compelling Toripol into a position of passive defense. It appeared as though Sabo had subdued Toripol, yet in truth, this exertion bore no real impact on Toripol, let alone any semblance of suppression. Now, with Sabo abruptly renouncing his offensive, declaring that the battle was nearing its conclusion, the situation became rather perplexing. At least Robin could not discern how Sabo intended to bring the conflict to a close. Within the confines of the slime shell, Toripol furrowed his brow upon hearing Sabo's words. Sabo's prowess exceeded his expectations. His own strength was predominantly derived from the abilities of the sticky fruit. However, Sabo seemed remarkably well acquainted with the nuances of Torpol's fruit, refraining from engaging in close combat, rendering Torpol's sticky tendrils ineffective against him. Under such circumstances, defeating Sabo appeared exceedingly difficult. Yet, Sabo's declaration that the battle is about to end stirred an unsettling apprehension within Toripol. Although he was currently ensconced within his slime defense, deprived of a view of the external scenario, his observation haki enabled him to perceive clearly. Toripol could distinctly sense that Sabo had ceased his attack and returned to his vessel, thereafter remaining inactive. How, then, could he conclude the battle? Would he simply escape by sailing away? Suddenly, a peculiar odor wafted through the air. Toripol caught a whiff of something charred, as if an object were ablaze. Glancing downward, he was alarmed to see wisps of black smoke emanating from beneath his feet, where flickering embers of crimson light danced amidst the darkness. His countenance transformed in an instant. Instinctively, Toripol attempted to flee, but alas, it was far too late. On the deck, Goda Duck employed telekinesis to lift the iron cage containing 3 kung fu manatees and a small box housing a devil fruit onto the ship. Sabo and Robin stood at the edge of the deck. Sabo gestured toward the harbor, smiling as he addressed Robin. Please, witness the fireworks. As soon as Sabo's words faded, a sudden eruption of flames engulfed the position where Toripol stood, accompanied by a deafening explosion that resembled a magnificent firework display. Countless sparks scattered in all directions, and within an instant, the entire port was ablaze. The viscous substance that Toripol had just unleashed spread across the entire area, igniting a massive explosion that became a catalyst for the inferno. The members of the Don Quixote family wailed in agony amidst the flames, creating a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Robin was taken aback by the scene before her. She could not comprehend why Toripol had exploded so suddenly, but it was evident that the inferno had been sparked by the blinding light of the explosion. The inexplicable flames were undoubtedly the handiwork of the individual beside her. Contemplating this, a mysterious smile graced Robin's face, illuminated by the firelight, rendering her exquisite beauty even more striking. Regrettably, such a breathtaking sight went unnoticed by Sabo, whose focus remained solely on the raging inferno at the port. With the explosion and the ensuing flames, the port was rendered nearly uninhabitable, and it seemed that the members of the Don Quixote family had met their demise. Particularly, Toripol, who had been caught in the center of the explosion and was drenched in the flammable slime, stood little chance of survival due to his frail physique. Through his observation haki, Sabo distinctly sensed the fading presence of Toripol, a clear indication of his death. It is said that within the Don Quixote family, the 4 highest-ranking officers commanded the Plum, Square, Heart, and Spade armies, namely Toripol, Diamante, Virgo, and Pica. Among these, Virgo operated as a naval undercover agent and did not hold the position of the highest officer of the Heart Army. However, if we consider him, Toripol was arguably the most manageable adversary. Indeed, Torpol's abilities posed a challenge, yet once his weaknesses were discerned, he became relatively easy to deal with. The slime produced by the sticky fruit was highly flammable. A mere spark could trigger a catastrophic explosion, making him a walking bomb. Sabo had deftly utilized this to eliminate Toripol with ease. Moreover, Sabo had alternative strategies to confront Toripol. Although the sticky fruit was troublesome, it was ultimately a liquid, and his mutant powers perfectly countered it. No matter how formidable the sticky fruit might be, Sabo could freeze it entirely, leaving Toripol powerless. Regardless, with Toripol now dead, Sabo had also attracted the ire of Don Quixote Doflamingo, yet he remained unconcerned. After all, when faced with a multitude of pests, one is not easily bitten. Moreover, Compared to the Navy and the world government, Doflamingo was still far from formidable. Why should he worry? Chapter 66. The wrath of Doflamingo. As she gazed at the roaring flames of the port, Robin offered a faint smile and remarked to Sabo, "Congratulations on inciting the wrath of yet another powerful warlord of the sea. I find myself regretting my decision to accompany you. It seems I would be safer on my own." Sabo listened to Robin's teasing and chuckled, saying, "It's just Doflamingo, nothing to fret over. Besides, if he wishes to take revenge on me, he must first locate me. Furthermore, he has already attacked me. Without a lesson, how can he learn?" With that, Sabo turned and made his way to the deck, announcing, "All right, Ching Tian, it's time for us to depart." Upon hearing this, Ching Tian immediately set sail, gradually vanishing into the boundless sea. The raging inferno at the port naturally drew the attention of many onlookers. As they beheld the nearly charred remnants of the port and the countless scorched corpses strewn across the ground, expressions of horror and shock spread across their faces. Alongside their astonishment and fear, there were those consumed by fury. Damn it, who is the scoundrel responsible for this? My pirate ship. I have only just arrived at the Grand Line. What am I to do now? My treasures are still aboard. Damn it, who set this fire? Two factions of pirates erupted in chaos, their vessels having been engulfed in flames ignited by the explosion caused by Toripol. How could they not be enraged? At that moment, several members of the Don Quixote family arrived at the port. Upon witnessing the charred bodies, panic swept over them, particularly when they spotted a cane marked with a plum blossom insignia lying beside a lifeless corpse. They rushed forward, shouting, "Lord Toripol! Lord Toripol!" Unfortunately, all they found was a corpse devoid of life, and no amount of calling could alter that grim reality. However, they knew that this situation was dire. A high-ranking officer had perished here, and they could only imagine Doflamingo's reaction. The surrounding factions were equally astonished upon hearing the members of the Don Quixote family. Could it be that the charred body they encircled was none other than Toripol, one of the four highest officials of the Don Quixote family, and a trusted lieutenant of Doflamingo? Who could have slain Toripol and these members of the Don Quixote family? Suddenly, one voice cried out, "Come quickly, there's still someone alive." All eyes were drawn to this call as the members of the Don Quixote family hastened over. They heard the person weakly uttering, Sabo, Tori, Pol, Lord, explosion, fire. Before he could finish, he fainted completely. Several members of the Don Quixote family quickly carried him back to the Merchant Association, while the rest began to manage the remains scattered across the port. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted in speculation. From the fragmented words of the fallen man, it became evident that Sabo was the one who had killed Toripol. This was bound to stir up quite a commotion. Sabo was a fugitive pursued by the world government and the Marines. Now, having antagonized Doflamingo, his troubles were far from over. Additionally, they were struck by the sheer power of Sabo. Toripol, after all, was a formidable ally of Doflamingo. Yet he had still fallen at Sabo's hands. How powerful must Sabo be? On an unnamed island, Doflamingo basked in the sun, sipping chilled fruit juice with a smile on his face, contemplating how he might leverage Sabo and Robin in a deal with the world government. Suddenly, the telephone beetle on the table beside him rang. Doflamingo picked up the receiver with a grin, saying, "Hello, is this Toripol?" A trembling voice responded from the other end. Mr. Doflamingo, Toripol, he is dead." At this revelation, Doflamingo's expression darkened, an invisible force erupting from within him, sweeping across the vicinity. His servants were immediately struck with a dazed expression, collapsing helplessly to the ground. This was Conqueror's haki, a rare and potent ability possessed by only one in a million, a testament to royal lineage. Upon hearing of Torpol's demise, Doflamingo's haki uncontrollably spiraled out of control. It was no wonder. Toripol was akin to family for Doflamingo, and his death was a bitter pill to swallow. Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins as he gritted his teeth, demanding, "Explain to me clearly, what happened to Toripol?" The individual on the line flinched, responding hurriedly, "Lord Toripol was following your orders to capture Sabo and Robin. However, he was unexpectedly discovered by Sabo, leading to a fierce confrontation. Ultimately, Toripol somehow caught fire, resulting in an explosion that claimed the lives of those accompanying him." Doflamingo's expression turned icy. The person on the other end was evidently unaware of Torpol's capabilities, but Doflamingo understood that Torpol's sticky fruit was indeed powerful, albeit highly flammable, making it prone to explosions. It seemed Sabo had somehow exploited this weakness to eliminate Toripol. Yet, the question remained, how did Sabo know of the sticky fruit's vulnerabilities? Could there be a traitor within the family? This thought was swiftly cast aside. Sabo, a mere novice in the Grand Line, possesses no remarkable ability to incite rebellion within his family. Moreover, only the high-ranking officials of the family are privy to Torpal's powers, leaving Sabo without the opportunity to engage with them. Could it be that he discovered the weaknesses of the sticky fruit on his own? Regardless, the undeniable truth remains that Torpal has met his demise. Contemplating this, Doflamingo's murderous intent surfaced. With a firm grip, he crushed the microphone in his hand and coldly declared, "Sabo, I had initially intended to hand you over to the world government, but now, I shall personally take your life to avenge Torpal. Just wait." Within a few days, the news of Torpal's death spread throughout the Grand Line, and the information regarding Sabo's entry into this perilous realm circulated widely. No one had anticipated that Sabo would successfully evade the Navy's pursuit, nor could they have predicted that upon entering the Grand Line, he would immediately attract Doflamingo's attention. Though Doflamingo does not wield power comparable to the four emperors, the Navy, the world government, or the Revolutionary Army, his underground influence is substantial, controlling numerous illicit trades. Engaging with him would undoubtedly complicate Sabo's future. Before long, Doflamingo issued a bounty on Sabo in the black market. Anyone who captures Sabo alive and delivers him to the Don Quixote family would be rewarded with 500 million berries and the friendship of the Don Quixote clan. This announcement drew the attention of countless individuals, pirates, bounty hunters, and underground factions alike. Chapter 67. Sabo's leisure upon the vast ocean. The ship Giant Sky sailed steadily. On the deck, Robin reclined under a parasol, sipping a refreshing drink while observing the lively happenings around her with keen interest. On the deck, 3 martial arts sea cows were relentlessly attacking a Psyduck. Yet, no matter their efforts, they could not land a single hit. Psyduck's form flickered about, seemingly toying with its opponents. Perched steadily on the railing, Sabo sat with his arms crossed over his chest, a smile gracing his face as he watched the scene unfold. Despite the significant enhancements in strength, physique, and speed due to their mutations, the 3 martial arts sea cows were no match for Psyduck. Although Psyduck is a Pokémon, it has been diligently learning martial arts from Sabo and has successfully mastered the Marine 6 powers, even without utilizing its inherent abilities. A single shave technique would suffice for Psyduck to effortlessly outmaneuver the trio. Sabo acquired these 3 Kung Fu manatees, and remarkably, he did so without any expenditure. In the anime, Luffy's Kung Fu manatee apprentice ventured out to sea for no more than 3 years, yet mastered the formidable haki of armament, a skill that eludes many. This highlights the exceptional innate talent, and with proper training, their strength could potentially escalate further. The 3 Kung Fu manatees before him are precisely the subjects Sabo intends to cultivate. Upon bringing them back, he instructed Qing Tian to conduct an assessment. Should their transformation yield any detrimental effects on their bodies, thus impairing their potential, Sabo would naturally abandon the idea of training them. However, the results from the blood tests conducted by Qing Tian surprised Sabo. The mutations in the 3 manatees had not adversely impacted their physiology. Moreover, the DNA analysis revealed that they were, in fact, identical twins. It is no wonder their coordination was so seamless, further enhancing their value for cultivation. With this revelation, Sabo resolved to train the 3 Kung Fu manatees. If they could also learn the haki of armament, he would gain 3 formidable subordinates. Even if their strength might not reach extraordinary heights, one must not forget their aquatic prowess. In the depths of the sea, their contributions would be significant. Once aboard the ship, Sabo removed the restrictive devices from them and threw them to Duck, who was more than willing to engage with them, ensuring they understood who the true leader was. Now, on the 5th day, the 3 Kung Fu manatees displayed a commendable resilience, unlike ordinary manatees, who would submit to a defeat by acknowledging the victor as their master. These 3 had yet to yield to Duck's dominance. After yet another round of vigorous sparring, the 3 manatees lay exhausted on the deck, sporting several bumps on their heads, while Duck stood triumphantly before them, chattering away in a victorious manner. Ultimately, the 3 Kung Fu manatees rose to their feet, bowed respectfully to Duck, and uttered, "Goo." Upon witnessing this, Sabo offered a faint smile, as it appeared that Duck had finally managed to win over the 3 individuals. The Kung Fu manatee seemed to be performing a ceremonial homage. With a chuckle, he remarked, "Duck, I entrust these 3 to you. Be sure to train them well." Gabba, Duck turned around and gave Sabo a thumbs up. At that moment, Robin approached with a newspaper in hand, smiling as she said to Sabo, "Congratulations, you have made it to the newspaper once again." Sabo extended his hand to take a look and couldn't help but smile faintly. A bounty of 500 million. Indeed a considerable fortune. It seems he has yet to learn his lesson. The demise of Toripol has not deterred him. Clearly, once I enter the new world, I must bestow upon him an extraordinary gift. The newspaper prominently featured Sabo's headline news, including his arrival at the Grand Line and the slaying of Toripol, one of Doflamingo's highest-ranking subordinates, along with Doflamingo's bounty of 500 million berries for capturing him. Sabo was indifferent to the bounty. In the first half of the Grand Line, few could pose a threat to him. As for the monstrous beings in the new world, it was unlikely they would mobilize for such a meager reward. Thus, he felt quite secure, with the worst outcome being frequent disturbances. This provided an opportunity for practical training. And moreover, Garridos needed to level up, which required extensive combat experience. Ideally, the challengers would be formidable, allowing Garridos to gain valuable experience points, as it had not leveled up significantly in recent times. Although Garridos could enhance its strength through training, leveling up through battle not only augments its power and combat experience, but may also lead to the discovery of new skills. Despite Garridos already possessing a plethora of abilities, one can never have too many skills. Upon returning to the training room, Sabo was greeted by the resonant voice of Qingtian. "Master, the submarine technology has been completed. What shall I research next? Aeronautical technology? Or perhaps magnetic technology? Or should I delve into weaponry technology?" Upon hearing this, Sabo felt a surge of joy within. The advancement of submarine technology had finally commenced. With this development, he no longer needed to fear the pursuit of any adversary. If pressed, he could simply submerge. For unless faced with merfolk, it would be exceedingly difficult to chase the Qingtian. As for his next area of research, Sabo pondered thoughtfully. Weapon technology could momentarily be set aside, as the firepower of the Qingtian was already formidable enough for the time being. However, the magnetic technology derived from the study of recording pointers was indeed captivating, much like the prospects of flight technology. Should the Qingtian be able to transform into an aircraft, its utility would be immense. Yet, the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line rendered aerial travel perilous. After considerable contemplation, Sabo resolved, "Qingtian, please devise the optimal design for the submarine mode, and thereafter, dedicate your efforts to the research of magnetic technology, prioritizing gravitational technology, followed by magnetic weaponry." "Yes, master." In comparison to magnetic weaponry, Sabo found himself more intrigued by gravitational technology. The ability to manipulate the magnetic field to alter gravity would significantly enhance his training. Gravity differs fundamentally from mere weight. While weight may augment physical strength, gravity exercises every part of the body, including the internal organs, regardless of one's physical prowess. Should an adversary possess the means to target one's insides, the vulnerable organs could become a fatal weakness. Sabo would leave no weaknesses for himself. To grow stronger, he must achieve comprehensive strength. Any deficiency in any aspect could potentially become a fatal flaw, and once discovered by the enemy, it might lead to failure or even death. The Qingtian continued its leisurely voyage along the Grand Line, but outside, the atmosphere grew lively due to news in the newspapers and the bounty placed on Doflamingo. The Navy, pirates, and bounty hunters, along with various factions, were all becoming increasingly interested in Sabo. However, none were more invested than Rear Admiral Mongoose, who had now been promoted to Commodore. Upon seeing the newspaper, his demeanor sharpened, even more so than during his previous pursuit of Sabo. It seemed this setback had not led to Mongoose's despair, but rather propelled him further, illustrating the intertwined nature of fortune and misfortune. Chapter 68. Carp's assault at the naval headquarters. In the marshal's office, Sengoku studied the newspaper in his hands, his expression grave. Nearby, Carp was munching on rice crackers, the crunching sounds echoing through the room, which only heightened Sengoku's irritation. Sengoku glanced at Carp, annoyance evident in his voice as he said, "Carp, could you be a bit more serious?" Carp, unfazed, continued his snacking, replying, "Sengoku, I'm currently challenging the record for consecutive rice cracker consumption. Care to join me?" Frustrated by Carp's flippant response, Sengoku slapped his forehead in exasperation and retorted, "You idiot, Carp. Are you really going to do nothing all day? Sabo has already entered the Grand Line. If we allow him to grow unchecked, we may soon face another formidable pirate. At the mere mention of Sabo's name, Carp's expression shifted slightly, his chewing momentarily halting. However, this change was fleeting, and Sengoku remained oblivious. Carp set down his rice crackers, chuckling. Haha, Sengoku. It's hilarious that you're worried about this little brat. Sengoku shouted back, what is so funny? The pirate threat is only growing. And Sabo has yet to form a crew. Once he does, many unruly individuals will surely flock to him. Instead of letting him grow stronger, we should capture him at once. Since you have nothing on your plate lately, I'm assigning this task to you. Carp's eyes flickered with an inscrutable expression. But he pounded his chest and declared, all right, I'll take care of it. Sengoku looked at Carp in surprise. It was unusual for Carp to so readily accept the mission, as he typically resisted such assignments. Curiosity piqued, Sengoku cautioned, Carp, don't you dare slack off. Carp, exasperated, exclaimed, Sengoku, do you think so little of me? With that, he stormed out, leaving Sengoku with an unsettling feeling he couldn't quite place. Once back in his office, Carp sat in his chair, murmuring to himself, Sabo. Sabo, could it be you, you little rascal? Not long ago, Carp had visited Luffy and Ace, and upon learning of Sabo's apparent death at the hands of the Celestial Dragons, he had sensed that the Sabo who attacked the Celestial Dragons was indeed the Sabo he knew. Now that Sengoku had given him an opportunity, Carp was determined to investigate. If it was not Sabo, he would apprehend him. If it was, then he would consider his next move. In the New World, on an island within Whitebeard's territory, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, picked up a newspaper and approached Whitebeard, grinning as he said, Old man, look. That kid who killed the Celestial Dragons has entered the Grand Line, and right off the bat, he took down one of Doflamingo's top officers. Whitebeard glanced at the paper and erupted into laughter. Kuaha. What an amusing little brat. He is becoming more to my liking. Come now. Hurry to the New World. In contrast to Whitebeard's amusement, many others were drawn to Sabo's bounty. Countless pirates, bounty hunters, and underground factions surged forward, eager to uncover Sabo's whereabouts. The first half of the Grand Line consists of 7 routes, and since Sabo had been sighted on Arlong Park, it was evident where he might appear next. Sabo, of course, was unaware of the impending events, but during this time, he had begun to feel a sense of weariness. For nearly a month, he had been subjected to relentless attacks from a motley assortment of pirates, bounty hunters, and underground forces, all targeting the Oathkeeper. Yet, these adversaries were hardly formidable. There was no need for Sabo to intervene, as Goda Duck and the 3 Kung Fu sea cows had been more than sufficient to handle the situation. Moreover, with the presence of the Oathkeeper, some had met their demise before they could even approach the vessel. However, in comparison to the challenges Sabo faced, these assaults paled in significance. Not far from the Oathkeeper, a massive Navy warship was approaching. This particular warship was quite peculiar, not a standard Navy vessel, but a special ship adorned with a dog's head sculpture clutching a bone at its bow. Upon sighting this warship, Sabo was rendered speechless. To his astonishment, it was none other than Monkey D. Garp, Luffy's grandfather, who had come in person. Although Sabo had never met Garp face to face, he retained a profound fear of the man from his memories. Without having laid eyes on Garp, Sabo's mind involuntarily conjured images of the grueling training sessions he had endured alongside Ace and Luffy under Garp's rigorous supervision. Those experiences had been overwhelmingly one-sided and brutal, etching Garp's intimidating presence deeply into his memory. Reflecting on this, Sabo could not suppress a shiver and swallowed hard, his body trembling slightly, a visceral reaction, perhaps, to Garp's formidable reputation. It seemed that Garp had left an indelible impression on the original Sabo, one that still had the power to affect him. Contemplating Garp's strength, Sabo felt no confidence in his ability to engage in battle with him. Even a casual punch from Garp would be beyond Sabo's current capabilities. His instincts seemed to urge him to flee, yet he remained resolute. In contrast to his physical trepidation, an exhilarating thrill surged within Sabo at the prospect of encountering one of the world's top-tier warriors. He was genuinely pleased, and as for what might transpire upon their meeting, he would cross that bridge when he came to it. Besides, given Garp's character, it was uncertain whether he would truly attempt to apprehend him. In Sabo's recollections, Garp had always treated him with a grandfatherly affection. Despite frequently expressing anger at their aspirations of becoming pirates and delivering harsh beatings, Garp genuinely cared for them, rigorously training them whenever he returned. Although Sabo had not spent a great deal of time with Garp, he had come to regard him as family, or rather, as a grandfather, despite often referring to him as old man. which only added to the warmth of their bond. As the warship drew nearer, Sabo could clearly discern the figure standing at the bow, tall, broad-chested, muscular, donning a dog mask and a Navy Justice cape, exuding an overwhelming aura even from a distance. This was the embodiment of a world-class powerhouse. Figures like Garp, Sengoku, Roger, Whitebeard, and the Golden Lion were all legendary. Even with the rise of Kaido, Big Mom, Shanks, and the three admirals, the tales of these earlier heroes would forever resonate through history. In stark contrast to Sabo's excitement, Robin exhibited a different demeanor, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear. If it were an ordinary Navy force, she would not have felt apprehensive, especially with Sabo, go to duck, and the Oathkeeper present to safeguard them. However, this warship was distinctly different, embodying the honor of the Navy as the exclusive vessel of the heroic Vice Admiral Garp. Robin recognized this all too well and understood the peril that would accompany Garp's intervention. Casting a glance at Sabo, she could not help but voice her concern. Sabo, that is Vice Admiral Garp's ship. Should we not? Sabo, upon hearing Robin's voice, did not turn his head but calmly replied, I am aware. How could I not recognize the old man's ship? If you are afraid, you may enter first. It has been quite some time since I last saw the old man, and I must admit, I feel a sense of nostalgia. Upon hearing this term of endearment, Robin was momentarily taken aback. What sort of address was this? Did Sabo have an acquaintance with Vice Admiral Garp? Curiosity stirred within her, and her underlying unease diminished considerably. She then settled herself beside, contentedly observing everything unfold. Sabo gazed at the naval warship, which was now within arm's reach, a smile gracing his face as he softly uttered, Old man, it's been a while. Chapter 69. The Awakening of the King on the Vast Ocean. The naval warship and the sky pillar were merely 20 meters apart. Sabo stood upon the dragon figurehead at the bow of the sky pillar, while Garp positioned himself atop the dog figurehead of the naval vessel. As their gazes locked, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Upon hearing the term old man, Garp immediately recognized Sabo's identity. Although a person's appearance may change, their essence remains constant. Under the influence of Kenbunshika haki, Garp sensed that familiar aura, unmistakably belonging to the Sabo he had often chastised. Confirming that Sabo had survived the celestial dragon's cannon fire brought a sigh of relief to Garp's heart. However, the thought of Sabo seeking vengeance by killing the celestial dragon who had attacked him ignited a surge of fury within him. While Garp had never been particularly fond of the celestial dragons or the world government, often choosing to follow his own path, he had never considered taking action against them. Yet here was Sabo, a mere child, audacious enough to slay a celestial dragon, an act of sheer audacity. Garp was also taken aback by the East Blue Navy's inability to capture Sabo under the command of a certain weasel. Even though this Sabo was not the same as the one he had previously encountered, Garp was nonetheless intrigued to meet him. However, upon this meeting, it became evident that this Sabo was indeed the same, and Garp's anger surged once more. Garp recalled the first time he met Sabo, who had boisterously declared with Ace and Luffy his desire to set sail as a pirate. Garp had reprimanded him several times, but the boy remained undeterred. Now it seemed, he had not yet become a pirate but aspired to be a world-class criminal with a bounty exceeding 100 million, much to Garp's displeasure. Garp's displeasure had serious consequences. He offered no response to Sabo's grand display of power, merely widening his eyes, unleashing a formidable aura that enveloped the surroundings. In that instant, it felt as though the very heavens had shifted. At that moment, Garp resembled a deity of war. The naval soldiers on the deck of the warship gazed at Garp's imposing silhouette, feeling an overwhelming pressure that, although not directed at them, was far beyond their capacity to bear. The only one unfazed by this pressure was Garp's subordinate, a man named Bogart, a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. Typically reserved and cold, his strength was exceptional, allowing him to withstand Garp's explosive presence without faltering. However, there was one who was even less capable of enduring this pressure, Sabo, standing opposite Garp. At this moment, Sabo trembled uncontrollably, his face contorting in distress, unable to lift his head or meet Garp's gaze. This was the manifestation of Conqueror's haki, an embodiment of Garp's indomitable will. As the father of Dragon and grandfather of Luffy, both of whom possessed Conqueror's haki, it was inconceivable that Garp would lack such power. Though he had never revealed it before, the man who had cornered the Pirate King, Roger, on numerous occasions possessed an aura that was undoubtedly terrifying. Now, Sabo was subjected to Garp's unleashed Conqueror's haki. Although age may have dulled Carp's strength, the essence of his haki only grew stronger, especially considering the events had transpired 9 years prior. The overwhelming force of Carp's haki surged into Sabo's very soul, causing his body to tremble instinctively, whispering, "Submit, submit. It would be easier if you surrendered, submit." This sensation felt like a spell, inundating Sabo's mind with despair, yet his heart vehemently resisted. "Hold on. You are the future king. You cannot yield to anyone, not even to another king. Hold on, hold on." This resolve was akin to a refreshing spring, invigorating the weary Sabo, enabling him to endure under Carp's oppressive haki. In that moment, time seemed to stretch indefinitely. He could not ascertain whether a second or a minute had passed. Witnessing Sabo's struggle against the weight of his haki, Carp's expression softened with a hint of amusement. "You reckless child, I must teach you a lesson today to prevent you from causing more trouble," he thought. Carp's Conqueror's haki surged in waves, penetrating deeper into Sabo's very essence. His aura intensified, reaching its zenith, embodying the might of a world-class powerhouse, a fearsome presence indeed. As the forces of Conqueror's haki clashed, Sabo began to falter, akin to a small boat amidst a tempestuous sea, with the threat of capsizing looming ever closer. "Submit, submit, submit," echoed one voice in his mind, while another urged, "Hold on, hold on, hold on." These conflicting voices reverberated within Sabo's consciousness. His body shook, drenched in sweat, and the sensation was more harrowing than the most grueling training. To make matters worse, his spirit began to wane, and his awareness began to blur. Nearby, Robin and Goda Duck noticed Sabo's distress, but were powerless to assist. Although Carp's focus was on Sabo, the sheer force of his presence hindered their ability to act. It was up to Sabo alone. "Submit?" The thought flickered through Sabo's mind and vanished just as quickly. To some, yielding to a powerhouse like Carp might not seem shameful, but for Sabo, it was unacceptable. Submission would extinguish any chance of reaching the pinnacle. As a king, how could he bow to another, even if that individual were another sovereign? In this rebirth, he vowed to ascend to the summit and gaze down upon all. Suddenly, Sabo's body ceased its trembling, standing tall as a powerful aura erupted from within him, sending waves crashing around him as if the sea itself had responded to his awakening. In that moment, the world dimmed. In that moment, the clash of Conqueror's haki ensued. In that moment, a new king arose. The sound of objects toppling echoed as naval soldiers and the formidable sea bull fell one after another. Many marine creatures floated to the surface, rendered unconscious, leaving only Sabo, Carp, Goda Duck, Bogart, and Robin standing. Carp's mouth fell agape, staring at Sabo with disbelief. He had never anticipated that his intention to discipline this reckless child would inadvertently awaken his royal potential. Conqueror's haki, truly a fearsome gift. At that moment, Carp saw a reflection of Roger, but realized that Sabo was far more formidable. Considering his age, Sabo was merely 11, an age that was astonishingly young. The sudden awakening of Conqueror's haki liberated Sabo from Carp's intimidation. He felt a new power stirring within him. Grinning at the still-dazed Carp, Sabo remarked, "Old man, thank you. Without your influence, who knows when my Conqueror's haki would have awakened." Chapter 70. Conqueror's haki. Upon hearing Sabo's words, Carp's face twitched involuntarily. The implications of a Marine Vice Admiral coming to aid a world-class criminal in awakening Conqueror's haki sounded utterly absurd. Kapu remarked with a hint of irritation, "You little rascal. I never anticipated that you possessed the Conqueror's haki. Quite surprising indeed. However, do not let it go to your head. Are you not afraid that I might capture you and take you back? After all, you are currently regarded as a global criminal." Sabo listened to Carp's tepid threat, offering a faint smile in response. "Is that so? Old man, do you truly intend to act?" Observing Sabo's nonchalant demeanor, Carp felt a surge of irritation, his teeth grinding in frustration. This little rascal had accurately deduced that Carp would refrain from resorting to violence against him, which only fueled his annoyance. However, Sabo's intuition was spot on. Upon realizing that Sabo was indeed the individual he had known, Carp had abandoned any thoughts of aggression. Should he lay a hand on Sabo, he would undoubtedly face relentless ire from both Luffy and Ace in the future. With a derisive snort, Carp declared, "You little brat. Were it not for the sake of those two rascals, I would have dragged you back to meet Sengoku today. Tread carefully, do not act too recklessly. If you dare to challenge the celestial dragons, I truly do not know how to address your actions." Those two rascals referred to none other than Ace and Luffy, one being Carp's adopted grandson, and the other his biological grandson, both fervently aspiring to become the pirate king. Add to that the presence of a dragon, and Carp indeed had ample cause for concern. Sabo chuckled and remarked, "I understand. As long as no one wrongs me, I shall not wrong them in return. I will be cautious. By the way, please refrain from informing Luffy and the others about my situation for now. I wish to avoid unnecessary complications. If fate wills it, we shall naturally meet upon the vast seas in the future." Kapu nodded in response, acknowledging that the news of Sabo's survival should remain undisclosed to Ace and Luffy for the time being. If those two were to insist on seeking out Sabo and their intentions were overheard by the wrong ears, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. While Luffy had Kapu's protection, Ace's circumstances were far more precarious. Should his identity be revealed, Kapu would be unable to shield him. Kapu regarded Sabo with a knowing glance, scoffed lightly, and then cautioned, "Be vigilant. Many are searching for you. The world government and the secret intelligence agency of the Navy are also on your trail. Should you be captured, I cannot guarantee your safety." With that, Kapu leaped from the bow of the ship, landing on the deck, where he surveyed the unconscious naval soldiers and could not help but exclaim, "Damn those little rascals, unleashing their conqueror's haki indiscriminately. What now? We must wait for these fools to awaken. This is quite the predicament." Beside him, Bogart maintained a stoic demeanor, though inwardly he found himself musing. Sabo unleashed his conqueror's haki? Was it not you who compelled him to do so? Had you not exhibited your own haki first, Sabo's would never have awakened. Observing Kapu's figure fade from view at the ship's bow, Sabo smiled faintly and then instructed, "Qingtian, let us proceed." The Qingtian vessel navigated past Kapu's warship, continuing onward, while Kapu's ship remained adrift in the sea, lacking any naval soldiers. They could not expect Kapu and Bogart to sail the ship alone. They would have to wait for the crew to regain consciousness. Sabo leaped from the bow of the ship, striding across the deck, his face alight with exuberant joy. The unexpected appearance of Carp was a surprise, yet it brought him immense delight. Carp not only showcased the aura of a top-tier powerhouse, but also catalyzed Sabo's awakening of the Conqueror's haki, an astonishing stroke of fortune. Although Sabo had been diligently training in haki, making strides in both observation and armament haki, he had been at a loss regarding the awakening of the Conqueror's haki. Unsure of how to trigger it, who could have anticipated that under Carp's pressure, his Conqueror's haki would unexpectedly awaken? While the awakening of the Conqueror's haki may not immediately enhance Sabo's strength, it bestowed upon him the demeanor of a ruler, a force that cannot be forged through mere training, but rather an innate power, albeit one that Sabo acquired through the system. The Conqueror's haki cannot be cultivated. It can only be triggered when the individual reaches a certain level of strength. It embodies the user's own spirit. And only when the individual grows stronger can the Conqueror's haki be amplified. In its immature form, the Conqueror's haki affects all beings within its range, but once matured, the user can control the impact on those within that range. Moreover, the Conqueror's haki is not merely a tool for intimidation. It can indeed manifest substantial physical destruction. For instance, Shanks demonstrated his Conqueror's haki aboard Whitebeard's ship, creating tremors that could fracture the vessel and cause even seasoned warriors to collapse. Sabo firmly believes that the Conqueror's haki is far more than a means to clear out minor foes. The depictions in the original work merely scratch the surface, hinting at unknown applications yet to be uncovered. Now that Sabo's Conqueror's haki has awakened, he can begin the journey of mastering it. From his recent experience, he perceives that it bears some resemblance to observation haki, both residing in the realm of mental prowess, while armament haki pertains to physical strength. To master the Conqueror's haki, Sabo must delve into the mental aspect. Once he can wield it with proficiency, there will be ample time to explore its capabilities. Should he find himself in need of guidance, he could seek out a mentor, perhaps the Dark King Rayleigh, who resides in Sabot archipelago. Rayleigh is an exceptionally qualified instructor, having taught Luffy to utilize Conqueror's haki, observation haki, and armament haki within 2 years. His profound understanding of Conqueror's haki could save Sabo considerable time. Nevertheless, there remains a long journey to Sabot archipelago, and Sabo is not in a rush. He can first engage in his own studies. The paths of predecessors are not always correct. Blindly following others may hinder one's potential for greater development. Rather than placing faith in others, it is more prudent to trust oneself and believe in the ability to surpass anyone. Facing Carp was undeniably perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead Sabo to a point of no return. Even if Carp refrained from striking, Surrendering to Carp's Conqueror's haki could jeopardize Sabo's aspirations for greatness. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. While enduring Carp's Conqueror's haki, Sabo's spirit was also significantly tempered. Now that he has awakened his own Conqueror's haki, he will not falter as he confronts such formidable opponents in the future. To Sabo's delight, under the indiscriminate influence of his Conqueror's haki, both Go-to-Duck and Robin managed to withstand it. This was unexpected. Go-to-Duck, with his adeptness and mental faculties, was unsurprising, but Robin, an 18-year-old girl with remarkable fruit abilities yet inherently delicate, also stood firm, an impressive feat indeed. It appears that Robin's mental fortitude is no less formidable, at least significantly stronger than the 3 hapless sea cows nearby, who were utterly incapacitated. With the Conqueror's haki awakened, the next step is mastering this new power. Sabo's heart brims with anticipation, curious about the wonders it may bring forth. Chapter 71. The Unexpected at the Marine Headquarters, in the Marshal's office. Carp swaggered in after pushing the door open, grinning as he exclaimed, "Sengoku, I'm back. Is there any tea?" Sengoku, taken aback, could only respond with incredulity. "You can't brew your own tea? Why come to my office for it?" Nevertheless, he poured a cup for Carp and inquired, "Carp, why are you back so soon? Did you catch Sabo?" Carp chuckled, "Nope, that little rascal got away." Sengoku's mouth twitched in frustration. "You fool. Did you let him slip away again? I should have known better than to trust you. Do you think anyone could escape from you?" While Sengoku might believe that a monster from the New World could evade Carp, it seemed implausible that a rookie just entering the Grand Line could elude him, unless luck was truly on the little brat's side. Carp, unfazed, maintained a nonchalant demeanor. "How could that be? Everything was proceeding smoothly. I had that little brat pinned down with my Conqueror's haki. But out of nowhere, he awakened his own Conqueror's haki and knocked out the soldiers on my ship, then made his escape. You know how peculiar his ship is. It moves with astonishing speed." Carp's fabrications were delivered with a straight face, claiming extraordinary speed when the vessel merely drifted past his ship at leisure. As for Sabo's awakening of the Conqueror's haki, Carp did not attempt to conceal it, given that numerous naval soldiers had witnessed it firsthand, making it impossible to keep under wraps. It was better to admit it than to have Sengoku discover it later and confront him. Sengoku, upon hearing this, felt a headache coming on. It seemed Carp had not only failed to capture anyone, but had also inadvertently facilitated Sabo's awakening of Conqueror's haki. What a situation. On the Grand Line, who among those endowed with the Conqueror's haki is not a formidable adversary? Originally, Sabo possessed an already fearsome aptitude, and now with the addition of the Conqueror's haki, his threat has magnified significantly. Sengoku observed Carp, who wore a nonchalant expression, and found himself at a loss for words. All he could do was issue orders for the Navy to remain vigilant along the route Sabo was traversing. Should they encounter him, they were to capture him with all their might. The vessel, the Sky Pillar, sailed across the vast ocean at an astonishingly slow pace. A deliberate choice by Sabo to afford himself some time to hone his Conqueror's haki. The training yielded results, albeit with the unfortunate consequence of 3 kung fu manatees losing consciousness repeatedly. This led Sabo to question the cultivation value of these manatees, as they seemed unable to withstand even his Conqueror's haki. The notion of acclimatization, even in the face of fainting, became apparent. After enduring a continuous bout of dizziness for over half a month, the manatees grew accustomed to the fluctuations of Sabo's haki to a surprising degree. Of course, Sabo did not unleash his Conqueror's haki indiscriminately. Various pirates and bounty hunters that sought to ambush him served as excellent subjects for his experiments. Once he had concluded his trials, he ensured their bodies sank to the ocean's depths, preventing any rumors of his newfound power from spreading. Although the Navy might eventually catch wind of it, they would likely refrain from disseminating such information, as it would not bode well for them. As for the bodies of those who attacked him sinking to the sea, it was not born out of a bloodthirsty nature. Rather, those who sought to assail him were hardly virtuous individuals. Moreover, having already made an attempt on his life, Sabo saw no reason to extend courtesy to them. Should he allow them to continue troubling him? Sabo is not a saint. His mercy is reserved solely for his allies. Anyone bold enough to strike against him must face the consequences, regardless of their justifications. This mirrors the events in the Dressrosa arc of the anime, where Doflamingo's true nature was unveiled. Yet some still sought to capture Luffy and his crew, including the likes of the King Riku. Such actions are nothing short of betrayal, even if motivated by the desire to survive. Those who act in such a manner will find no leniency from Sabo. Individuals must bear the repercussions of their choices. In a world devoid of law and where good and evil are indistinguishable, excessive mercy only begets disaster. Sabo is left with no alternative but to forge his authority through bloodshed. At this moment, he begins to grasp the true meaning behind the system's task of endless slaughter. This task is not designed to transform him into a ruthless killer, but serves as a warning that mercy may not serve him well in this world. To survive, he must eliminate all who dare oppose him. Enemies, regardless of their rationale, are to be vanquished. The decision to kill or spare lies within one's heart. As long as he remains true to himself, why should Sabo be overly concerned? Ding! Congratulations, host, for comprehending the essence of the 3-star task Endless Slaughter. The task is automatically completed, and a random reward is generated. Congratulations on obtaining the Eye of Slaughter, the Soul of Slaughter, and the detection of the 3 components of the Slaughter Heart, the Ring of Slaughter, the Eye of Slaughter, and the Soul of Slaughter, which combine to form the spiritual artifact, the Heart of Slaughter. The sudden chime of the system notification interrupts Sabo's contemplation. The task of Endless Slaughter has been completed in an unexpected manner. Following the notification, the Ring of Slaughter spontaneously flies out of Sabo's pocket, soon followed by a blue gemstone resembling an eye and a sphere of black light, presumably the Eye of Slaughter and the Soul of Slaughter. When these 3 elements unite, a jet-black ring lands in Sabo's hand. This ring is peculiar and unassuming, resembling a mere iron band. The Eye of Slaughter is not embedded within it, but has seamlessly merged into the structure. Upon closer inspection, no matter the angle, it seems as though an eye is watching him, exuding an aura of slaughter. Heart of Slaughter, a unique spiritual artifact forged from the blood of enemies, granting a might increase of 20 and a mental fortitude increase of 20, allowing the host to freely manipulate his own aura of slaughter. A treasure indeed. Sabo is elated by this seemingly ordinary ring. The enhancement of mental fortitude by 20 is an invaluable boon for him. The additional might boost of 20 can be effectively paired with his Conqueror's haki, resulting in a formidable combination. The ability to control his own aura of slaughter remains a feature to be explored further. However, Sabo is curious about the abrupt completion of this task, prompting him to inquire of the system's auxiliary spirit. Auxiliary spirit, what is the nature of this endless slaughter task? Auxiliary spirit, to cultivate the host's mindset. The system does not require a naturally virtuous host, nor one consumed by the desire for slaughter. If the host fails to comprehend the true essence of slaughter before achieving the 10,000 kills accomplishment, the system will automatically detach and seek a new host. Sabo is at a loss for words, realizing that the system is fraught with traps. It seems he must exercise caution with future tasks, for at any moment, he could be ensnared by the system. It would be unfortunate to find himself abandoned here, as he still harbors hopes of returning to Earth. Chapter 72. The Turmoil of Heist Island. Heist Island, the second island along the route starting from Arlong Park in the first half of the Grand Line, lies between 2 uninhabited islands. Under normal sailing conditions, the journey from Arlong Park to Heist Island typically takes no more than 2 months. However, since Sabo's arrival on the Grand Line and his subsequent appearance at Arlong Park, Heist Island has become a magnet for pirates, bounty hunters, and various factions. Many have sought to ambush Sabo along the way, yet more have chosen to wait for his arrival. Attempting to ambush Sabo at sea is a gamble. The vast ocean and unpredictable weather of the Grand Line make it impossible to foresee his movements. Rather than take a chance on chance, it is wiser to bide their time here. The reason for gathering at Heist Island instead of the 2 uninhabited islands is simple. Heist Island possesses a permanent log pose. While many inhabited islands and continents along the Grand Line sell permanent log poses, no one desires to venture to desolate islands. This has led to a congregation of individuals on Heist Island, primarily those intrigued by Doflamingo's bounty and the Don Quixote family's camaraderie, alongside some simply drawn by the spectacle. However, their frustration grows as what should have been a journey of no more than 2 months stretches into 4, with Sabo still not in sight, which is quite perplexing. On the island, in a restaurant, a group of pirates indulges in a feast. At one table sit the captain, first mate, and 2 officers of a relatively well-known crew in the first half of the Grand Line. The Angry Crocodile Pirates, led by Captain Angry Crocodile Valen, with a bounty of 130 million, and first mate Iron Man Gals, carrying a bounty of 70 million, alongside their 2 officers, who have bounties of 10 million and 12 million, respectively. The remaining pirates are mostly minor members without bounties and varying levels of strength. Valen, Gals, and the two officers leisurely savor their meal when Gals speaks up. Captain, should we continue waiting for Sabo? It has already been 4 months. Could he have been captured? Valen swallows his food, shakes his head, and replies, "That's unlikely. If Sabo had been caught, there would be no silence regarding it. Have you not noticed? Nearly half of those who set out to ambush him have returned, while the other half is unaccounted for." Gals responds, "Captain, are you suggesting those individuals were eliminated by Sabo? That seems implausible. He cannot possibly fend off so many." Valen chuckles. "Numbers are not the key. Strength is what matters. Sabo has proven capable of killing the highest-ranking members of the Don Quixote family, so his strength is not to be underestimated. Even I may not be his match." Gals exclaims, "But Captain, it has already been 4 months. Some say he might be lingering on one of the uninhabited islands or has altered his course. Many have already departed. Should we continue waiting?" Valen contemplates for a moment before saying, "We wait. As long as there are still so many here, if they can wait, so can we." Gals leans closer to Valen, a hint of concern in his voice. "Captain, just as you said, Sabo's strength is formidable. If even you are not a match, we could very well perish here." Valen smiles slightly. "What is there to fear? We are not the only ones facing him. There are plenty of others here as well. Moreover, we have a ready-made enforcer. Dealing with Sabo should pose no problem." As Valen concluded his statement, he and Gars turned their attention to a table at the edge, where a robust and corpulent individual sat, ravenously devouring a feast, surrounded by a plethora of empty plates. Amidst his gluttony, he bellowed, "Food! Bring me food!" Yet, his voice bore an odd tone. This man was the formidable figure Valen had mentioned, currently not a member of Valen's pirate crew, but merely an ally. His strength was immensely potent. Even Valen himself could not contend with him. When they first encountered this man at sea, he was alone aboard a pirate ship, having annihilated all the pirates on it. If Valen had not offered him sustenance, the angry crocodile pirates would have surely met a similar fate as that ill-fated crew. Nevertheless, Valen was more than willing to cater to him. Should he find himself unable to match Sabo, he could easily enlist this man's assistance. Should they triumph, he would gain 500 million berries and the alliance of the Don Quixote family. Should they falter, Valen could escape with his crew amidst the chaos. In essence, Valen stood to gain, having crafted a most astute strategy. Naturally, the island was not solely occupied by the angry crocodile pirates. Several other pirate crews, numbering no less than 5 or 6, had also converged here, alongside a multitude of bounty hunters and shadowy factions lurking in the undercurrents, all with their eyes fixed on Sabo. 500 million berries constituted a significant bounty for pirates, yet not all were solely focused on the monetary reward. Some coveted the alliance with the Don Quixote family, which could grant them the protection of the 7 warlords of the sea or lucrative business opportunities. As the number of individuals swelled, the island began to descend into a state of disarray, with all parties treading cautiously to avoid provoking these outsiders. Fortunately, a naval base was situated nearby Hearst Island, which tempered the pirates' audacity. However, the Navy remained largely inactive, aware that an outbreak of hostilities could lead to a grand conflict, adversely affecting the island's inhabitants. Thus, their strategy consisted of merely maintaining a presence to intimidate the pirates without further action. Within a restaurant, a gathering of bounty hunters assembled, numbering no fewer than 50, spread across the first, second, and third floors. It appeared that an unspoken agreement had formed among the patrons. Pirates occupied their designated areas, while bounty hunters maintained theirs, coexisting in a delicate balance as they awaited Sabo's arrival. On the third floor, 6 renowned bounty hunters occupied separate tables, each having captured bounties exceeding 50 million, with some having apprehended notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. While savoring their meals, they engaged in conversation. "Do you think Sabo has been captured or altered his course? How is it that he has yet to arrive?" One remarked, "Many have already withdrawn. If we continue to wait, it may prove fruitless. Perhaps we should collaborate. There are still several pirate crews on the island, harboring numerous bounties, some even surpassing 100 million. Capturing them could yield significant profit, ensuring our journey was not in vain. Let us wait a little longer." At that moment, one of the bounty hunters casually glanced out towards the harbor and, upon noticing something, swiftly rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Sabo! Sabo has arrived." Chapter 73. Clearing the field, Sabo has arrived. In a short span of time, the news spread like wildfire, stirring the pirates, bounty hunters, and certain covert factions lurking in the shadows into a restless fervor. Yet, none dared to make the first move. While seizing the initiative is often advantageous, the ambiguity surrounding the enemy's strength, coupled with the watchful eyes of others, necessitated a strategy of restraint. Everyone awaited the opportune moment, hoping that someone else would take the initial plunge, testing the waters before they themselves acted. Even if one were to capture Sabo, it would likely precipitate a chaotic melee. After all, the allure of wealth, 500 million berries, and the alliance with the Don Quixote family is an extraordinary temptation. At the port of Heist Island, the ship Qingtian gradually docked. Sabo, Robin, Goda Duck, and 3 kung fu manatees stood on the deck, gazing at the bustling port filled with a myriad of vessels. Finally managing to secure a spot to anchor, Sabo gazed at the multitude of ships docked here, among which there were no fewer than 7 pirate vessels, not to mention the other peculiar crafts. It seemed that the island had orchestrated a grand welcome ceremony for him. Robin, observing the ships, smiled and remarked, "Sabo, it appears that Doflamingo's bounty on your head has indeed captured the interest of many. It seems that the ambushes along the way have been few. Most have likely chosen to await your arrival on this island." Sabo let out a slight hum, smiling as he remarked, "It matters not. I am curious to see the kind of formation they will assemble to greet me. A group of misguided fools. I shall make them aware of the limitations of a frog in a well." Robin's gaze flickered, lost in contemplation, while Goda Duck seemed to sense the impending battle, growing somewhat eager. The 3 kung fu manatees, however, stood respectfully behind Goda Duck, refraining from uttering a sound. During this time, the kung fu manatees had made considerable progress, having been rigorously trained by Goda Duck. Whenever they erred, Goda Duck employed his own methods of discipline, and having become wary of the consequences, they naturally grew much more obedient. Sabo cast a glance at the town on the island and spoke, "Robin, you all stay on the ship for now. I shall clear the area first. It would be unfortunate if you were caught in the chaos of a battle." With that, Sabo leaped onto the island, not sparing a backward glance as he strode toward the town, leaving Robin, the somewhat sullen Psyduck, and the 3 kung fu manatees watching his retreating figure. It was not that Sabo was particularly protective. Rather, the island was engulfed in turmoil. Although Robin possessed formidable abilities due to her devil fruit powers, she remained somewhat vulnerable, and in the event of an unforeseen situation, Sabo could not guarantee her safety. Under the influence of his observation haki, Sabo was acutely aware of the approximate number of individuals in the town, especially in densely populated areas, which undoubtedly housed those who were fixated on him. Moreover, combined with the perceptive nature of his haki, he discovered a unique capability, the ability to discern the strength of an individual's aura. To his astonishment, there existed a presence on the island that surpassed his own in strength, prompting a surge of caution within him, which is why he resolved to venture forth alone. While the intensity of an aura does not wholly dictate one's prowess, a stronger aura typically signifies greater physical fortitude. This piqued Sabo's curiosity regarding the identity of the individual whose aura eclipsed his own. Fueled by intrigue, Sabo entered the town, walking down the street, fully aware of numerous eyes fixated on him. People lining the streets, patrons in the shops and restaurants, all readily observable. Yet, these onlookers refrained from making any rash moves. Like wolves encircling their prey, none could assure themselves of claiming this particular quarry, and thus they opted for patience, unwilling to be the first to expose themselves. Upon witnessing this, Sabo could not help but smile knowingly. It seemed that these individuals were each fighting their own battles, not a united front, which made matters considerably simpler. As he approached the center, he halted his steps, surveyed his surroundings, and then spoke. "I have already arrived. Why do you hesitate to show yourselves? Are you frightened? If so, then be gone." His words stirred a tempest, igniting a fervent blaze akin to a spark in dry kindling. How audacious he was! He stood alone. While we are many, who would fear him? That insolent wretch has become overly arrogant. Allow me to make him aware of reality. In no time, thousands surged forth from all directions, some cracking their knuckles, others gripping their weapons tightly, surrounding Sabo in an impenetrable mass. The ordinary townsfolk, witnessing this commotion, hastily fled toward the outskirts of the town. Upon witnessing the scene, Sabo could not help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Huh! So many people. I did not anticipate that Doflamingo's bounty would prove so enticing. On my way here, I had already dealt with 700 or 800 adversaries. Yet I am surprised to find so many more gathered here. What an honor indeed. The captain of the angry crocodile pirates, Varlon, interjected, Sabo, your confidence borders on arrogance. While you possess a bounty of 150 million, it is primarily due to your actions against the celestial dragons. As for Toripol, it is rumored that your victory was not achieved through sheer strength, but rather through some cunning stratagem. Besides, with so many of us present, do you truly believe you can escape? Upon hearing this, Sabo chuckled softly and remarked, Indeed, you are quite right in what you have said thus far. But there is one point in which you have erred. Varen inquired, Which point? Sabo sneered, Which aspect do you refer to? Naturally, no matter how many minions you have, they are ultimately worthless. Though you may be numerous, how many among you truly pose a threat to me? Why should I flee? Upon hearing this, most of those present were incensed, for Sabo's words were a blatant affront to their existence. They had survived in the Grand Line for so long, only to be belittled by a mere newcomer. How could they accept such indignity? Amidst the cacophony surrounding him, Sabo extended his pinky to clean his ear, then blew on it lightly, murmuring, It's too noisy. Let us clear the air first. Suddenly, an aura emanated from Sabo, his black coat billowing without wind. As he lifted his head, an invisible force rapidly spread outward, silencing the surroundings in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the thousands around him collapsed, like a cascade of dominoes, swiftly reducing their ranks to merely a handful standing. Valen glanced around at the fallen bodies, swallowing hard. His gaze toward Sabo now tinged with fear. In a trembling voice, he stammered, Why you possess Conqueror's haki? His tone carried disbelief. Valen had lingered in the earlier parts of the Grand Line because he had ventured into the New World, only to suffer a crushing defeat and return. He had intended to strengthen his abilities before daring to return to the New World, yet his power had scarcely grown since then. Although he had attempted to master haki, he had failed. Despite this, he understood its concept. However, he never expected to encounter someone today who wielded Conqueror's haki, a rare trait possessed by only 1 in a million. It's crucial to note that possible does not equate to certain. Otherwise, Conqueror's haki would be commonplace. Chapter 74. Instant annihilation among the remaining individuals. Most were perplexed by Valen's exclamation, yet they grasped that it was undoubtedly Sabo's doing. Regardless of how he achieved it, it struck a heavy blow to their morale, as the fear of the unknown prompted thoughts of retreat. While these individuals withstood Sabo's Conqueror's haki, it left a profound impact on their psyche. Though they did not faint, their bodies exhibited varying degrees of turmoil, and their fighting spirit had been largely shattered. Nevertheless, 2 individuals did comprehend Valen's words. Although haki was considered somewhat obscure in the earlier parts of the Grand Line, it was not entirely unknown. Upon realizing that Sabo had just employed Conqueror's haki, they were profoundly shaken. Sabo gazed at the remaining few individuals, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Quite remarkable. There are still 13 left. No, I stand corrected, 15. While the street indeed bore witness to 13 souls, Sabo's perception extended beyond mere sight. With the mastery of observation haki, he could discern the presence of others nearby. The townsfolk had fled, leaving behind those who harbored ulterior motives. Among those absent from the streets was an individual whose aura surpassed even Sabo's, while another lingered within a nearby restaurant, uncertain whether to observe from the sidelines, hoping to reap the benefits, or merely a passerby. Sabo cast a glance over the 13 individuals on the street. They were likely formidable figures. Not the captains or first mates of pirate crews, but rather skilled bounty hunters. However, judging by their demeanor, it seemed that most of them had already lost their fighting spirit. Sabo smiled faintly. All right, the area has been cleared. Now it is time to get serious. Will you confront me one by one, or shall you come at me collectively? Come forth. With that, he extended a hand towards them. Upon hearing Sabo's words, some among the 13 could not help but take a few steps back. After all, the impact Sabo had just delivered was overwhelming, instilling a sense of fear within them, making the prospect of battle seem insurmountable. Valen's expression shifted dramatically. He had originally intended to leverage their numerical advantage, believing that even if they were outmatched in strength, they could wear Sabo down through sheer numbers. However, he did not anticipate that Sabo's display of Conqueror's haki would nullify their overwhelming advantage. Among the remaining individuals, while many possessed commendable strength, some had already begun to waver in their resolve. If they were to retreat, Valen knew he would be utterly incapable of facing Sabo alone. Thus, steeling himself, he proclaimed, "Do not fear." The power he just wielded must have drained a significant amount of his stamina. If we unite our efforts, we can surely overcome him. With a ferocious roar, Valen began to swell in size, transforming in an instant into a humanoid crocodile over 3 meters tall. A manifestation of the animal-type devil fruit known as the crocodile fruit, the very source of his moniker, Angry Croc. His fierce cry, coupled with his earlier words, dispelled the lingering fear among the others. They reasoned that the peculiar strength Sabo had displayed must have come at a cost, and the allure of Doflamingo's bounty rekindled their desires. As they all seemed to ready their weapons, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Valen's eyes. He glanced at his fully armed first mate, Iron Man Gals, and bellowed, "Everyone, charge together." With that, Valen, accompanied by Gals, charged towards Sabo, prompting the others to seize their weapons and rush forward as well. Sabo's form shifted slightly, deftly evading a barrage of bullets fired by a bounty hunter. He cast a fleeting glance at the approaching figure, a smile gracing his lips as he softly uttered, "Let the bullets take flight." Bang, bang, bang. From the direction of the port, the sky pillar revealed an opening on its deck, where mechanical racks began to ascend slowly. Each rack bore a long-barreled rifle, totaling 18, all meticulously aimed at the town, their bodies interconnected with an array of precision instruments. These 18 long-barreled rifles were all sniper rifles, recently crafted by Sabo himself, intended for long-range engagement of adversaries, thereby conserving ammunition while also adding an element of flair. With Sabo's words, the 18 rifles fired simultaneously. In an instant, 13 individuals collapsed, 12 of them succumbing to a single shot to the head. The sole survivor was Valen, who instinctively sensed the lethal threat at the moment of the sniper attack and barely managed to evade the fatal bullet by a slight shift of his body. However, to his misfortune, the Sky Pillar had already deployed 3 sniper rifles targeting him upon witnessing Valen's transformation, and the ammunition had been replaced with sea prism stone bullets. Although Valen narrowly escaped the lethal shot, the 2 bullets that struck him landed heavily on his shoulder and thigh. As the sea prism stone bullets penetrated his body, Valen's crocodile transformation was abruptly undone, leaving him weak and powerless. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, gazing feebly at Sabo, and weakly murmured, You were well prepared." Upon seeing this, Sabo smiled faintly and remarked, "It is not worth my time to waste on you inept individuals. Simplicity is key. It saves both time and effort, does it not?" Valen, upon hearing this, sat up and, with a weak smile, responded, "Heh, do you think I came unprepared? I have an ace up my sleeve, just in case. After all, you are the one who evaded the Navy's pursuit and has slain the highest officials of the Don Quixote family." Upon hearing this, Sabo could not help but glance towards the nearby restaurant. Moments ago, Valen and his associates had emerged from that very establishment. The presence he sensed, slightly more formidable than his own, lingered within those walls. Could it be that this individual before him was in league with that person? Furthermore, there was another figure of interest. Sabo cast a sidelong glance at the window on the 3rd floor of the adjacent restaurant, where a young man stood by the bed. Surveying the scene below, his intentions shrouded in mystery. Sabo chuckled and remarked, "Are you referring to that individual in the restaurant? Indeed, he is quite a formidable opponent. It has been a long time since I have encountered someone of equal caliber, and I hope he does not disappoint me." Upon hearing this, Varlin grimaced and said, "Haha, the mastery of observation haki. You truly are impressive, Sabo. To think that someone who has only ventured into the Grand Line for less than 6 months has already learned to wield haki. Truly, you are an undeniable genius." Upon hearing this, Sabo smiled faintly. He had merged with the original soul of Sabo and obtained his physical form. Naturally, he inherited the innate talents of the original Sabo. Although he was unaware of his original abilities, one could not expect anything less than a sum greater than its parts. Furthermore, he possessed a system, albeit one that was occasionally unreliable. Sabo gazed at Valen, who appeared utterly exhausted, and spoke with a hint of urgency. "Enough of this idle chatter. Summon your trump card without delay. I find myself quite eager." Perhaps it was due to his adaptation to this world, or perhaps owing to his own enhanced abilities. Sabo yearned for a rival of equal, or even superior caliber to engage in combat, to truly test his strength. The individual within the restaurant was evidently the ideal sharpening stone for such a purpose. Chapter 75. An unexpected adversary. Upon hearing Sabo's words, Valen mustered all his strength and shouted, "Weevil, stop eating. Come out quickly and defeat Sabo. You can indulge to your heart's content afterward." Weevil? Upon hearing this, Sabo was momentarily taken aback. In the world of One Piece, there exists a character named Weevil, whose full name is Edward Weevil. Following the Marineford War, he became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, often referred to as Whitebeard II. Rumors abound that he is the son of the famed Whitebeard, with a staggering bounty of 480 million. Indeed, Weevil's strength is formidable. According to Kizaru, Edward Weevil possesses the power reminiscent of Whitebeard in his prime, lacking only the abilities granted by the Tremor fruit. 9 years prior to Weevil's introduction, which is now 2 years ago, a training vessel led by the 65-year-old Marine instructor Zephyr was attacked by Edward Weevil. Tragically, all of Zephyr's beloved students, save for Ein and Binz, were slain, and Zephyr himself sustained severe injuries to his right arm. In the 2 years following the Marineford War, Edward Weevil joined the ranks of the 7 warlords, becoming a significant asset to the world government. This prompted Zephyr to abandon the Marines and establish the Ennio Marines, with the intention of putting an end to the era of great pirates. According to Kizaru, Weevil possesses the strength akin to that of a young Whitebeard. While it remains uncertain whether Kizaru refers to Whitebeard's peak power, even if he does not, Weevil's prowess is undoubtedly not to be underestimated, easily placing him at the level of an admiral. However, Sabo finds himself perplexed. 2 years after the Marineford War, Weevil boasts admiral-level strength, which is not surprising. But did he also possess such power when he attacked Zephyr? Although Zephyr had begun to decline in strength, he still retained formidable capabilities, being a contemporary of Sengoku, Garp, Roger, and Whitebeard. These thoughts swirl in Sabo's mind, yet what he most desires to ascertain is whether the Weevil mentioned by Valen is indeed the same individual. If so, his questions multiply. Moments later, the restaurant door swung open, revealing a tall and robust figure emerging. He was stout, with a bulky upper body and slender legs. His hair cascaded down to his waist, with braids framing his face, and he had mucus dripping from his nose. As Weevil stepped out, he clutched a large bone, gnawing on it while grumbling, "You interrupted my meal. I'm angry now. Where's that Sabo you mentioned? Once I capture him for you, you must ensure I am well fed, or I shall kill you." Valen's expression darkened, yet he forced a smile, replying, Of course. You can eat as much as you want. That Sabo is the one over there. Hurry." Upon hearing this, Weevil glanced at Sabo and muttered, "You're really weak. You can't even handle such a small fry." Valen's face turned an even deeper shade of black. Were it not for Weevil's overwhelming strength, he would not have continued to support him like a patron. Weevil scrutinized Sabo, who was equally observing him. This Weevil bore some resemblance to the infamous Edward Weevil. Yet there were notable differences. Edward Weevil sported a white mustache shaped like a crescent moon, albeit finer and longer, while the present Weevil had no facial hair. He lacked the naginata associated with Whitebeard and was not accompanied by the diminutive and unattractive Miss Bakken. Edward Weevil bore several disturbing scars, suggesting he had endured severe injuries. While this Weevil appeared unscathed, and his demeanor hinted at a lack of intelligence, could it be that they merely shared a likeness in name and form? Upon witnessing this, Sabo, not in a hurry to take action, addressed Weibel, saying, "Your name is Weibel, is it not?" Weibel nodded in response and replied, "Indeed, I am called Weibel. You are rather bothersome. Will we engage in combat or not? If not, I shall resume my meal." Upon hearing this, Sabo smiled and said, "There is no rush. Let us converse for a while. Your name is Weibel. May I inquire about your surname and whether you have any relatives?" Weibel, chewing on his meat, replied indistinctly, "Surname? What is that? I am an orphan, without any kin." An orphan? Could he truly be the Weibel in question? Sabo furrowed his brow and continued to inquire. But before he could finish his words, Weibel, already growing impatient, cast aside the hefty bone he had been holding. With a hint of irritation in his voice, he exclaimed, "You are exceedingly bothersome. I am quite vexed." Having uttered this, Weibel propelled his massive figure forward, charging directly at Sabo. His powerful arms rose, fists clenched tightly, and he launched a formidable punch aimed squarely at Sabo. Sabo remained composed, his expression revealing a hint of surprise not due to Weibel's speed. After all, in the world of pirates, a massive physique does not necessarily equate to sluggishness, but rather because of the sight of Weibel's fist, which was unexpectedly enveloped in armament haki. It was astonishing that this Weibel had mastered the use of armament haki, The aura coiling around his fist was undoubtedly that of haki. A realization Sabo could affirm with certainty. This version of Weibel was indeed drawing ever closer to the memory Sabo held. Regardless of whether this Weibel was the one he remembered, Sabo was eager to engage in a fierce battle, a perfect opportunity to test the fruits of his recent training. As Weibel launched his attack, Sabo did not flinch or retreat. Instead, he assumed a fighting stance, his right hand forming a fist, wrapped in armament haki, and met the assault head-on. The collision was thunderous. Sabo's fist collided with Weibel's, creating a massive shockwave that cracked the ground beneath them. The resulting force sent nearby stalls tumbling, and several individuals who had fallen were blown aside. In that instant, a significant clearing materialized around Sabo and Weibel. Weibel, taken aback by Sabo's ability to withstand his blow, expressed his astonishment. "Wow, your strength is impressive. I never expected you to block my punch. Truly remarkable." Sabo smiled faintly. "You are quite impressive as well. It has been a long time since I encountered an opponent worthy of a true battle. It seems we shall have a thrilling confrontation today. Come." As his words fell, Sabo swiftly lifted his right leg, unleashing a wind slash that shot forth at close range, aimed directly at Weibel's chest. However, Weibel reacted with remarkable speed, merely sidestepping to evade Sabo's wind slash. While he managed to escape, the unfortunate Valen behind him was not so lucky. The wind slash grazed the ground, leaving a long scar before striking Valen, who was unable to dodge in time. A piercing scream escaped Valen, capturing Weibel's attention. In that moment, Sabo's second punch landed squarely on Weibel's chest. The immense force sent Weibel sliding back several meters, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. With a hint of rage illuminating his eyes, Weibel bellowed, "Ah, how infuriating! You dare to injure me. I shall surely make you pay." Upon witnessing this, Sabo furrowed his brow. Such a formidable punch had merely inflicted a minor injury upon Weibel. Truly, he possessed an extraordinarily resilient physique. What startled him further was that, under the influence of Kinbunshika haki, Weibel's aura seemed to swell slightly. Chapter 76, a scion? Could it be an illusion? Contemplating this, Sabo delivered another kick, unleashing a gust of wind more potent than before, aimed directly at Weibel. This time, however, Weibel made no attempt to evade. Instead, he charged forward, his right fist enveloped in Busashoko haki. With a single blow, he shattered the wind slash, dispersing it into shimmering blue particles that vanished into the air. Having obliterated the wind slash, Weibel did not pause. He propelled himself forward with tremendous force, causing the ground to fracture beneath him and stir up clouds of dust. With his fists wreathed in dense Busashoka haki, he lunged at Sabo with reckless abandon. Enveloped in an intense aura of murderous intent, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty lion, brimming with aggression. Upon witnessing this, Sabo chose not to evade. His doubts required validation. Moreover, Weibel had not yet reached a level that would compel him to withdraw. In terms of strength and the mastery of armament haki, Sabo believed he was on par with Weibel. With a powerful thrust of his foot, Sabo propelled himself directly towards Weibel. Much like Weibel, his fists were enveloped in the formidable armor of haki, and thus began a fierce exchange of blows. Sabo showed no signs of trepidation. Each collision generated a tremendous impact, transforming the once pristine street into a scene of devastation. The buildings lining either side suffered equally, their windows shattered and walls marked with deep fissures. Yet, with each strike, Sabo felt an increasing sense of alarm. What had begun as an evenly matched confrontation was gradually tilting in favor of Weibel. It appeared that Weibel's strength was steadily escalating. Through his observation haki, Sabo discerned that Weibel's aura was indeed intensifying. This was no mere illusion. Growing stronger in battle, akin to a scion, he pondered. As Weibel unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, Sabo could feel a peculiar numbness creeping into his arms. Weibel was overpowering him. Another punch came forth, and Sabo retaliated with a strike of his own. This time, however, he sensed a greater force behind Weibel's blow, and he found himself at a disadvantage, being knocked back and sliding several meters across the ground. Observing this, Weibel bellowed, "I will kill you. I will kill you." His massive form surged forward, seemingly relentless in his pursuit of victory. In an instant, Sabo cast a glance at Weibel, exerting force beneath his feet to evade Weibel's assault. This time, he refrained from directly confronting Weibel's attack, for he discerned that Weibel's current condition was somewhat amiss. Sabo skillfully deflected Weibel's onslaught, catching him off guard. The momentum propelled Weibel forward, and his powerful punch struck the wall of a nearby house, instantly demolishing it and sending dust and debris swirling into the air. Amidst the cloud of dust, Weibel turned to Sabo and bellowed, "I will kill you, you damned bastard." Sabo's brow furrowed at Weibel's furious declaration, sensing an unsettling expansion in his aura. What could this mean? Observing Weibel's current state, particularly the bloodshot eyes, Sabo's expression shifted. Weibel was clearly in a state of rage, his eyes resembling those of a beast ready to attack, filled with lethal intent. Regaining his composure, Weibel charged at Sabo once more, his robust arms swinging wildly as he unleashed a barrage of attacks like a relentless storm, offering Sabo no respite. Instead of meeting Weibel's assault head-on, Sabo adeptly evaded the strikes, continuously assessing Weibel's movements. There was something amiss about Weibel's current condition. While a surge in power during battle was plausible, it seemed that along with his strength, his rationality was gradually dissipating. Before Sabo stood a frenzied creature, attacking savagely without any semblance of strategy. Stop dodging around. I'm getting angry." With this roar, Sabo noticed Weibel's speed had abruptly intensified. Even with his observation haki, he found it challenging to evade, resorting to crossing his arms defensively, enveloped in armament haki, to absorb Weibel's impending blow. Boom. Weibel's punch sent Sabo flying into a nearby shop, where he crashed amidst the wreckage. Upon witnessing this, Weibel erupted into gleeful laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, I hit you. I am the strongest." From the debris of the shop, fragments of wood were suddenly shifted, revealing Sabo, who brushed off the dust and wore a faint smile. Weibel's punch had indeed been powerful, but Sabo had anticipated it and utilized his armament haki for defense. Though his arms throbbed with pain and he appeared somewhat disheveled, he had sustained no serious injuries. His smile stemmed from a newfound realization, as Weibel reveled in his triumph. Sabo unexpectedly sensed a slight weakening in Weibel's aura, a crucial discovery. If his suspicions were correct, Weibel's surge in strength was not permanent, but rather temporary, triggered by certain necessary conditions. This insight made him more manageable, but first, Sabo needed to confirm his hypothesis. As he dusted himself off and stepped outside, Sabo's mind raced with strategies. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a sly smile crept across his face. Seeing Sabo emerge unscathed, Weibel appeared pleased, stating, "Hey, you really are tough. I've never encountered anyone as formidable as you, but I will prove that I am the strongest, and I will defeat you." No sooner had he spoken than Weibel bent his legs, suddenly exerting force, launching himself toward Sabo, his fists now radiating even more potent armament haki. Sabo deftly sidestepped the incoming punch, which crashed into the ground, causing the street to shatter and sending clouds of dust into the air. Nearby buildings trembled, some even showing signs of collapse. Frustrated by the missed strike, Weibel's expression darkened as he pivoted and charged at Sabo once again. Upon witnessing this, Sabo smiled faintly. He positioned his hands in a manner reminiscent of a blade, and in an instant, a radiant blue light enveloped him. He surged forth towards Weibel with astonishing speed, surpassing even his own instantaneous movement. In the blink of an eye, he brushed past Weibel. Thunder Law's secret technique, dance of wind and thunder. Thud. Ouch. That hurts. Weibel suddenly exclaimed, as several lacerations appeared on his arms and body, resembling wounds inflicted by a blade. Blood flowed from these injuries, causing Weibel to cry out in agony. Upon witnessing this, Sabo revealed a hint of a smile. The lightning method's secret body was an invention of Sabo's during his training in the transformation of chakra nature. By stimulating the vitality of his physical form with lightning chakra, he achieved swifter movement. This technique bore a resemblance to the fourth Reikage body technique, albeit it remained merely in its nascent stage. As for the wind and thunder dance, it merely involved infusing the dual attributes of wind and lightning chakra onto his hands, transforming them into two sharp blades, subsequently enveloped in the armament haki. The sharpness of the wind, the penetrating power and lethality of lightning, combined with the enhancement of the armament haki, rendered its might truly formidable. Chapter 77. Weevil. Observing Weevil in a frenzied state from his injuries, Sabo's expression turned knowing. Under the observation haki, Weevil's aura inexplicably swelled by nearly 1/10, a phenomenon that was indeed astonishing, confirming Sabo's suspicions. Based on Sabo's observations, it appeared that Weevil's strength surged when enraged. The greater his fury, the more formidable his power became. Conversely, during moments of joy, his anger diminished, leading to a slight weakening of his aura. This indicated that anger was the source of Weevil's strength. At present, Weevil bore several wounds inflicted by Sabo, though merely superficial. The pain stoked his rage, causing his aura to surge dramatically. Given Weevil's displayed intellect, it was evident that he possessed a temperament prone to anger, especially when wounded. After succumbing to fury, Weevil's aura became imbued with primal ferocity, resembling a wild beast consumed by rage, his eyes bloodshot and glaring fiercely at Sabo. The intensity of his gaze was even more terrifying than that of a raging sea king, brimming with malevolence. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath Weevil shattered as he launched forth like a missile. His right fist, now shrouded in an ever-thickening layer of armament haki, ultimately transformed into a solid, pitch-black manifestation enveloping his fist. This was the hardening of the armament haki. Sabo observed Weevil's onslaught, reminiscent of a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Without the slightest hint of panic, he softly uttered 2 words, purification. With that, he extended his palm, directly intercepting Weevil's powerful punch. The massive form of Weevil came to a sudden halt before Sabo, only to crash to the ground with a resounding thud. Upon witnessing this, Sabo's face broke into a smile. His conjecture had indeed proven correct. Furthermore, he increasingly believed that this Weevil was destined to become one of the future 7 warlords of the sea. Contemplating this notion allowed many things to fall into place. In the anime, Edward Weevil is introduced alongside an elderly, unattractive, and diminutive woman who claims to be Whitebeard's most beloved, asserting herself as Weevil's mother. However, her demeanor reveals her to be haughty, ambitious, and excessively fond of wealth, often manipulating Weevil under the guise of affection to serve her own interests. If she were truly his mother, her character would undoubtedly preclude her from allowing Weevil to attack Zifa, as such an action would be utterly thankless. Considering Weevil's current display, it is evident that he is a rather naive and impulsive individual, willing to assist others in battle against Sabo for the sake of food, and prone to anger when injured. Such a simple-minded person is clearly easy to deceive. Though Weevil's fury may have amplified his strength, it also rendered him devoid of reason, which likely explains his propensity to harm the innocent. Consequently, Sabo employed his summoning skill, purification, directly dispelling Weevil's rage. Once the anger dissipated, his strength naturally diminished. If his assumptions held true, he had struck gold. An individual with the potential of a formidable commander presented to him. Sabo would certainly not be courteous in such a scenario. Given Weevil's innocent disposition, persuading him to join their ranks would be exceedingly simple. At that moment, Weevil rose to his feet, plopping down onto the ground. The wounds inflicted by Sabo had ceased to bleed, indicating that his body's recuperative abilities were quite robust. Gazing at his injuries, sniffling and teary-eyed, he murmured, "Ah, it hurts so much." Seeing him like this, Sabo could not help but display a smile. Indeed, Weevil possessed a childlike mentality. It was uncertain whether this was an innate trait or a result of his upbringing. Thus, he spoke up, "Weevil, do you wish to continue?" Upon hearing this, Weevil immediately shook his head, exclaiming, "No more, no more. I fear the pain." Upon witnessing this, Sabo inquired, "Weevil, have you ever consumed a devil fruit? You know, those fruits that have an unpleasant taste." Weevil nodded in response, "I have, and the taste was utterly dreadful. I heard others refer to it as the rage fruit. I never wish to taste that abomination again." The rage fruit, indeed a fitting name, appears to be a paramecia-type devil fruit that amplifies one's strength when enraged, making it particularly suitable for someone as naive as Weevil. After all, most individuals maintain their composure during combat, rendering the rage fruit ineffective. Only someone like Weevil could find various provocations to incite his fury, making the fruit an ideal match for him. However, Weevil's encounter with Sabo seemed to spell disaster for him, as Sabo's previously overlooked summoning skill, purification, proved to be an effective counter against Weevil's rage fruit. The moment Weevil became enraged, Sabo could neutralize the fruit's effects with a single use of purification. Sabo even began to suspect that Weevil's childish demeanor was a consequence of the rage fruit, as some devil fruits can indeed have a profound impact on their users. For instance, the toy fruit user, Sugar, is actually 22 years old yet appears to be merely a 10-year-old girl. Meanwhile, Magellan, the user of the poison fruit, inadvertently contaminates food with toxic gas during meals and suffers from chronic diarrhea for 10 hours each day. The slippery fruit transformed an overweight woman into a striking beauty. It is evident that certain devil fruit abilities can affect the user's characteristics. Weevil's simplistic nature may very well stem from the rage fruit, stunting his mental growth. As a rational person would not frequently succumb to anger, especially in battle. Nevertheless, this trait of Weevil could be advantageous for Sabo, who, armed with his purification skill, could effectively subdue Weevil. Moreover, Sabo was confident that his rate of progress would far surpass that of Weevil, and by a significant margin. Observing Weevil's demeanor, Sabo proposed, "Weevil, how about you follow me from now on?" Weevil, looking down at Sabo, replied, "That sounds good, but you must ensure that I am well fed. I cannot endure hunger." Upon hearing this, Sabo burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. Very well. From this moment forth, you shall call me boss. Eat as much as you desire, and at your leisure." Upon hearing this, Weevil joyfully rose to his feet. "Yes, boss." With the promise of food and shelter, Sabo had secured a formidable ally with immense potential. Observing Weevil's demeanor, it was evident that he had not undergone any formal training. This was advantageous, as it allowed Sabo the freedom to mold him. It would not be long before a true powerhouse emerged. With Weevil now under his command, Sabo's spirits soared. Initially anticipating a fierce battle, fate had smiled upon him, presenting a subordinate brimming with promise. Such fortune was indeed extraordinary. However, amidst his excitement, Sabo remained aware of another presence nearby. This individual had been observing from above since the onset of the conflict, and during his confrontation with Weevil, Sabo had kept a wary eye on him. Now that Weevil was secured, it was time to attend to this lingering figure. Chapter 78. The establishment of the pirate crew. As Sabo turned, he gazed upon a quaint 3-story restaurant and called out, "Friends upstairs," after observing for so long. "Will you not reveal yourselves?" No sooner had he spoken than a figure leapt from the third-floor window, landing gracefully on the street below. It was a young man, adorned with a peculiar hat, a patch over his right eye, an elongated face, draped in a black cloak, and wielding a long firearm. Upon seeing this individual, particularly the distinctive hat he wore, Sabo was reminded of someone, though his certainty wavered. He inquired, "Pray tell, who might you be?" The man did not respond directly, but instead posed a counter-question. "How can you ascertain that I am a friend and not a foe? Be mindful that this town harbors many who harbor ill intentions toward you. How can you be sure I am not one of them?" Sabo smiled faintly and replied, "It is because you harbor no murderous intent. Those who sought to harm me have already fallen. Since you bear no malice towards me, you remain standing. Ever since I acquired the heart of slaughter, I have become acutely sensitive to the aura of death. Even the slightest hint of murderous intent is palpable to me. Throughout my encounters thus far, no one has directed a shred of hostility towards me." A fleeting smile appeared on the cold face of the man. And then he spoke in a chilling tone, "I am Van Oka, known by the moniker The Sound Beyond. I am a bounty hunter. Initially, I was drawn to your bounty. But upon meeting you, I had a change of heart. This is a choice of fate. Otherwise, I fear I would have met the same fate as those who have fallen." Upon hearing this, Sabo raised an eyebrow, surprised that a mere bounty from Don Quixote da Flamingo had delivered 2 formidable future figures right to his doorstep. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. In the world of One Piece, Van Oka, the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, wields the long rifle Mosin, capable of silently striking targets several kilometers away. His monocular telescope allows him to discern distant objects, and his catchphrase is such as fate. Now, 9 years prior, Van Oka was merely a young man, still somewhat inexperienced. Yet he had already developed the demeanor of a sniper. According to the unfolding narrative, he would eventually encounter Blackbeard and become the sniper of his crew. Observing the long rifle in Van Oka's hands, Sabo smiled and remarked, "It seems that fate has not forsaken you. You are a sniper, are you not? My ship happens to be in need of a marksman. Would you be interested?" Upon hearing Sabo's words, a hint of confusion flickered across Van Oka's face as he inquired, "In need of a sniper? Then who just fired the shot?" Sabo chuckled softly, "Indeed, there are no snipers aboard my ship. As for who fired the shot earlier, you shall discover that upon boarding. So what will it be? We stand at a crossroads of fate. How will you choose?" Van Oka responded with a hint of detachment. "Our encounter today is, in itself, a decision of destiny, Captain Sabo." Upon hearing this, Sabo burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, such is fate. The prospect of acquiring 2 promising subordinates on one island filled Sabo with unbounded joy, prompting him to lead Weevil and Van Augur directly back to the ship. On board the Moby Dick, Robin gazed at the trio and cheerfully remarked, "Sabo, congratulations. You ventured out and returned with 2 companions. That is quite impressive." She then graciously introduced herself. "Greetings, I am Nico Robin, a name you surely recognize. It was evident that nothing on the island had escaped the scrutiny of her devil fruit abilities. Upon hearing her name, Van Augur nodded in acknowledgement. The son of the devil, Nico Robin, a pleasure to meet you. Meanwhile, Weibel stood there, his expression one of bewilderment, at a loss for words. Sabo pointed to the Psyduck in the Kung Fu Manatee, saying, "This is Psyduck, my first companion, and beside him are his 3 disciples, the Kung Fu Manatees." He then gestured towards the vessel beneath them, the Skyward, adding, "Of course, there is one most crucial partner. This ship, Skyward, which just fired that shot." Suddenly, the voice of Skyward resonated. "Greetings, I am Skyward. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know." Weevil, upon hearing the ship speak, naturally displayed a look of curiosity, while Van Oka wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Sabo discerned the confusion on Van Oka's face and proceeded to elucidate. Chi-Tion is a unique mechanical life form capable of transforming freely. He controls the ship's weaponry and navigates during our voyages. His expertise in firearms is remarkable. Oka, should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek his assistance. Van Oka, taken aback, nodded in astonishment. The existence of a mechanical life form surpassed the bounds of his comprehension. It was not a power derived from a devil fruit, which made it all the more incredulous. At that moment, Sabo continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, the fact that we are gathered on this vessel today is a testament to fate. Henceforth, I shall officially establish a pirate crew, to be named Dragon Soul. Chi-Tion, raise the flag." As soon as Sabo's words fell, a small slit suddenly appeared on the solitary flagpole standing on the deck, and a uniquely crafted pirate flag unfurled in the wind. Upon the flag, a green dragon coiled around his skull. Thus, the Dragon Soul pirate crew was officially established. Originally, Sabo intended to gather a few promising crew members to form a pirate crew and complete the task of I am the captain. Now, with nearly half of the task's time frame elapsed and crew members including Nico Robin, Weibel, Van Oka, and 3 Kung Fu Manatees, along with Goda Duck and the mighty Chi-Tion, he had more than enough. Furthermore, Sabo was hopeful for a reward bonus, based on previous experiences. Completing the task early or achieving a high completion rate would yield additional rewards from the system. With half the time remaining and considering the immense potential of his chosen crew, the system should not disappoint him. With a thought, Sabo submitted the task, and the familiar sound of the system's notification echoed in his ears. Ding. 1-star task I am the captain completed. Congratulations, host, you have received a random reward 1. And a chance for a lottery 1. Random reward generated. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a League of Legends item Black Cleaver. Ding. Host has established the Dragon Soul pirate crew. Successfully passed the novice period, and the system is beginning to upgrade. System upgrade complete. Host module updated. Task module updated. We hope the host will continue to strive forward. Sabo felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Where was the promised reward bonus? Why was it merely the fixed reward for the task? Moreover, what did it mean to have passed the novice period and undergone a system upgrade? It was also confusing. Random system, who told you that? It's merely a figment of your imagination, young one. It's time to wake up. Daydreaming is not a good habit. Suppressing a tinge of disappointment, Sabo gazed at his crew before him, and his gloominess was instantly lifted. What was gained was fortunate. What was lost was fate. Besides, today had already brought him great fortune. Why should he fret over a trivial system reward? As long as the original rewards remained substantial. That was enough. Sabo remarked with a smile, "Well, the Dragon Soul Pirates have officially been established. To celebrate this momentous occasion, let us all head to the island for a grand shopping spree. Upon our return to the ship, we shall indulge in a proper celebration. The commotion we have caused is quite substantial, and it is only a matter of time before the nearby navy arrives. We must set sail swiftly to avoid further entanglements." It is not that Sabo fears the navy, rather, he wishes to avoid unnecessary trouble. Furthermore, he harbors no particular animosity towards them. Although there are indeed rogues and extremists within their ranks, the majority of the navy has safeguarded many lives. They bear the weight of justice. And Sabo sees no reason to oppose them outright, lest he be perceived as a villain. Chapter 79, System Changes. Sabo is not a murderer. Nor does he harbor any interest in perpetually opposing the navy. Although he has embarked on the path of piracy, he adheres to his own principles. If he can avoid conflict, why invite trouble upon himself? Robin, accompanied by Goda Duck and 3 Kung Fu Manatees, ventured out to procure supplies. While Van Oka immersed himself in the study of a sniper rifle designed by Sky Pillar, captivated by its craftsmanship. For a marksman, a rifle is his lifeline. and the quality of the sniper rifles produced by Skypillar far surpasses those of this world. Meanwhile, Weevil sat on the deck, voraciously devouring the exquisite delicacies sent to him by Skypillar, exclaiming in bliss, "Captain, this food is absolutely delectable." For Weevil, the sheer joy of being satiated with delightful cuisine embodies true happiness, a remarkably simple notion. Yet, such a straightforward disposition makes him quite endearing to others. As Sabo returned to the cabin, a colossal axe materialized before him. It was the reward he had just acquired, known as the Black Chopper. Its attributes appeared quite impressive. Black Chopper, health strength 400, attack power 40, reaction speed 20. Unique passive, inflicts physical damage to a single enemy while simultaneously applying a cutting effect that reduces the target's defense by 4, lasting for 6 seconds, maximum of 6 stacks. Reducing defense by 24. Unique passive frenzy, inflicts physical damage, increases movement speed by 20 for 2 seconds, upon slaying an enemy. Movement speed increases by 60 for an additional 2 seconds. Although he was uncertain how these attributes would translate within the world of One Piece. The unique passive alone was formidable, capable of weakening an opponent's defense by over 1/5, even if the adversary employed haki for defense. Such an inexplicable reduction in defense would undoubtedly lead to significant disadvantage. However, gazing at the towering black double-bladed axe that stood over 2 meters tall, Sabo couldn't help but sigh. While he could wield it, brandishing a weapon nearly half his height seemed utterly ludicrous. Yet, this formidable black chopper would indeed be well suited for the towering Weevil, who had previously wielded a naginata. Transitioning to a double-bladed axe should pose no issue. Especially considering the impressive potency of the black chopper, Weevil would undoubtedly unleash its full potential. With the black chopper in hand, Sabo ascended to the deck. Observing Weevil indulging in a feast, he placed the axe beside him and spoke. "Weevil, this is a weapon I have procured for you, named Black Chopper." Weevil didn't even glance at the black chopper, merely nodding in acknowledgement while he continued his relentless assault on the banquet spread before him. Clearly, such a powerful weapon paled in comparison to the culinary delights that captured his attention. Sabo chuckled helplessly before taking a seat beside him. His gaze now fixed upon the system. This time, due to his passage through the novice phase, the system had unexpectedly upgraded. Although he found himself somewhat bewildered by this development, he nonetheless approached it with earnestness. First, he examined the host module. Host, Sabo faction, pirate affiliation, Dragon Soul pirate crew, captain, devil fruit ability, none haki, observation haki, armament haki. Conqueror's haki techniques, chakra refinement technique chakra level, Jonin chakra attributes, water, wind, lightning, yin, yang ninjutsu, Rasengan, sensing ninjutsu, body flicker technique, lightning secret technique skills, tenacity, fiery storm. Purification martial arts, 6 harmonies martial arts, dragon claw fist, marine 6 styles mutant ability, ice manipulation items, 1 vial of perfect grade super soldier serum, scythe fruit, bull fruit, giraffe form, Pokemon, Psyduck, LV48, skills, water gun, psychic, petrification, sleep, hypnosis, light screen, illusion, destructive beam, wave riding, focus punch, million-ton kick, sacrificial attack, iron tail, ice beam, ice punch, system attachment, Optimus Prime, Transformers, Dragon Soul pirate crew, world criminal Sabo, captain, bounty of 150 million pet Psyduck, Pokemon, bounty of 3 million berries child of the devil Nico Robin, archaeologist, flower fruit user, bounty of 79 million angry beast Weevil, pirate, rage fruit user, bounty of 210 million sound wave Van Augur, sniper, bounty of none marine sea cow, 3 sailor, bounty of none pirate ship, Optimus Prime. Upon reviewing these attributes, Sabo couldn't help but smile. The rest were manageable. But Weevil's bounty had surprised him. He had not anticipated that Weevil would already be on the wanted list, earning the moniker Angry Beast. It was indeed quite fitting. However, he was taken aback that Weevil's bounty surpassed his own. Such occurrences are rarely seen in pirate crews. Generally, within any pirate crew, the captain's strength is always the greatest, hence the highest bounty. Nonetheless, Sabo's situation was peculiar, given that he had inadvertently brought Weevil along. As for his own bounty, he was confident it would soon rise. And there was no need to rush. Having completed his examination of the host module, Sabo turned his attention to the task module, which evoked both affection and frustration. This time, the task module had undergone significant changes, now divided into main quests, side quests, and random quests. There was only one main quest. while side quests could be freely accepted, and random quests were generated based on Sabo's circumstances. Task Module: Pirate King. Main Quest: Unique. Reach the end of the Grand Line and become the Pirate King. Task Reward: Random. Task Penalty: None. Task Deadline: None. Task Danger Level: 5 stars. I desire to become a god. Side Quest: Acceptable. Overthrow the world government and dethrone the celestial dragons. Task Reward: Random. Task Penalty: None. Task Deadline: None. Task Danger Level: 5 stars. I desire to become an emperor. Side Quest: Acceptable. Enter the New World, defeat one of the 4 emperors, and seize the title of emperor. Task Reward: Random. Task Penalty: 5. Task Deadline: None. Task Danger Level: 5 stars. Landmark Collection. Side Quest: Acceptable. Collect historical text of the Red Poneglyph. Task Reward: Random. Each. Task Penalty: None. Task Deadline: None. Task Danger Level: 4 stars. Renowned Reputation. Random Task: Establishment of the Dragon Soul Pirate Crew. The host must establish a reputation. Task Requirement: Bounty exceeding 300 million. Task Reward: Random. Task Penalty: Random. Task Deadline: 1 year. Task Danger Level: 2 stars. Growing Influence. Random Task: Establishment of the Dragon Soul Pirate Crew. With few members, fresh blood must be recruited. Task Requirement: Absorb at least 5 new members. Task Reward: Random. Task Penalty: Random. Task Deadline: 1 year. Task Danger Level: 1 star. Gazing at the newly generated 6 tasks, where rewards and penalties were rendered random, he noted that previously there had at least been opportunities to see whether a lottery chance was included in the rewards, as the likelihood of acquiring something valuable through a lottery was significantly higher than random rewards. Now, however, everything remained concealed. After the system upgrade, the variety had indeed increased, particularly with the random penalties, which evoked a sense of trepidation. One could only wonder what kind of punishment awaited for failed tasks. The unknown was the most terrifying aspect. Observing these changes in the system, Sabo was uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse, leaving him to resign to fate. Chapter 80. Another lottery draw. Never mind. It was already set in stone. Sabo found himself without recourse. The main quest was established, confirming his earlier suspicions. Having randomly landed in the pirate faction naturally meant he was destined to become the Pirate King. Bringing Robin aboard had indeed proven to be a wise decision. As for the side quests, even the least daunting one bore a danger level of 4 stars, while the remaining 2 were both 5 stars, each presenting formidable challenges. Particularly the one concerning the overthrow of the world, which was undoubtedly more arduous than becoming the Pirate King. However, as these quests were not mandatory, Sabo could opt not to complete them. Regarding the 2 random tasks, they posed little difficulty. Elevating his bounty merely required accomplishing a couple of significant deeds or ensuring the Navy fully recognized his perilous nature, thus naturally increasing his bounty. As for recruiting new crew members, that was a necessity. Otherwise, upon entering the New World, he would be at a significant disadvantage in terms of numbers. Considering the 4 emperors of the New World, each commanded a substantial following. To contend with them, Sabo knew he needed sufficient strength and capable subordinates. Otherwise, it would be futile. Strength could be enhanced, and influence could be cultivated. Sabo had ample time, at least until Luffy embarked on his journey. As the world's situation was unlikely to shift dramatically before then, granting Sabo a preparatory window of at least 8.5 years, an ample span in his view. Given Sabo's growth rate, he might not even require the entirety of that time. However, building a formidable influence demanded considerable effort and time. Before anything else, Sabo needed to nurture a cadre of elite crew members capable of standing on their own. He could not rely solely on himself to uphold the crew's dignity. Currently aboard the ship were Psyduck, Weevil, and Van Augur, Sabo's primary focus for cultivation. As for the kind of crew members he might encounter in the future, Sabo could only take it one step at a time, as such matters were inherently unpredictable. Finally, Sabo directed his gaze towards the system's lottery feature. Opening the draw module and commencing the lottery without examining the specifics within, he preferred not to dwell on it too much. The more he scrutinized, the more disheartened he grew, especially if he failed to obtain what he desired. Thus, he chose to surrender to fate. Ding! The lottery is concluded. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the technique Dragon Transformation and a strand of dragon blood as a bonus. A technique? Dragon Transformation? This marked Sabo's second acquisition of a technique. The last had been the Chakra Refinement Technique, and now he had obtained the Dragon Elephant Divine Skill. The title intrigued him, as it suggested the possibility of transforming into a dragon. The dragon, a totem of Chinese culture, would indeed be a remarkable form to assume. In addition to the technique, the system also provided a strand of dragon blood, which was rather unusual. Was it becoming more generous? As the essence of the technique permeated his mind, a strand of dragon's blood seamlessly integrated into Sabo's very being. It coursed through his meridians before ultimately merging with his heart. The sensation was nothing short of extraordinary. Sabo felt an undeniable augmentation of his strength. However, as he regained his composure, he noticed an unexpected layer of grime enveloping his body. It appeared that he had just undergone a cleansing of impurities. Akin to the ancient practice of washing the marrow through the principles of the I Ching, the experience was truly exhilarating. After returning to his chamber, Sabo took a refreshing bath and changed into a new set of garments. He then made his way directly to the cultivation room. Filled with anticipation for the dragon transformation technique he had acquired, he sincerely hoped it would not disappoint him. This technique was designed to enable beings with dragon blood to transform into dragons, encompassing both internal and external cultivation. It required the physical body to metamorphose into a dragon form, the bloodline to evolve into dragon blood, and the soul to ascend to a dragon's essence. The prerequisite for practicing the dragon transformation technique was the possession of at least a trace of dragon lineage before one could embark on the path of cultivation. At long last, Sabo comprehended the significance of the dragon blood that accompanied his prize. Without this precious essence, the dragon transformation technique would remain beyond his grasp, rendering his recent lottery win utterly futile. To cultivate the dragon transformation technique necessitates the activation of dragon blood, the absorption of the ethereal energy of heaven and earth, and the relentless refinement of the body. This arduous process demands one to endure immense suffering, forging a hybrid being of human and dragon. Upon achieving this transformation, one would attain a minor level of mastery, imbued with the subtle yet formidable power of the divine dragon. The human dragon form merely signifies a small success. True mastery is attained only through the realization of the divine dragon's true form. During the cultivation of the dragon transformation technique, the dragon blood gradually absorbs the energies of the cosmos, expanding with each passing moment. As Sabo diligently practices, the dragon blood within him will swell, eventually supplanting his original blood. When the concentration of dragon blood exceeds 10%, he would be able to partially transform into a dragon, experiencing a significant surge in power. As this concentration continues to rise, so too will his ability to transform deepen. Upon reaching 50%, he could fully embody a dragon, and at 100%, he would become a genuine pure-blood dragon. The thought of transforming into a divine dragon filled Sabo with exhilaration, for such beings exist only in myth. With the power of a dragon at his command, who in this world could stand against him? He imagined that with but a flick of his finger, he could overpower all adversaries. Yet, he recognized that such fantasies were premature. The path ahead was fraught with challenges, and mastery of this technique would not be easily attained. The arduous journey would require years of dedication. For now, Sabo understood that he must first achieve the human dragon form, acclimating his body to the presence of the dragon blood. The potency of this blood is not something the average human can withstand. Presently, he possessed only a trace of dragon blood, its formidable essence still restrained. If unleashed, it would impose tremendous pressure upon his body, and as the dragon blood burgeoned and multiplied, the pressure would only intensify. Should he exceed his physical limits, the consequences would be dire. By cultivating the human dragon form, Sabo would inherit a fraction of the dragon's divine nature, enabling him to endure the immense pressure of the dragon blood. This form would also strengthen in tandem with the increasing concentration of dragon blood, receiving significant enhancements with every 10% increment. Filled with fervor at this prospect, Sabo felt an overwhelming urge to attain the human dragon form. He settled into a meditative posture, following the guidance of the technique, centering himself as he connected with the dragon blood within his heart. The moment he successfully sensed its presence, a profound shock coursed through him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. In that instant, Sabo found himself in an entirely new realm, where a magnificent dragon soared across the skies. Its head resembled that of a camel, its horns akin to those of a deer, its eyes like those of a rabbit, its ears resembling those of an ox, its neck reminiscent of a snake, its belly akin to that of a mythical creature, its scales like those of a carp, its claws like those of an eagle, and its paws like those of a tiger, exactly as depicted in ancient legends. The dragon's roar echoed with a force that shook the heavens and earth, and in an instant, the winds and clouds transformed. The sheer might was overwhelming. Suddenly, Sabo perceived the dragon descending towards him, and instinctively felt a wave of trepidation. Yet, he found himself utterly immobilized, unable to escape the oppressive force. As the dragon surged into his being, Sabo was jolted from the breathtaking vision, and a peculiar sensation enveloped him, he envisioned a blood-red dragon. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was not a true dragon, but merely a fragment of dragon blood within him. Its presence palpable as if he could see it with his own eyes. Though it was merely a trace, it radiated the aura and might of a dragon. Having successfully sensed the existence of the dragon blood, Sabo could finally embark on his journey to master the dragon transformation technique. As he activated the technique, he felt a unique energy from the cosmos merging with his being, stirring the dragon blood within his heart. Upon the dragon blood's activation, Sabo was immediately beset by a tremendous pressure, indicative of the dragon's might. This overwhelming force caused his body to tremble, and even his very soul felt the weight of this immense oppression. However, Sabo understood that this dragon might was merely a shadow of what he had experienced in his visions. A fraction of true dragon power, hardly more than 1/10,000th of its potential, as it stemmed from only a trace of dragon blood. Yet, if a mere trace could wield such formidable power, what might a single drop, or 10 drops, or even the divine blood of a dragon unleash? The possibilities were staggering, surpassing Sabo's imagination. Once the concentration of dragon blood reached 50%, granting him the ability to transform into a dragon, he would produce a drop of divine dragon blood, the potency of which far exceeds that of ordinary dragon blood. Each drop as precious as life itself. However, that goal was still a distant prospect. He was merely at the beginning of his journey, yet to attain the human dragon form, let alone transform into a dragon. For now, he could only endure the tremendous pressure emanating from the dragon blood while continuing to cultivate the dragon transformation technique. The dragon blood coursed through him, ravenously absorbing the energies of heaven and earth, akin to a wild beast wreaking havoc upon his veins, muscles, bones, and organs. The intensity of the pain was indescribable. Yet, as it consumed the energy of the cosmos, the dragon blood also emitted a crimson mist, which infused into Sabo's body, mending all that had been ravaged, bestowing upon him a sense of extraordinary comfort, destruction, and restoration, a cycle of relentless rebirth, endlessly repeating. Amidst this cycle of transformation, Sabo could feel his body growing stronger, undergoing a metamorphosis, a lengthy process of change whose conclusion remained uncertain. If there were indeed an end, it would likely be when Sabo fully transformed into a pure-blood divine dragon. After an indeterminate span of time spent in cultivation, a thunderous voice echoed in his ears, "Master, Miss Robin has returned." Upon hearing this, Sabo immediately ceased his cultivation, and the strand of dragon blood within him instinctively returned to his heart. He inquired, "Chi Tian, how long have I been practicing?" Chi Tian responded, "Master, it has been less than 2 hours." Sabo smiled faintly. He had been practicing for over an hour, yet he felt no awareness of the passage of time. Had it not been for Chi Tian calling out to him, he might have continued his training indefinitely. As Sabo rose and departed from his training, he ascended to the deck, where he beheld a heap of items, seemingly procured by Robin. Various supplies, essentials for daily life, and books were among them, likely to be utilized by their group for quite some time. At that moment, Robin spoke up, "Sabo, the Navy has arrived on the island. They are currently landing on the opposite side and are in the process of apprehending those you have incapacitated and injured. It is feared that they will reach us shortly." Upon hearing this, Sabo observed the overwhelming presence of the Conqueror's haki and then smiled as he spoke. "No, they are indeed approaching us. It appears we must set sail. Chi Tian, prepare the ship. We shall embark towards the next island." At the command of Sabo, the ship Chi Tian was set in motion, and by the time the Navy appeared at the harbor, the vessel had already ventured far into the sea, gradually vanishing from sight. At this moment, a naval officer produced a din mushy and reported, "Sir, Sabo's ship has departed, but it appears that a pirate flag has been raised on board." A brash voice erupted from the din mushy. "What? Has he already fled? What a coward. All he knows is to run. Yet he dares to hoist a pirate flag? Huh, do you think you can escape?" With that, the call was abruptly terminated. On the vast ocean, a fleet of naval warships arranged themselves in formation, advancing steadily. On the foremost ship, a naval rear admiral's din mushy rang out, once again echoing that audacious voice. "Sabo has left Hurst Island and is heading toward the encirclement. I shall set sail immediately. This time, we cannot allow him to escape." The rear admiral replied solemnly, "This time, he will not slip through our fingers." Absolutely not. Sabo, of course, was unaware that the Navy was plotting against his actions. At that moment, he found himself aboard a ship, hosting a banquet to celebrate the establishment of the Dragon Soul Pirates. However, the festivities were rather subdued. Then Oka sat nearby with an expression of indifference, savoring the delicacies while toying with his newly crafted firearm, a versatile sniper rifle meticulously designed for him by Ching Tian. This weapon was equipped with an array of ammunition, including sniper rounds, sea-prism stone bullets, and high-explosive shells. Furthermore, the ocular device over his right eye had been replaced with a high-definition telescopic lens, also crafted by Qing Tian. As for Weeble, he had already indulged to his heart's content even before the banquet commenced, now sprawled on the deck in a deep slumber. Robin, on the other hand, elegantly enjoyed her steak, while the only lively presence came from Goda Duck and the 3 kung fu manatees. Meanwhile, Sabo himself was voraciously devouring food, gorging as if he had not eaten for days, one plate after another, his stomach resembling an unfathomable abyss, no matter how much he consumed. There was no visible change in his girth, as if he had not ingested anything at all. After completing the dragon transformation technique, Sabo felt an overwhelming hunger, as if he had not eaten for several days. Any food he consumed was swiftly digested, alleviating a modicum of the gnawing hunger within him. He devoured voraciously for over half an hour before finally feeling satiated. To his surprise, he realized that practicing the dragon transformation technique consumed a significant amount of his physical energy, and this was merely the beginning of his training. If this continued, he would likely spend no less than an hour each day on meals. Fortunately, with the dragon transformation technique, Sabo no longer needed to engage in various high-intensity exercises to enhance his physical strength, thus allowing him ample time to focus on refining the technique, which naturally resolved any concerns regarding his mealtime. Sabo is increasingly concerned that as he continues to cultivate the dragon transformation technique, his appetite will grow disproportionately. Relying solely on food to replenish the energy consumed by his body may eventually prove insufficient, leading to troublesome consequences. It is imperative to devise a solution. The only entities capable of assisting Sabo in this predicament are the system and Qi Tian. However, the system is not a viable option. Even if it possesses means to aid Sabo, the chances of obtaining assistance from it are exceedingly slim. Thus, Qi Tian remains the sole recourse. Initially, as a transformer, Qi Tian was merely a rudimentary machine, and Sabo regarded him with a degree of disdain. Yet, over time, he has come to realize that Qi Tian possesses a multitude of capabilities. He transcends the role of merely serving as a pirate ship or a combat transformer. His potential extends far beyond that. Chapter 82, The Naval Assault. Sabo recalled a certain individual named Vegapunk, a scientist of the Navy headquarters, purportedly possessing wisdom far exceeding that of 5 centuries. However, in Sabo's perspective, this seemed merely an exaggeration. Had it been true, the Navy would have long since brought an end to the era of great piracy. In Sabo's eyes, Dr. Qing Tian was considerably more formidable than Vegapunk, possessing limitless potential in weaponry, technology, and medicine. His research capabilities were astonishingly rapid, far surpassing those of ordinary individuals. Given sufficient time, Qing Tian could single-handedly conquer the world. Currently, Sabo had assigned Qing Tian 2 research projects. The first, concerning magnetic technology, was progressing smoothly, and results were anticipated shortly. The second project focused on medical research, specifically the last vial of perfect-grade super soldier serum, a reward previously granted by the system. Although the super soldier serum could not instantaneously transform individuals into superhumans in this world, it bestowed enhanced physical attributes and greater potential, including heightened senses and accelerated recovery. Its remarkable ability to delay the aging process was particularly awe-inspiring. If mass production were achievable, it would significantly bolster Sabo's efforts to cultivate his influence. However, the sole remaining vial of perfect-grade super soldier serum had already been depleted by 1/3, and its composition had been thoroughly comprehended by Qing Tian. Yet, the endeavor to synthesize the super soldier serum was far from straightforward. Although Qing Tian could devise the necessary apparatus for synthesis once the components were analyzed, the challenge lay in sourcing the requisite raw materials. After all, the super soldier serum originated from the Marvel Universe, and the materials available there were not necessarily present in the world of One Piece. Thus, Qing Tian could only persistently analyze various pharmaceuticals collected by Sabo in search of suitable substitutes, a process that proved excruciatingly slow. Sabo was only able to procure a batch of medicine from a solitary island. However, there existed a more expedient method to acquire a wider array of medicinal samples, by seeking assistance from merchant guilds or underground factions. The dilemma lay in the fact that he was currently under the dual bounty of the Navy and the Don Quixote family. Until he amassed sufficient strength, Sabo was reluctant to expose his whereabouts. Strength was paramount. Although Sabo's power had risen swiftly, the duration had still been too brief. In the nearly 2 years since his arrival, he had attained a level of strength that would typically require decades for others to achieve, a miraculous feat. Indeed, it's still insufficient. Had Sabo possessed the combat prowess of an admiral, he would have had no reason to fear anyone. The might of an admiral is not something that can be overcome by sheer numbers. It represents the pinnacle of power within this world. With such strength, even the Navy would hesitate to initiate conflict. According to Sabo's original plan, he estimated that reaching the level of an admiral would take him at least another 5 years. Presuming all went smoothly. For others, this might seem an impossible endeavor, yet he was confident in his capabilities. Should Sengoku become aware of this ambition, he would likely stop at nothing to eliminate him. However, circumstances had changed. With the dragon transformation technique and a trace of dragon blood, Sabo's training speed could multiply. In 4 years, or possibly 3, he might well attain admiral-level strength. This calculation only accounted for his physical prowess, factoring in his mutant abilities. He was confident he could hold his own against any of the 3 admirals of the Navy, and even face the 4 emperors with a reasonable chance of escape. It was for this reason that Sabo required time. Thus, during the first half of the Grand Line, he traveled at a deliberate pace. Although he did not pause on any islands, the speed of the Sky Pillar was significantly slower than that of typical vessels, resulting in the majority of his time being spent en route. Once the banquet concluded, Sabo ventured alone into the training room and inquired, "Sky Pillar, are the accommodations for Weevil and Octa prepared?" Sky Pillar responded, "They are ready. I have arranged Octa's room within the cabin, while Weevil, being of considerable stature, necessitated modifications to the first deck, placing his room adjacent to the dining area. They are both quite satisfied." Upon hearing this, Sabo smiled faintly. Then Oka did not seem like a particularly fastidious individual, and as for Weevil, placing him adjacent to the dining hall was indeed quite fitting. Should hunger strike, a simple request would suffice, and Ching Tian could promptly prepare the meal and deliver it directly to Weibel's quarters. Sabo then inquired, "How is the research on magnetic technology progressing? How much longer until the gravity device is developed?" Once the gravity device was completed, this facility could be transformed into a gravity chamber for training, and portable gravity devices could also be manufactured, allowing Sabo to constantly adapt to stronger gravitational forces, thereby enhancing his physique and internal organs. This would greatly benefit the training of the crew as well. Ching Tian responded, "Master, according to my calculations, it will take approximately another 2 months to preliminarily complete the research on the gravity device." 2 months? Sabo nodded, considering it not an excessively long duration. From the initiation of gravity research to its completion would take nearly half a year, which is indeed not a lengthy period. After all, gravity technology is no trivial apparatus, and achieving such progress in a relatively short time is quite commendable. Sabo subsequently spoke, "Very well, let it be so. I shall commence my cultivation now. Do not disturb me. Should any significant matter arise, you may call for me. For everything else, manage it as you see fit." After dismissing Ching Tian, Sabo settled into a meditative position, resuming his practice of the dragon transformation technique. This particular skill was indeed formidable. After just over an hour of cultivation, he could already perceive a slight enhancement in his strength. Although the improvement was modest, it was significantly more effective than his usual high-intensity training. With a tranquil mind, Sabo connected with the dragon's blood, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to refine his physical form. Once again, he plunged into an almost self-destructive state of cultivation. Fortunately, this world was rich in natural energy. Otherwise, the practice of the dragon transformation technique would have been severely hindered. Indeed, in the world of One Piece, where numerous monsters and countless peculiar races exist, alongside treasures such as the devil fruits, it was hardly surprising that abundant natural energy thrived. Without it, such a bizarre and extraordinary world could scarcely come into being. The following day after departing from Heist Island, Ben Oka stood on the deck, wholeheartedly practicing his marksmanship. True to his reputation as a prodigy, he had adapted seamlessly to his new firearm within just a day. Suddenly, Ben Oka spoke up, "Ching Tian, naval warships have been spotted behind us, approximately 16 of them, and they seem to be heading our way." Upon hearing Ben Oka's words, Ching Tian immediately checked the rear, confirming the report. However, the actual number exceeded 16. Ching Tian's voice rang out, "Understood. Prepare for battle. I shall inform the master." While engaged in his practice, Ching Tian's voice unexpectedly interrupted, "Master, a fleet of 21 naval warships has been detected behind us. We appear to be—" "No, Master, it seems we are surrounded." Chapter 83, Encirclement Surrounded? Hearing Ching Tian's urgent call, Sabo abruptly awoke from his meditation. He had not anticipated that his cultivation would lead to Ching Tian falling into the clutches of the Navy. Had he perhaps grown too complacent, prompting the heavens to intervene and present him with a challenge? Sabo rose from the training chamber and ascended onto the deck. At this moment, Robin, Goda Duck, Weeble, then Oka, and the three kung fu manatees were all present, surveying their surroundings. However, one aspect that brought Sabo great solace was their demeanor. Even in the face of the Navy's encirclement, their composure remained unshaken, which was truly remarkable. Had they shown signs of fear, Sabo would have been compelled to question his initial judgment. Fortunately, these individuals did not disappoint him. Leaping to the bow of the ship, Sabo grasped his telescope and scanned the horizon. Although the Navy fleet was still some distance from the Arc Maxim, the encirclement had already been established. The next step would be to tighten the noose, trapping the Arc Maxim in the center, and then execute a strategy akin to catching a turtle in a jar. Sabo meticulously counted the naval fleet ahead, noting 18 vessels, while behind him lay a fleet of 21 ships. Both formations had taken on a crescent shape, effectively encircling him, indicating that they had prepared in advance. However, there was something peculiar about the rear fleet. Although it consisted of naval vessels, several ships were manned not by naval soldiers, but by individuals clad in distinctive suits and adorned with black top hats, evoking thoughts of the intelligence agency affiliated with the world government. At that moment, Sabo recalled that before leaving, Garp had warned him that the world government's intelligence agency had set its sights on him. It seemed that this encirclement was not solely orchestrated by the Navy, which added an intriguing twist to the situation. While Sabo paid little heed to the fleet behind him, he focused intently on the vessels directly ahead, where he spotted a familiar face through his telescope, none other than the Rear Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, who had pursued him for months in the East Blue, now having ascended to the rank of Brigadier General. Sabo never anticipated that he would find himself in this situation. Although the Weasel had been demoted, his strength was undeniably that of a Vice Admiral in the Navy. Previously, Sabo would always choose to evade him upon their encounters. But now, he felt no fear towards the Weasel. Through the lens of his telescope, he observed the Weasel clad in the Navy's Justice Cloak, standing atop the cannon of a naval warship, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword at his waist, gazing intently in this direction. Witnessing this scene, a subtle smile crept upon Sabo's lips as he silently mused, "We meet again, Weasel, but this time, I shall not flee." Sabo held a telescope, meticulously surveying the bow of each naval vessel, where every commanding officer had gathered. As he observed, he spoke, "Chi Tian, scan all naval ships and assess their combat capabilities." "Yes, Master, please hold on," came the reply. In less than a minute, Ching Tian's voice echoed again, "Master, the estimation of naval forces has been completed. There are 3 Rear Admirals, 5 Brigadier Generals, and we have identified 36 captains with an estimated naval strength exceeding 6,000 personnel." Upon hearing this, Saber couldn't help but chuckle and exclaim, "The world government and the Navy certainly hold me in high regard to mobilize such formidable forces to capture me. It is indeed an honor." One must acknowledge that among these 3 Rear Admirals, there is even one who was formerly a Vice Admiral in the Navy headquarters. Such combat prowess is undeniably terrifying. Sabo leapt from the bow of the ship, gazing at his crew, and spoke, "The Navy has indeed invested heavily in their pursuit of me. What do you think we should do?" Goda Duck was the first to spring up, exclaiming "Gabba Gabba," while gesticulating animatedly, embodying a fierce spirit of combat. The 3 Kung Fu manatees followed suit, vocally rallying in unison, clearly embodying a similarly combative disposition. As for Weibel, clutching his black blade, he declared, "Boss, whoever dares to target you shall not escape my wrath." In Weibel's heart, Sabo was a benevolent figure who had provided him with food, delicious sustenance, and bestowed upon him weaponry. He was indeed a good leader, and Weibel would never allow anyone to harm Sabo, lest he risk his own future meals. Then Oka, maintaining a demeanor of indifference, steadied his sniper rifle and coldly proclaimed, "This is a decision of fate. Any enemy that dares to approach shall meet their demise." As for Ching Tian, there was no need for elaboration. "Master, shall I test the firepower system of the Ching Tian to see if these naval vessels can withstand my assault?" Upon hearing this, Sabo nodded. Their reactions were quite satisfactory. However, he was somewhat taken aback to see Robin gazing through the binoculars at the naval fleet in the distance, seemingly oblivious to his words, remaining in that stance, motionless. No, something was amiss. Sabo quickly discerned that Robin's condition appeared unusual. Her body trembled involuntarily, as if she had beheld something truly terrifying. This was the first time Sabo had witnessed such a reaction from Robin. Sabo approached Robin, gently placing a hand on her shoulder, and inquired, "Robin, what troubles you?" Little did Sabo anticipate the intensity of her reaction. She recoiled as if struck by an invisible arrow, her binoculars slipping from her grasp and plunging into the sea. She collapsed onto the deck. Her arms wrapped tightly around herself, trembling uncontrollably, her complexion paling dramatically. In that moment, Robin appeared to be ensnared by a haunting memory, her spirit seemingly adrift. As she repeated in a whisper, "It is him. It is that demon. It is him. It is that demon." Upon witnessing this, Sabo furrowed his brow. There were few occurrences that could elicit such an expression from Robin. One was the Demon Slayer order, and the other was the relentless pursuit of Admiral Akiji. Here, amidst the vast ocean, the Navy evidently could not deploy the Demon Slayer order. Could it be that Akiji had arrived? Contemplating this, Sabo turned to his telescope to gaze at the naval fleet trailing behind. If indeed Admiral Akiji had come, he would have no choice but to transform the flying dragon into a submarine and make his escape. Against the mongoose, he still possessed the strength to fight. But when confronted with Akiji, his only option would be to flee. Sabo meticulously surveyed the rear fleet, finding no trace of the Admiral's presence. If he truly existed, the Sky Pillar should have been able to detect him, for each rank within the Navy bears a distinct insignia. It would be utterly absurd for Akiji, a formidable admiral, to masquerade as a mere rear admiral. Such a rumor would be laughable. What, then, could be the explanation? What had Robin witnessed that instilled such a profound sense of dread within her, leaving Sabo utterly perplexed? In his desperation, Sabo could only continue to inquire, "Robin, what is the matter? What did you see?" Yet, it seemed that Robin was entirely ensnared in her terrifying memories, unable to extricate herself, completely disregarding Sabo's questions. Upon witnessing this, Sabo felt a sense of helplessness. He snapped his fingers, and a beam of purifying light descended upon Robin, instantly dispelling her negative state. He then inquired, "Robin, what exactly has transpired?" Upon hearing Sabo's question, fear once again crept across Robin's face as she trembled and replied, "It was him, that demon. He unleashed the demon extermination order, annihilating my homeland, O'Hara. Everyone on the island perished. I was the sole survivor." O'Hara? The demon extermination order? Sabo immediately recalled a certain individual. Chapter 84. Spandam. It was Spandam who, back in the day, discovered O'Hara, the archaeologist who delved into historical texts, obtaining the authorization of the Five Elders. He also acquired the golden transponder snail from Sengoku, who was then an admiral, enabling him to unleash the Buster Call that utterly obliterated O'Hara. Robin's mother fell victim to Spandam as well. Through the telescope, Sabo observed a naval warship, where a solitary figure was encircled by a group of individuals clad in black suits. That must be Spandam. It was unexpected to see him here. Evidently, he had set his sights on both himself and Robin, presumably aiming to achieve two objectives with a single strike. Upon witnessing this, Sabo set aside the telescope and forcefully helped Robin to her feet. He then spoke sternly, "Robin, you must pull yourself together. Since you have survived, embrace life fully and do not allow the past to ensnare you. Today presents a fortuitous opportunity. Let the blood of that person sever your ties to the past. With us by your side, you need not fear anyone. Do you understand?" At Sabo's words, Robin was momentarily taken aback, her eyes welling with tears that she could no longer hold back. With a quivering voice, she called out, Sabo. After uttering his name, she found herself unable to articulate anything further. Upon witnessing this, Sabo declared sternly, "Prepare for battle, everyone. I had no desire to provoke the Navy, but since they relentlessly pursue us, we shall present them with a grand gift, a resounding victory that will solidify the reputation of our Dragon Soul pirate crew." Yes, Gabba. Robin gazed at the fervent expressions of those around her, her astonishment palpable. The disparity in their forces was staggering. They were essentially facing 1,000 foes for every one of their own. Yet, it seemed as though they were oblivious to this overwhelming difference. As the Navy fleet drew ever closer, Sabo stood atop the prow of the ship, the rising sky, his spirit of battle radiating fiercely. Notably, as he caught sight of the squirrel-like figure at the bow of the nearby Navy vessel, his resolve intensified further. Meanwhile, on the opposing Navy ship, the Squirrel, upon seeing Sabo after nearly 6 months, felt his own spirit surge in response to the palpable intensity emanating from Sabo. Even before the clash of battle commenced, the two warriors were already engaged in a contest of might, their auras colliding with fervent energy. Sabo gazed at the flying squirrel and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Flying Squirrel, it has been quite some time since we last met. This is indeed our first encounter at such close quarters." The flying squirrel, upon hearing this, replied coldly, "Sabo, you are indeed formidable. My previous defeat was not unjust. However, this time, fortune will not favor you as before. I am determined to capture you myself and deliver you to the prison. Upon hearing this, Sabo was about to speak when he was interrupted by a voice from behind. Amplified through a loudspeaker. Hey, Major Mongoose, do not make a mistake. Sabo and Robin are notorious criminals sought after by the world government. Once captured, they will be taken away by me directly. There is no way I would allow you to escort them to Impel Down. As Sabo glanced back, he beheld a naval warship situated 50 meters from the stern of the Ascendant. On board, a middle-aged man brandished a megaphone, shouting towards their direction with an air of arrogance that was utterly irksome. Sabo coldly barked, "Who do you think you are? I am conversing with the weasel. Do you have any right to interject? Speak again, and I shall take your life." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man fumed with rage and retorted, "You insolent brat. You are likely unaware of my identity. I am Spandine, the chief of CP9, the covert intelligence agency under the auspices of the world government. I have come here on the orders of the 5 elders to apprehend both you and Robin." Upon hearing the command, Sabo's expression instantly hardened as he uttered, "Oka. Eliminate him." Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and Van Oka swiftly fired 3 shots towards Spandam, the bullets slicing through the air directly aimed at him. As the gunfire echoed, Spandam's face contorted in terror. He had no time to evade, the specter of death looming ominously before him, an overwhelming dread flooding his heart. At that moment, a figure suddenly interposed itself in front of Spandam, and the bullet struck the individual, producing 3 resounding metallic clinks. As if the projectiles had collided with steel, Spandam collapsed onto the deck, his eyes wide with fear. It was the first time he had felt the chilling breath of death so closely. At the moment Van Oka fired, he truly believed his demise was imminent. Sitting on the deck, gazing at the figure shielding him, Spandam breathed a slight sigh of relief, his terror diminishing somewhat, grateful for the presence of his savior. However, the thought of Sabo humiliating him in front of so many ignited a fierce anger within him. He quickly rose to his feet, glaring at Sabo, and bellowed, "You damn brat, you actually think you can kill me? What a delusion. Do you see him? He is Rob Lucci, the strongest of CP9 in 800 years. Incomparable to a mere amateur like you who has merely dabbled in the Navy's Rokushiki." Upon hearing this, Sabo scrutinized the situation and a faint smile graced his lips. Rob Lucci, how unexpected to encounter him here. By calculation, he should only be in his 20s now, undeniably the strongest among CP9. When Luffy confronted him, he already possessed a formidable strength of 4,000 D Ryoku without even transforming, yet it resulted in a grueling battle. However, in Sabo's eyes, even the current Lucci, not to mention the Lucci of 9 years hence, would hardly be regarded with any significance. For 1,000 D Ryoku was a threshold he had surpassed entirely 6 months prior. And the present Lucci likely did not even reach that level. Perhaps only after transforming could he attain such a measure, yet even then, Sabo would not regard him as a threat. Moreover, the naval fleet had encircled the flying piranha with an impenetrable blockade, provoking a sense of amusement in Sabo. Clearly, the speed of the flying piranha had instilled profound apprehension within the Navy, as nearly 40 warships had formed a double layer around it, seemingly fearful of its potential escape. Sabo disregarded Spandam entirely and also chose to ignore Lucci, instead fixing his gaze upon the weasel. He then spoke, "By the way, Weasel, your Navy has truly outdone itself this time. Deploying nearly 40 warships to capture me has left me quite astonished." The weasel, undeterred by Sabo's light-hearted banter, cut straight to the chase and declared, "Sabo, there is no escaping this time. It would be wise for you to surrender willingly." Upon hearing this, Sabo chuckled and remarked, "Surrender? I am unfamiliar with such terms. In truth, I find myself in a quandary, and your arrival is fortuitous. I have recently established the Dragon Soul Pirates, and we are in dire need of a resounding victory to solidify our reputation. You, it seems, are the perfect stepping stones." Upon hearing this, the expression on Weasel's face darkened considerably, especially when Sabo mentioned the word pirate, which elicited a surge of formidable killing intent from him. It was evident that Weasel harbored a deep-seated aversion to pirates. What might have begun as a mere assignment now ignited a genuine desire within him to see Sabo incarcerated and impelled down. The irritating voice from behind rang out once more, "Major Weasel, cease this idle chatter and swiftly subdue him." Upon hearing this, Sabo furrowed his brows and directly stated, "Go to duck. The rest is up to you. Capture that bothersome individual for me. I intend to personally deal with him for daring to disregard my warnings and courting death." Chapter 85. The battle commences. Go to duck. Upon hearing this, gave Sabo a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Gabba." The prowess of Go to duck should not be underestimated. Being a Pokemon, his physical attributes far surpass those of a human, complemented by an array of peculiar skills. As he levels up, his strength continues to grow. Moreover, having accompanied Sabo for over a year, Goated Duck has been influenced by Sabo's dedication to training, resulting in a rapid enhancement of his physical capabilities, fully tapping into the potential inherent in his Pokemon nature. Additionally, having mastered the Navy's 6 styles, his strength remains formidable. Sabo has entrusted Goated Duck with the task of confronting CP9, which serves as a test for him. After all, Goated Duck has accompanied Sabo for a considerable time, especially during his initial transition into this new world. As social beings, humans naturally feel a sense of loneliness when isolated. And it was Goated Duck who provided companionship during those solitary moments. Thus, Sabo is eager to ascertain the true potential of Goated Duck. As Sabo's earliest companion, he harbors hopes that Goated Duck possesses significant prowess, which would allow Sabo to cultivate him as a pivotal member of his future pirate crew. As for the others, Sabo begins to assign roles. Weevil, feel free to engage. Anyone you encounter standing can be dealt with. Oka, support Goated Duck and Weevil in your vicinity. Kung Fu Manatee, remain aboard to protect Oka and Robin. As for you, Robin, take this time to rest. Listening to Sabo's directives, Weasel coldly remarks, Sabo, I never imagined you could actually tame Weevil. Quite impressive. But do you truly believe that with just a few of you, you can contend with our numbers? Weasel had previously seen Weevil's bounty and had received reports from the Navy just yesterday indicating that Weevil had seemingly allied with Sabo. He was somewhat taken aback, considering Weevil's bounty surpassed Sabo's. However, witnessing the situation today, it is clear that Sabo's strength warrants a re-evaluation. Saber glanced around at the naval vessels, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the disparity in forces is rather pronounced. However, before the engagement commences, let us first diminish your numbers. Sabo suddenly focused intently, then narrowed his eyes slightly. An overwhelming and unique aura emanated from him, rapidly expanding to envelop all the naval ships in the vicinity. Everyone, save for those aboard the Sky Pillar, appeared to be struck by an immense shock. Though he had awakened his Conqueror's haki 3 to 4 months prior, Sabo had yet to fully master it. However, he had now achieved the ability to wield it without affecting his own crew. As for those outside the Sky Pillar, precise control was unnecessary. This time, as he employed his haki, Sabo sensed a subtle shift within it, as if its intimidation factor had intensified. Imbued with a hint of dragon's might, likely a consequence of merging with dragon blood and experiencing the power of the divine dragon. Standing atop the cannon platform, the Weasel looked at Sabo with a hint of astonishment and softly remarked, Indeed, it is as I suspected. You truly possess Conqueror's haki, and it seems you have gained control over it. Such terrifying potential means that this time, you certainly cannot escape. The progress of Sabo is truly remarkable. Even for a high-ranking combatant like the Weasel within the Navy, who has witnessed much, the growth rate of Sabo is unparalleled, surpassing even that of the former 3 admirals. The level of threat Sabo poses in the Weasel's mind has surged dramatically. No sooner had the Weasel spoken than all personnel aboard the warships began to collapse, as if cut down like wheat swaying in the wind. Within mere seconds, the number of standing individuals on the warships dwindled to a mere handful, effectively nullifying any perceived disparity in forces. Ultimately, only about a dozen remained upright. On the Navy's side, there were only 8, Weasel, 2 rear admirals, and 5 commodores. On the CP9 side, the situation was even more dire, with merely 3 individuals left standing, Rob Lucci, Kaku, and Blueno, who would later prove to be the most formidable members of CP9. Sabo observed the situation with a subtle smile, 8 against 11, thus the predicament seemed manageable. Next, it was simply a matter of addressing the remaining adversary standing. With a glance at the opposing flying squirrel, Sabo leaped gracefully into the air, executing several agile flips before landing directly upon the deck of the naval warship occupied by the flying squirrel. Sabo gazed at the Weasel, an indomitable spirit of combat radiating from his countenance. With a smile, he remarked, Weasel, we have yet to engage in battle. Previously, my strength fell short, but now, I am eager to test my mettle against you. Come forth, let us have a spirited duel. At this moment, a naval brigadier general standing beside the Weasel erupted in anger, exclaiming, You scoundrel! Dealing with you does not require the Weasel's intervention. I shall handle you myself. With that declaration, the naval brigadier summoned his strength, brandishing his sea-prison stone weapon, and charged directly at Sabo. In his estimation, he alone was more than sufficient to contend with Sabo, leaving no time for the Weasel to intervene. As the brigadier swung his sea-prison stone weapon towards Sabo, had it been the Sabo who once battled a naval colonel, he might have faltered against such an opponent. However, a year had passed, and Sabo's growth and strength was beyond their comprehension. The sea-prison stone weapon swept through the air, missing its target entirely. Before the brigadier could react, he heard the ominous call of death, Dragon Claw Fist. Dragon's Hook. In an instant, Sabo materialized beside the naval brigadier. His right hand transformed into a claw as he seized the brigadier's neck. With a surge of power, the sharp crack of breaking bones resonated. And as Sabo released his grip, the brigadier's head tilted, slumping lifelessly onto the deck. Witnessing Sabo's swift annihilation of one of his naval brigadiers, the weasel seethed with fury. He turned to another naval brigadier and coldly commanded, "Leave Sabo to me. Join forces with the others and subdue the remaining foes." The naval brigadier glanced at the lifeless body on the deck, gritted his teeth, and nodded. With a graceful step, he departed the warship, heading towards another skirmish where Weibel was already engaged in a fierce battle against the remaining naval commanders, outnumbered yet fiercely defiant. The weasel, eyeing Sabo with a hint of murderous intent, spoke, "Sabo, I did not anticipate your rapid advancement in strength. It appears you have mastered the 3 forms of haki, observation, armament, and Conqueror's haki. At such a tender age, your formidable power is alarming. Should you continue to grow, you will undoubtedly become a formidable adversary to our Navy." Upon hearing this, Sabo merely smiled lightly. The great adversary of the Navy, perhaps? However, if you wish to keep me here, it will not be an easy task. You must exhibit your utmost strength. The weasel, after listening, chose not to elaborate further. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the blade at his waist, executing a graceful flourish, and then charged directly at Sabo. Encircled by a whirlwind of sword energy, the sharpness of his intent could be felt from a distance. As he lunged towards Sabo like a piercing sword. Chapter 86. Battle with the Weasel with the Navy's 6th form, Shave. The weasel appeared before Sabo as if he had instantaneously teleported, wielding his blade with precision as he executed a diagonal slash. The blade was enveloped in the aura of haki, indicating that from the very outset, the weasel held nothing back, even employing the power of haki in his initial strike. Upon witnessing this, Sabo showed no intention of retreating. With his right hand transformed into a claw, he enveloped it in armament haki and directly grasped the weasel's blade, his 5 fingers gripping it firmly, preventing any movement. This marked Sabo's first encounter with the weasel, and rather than evade the strike, he opted for a direct confrontation. Eager to gauge the weasel's strength and discern the extent of their disparity. From this clash, it was evident that Sabo did not suffer any disadvantage. However, this was merely a probing attack, as both Sabo and the weasel had yet to unleash their full potential. The test concluded, and the battle was only beginning. On another naval ship, Weibel engaged in combat with 6 naval commanders, including 2 rear admirals and 4 commanders. Despite this numerical disadvantage, Weibel exhibited no signs of faltering. Wielding his black blade, he exuded an aura that seemed to suppress the 6 naval leaders. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. One naval commander, caught off guard, was struck through the chest, the bullet piercing his heart. With a mixture of reluctance and despair, he slowly collapsed. The remaining naval officers reacted swiftly, with one rear admiral urging caution against the enemy sniper, suggesting that one individual should proceed to neutralize the threat. Before he could finish speaking, another naval commander fell powerless, stunned by the abruptness of the situation. In that fleeting moment, Weibel's black blade descended, severing the weapon from the commander's grasp and inflicting a grievous wound across his chest, causing him to bleed profusely before succumbing to the ground. In an instant, only 4 remained, and one naval commander, witnessing this, attempted to pursue the sniper, Venoka. Unfortunately, before he could make his move, Weibel ensnared him, leaving no opportunity for escape. Meanwhile, on another front, Duck faced 3 opponents, Lucci, Kaku, and Jabura. The power of the 6 forms of the Navy was fully manifested in their hands. In terms of pure physical prowess, Duck could not hold his ground against 3 adversaries. However, he possessed extraordinary Pokemon abilities, utilizing moves such as telekinesis, light power, and energy punch. Alongside his own physical skills, he managed to momentarily match the trio. It was noteworthy that both Lucci and Jabura had transformed, and under such circumstances, to stand against 3 was indeed impressive. Gunshots echoed again, eliciting irritation from Lucci, Kaku, and Jabura, who found themselves distracted, needing to fend off bullets while contending with Duck, rendering them unable to unleash their full potential. They were firmly ensnared by Duck. Unable to disengage to deal with the bothersome sniper, Venoka, the battle continued to intensify. In contrast, Sabo found himself in a precarious situation. The weasel, showcasing his true strength, directly suppressed Sabo. The sharpness of his sword energy rendered Sabo incapable of meeting the strikes head-on, forcing him to evade continuously. A slashing attack approached, and Sabo deftly dodged, leaping onto the railing, where he observed a wound on his palm, a mark left by the weasel's earlier strike, though the bleeding had ceased. It served as a stark reminder of the gap between him and the weasel. The weasel's full power had entirely overwhelmed him, leaving Sabo with no choice but to evade the onslaught of sword energy. Observing the weasel on the deck, a smile flickered on Sabo's face. Weasel, your swordsmanship is indeed formidable. It seems I cannot match you with mere physical prowess. Very well, you are a worthy opponent, and I shall demonstrate the full extent of my abilities. Full extent of your abilities? The weasel's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Although he had successfully subdued Sabo, he had not inflicted significant harm. Sabo's strength exceeded his expectations, nearly comparable to a vice admiral within the naval divisions. In the Navy, even the rank of rear admiral differed significantly between the headquarters and the divisions, with those from headquarters being considerably stronger. Sabo, at such a young age, achieving the rank of rear admiral in the divisions would be regarded as a prodigy even within elite training camps. Yet, the implication in Sabo's words suggested he had not yet exerted his full power, which sent a shiver down the weasel's spine. With a glint of cold determination in his eyes, the weasel tightened his grip on his sword and charged at Sabo, murmuring, "One sword style." Water split. The downward slash emitted a sharp sword energy that threatened to cleave Sabo in twain. Not only that, but the sword energy carved a massive gash across the deck, the railing, and even the adjacent naval vessel. However, as the blade struck what seemed to be Sabo, the weasel's expression betrayed no joy. He realized he had merely struck an afterimage as it dissipated into thin air. The weasel's pupils contracted as he thought to himself, such speed, even faster than before. Turning around, he saw Sabo at a distance, his expression now grave. As a swordsman, speed was not his forte, and Sabo's already troublesome velocity had now escalated further. Despite possessing the strength to suppress Sabo, if he could not match his speed, it would be of little consequence. At that moment, if one were to observe Sabo closely, they would notice faint blue glimmers emanating from his form, obscured by his clothing and invisible to the average eye. This phenomenon was a manifestation of Sabo's thunder law, utilizing lightning chakra to invigorate his body, thereby enhancing his speed. Sabo gazed intently at the flying squirrel, then leapt into the air, executing a series of powerful kicks. Each strike descended like a lethal slash aimed directly at the squirrel. Observing this, the squirrel allowed his right arm to hang naturally. As the slashes drew near, he finally made his move. With a swift upward thrust, he unleashed a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy that sliced through the air, effortlessly shattering Sabo's wind strikes. The sword energy grazed past Sabo's body, demonstrating the formidable strength of the flying squirrel, a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, capable of dismantling countless techniques with a single stroke. Chapter 87. Resolute. Sabo glided through the air, pausing momentarily to inspect a small tear in his sleeve. His gaze sharpened, and then he dove downward with purpose. Observing this, the weasel brandished his blade, unleashing a fierce slash aimed directly at Sabo in midair. Yet, before the strike could reach him, Sabo vanished from sight. The weasel swiftly pivoted, bringing his sword across in a horizontal slash. A resounding clang echoed as he intercepted the incoming attack, a dark hand gripping the blade tightly, preventing any further advance. The armament was hardened. The weasel's surprise grew as he realized Sabo had mastered the technique of armament hardening. It was impressive enough to wield armament haki, but to have achieved this level of mastery was truly formidable. However, who couldn't wield armament hardening? With a flick of his wrist, the weasel forcibly freed his blade from Sabo's grasp, channeling his own dark armament haki onto the sword before launching a decisive strike at Sabo, only to cut through empty air. In an instant, Sabo reappeared behind the weasel, fist clenched and coated in hardened armament haki. He struck towards the weasel's back. The weasel swiftly turned, blocking Sabo's punch with his sword. Yet, Sabo's assault was relentless. One punch led to another, and then another. The air filled with the sharp sounds of metal clashing, as the weasel was forced to transition from offense to defense. Sabo's fist rained down from all directions, leaving the weasel struggling to keep up. Despite his observation haki allowing him to perceive Sabo's movements, the speed of Sabo was astonishingly beyond his anticipation. The weasel was left scrambling to defend himself while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. But such moments were exceedingly rare, and when they did arise, they often ended in failure. Gradually, the weasel realized Sabo's speed was increasing, and he found himself unable to keep pace. Each of Sabo's punches seemed to gain in strength, causing cracks to appear in the weasel's defenses. Something was amiss. The weasel suddenly recognized the true nature of his predicament. not that Sabo had grown stronger or faster, but that his own reactions were slowing, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. At that moment, he became aware of an unsettling phenomenon. Although it was the height of summer, the breath escaping his lips formed visible mist, a sight typically reserved for the frigid depths of winter. The weasel abruptly discerned that the temperature in his vicinity had plummeted well below freezing. He could feel the biting cold gnawing at his body. And the perception of Sabo's increasing speed and strength was merely an illusion born from his own declining reflexes. Observing Sabo as he darted around him without apparent discomfort from the cold, the weasel's expression shifted dramatically. He was certain now, this was the work of Sabo. Perhaps a devil fruit ability at play? The thought struck him first. Could Sabo have consumed a superhuman devil fruit capable of controlling temperature? Noting the weasel's changing demeanor, Sabo, while continuing his relentless assault, chuckled and remarked, "Weasel, have you finally figured it out? Alas, it is too late. Prepare to succumb to the frigid grasp of -40 degrees. As the weasel struggled to fend off Sabo's attacks, he managed to gasp, You are a devil fruit user?" Sabo remained silent, and the weasel assumed his silence was acquiescence. Suddenly, he exerted himself, executing a swift strike that momentarily restrained Sabo. Then, with a powerful thrust, he unleashed the Marine 6 techniques, shave, propelling himself swiftly out of the frigid zone. As he departed from that icy expanse, the weasel immediately felt a warm current enveloping his body, gradually restoring his strength. With each movement, his body generated heat, and within less than a minute, he would be completely revitalized. Unfortunately, Sabo would not afford him such an opportunity. He closed in, advancing rapidly with his right hand poised like a claw. Infused with the power of haki, the claw lunged directly at the weasel. In response, the weasel, too, summoned his haki to harden his blade, attempting to parry Sabo's attack. Regrettably, this would be the last time he wielded his sword in his lifetime. Sabo's dark hand grasped the weasel's dagger, yet this was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in the chilling aura that emanated from his palm, enveloping the weasel within its frigid embrace. In mere moments, the weasel's blade, arm, and entire form began to succumb to the frost, transforming him into a statue of ice within the span of just a second or two. As Sabo exerted his strength, the weasel's blade shattered into several pieces, falling onto the deck. Although the weasel's weapon was commendable, it had become exceedingly brittle in the extreme cold. Even the reinforcement of haki could not alter its fate. Observing the weasel encased in ice, Sabo let out a soft sigh. Had the weasel possessed a deeper understanding of his abilities, perhaps the battle would not have been so effortless. Alas, a single miscalculation led to utter defeat. The outcome had been predetermined the moment Sabo unleashed his ice powers. Crack, crack. The sound of ice shattering echoed abruptly as the ice sculpture collapsed, revealing the weasel within. Trembling, the weasel knelt on the ground, struggling to support himself with his hands, his eyes radiating a fierce determination. With a quivering voice, the weasel inquired, Your ability resembles that of Admiral Akiji's ice fruit. I never imagined you possessed such a power. I concede without grievance. May I inquire as to the nature of this devil fruit ability? Sabo cast a glance into the eyes of the flying squirrel, and that gaze sent a shiver through him. With a faint sigh, he spoke. This is not the power of a devil fruit, but rather, a force embedded within one's bloodline. How should I elucidate this? Let us regard it as a unique ability. The flying squirrel suddenly trembled with laughter. Not a devil fruit ability? Ha! Who would have thought that before my demise? I would uncover such a secret of yours? It is truly an honor. Come then, in my life. To perish by your hand is no injustice. Upon witnessing this, Sabo let out a deep sigh, extending a hand as he softly intoned, Extreme frost. A chill, more frigid than before, surged forth, enveloping the weasel entirely. Within mere breaths, the weasel was transformed into a magnificent ice sculpture. This time, from the exterior to the core, the weasel's body, blood, heart, and brain were all encased in ice, rendering all bodily functions utterly extinguished. Beneath the dominion of observation haki, no trace of the weasel's essence could be sensed. Thus, a vice admiral of the Navy was consigned to history. Observing the weasel within the ice, calmly accepting death, Sabo shook his head, pondering the necessity of such a fate. The weasel sat upright, cross-legged on the deck, hands resting on his knees, expressionless, eyes shut, devoid of any dread that typically accompanies death. He embraced his demise with grace. Or rather, he triumphed over death. A person unafraid of death is worthy of respect. Chapter 88. Sabo's peculiar actions. It was precisely for this reason that Sabo honored the weasel's choice. Despite a twinge of regret in his heart, he respected the decision of an adversary he held in esteem. Sabo understood the weasel's motivations, yet he could not help but feel a sense of loss, after all. He possessed the strength of a vice admiral, and returning to the Navy was inevitably within reach, with a promising future awaiting him. Alas, he crossed paths with Sabo, a nemesis that tainted his life. In the East Blue, Sabo had successfully evaded his pursuit, leaving a disgraceful blemish on the weasel's naval career, rendering him a subject of ridicule. This time, despite the vast resources expended, the weasel faced a thorough defeat. In a direct confrontation, he lost, not merely to Sabo's peculiar abilities, but he lost, period, with no justification whatsoever. The weasel chose to embrace death willingly, even though he could have survived. Even if Sabo had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, he could not bear the thought of suffering defeat at the hands of the same individual twice. He did not seek Sabo's pity. Living on would only be a greater humiliation, an indelible stain upon his honor. As an adversary he respected, Sabo honored the weasel's decision. To spare the weasel would have been an immense affront to him, an act he could not bring himself to commit. Therefore, he endeavored to encase the weasel in ice, crafting a perfect ice coffin for him. Thus, until the weasel's body was interred, there would be no alteration, serving as Sabo's final tribute to his foe. Farewell, my adversary. Sabo returned to the flying ship, gazing at the battles unfolding in the distance. Weevil stood alone on a naval vessel, shouting boisterously, having vanquished all his adversaries. Though the ship itself bore considerable damage, a wave of purification washed over him, restoring Weevil from his furious state to tranquility. He leaped into the air, soaring gracefully before landing securely on the deck of the flying ship. Observing the wounds adorning Weevil's body, Sabo called out, "Chi-Tion, prepare the external injury medicine to assist Weevil." Meanwhile, the struggle involving Goda Duck continued, though only one opponent remained, Rob Lucci, hailed as the mightiest of CP9 in 8 centuries. The other two, Kaku, bearing both burn and frost injuries, lay unconscious on the deck, still clinging to life, while Gabra, having sustained several bullet wounds, lay helplessly, unable to move. Gabra was considered one of the stronger members of CP9, possessing the abilities of the Zoan-type dog fruit in its wolf form. However, given his current state, it seemed he had been struck by several sea stone bullets fired by Vanoka. In the confrontation between Goda Duck and Lucci, Goda Duck held the advantage through his physical prowess and skills. Yet, Lucci proved worthy of his title, transforming into his hybrid form, utilizing his formidable martial arts and combat instincts to remain undefeated, showcasing his remarkable prowess. It is noteworthy that Goda Duck's skills are formidable, particularly his telekinesis, which, if unleashed upon his foes during battle, would undoubtedly inflict substantial disarray. Yet, under such pressure, Lucci managed to endure and appeared to be adapting to Goda Duck's abilities, learning how to counter them. It seems that for Goda Duck to secure victory over Lucci, he would require a bit more time. Upon witnessing this, Sabo leaped gracefully and landed directly upon the naval vessel. Observing the anxious Golduck and Lucci, he swiftly positioned himself between the two, grasping Golduck's foot with his left hand and Lucci's fist with his right. With a powerful motion, he forcefully separated them. Golduck, upon seeing Sabo's unexpected arrival, felt a sense of discontent as his battle was interrupted and began to vocalize his displeasure in a flurry of complaints. Upon witnessing this, Sabo smiled and addressed Gold Roger, saying, "All right, do not be upset. Once we return, I shall have King Kong prepare a delightful meal for you. You may head back first." After hearing this, Gold Roger's temper cooled slightly, and he enveloped himself in telekinetic energy, soaring back to the Thousand Sunny. Subsequently, Sabo turned his gaze to Rob Lucci, the most formidable weapon of CP9, who steadfastly adhered to the principle of dark justice. Lucci's future is equally brimming with potential. In the animated portrayal of the New World, he engaged in a skirmish with Sabo, the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, and the outcome remained inconclusive, highlighting his extraordinary strength. Presently, Lucci's prowess is significantly diminished compared to when he first encountered Luffy. With a forceful throw, Sabo sent him crashing against the ship's wall. However, he emerged relatively unscathed, maintaining a vigilant stare at Sabo, exuding an aura of lethal intent, and inquired, "You are Sabo, correct? Where is Vice Admiral Squirrel?" Sabo spoke softly, "He is dead." Upon hearing the news of the weasel's demise, a look of astonishment spread across Lucci's face. He could scarcely believe that the once formidable Rear Admiral of the Navy had met his end at the hands of a mere teenager, Sabo. It was truly inconceivable. Sabo gazed at Lucci and spoke, "Your strength is commendable, and I have high hopes for you. You are presented with 2 choices. First, join my pirate crew now. Second, join my pirate crew later. The decision is yours." Lucci was momentarily taken aback by Sabo's words. He recognized that he was no match for Sabo. Yet he was astonished that Sabo would directly recruit him. The peculiar nature of the choices, both involving joining his crew, yet distinguished by the timing, left him bewildered. Noticing Lucci's silence, Sabo remarked, "Very well, since you remain silent, I shall assume you choose the latter." With that, Sabo approached the unconscious Spandam, effortlessly lifting him up, preparing to take him away. At that moment, Lucci suddenly called out, "Wait, where are you taking him?" Sabo suddenly struck his forehead, a look of realization dawning upon him, and spoke, "I completely forgot, he is your superior. Since I have captured him, it would seem you may not fare well either. For your sake, I shall let him go." With that, Sabo released Spandam and strolled to the bow of the ship, slightly turning his face, and said with a smile, "We shall meet again." Observing Sabo's sinister grin, Lucci felt a sudden shiver run down his spine. Perplexed by Sabo's intentions, was he merely extending a favor to him, attempting to win him over? It was all rather strange. Before long, the Noah set sail, but not before stripping all the naval vessels of their weaponry, particularly the sea prism stone items, leaving not a single piece behind. Everything was thoroughly absorbed by Noah, which then leisurely maneuvered through the gaps in the naval fleet. On the bow of the naval ship, Lucci watched as Noah departed, along with the enigmatic Sabo aboard. And an ominous feeling began to swell within him, though he could not quite articulate what was amiss. Yet, Lucci understood that this time, CP9 and the Navy had suffered a grave defeat, one that was utterly devastating. Chapter 89, the scapegoat aboard Noah, Sabo and his crew were reveling in their grand victory, celebrating their triumph over the Navy and CP9. This marked a promising beginning for the Dragon Soul pirates, and it would not be long before their name echoed throughout the Grand Line. Sabo savored the exquisite dishes prepared by the towering figure of the sky. Glancing up at Robin, it was evident that she had yet to recover from the shadows of her past. He recalled the fleeting glimmer of disappointment that had crossed her eyes upon his return from CP9. Sabo approached and took a seat beside Robin, then smiled and said, "Robin, what troubles you? Are you still dwelling on the past? One must always look forward." Upon hearing this, Robin lightly nodded and softly replied, "Yes, I understand. I'm all right." Upon hearing this, Sabo smiled faintly, a hint of mystery in his tone as he declared, "I have promised you that I will capture Spandam. And I shall indeed do so, though it may take a day or two longer. He still holds some value. Once he becomes useless, his time will come to an end." With that, Sabo departed, leaving Robin to gaze at his retreating figure, her eyes reflecting an inexplicable emotion and a subtle, elusive smile gracing her lips. Sabo stood on the deck, smiling as he addressed the gathering. "Ladies and gentlemen, today we have achieved a resounding victory. To commemorate this triumph, I shall present to you an intriguing spectacle. Let's activate the submarine mode of the Skyward and explore the breathtaking wonders beneath the sea." Upon hearing Sabo's words, everyone was momentarily taken aback, clearly unaware that the Skyward could transform into a submarine, filling them with eager anticipation. Responding to Sabo's command, the Skyward began to reshape itself. And before long, a sleek submarine emerged from the surface of the ocean, gradually descending and disappearing beneath the waves. Below the water's surface, Sabo and his companions stood on the deck, marveling at the enchanting underwater scenery. A peculiar metal dome shielded them from the ocean, yet they could still clearly observe the captivating sights outside. The stunning underwater vistas opened the eyes of all present. Even the usually aloof and Oka displayed a look of astonishment, while Robin's face broke into a smile. At that moment, the Skyward inquired, "Master, the target has begun to move. Shall we commence tracking now?" The others exchanged puzzled glances, all looking to Sabo for an answer. Sabo then articulated his plan and instructed the Skyward, "Very well, initiate tracking." Meanwhile, on the surface, a fleet of naval ships lay anchored, manned by thousands of naval soldiers. Gradually, some of the sailors approached, their eyes widening in shock at the sight of several corpses of rear admirals and brigadiers, particularly that of the Weasel. Spandam was equally astonished, yet a sense of dread gripped him. Despite his vulnerability, Sabo had inexplicably spared his life, even though he had initially expressed a desire for Spandam's demise. At that juncture, a CP9 intelligence officer approached, observing the still reeling Spandam, and reported, "Sir, we have compiled the statistics. There were no losses among the ordinary soldiers or junior officers. Only 8 high-ranking officers perished, 3 rear admirals and 5 brigadiers, including the Weasel. Additionally, we have lost all our weaponry." Upon hearing this report, Spandam felt a sharp pang of frustration. He had anticipated that the joint operation between CP9 and the Navy would yield significant rewards, enhancing his standing within the world government, which is why he had sought command of this mission. He had believed that although the highest-ranking officer present was merely a rear admiral, one of them was a demoted vice admiral from the naval headquarters, making the capture of Sabo a straightforward task. Furthermore, aboard the ship was a survivor from O'Hara, a figure deeply feared by the Gorosei, whose capture could open doors for his promotion. However, he had not anticipated Sabo's formidable strength, nor the prowess of his subordinates. The complete annihilation of the naval command, including the demise of the Weasel, was a disgraceful defeat for CP9. As the commander of the operation, Spandane understood that he bore the brunt of the blame. Although the casualties were minimal, the deaths of high-ranking naval officers, especially that of the Weasel, a former vice admiral, would undoubtedly incite the Navy's fury. How could he provide an explanation to the world government and the Navy? The thought plagued Spandane. For without a satisfactory account, not only would his hopes for promotion be dashed, but even his current position as commander of CP9 was in jeopardy. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight struck him, and a sinister smile crept across his face. He had devised a solution. Relay the order for the fleet to return immediately to the G6 branch fortress. He commanded. The G6 branch fortress, located near the entrance of the Grand Line, was home to over 5,000 naval soldiers year-round. The naval forces deployed for the joint operation had originated from this very stronghold. Within the fortress's confines, 7 criminals were imprisoned, none other than the 7 members of CP9, excluding Spandane. They were the same individuals who had appeared during the Justice Island arc in the saga of the Pirate King: Rob Lucci, Kaku, Jabura, Bruno, Lioness Pride, Kaku, and Khalifa. Trained together as intelligence agents, they had gradually become the remaining 7 operatives of CP9, with Khalifa being the youngest at just 16 years old and the weakest among them. Now, however, they found themselves shackled and confined. At that moment, Spandane entered the chamber alone. Upon seeing him, the eyes of Lucci and his companions flashed with murderous intent. Khalifa glared at Spandane, her voice laced with venom. "You scoundrel! You dare shift the blame for this failure onto us, accusing us of betraying the world and colluding with Sabo to murder naval officers?" In response, Spandane laughed triumphantly. "I owe you my gratitude. Without your involvement, I would have been held accountable for this failure. Now, it's quite fortunate that you shall bear the brunt of the blame for me. I came specifically to express my thanks." Though Lucci was rendered powerless by sea-stone cuffs, his eyes burned with a fierce intensity, enough to startle Spandane. "Spandane," Lucci growled, "I will kill you." Spandane, relishing the moment, replied mockingly, "Ha ha ha. Lucci, your time is nearly up, and you still harbor thoughts of revenge? Who could possibly kill me?" Suddenly, the entrance to the cell swung open, and a figure stepped inside. Spandane turned to see who it was, his face draining of color as he collapsed to the ground in terror, pointing a trembling finger. You, Sabo, how did you get here?" The newcomer was indeed Sabo, who regarded the terrified Spandane with a smile. "Surprised? My return here is solely for them." "Oh, don't look so alarmed. Everyone in this base has already succumbed to unconsciousness. No one can save you now. I promised you my vengeance, and I shall not go back on my word." Spandane's face contorted with sheer horror. He had not anticipated that Sabo would directly assault the naval base to claim his life. With a mix of confusion and dread, he stammered, "If you intend to kill me, then why did you spare me back then?" Sabo approached the prison bars, gazing at the 7 captives, and with a smile remarked, "Of course, it is for them. Had you not retained some semblance of utility, I would have long since claimed your life." Observing the securely locked-up Lucci, Sabo continued with a grin, "Do you recall the 2 choices I presented to you before? It is time for you to provide me with your answer." Lucci looked at Sabo, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face, before he calmly replied, "You anticipated such a scenario would arise, which is why you offered me those 2 choices." Sabo nodded slightly. "I guessed correctly. I did not expect my conjecture to be accurate. Now, you and your companions find yourselves in a dire predicament, with only death awaiting you if you remain here. So, what shall it be? Will you choose to join my pirate crew, where you will possess a future of boundless potential?" As he gazed upon the 7 individuals in the cell, Sabo could not help but reflect on the events following the Enies Lobby arc. Spandam, the son of Spandane, similarly cast the blame for his failures upon Luffy and his allies, resulting in their persecution by the world government. Indeed, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Though the times differ, the outcomes are astonishingly alike. Luffy, meeting Sabo's gaze, replied solemnly, "So you had this all planned. When we chose not to eliminate Spandam, our defeat was complete. Following you is indeed our final option, Captain Sabo. Kureha and the others, upon hearing Luffy accept Sabo's invitation, felt a twinge of resignation. However, having become accustomed to darkness and bloodshed, they understood that this was their last chance for survival, and thus they acquiesced to Luffy's decision. On the training grounds, Sabo approached with Luffy and the others, alongside Spandane. Robin and Weevil were present as well. Sabo propped Spandane against a pillar, then picked up a long gun and handed it to Robin, smiling as he said, "Here, put an end to the past." Robin accepted the weapon from Sabo, directly aiming it at Spandane. Instantly, haunting images of O'Hara flooded her mind. Ignoring Spandane's cries and pleas for mercy, she gently squeezed the trigger, thereby closing a chapter on her own history. As Sabo and his companions arrived at the seaside, they beheld the magnificent Chition ship, now nearly twice its previous size, eliciting expressions of awe from everyone present. Sabo, too, wore a satisfied smile. This transformation was largely attributable to the naval base, which had previously supplied a substantial cache of weaponry and housed an extensive assortment of metals, originally intended for the repair of warships and armaments. All of these resources had now been repurposed for the enhancement of the Chition. Once aboard the vessel, Sabo gazed upon his ever-expanding crew with a sense of elation. Not only had they dealt a significant blow to the Navy, but they had also recruited Rob Lucci and 6 other members of CP9, a remarkable triumph indeed. Following their departure, Sabo organized a grand welcoming ceremony on the deck for the 7 new members, providing an excellent opportunity for everyone to become acquainted. Initially, Robin was the sole female aboard, but with Khalifa's addition from CP9, she now had a companion. Among the 7 from CP9, Sabo held the highest hopes for Lucci, recognizing his potential to ascend to the rank of admiral. Kaku and Gabra also exhibited considerable promise, likely possessing the strength of a vice admiral at the very least, with the potential to rise even further to the level of the calamities under Kaido. As for the remaining 4, Sabo found it difficult to ascertain their potential. Fortunately, all 4 were well versed in the Marine's 6 powers. With proper training, their combat capabilities would not falter significantly. If necessary, Sabo could always procure some devil fruit abilities to enhance their strengths, which, when combined with their martial skills, would yield formidable power. However, one among them was already a devil fruit user, Bruno, who possessed the power of the door fruit, allowing him to create doors in the air, fire, and even on human bodies. Regrettably, Bruno had yet to fully harness this extraordinary ability. Nevertheless, upon encountering Sabo, he was unlikely to let such a potent power go to waste. With this thought in mind, Sabo abruptly rose from the banquet, leaving the gathering momentarily. Shortly thereafter, he returned, carrying 2 boxes, prompting curious glances from everyone as they wondered about his intentions. Sabo opened 2 boxes, revealing the devil fruits within, the previously acquired scythe fruit and the giraffe-form bull fruit. As the 2 devil fruits appeared before them, expressions of astonishment washed over everyone, for such rare treasures are exceedingly uncommon. Sabo pointed to the devil fruit on the left and introduced, "This is a paramecia-type devil fruit, the scythe fruit." Then he gestured towards the devil fruit on the right, stating, "This is a zoan-type devil fruit, the bull fruit in its giraffe form. Who among you desires it?" Upon Sabo's inquiry, those who had never tasted the devil fruit fell into silence. Robin, Lucci, Gabra, and Bruno sat quietly nearby, aware that having consumed the devil fruit once, they could not partake of another. Meanwhile, Goda Duck, Weeble, and the trio of kung fu manatees displayed indifference, feasting heartily before them. Seeing that no one spoke, Sabo called out, "Then Oka, do you wish to partake?" As a crew member who joined before CP9, Sabo naturally inquired of him first. Then Oka glanced at the 2 devil fruits, shook his head, and replied indifferently, "I have no need for these 2 devil fruits. A gun suffices for me." Upon hearing this, Sabo smiled helplessly and then turned his gaze to Kaku, Wake, the Soundless Owl, and Khalifa. Among CP9, they were the only 4 who had not yet consumed a devil fruit. Observing the quartet, he inquired, "Kaku, Wake, Owl, Khalifa, what about you?" The 4 exchanged glances, yet no one uttered a word. There were only 2 devil fruits available, but they were 4 in number. To claim disinterest would be disingenuous, however. Expressing a desire for them might jeopardize their camaraderie, leading them to remain silent. At that moment, Robin spoke up, "Sabo, since there are 2 devil fruits, Khalifa, as the sole female among you, should be given one. I propose that the scythe fruit be bestowed upon her." Upon hearing this, Sabo turned to the 3 members of the Kaku group and inquired, "Do you have any objections?" The trio of Kaku shook their heads in unison. Even if they desired it, they felt it inappropriate to contest Khalifa for this devil fruit. Upon witnessing this, Sabo pushed the box containing the scythe fruit towards Khalifa. Smiling as he said, "Khalifa, this scythe fruit is yours. I hope you can fully harness its power." Khalifa nodded and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Captain." Observing the last devil fruit and the 3 remaining silent individuals, Sabo decisively declared, "Since you 3 remain silent, I shall take charge. Kaku, this last devil fruit is for you. We shall seek another devil fruit for Wiper and the Owl at a later time." As soon as Sabo spoke, the 3 naturally had no objections. After all, they had only just boarded the ship, yet Sabo generously gifted them 2 devil fruits. An act that was almost excessively magnanimous and infused a warm current into their cold hearts. Chapter 91. Renowned across the seas with the inclusion of CP9. The Sky Pillar ship finally buzzed with activity. Among CP9, Lucci was cold and unyielding, Kaku was mature and composed, while the remaining members had diverse personalities. The atmosphere became much livelier, although competition also intensified significantly. This was a healthy rivalry, one that Sabo was eager to witness, as it would foster the growth of each crew member. It mirrored the competition that existed between Zaro and Sanji and the Straw Hat Pirates, and now a similar dynamic was unfolding aboard Sabo's vessel. Go to Duck faced off against Lucci, and in that clash, Go to Duck astonishingly subdued Lucci, shattering Lucci's pride entirely. Kaku and Gabra were already rivals as the second strongest members of CP9. As for the others, while they did not exhibit overt competitiveness, they were certainly influenced to some degree. To facilitate the growth of all crew members, Sabo thoroughly explained the global situation and the power dynamics along the Grand Line. He shared insights on armament haki and observation haki, alongside his own summarized training methods for haki. Whether they could master these techniques would depend solely on their individual efforts. Observing the vibrant atmosphere aboard the ship, Sabo felt a deep sense of satisfaction, especially seeing Go to Duck's fighting spirit reignited, leading him to train with much greater diligence than before. With CP9's solid foundation combined with systematic training methods and Sabo's provision of a training room, their strength would undoubtedly grow steadily. At this point, the Dragon Soul Pirates could be considered fully formed. With this group as a foundation, given time, they would surely flourish. As for integrating new crew members, Sabo had made up his mind. While he was open to new recruits, they must meet his standards, particularly regarding their potential. The future journey of the Dragon Soul Pirates is still long, and we shall witness it unfold. In stark contrast to Sabo's leisurely demeanor, the Navy headquarters was in an uproar. In the Marshal's office, Sengoku was taken aback after receiving a report from the G6 branch of the Navy. He slammed his hands on the table and nearly roared. "What did you say? The Weasel has fallen in battle? Moreover, 7 naval officers of the rank of Admiral have also perished. Commander Spandam has been killed. And the 7 members of CP9 under his command have defected to join the Dragon Soul Pirates?" On the other end of the transponder snail, a trembling naval colonel replied, "Why, yes, sir. What should we do next, Marshal?" Sengoku, feeling a headache coming on, rubbed his temples and, suppressing his anger, said, "Immediately send me a detailed report. I want to know everything." After the call ended, Sengoku's face was a mixture of rage, shock, and disbelief. He had anticipated the operation might fail, but he never expected such a catastrophic defeat. Losing 8 naval officers, including the Weasel who had been demoted from the Navy headquarters, was something he found particularly hard to accept. Not long after, Sengoku received the report from the G6 branch. And upon seeing the Weasel encased in a massive block of ice, a hint of sorrow crossed his features. When he saw Spandam placing all the blame on the CP9 members, his frustration grew. It was utterly disgraceful to force CP9 members into a position where they had no choice but to ally with pirates. Sengoku did not care much about the defection of CP9, as that was an issue pertaining to the intelligence agency under the world government. However, the death of the Weasel pained him deeply. A vice admiral in the Navy headquarters was a formidable force even in the New World. And now he had perished at the hands of a swiftly rising young man, a tragic loss indeed, especially upon seeing the Weasel's final moments encased in ice. Sengoku's eyes reflected boundless regret, and he grew increasingly wary of Sabo, particularly regarding his unknown abilities. It was evident that the Weasel bore no external injuries, indicating he had perished due to this freezing power, a capability strikingly similar to that of the Navy Admiral Akiji. At that moment, the office door swung open suddenly, and Garp strode in, holding a bag and wearing a broad grin. "Sengoku, I brought back some new tea from the East Blue. Would you like to try some?" Upon seeing Garp, Sengoku barked in irritation. "Garp, take this seriously. This is the Navy headquarters. Stop being so frivolous every day." Garp, appearing perplexed, asked, "What's going on? Why are you so worked up today? Did something happen?" In response, Sengoku tossed the documents on the table and stated, "Take a look for yourself. The results of the operation to capture Sabo are in." Mentioning Sabo immediately sobered Garp. He picked up the documents from the table and soon his smile vanished, replaced by a somber expression. "The weasel is dead? Killed by Sabo's strange abilities?" Sengoku nodded. "It seems so." Sigh. It appears the weasel accepted his fate with a sense of resignation. He likely did not wish to suffer the humiliation of being defeated by Sabo a second time, preferring death over living in disgrace. Garp's face reflected sadness as he inquired, "What do you plan to do now?" Sengoku replied sternly, "We must issue new bounties for all members of the Dragon Soul Pirates, especially Sabo. His threat is far too significant, with an astonishing rate of growth. He has already mastered Conqueror's haki, and with his achievement of killing the weasel, he has the capability to rally a considerable force whenever he desires. If he enters the new world, it could become uncontrollable." Within a day or two, news of the Navy's failed operation to capture Sabo spread widely, especially the shocking news of the weasel's death, which sent ripples throughout the seas. Other news paled in comparison. This announcement immediately caused a tremendous stir along the Grand Line. And even in the New World, it stirred considerable waves. After all, a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, even in the New World, was a force to be reckoned with, at least on par with many renowned pirate captains. The fact that such an individual fell to the hands of the newly emerging Sabo was nothing short of astonishing. With this news, the Dragon Soul Pirates rose to prominence across the seas. Although the crew had just been established, this single battle was enough to draw attention. Many who had initially set their sights on Sabo reconsidered their intentions. After all, while Doflamingo's bounty was tempting, one must have their life intact to enjoy it. The ability to kill a former vice admiral of the Navy, the Weasel, suggested that Sabo's strength was formidable, and with the news of his mastery of Conqueror's haki, many predicted the emergence of yet another monster in the New World. Considering Sabo was still just in his teens, it was impossible to gauge how powerful he would become in another decade. Such a person could hardly be called anything but a monster. Chapter 92. A twofold gain aboard the Sky Pillar. Robin, having purchased the latest issue of the newspaper, smiled and exclaimed, "Sabo, everyone come take a look. Our bounty has increased." After perusing the contents of the newspaper, Sabo couldn't help but chuckle. He never anticipated that the news would spread so swiftly. This time, the Navy had suffered a significant embarrassment. However, this turn of events could serve to elevate the reputation of the Dragon Soul Pirates along the Grand Line, ensuring that few would dare to set their sights on him in the future. In addition to the news, there was also a new bounty notice within. A wanted proclamation for all members of the Dragon Soul Pirates, including even the recently joined members. Intriguingly, even the Kung Fu Sea Cow had made it onto the bounty list. Dragonfist Sabo, bounty of 400 million berries, dead or alive. Blue Demon Goda Duck, bounty of 5 million berries, dead or alive. Devil's Child Nico Robin, bounty of 100 million berries, dead or alive. Angry Beast Weevil, bounty of 300 million berries, dead or alive. Sonic Van Augur, bounty of 80 million berries, dead or alive. Fierce Leopard Rob Lucci, bounty of 100 million berries, dead or alive. Mountain Winkaku, bounty of 80 million berries, dead or alive. Greedy Wolf Gabra, bounty of 80 million berries, dead or alive. Horned Bull Bruno, bounty of 55 million berries, dead or alive. Lion Wake, bounty of 50 million berries, dead or alive. Silent Owl, bounty of 50 million berries, dead or alive. Demonis Galifa, bounty of 30 million berries, dead or alive. Pet Kung Fu Sea Cow, bounty of 300 berries, dead or alive. Upon reading the bounty notice, Sabo could not suppress his laughter. The total bounty for the Dragon Soul Pirates amounted to an astonishing 33 billion berries. An intimidating figure that should not have appeared in the first half of the Grand Line. Interestingly, Goda Duck's bounty had only increased by 2 million. Fortunately, Goda Duck could not read the characters above, otherwise he would likely have been infuriated. He single-handedly faced Lucci, Kaku, and Gabra, although Van Augur provided some support. After all, he had defeated Kaku and subdued Lucci, while only Gabra had been injured by Augur's sea stone bullets. Yet, upon seeing his own bounty, he was exceptionally pleased. It wasn't that Sabo cared about the number, rather, he was pleasantly surprised that the recent battle with the Navy had inadvertently allowed him to complete 2 random tasks. Renown, random task, Dragon Soul Pirates established. The host needs to establish a reputation. Task requirements, bounty exceeding 300 million. Task rewards, random. Task penalties, random. Task duration, 1 year. Task danger level, 2 stars, can be submitted, expansion, random task, Dragon Soul Pirates established. Few members need to absorb fresh blood. Task requirements, recruit at least 5 new members. Task rewards, random. Task penalties, random. Task duration, 1 year. Task danger level, 1 star. Can be submitted. The task of establishing a reputation was complete and could be submitted at any time. However, Sabo was uncertain about submitting the task for expansion, as he still had his eye on the bonuses from the system's task rewards. Yet, thinking of the rewards for forming a pirate crew, he decided against waiting any longer. Submit. Ding. 2-star task renown completed. Task rewards generated randomly. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 2-star designated item card and 1 random character summoning card. Ding. 1-star task expansion completed. Assessing potential of new members. Assessment complete. Task rewards generated randomly. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 1-star designated item card and a level 5 skill void summon. Alas, his earlier high spirits were swiftly dampened by the system. The second task turned out to be a disappointment. It seemed that the rewards were determined based on the potential of the new members. Had he known this, he would have waited to find more promising crew members before submitting. The rewards might have been more abundant then. Sighing deeply, Sabo felt somewhat lost in navigating this system. Nevertheless, completing the tasks had been fortuitous, and he decided to view the rewards as a windfall. 3 cards and 1 skill. He wondered if they might bring him some unexpected surprises. Void Summon, level 5 skill, akin to the Void Prophet skill from League of Legends. Consumes energy to open 2 portals to the void. After a brief delay, energy will erupt from the void, flowing between the 2 portals, dealing magical damage to struck enemies and silencing them for 2 seconds. Once again, it was a skill from League of Legends. The first was Garen's passive skill, highly practical and a primary reason for Sabo's rapid enhancement. The second was the Summoner skill cleanse, which, though not immediately useful, proved invaluable in subduing Weevil. Now, he had received the Void Prophet skill, which, upon reading the description, appeared to be largely ineffective. If the skill could directly attack, it might have been worth considering. However, the brief delay rendered it nearly useless. Even the slightest delay, be it a second or less, would allow anyone with even a modicum of strength to evade it. Not to mention those who possess the ability to sense the flow of haki. No one would remain stationary to be struck. And Sabo was unsure what the silence effect would accomplish in this world, but he sensed that this skill was practically redundant. Setting aside the skill, he still had 3 cards. The random character summoning card was not something to contemplate for now. Whoever was summoned would be of no immediate use to Sabo. He could hardly explain to his crew why a stranger had appeared on board. This was likely why the system provided a card rather than summoning someone directly, leaving him to await the opportune moment to make use of it. As for the 2 designated item summoning cards, one was 1 star, the other 2 star, presumably reflecting the different levels of items, similar to the level 5 skill obtained this time. He had no idea what items could be summoned, but Sabo was in no hurry. While waiting for an opportunity, he could study them at his leisure. For now, however, it was time for celebration, to rejoice in the newfound fame of the Dragon Soul Pirates along the Grand Line, and to celebrate that everyone had either received a bounty or witnessed an increase in theirs. Only Lucci and a few others wore peculiar expressions. They had not expected that just days ago, they were intelligence operatives for the world government. And now they found themselves as targets of the Navy, each with a bounty on their heads. This sudden shift in their identities was indeed difficult to adapt to. But with no path of retreat, they had no choice but to forge ahead. Sabo naturally noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of Lucci and his companions. Yet he paid it no heed. Since Lucci and his associates had already chosen the path of piracy, there was no turning back. They had witnessed too much darkness and understood full well that the world government would not let them off the hook. Only by following Sabo could they aspire to a brighter future. Even if Lucci and his comrades ever contemplated betrayal, Sabo harbored no fear, having dared to shelter them. He possessed ample confidence to conquer their hearts and minds, compelling them to willingly serve him. The source of this confidence lay in his formidable strength, an ever-accelerating prowess that could overshadow all else. Chapter 93. The attention of the influential figures. Sabo and his companions reveled in celebration, yet the world remained far from tranquil. If Sabo's previous actions had merely piqued a modicum of interest, this time, he had undeniably captured the attention of many, particularly due to the fact that he had slain the Mink, a vice admiral of the Navy who had participated in the Buster Call on O'Hara a decade ago. It was evident that many formidable pirates of the New World would have difficulty evading him, highlighting his extraordinary prowess. The demise of such a noteworthy figure at the hands of someone they once deemed reckless and arrogant left them in profound shock. On an island in the New World, Don Quixote Doflamingo perused the news in a newspaper, his laughter erupting upon reading about Sabo's victory over the mink. Ha ha ha. That insufferable brat has grown quite formidable. Hasn't he? His ice abilities bear resemblance to Akiji's. Clearly, a mere bounty will no longer suffice to deal with him, he chuckled. Nearby, several members of Doflamingo's family, including Pica, Gladius, and Diamante, who had long been loyal followers, observed him closely. Despite Doflamingo's mirth, his laughter concealed a deadly intent, Sabo's act of killing Toripole. A high-ranking member of Doflamingo's family was akin to murdering a family member. Doflamingo would not let this transgression go unpunished. Diamante approached Doflamingo, saying, "Doff, what shall we do next? This brat's ability to vanquish the mink cannot be underestimated. Relying solely on bounty hunters may not suffice. Should we, the executives, take matters into our own hands?" Doflamingo responded with a smirk. "No, that little brat possesses peculiar strength, and his crew is formidable as well. We need not expend our energy on him. Even if you manage to defeat them, the losses would be considerable. Besides, we need you all in the New World. If a bounty of 500 million cannot entice anyone, let us raise it to 1 billion. Surely, someone will be tempted." In the domain of Whitebeard. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat with a Naginata beside him, drinking heartily from a jug. The surrounding pirates celebrated their recent victory over Kaido, another of the 4 emperors who had frequently troubled Whitebeard. On the deck, Diamond Jozu, captain of the 3rd Division, while devouring meat, glanced at the newspaper in his hand. Upon seeing the headline, he froze and elbowed Marco beside him, passing the paper over. "Marco, that little brat you were keeping an eye on has made headlines again." Marco took the paper and was immediately taken aback. Vice Admiral Mink killed in battle. The Dragon Soul pirates rise to prominence. After absorbing the news, Marco approached Whitebeard with a smile. "Father, the brat who killed the celestial dragon has accomplished something significant again." The Navy deployed 39 ships to besiege him, suffering the loss of 8 naval officers, including the Mink. The CP-9 commander was slain, and CP-9 has collectively defected. He is gradually establishing the Dragon Soul pirates. Whitebeard took the paper, his expression revealing astonishment before he burst into laughter. "Kahahaha. What a rapidly growing little brat. It seems the New World will soon be bustling with activity. I recall he also killed one of Doflamingo's subordinates, didn't he?" Marco nodded. "Indeed. He killed one of Doflamingo's top executives as soon as he entered the Grand Line, someone named Toripole. Given Doflamingo's nature, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. However, now that Doflamingo has only just gained a foothold in the New World, he may not have the resources to pursue him." With a smile, Whitebeard remarked, "Is that so? It appears that once that little brat enters the New World, a splendid performance awaits us. I truly look forward to it." "Kahaha. Indeed, it would be a performance." Even as formidable as Doflamingo and his family were, they paled in comparison to the might of the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. In the New World. In the land of Wano, a large, corpulent woman adorned in heavy lipstick, a pirate hat, and a voluminous pink dress sat surrounded by a sun and a cloud. Desserts leapt into her mouth, as if she could never satiate her insatiable appetite. This was Charlotte Lin Lin, known as Big Mom. The only female among the 4 emperors and the captain of the Big Mom pirates, a terrifying figure who would conquer nations for the sake of sweets. Her strength was immense, and her talents extraordinary. At the tender age of 5, she laid waste to a giant village, effortlessly defeating the giant's hero, earning her the moniker of the Natural Destroyer. Unlike typical pirate crews, the Big Mom pirates functioned more like a familial organization, with her commanders and ministers primarily being her children or sons-in-law, all possessing significant power. Upon reading the newspaper, Charlotte Lin Lin erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. What a remarkable little brat. Come to the New World. I shall see whom I can marry you off to." Sabo was, of course, unaware that he had caught the attention of Charlotte Lin Lin, who even intended to marry off a daughter to him, a rather ominous proposition. Anyone who weds a daughter of Charlotte Lin Lin effectively joins the ranks of the Big Mom pirates. It is clear that Charlotte Lin Lin has recognized Sabo's potential and wishes to recruit him under her banner. Meanwhile, at the Holy Land of Mariehua, the 5 elders expressed their sentiments upon reviewing the latest issue of the newspaper. "Ah, it is that little brat again. Who would have thought this time his endeavor would end in failure? That fool Spandam has completely botched the operation and shifted the blame onto CP-9, resulting in a collective betrayal from them. What a pity. What shall we do now? This little rascal has already established a pirate crew, and if given time, he is likely to grow increasingly formidable. Let us not concern ourselves too much. The Navy must despise him immensely. Sengoku will surely take action against him. We should hasten to finalize the last member of the Shichibukai. In a certain division of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D, Dragon, Ivankov, and Bartholomew Kuma gathered together. Reflecting on the headline of the latest newspaper, they were filled with emotions, realizing that the little boy they had saved 2 years ago had now risen to such heights. Dragon gazed at Sabo's bounty poster and murmured, "It seems a storm is brewing over the seas once again. We must quicken our pace." Chapter 94. Choice of Tools. Sabo, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently entered the gaze of the world's most formidable powers due to this incident. However, even if he were aware, it would not concern him. Knowing would only serve to fuel his determination as he ascended to the pinnacle of success, trampling all those who stood in his way. After the celebration aboard the Ascendant, Sabo returned to his quarters alone. He washed up and lay down on his bed. Not hastily engaging in the cultivation of the dragon transformation technique, for its progress was excruciatingly slow. After several days of relentless practice, he had made commendable strides. Yet he remained far from achieving the first step of transforming into a dragon-human hybrid. Lying in bed, Sabo retrieved the 2 summoning cards for designated items he had previously acquired, 2 silver-gray cards that appeared rather unremarkable. The sole distinction between the cards lay in the number of stars inscribed upon them. One bore a single star while the other displayed 2. Judging by their nomenclature, it seemed they would allow Sabo the autonomy to select his desired items. Sabo gazed at the solitary 1-star card and suddenly found himself transported into a peculiar realm. Surrounding him was an expanse of darkness, yet countless objects shimmered with a pale light, encircling him. Most of these items were rather mundane: a firearm, a vehicle, with only a scant few appearing to possess any real utility. As he surveyed the multitude of items, akin to stars scattered across the night sky, Sabo felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Faced with such an array, he was at a loss as to what to choose. Naturally, he longed to select something of value. Yet upon closer inspection, it seemed that none of these objects held any significance for him. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Sabo was struck by a thought regarding the prowess of Gyarados. This magnificent creature had evolved from Psyduck, and thereafter, it could not evolve any further. However, subsequent research revealed that Pokemon could undergo a special evolution known as Mega Evolution, facilitated by a unique stone, enabling them to unleash hidden powers and attain formidable strength beyond the limits of ordinary evolution. With this revelation, Sabo focused his mind, causing all surrounding items to vanish in an instant, leaving only 2 azure gemstones before him. These were the Mega Evolution Stone corresponding to Gyarados and the Evolution Keystone held by the trainer. Although these were 2 distinct stones, they functioned as a singular item. To his surprise, it indeed belonged to the category of 1-star items. Had it not, he would have sought it among the 2-star items instead. Sabo extended his hand, grasping the Mega Evolution Stone of Golduck, and immediately withdrew from the Dark Realm. As he opened his eyes, he noticed that 1 card had vanished from his possession. Yet 2 brilliant blue gemstones had taken its place. He planned to hand them over to Qing Tian later, to fashion them into 2 exquisite bracelets, one for himself and one for Golduck. He was greatly anticipating Golduck's Mega Evolution. As for the remaining 2-star item summoning card, Sabo found himself at a loss regarding his choice. Nevertheless, he decided to venture inside once more. With a mere thought, he re-entered the shadowy world, where countless items reappeared around him, each of which surpassed those he had previously observed. Sabo gazed around, searching diligently yet failing to locate the desired item amidst the overwhelming abundance of goods. Although the 2-star items were indeed superior to their 1-star counterparts, their superiority was rather limited, prompting Sabo to exercise careful selection. Suddenly, an item caught his eye, and a smile brightened his face as he decisively chose this particular object before swiftly exiting the room. Instantly, the space was graced with a new addition, the item Sabo had selected. It was a psychic crystal, a supernatural artifact capable of unlocking the latent mental powers within a person, granting them abilities akin to those of a Psyduck. The potency of the psychic abilities was entirely contingent upon the user's mental strength and imagination. Sabo does not particularly relish the concept of supernatural abilities, although telekinesis possesses numerous applications and can indeed manifest considerable combat prowess. Such was not his primary motivation for selecting telekinetic crystals. His true intention lay in harnessing telekinesis to refine his mental fortitude. For both observation haki and conqueror's haki are intrinsically linked to the strength of one's spirit. While it is true that cultivation can enhance one's capabilities, Sabo finds himself at a loss regarding how to augment his mental resilience. He can merely allow it to strengthen gradually alongside his growth, which he deems excessively slow. Thus, he aspires to proactively engage in training to elevate his mental strength. Telekinetic training serves as an exceptional means to enhance one's spiritual fortitude. Upon encountering this 2-star item, Sabo was determined not to let the opportunity slip by. Although 2-star items are plentiful, most are of little practical use. It would be far more prudent to select those that could genuinely assist him. As he held the pea-sized telekinetic crystal, Sabo gently placed it upon his forehead. At the center of his brow, suddenly he felt a refreshing coolness envelop his mind, as if the world around him had transformed in an instant. And a peculiar force began to awaken within him. Sabo opened his eyes and raised a hand, causing a chair in the room to wobble and levitate. This was the manifestation of telekinesis. He sensed that he had begun to harness his mental powers. The application of mental strength was far more intricate than the mere use of observation haki or Conqueror's haki. A crystal of telekinetic energy seemed to unlock a gateway to a new realm for Sabo. Although it did not enhance his mental intensity, it bestowed upon him the ability to wield mental forces, granting him not only the superpower of telekinesis but also seemingly influencing other aspects of his abilities. As his observation haki expanded, Sabo experienced a clarity of perception greater than ever before, as if every movement of those around him was vividly etched in his mind. Moreover, the range of his awareness had increased by nearly a third, a testament to the effects of mastering his mental powers. Additionally, his once clumsy mastery of Conqueror's haki had suddenly transformed. He now possessed an innate ability to control it with finesse. Waves of Conqueror's haki surged forth, stunning fish beneath the surface, allowing him to execute targeted attacks with enhanced intimidation. A smile crept across Sabo's face as he extended his hand, which instantly enveloped in a dark sheen, a manifestation of Busashoka haki. Though he had only recently begun to grasp this technique, the development of his mental powers enabled him to wield it with newfound proficiency, demonstrating the underestimated significance of mental prowess. Telekinesis proved to be astonishing, fulfilling Sabo's expectations. Moving forward, he realized that by diligently training his telekinetic abilities, he could continually strengthen his mental control and elevate his mental intensity. Consequently, both Conqueror's haki and observation haki would also see enhancements, allowing for more adept mastery of Busashoka haki. Indeed, mental strength was the most enigmatic of forces, intricately linked to the complexities of the human soul. Having merely scratched the surface of telekinesis, Sabo could envision the exponential growth of his powers as his telekinetic abilities intensified, leaving him eagerly anticipating the magnitude of his future strength. However, this was merely the beginning. The ultimate destination remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 95. Super-Evolution. With a foundational understanding of the application of observation and Conqueror's haki, Sabo found it increasingly convenient to familiarize himself with telekinesis. Yet, as his mastery deepened, he discovered that telekinesis might prove even more effective than observation haki, which could only sense living entities, outlining their shapes through their life force. In contrast, under the influence of telekinesis, it was as if three-dimensional images vividly materialized in his mind, allowing him to perceive everything around him, a truly wondrous power. The following morning, Sabo ascended to the deck, where he beheld the sunrise over the sea while savoring a fragrant breakfast. One by one, Robin, Weevil, Akka, and Lucci emerged, and together they leisurely enjoyed their meal. After days of camaraderie, Sabo sensed that the crew had begun to grow accustomed to one another, particularly the CP9 members, who were gradually adapting to life aboard the ship. Engaging in their chosen activities, he believed it would not be long before they fully embraced the pirate lifestyle, free and unrestrained. Once breakfast concluded, Sabo summoned God Duck and produced 2 metallic bracelets crafted by his companions, each embedded with an evolution stone and a super evolution stone. He adorned God Duck's wrist with the bracelet containing the super evolution stone while donning the one with the evolution stone himself. Curiosity flickered in God Duck's eyes as he examined the bracelet, but he was undeniably pleased, for it was Sabo's first gift to him. Yet, he sensed an inexplicable allure emanating from the gemstones embedded within. Robin and the others watched with keen interest, aware that Sabo harbored countless secrets, particularly concerning the enigmatic entities of God Duck and Chi-Tian, whose origins remained a mystery to all. God Duck's strength was well understood by Lucci, Kaku, and Gabra, while Chi-Tian, despite being less conspicuous, was shrouded in intrigue given the extraordinary phenomena aboard the ship. Observing the expression on God Duck's face, Sabo chose silence, opting instead to engage in direct telepathic communication with him. Of course, they needed to synchronize their telekinetic frequencies first, a task that posed no challenge for Sabo. In no time, they had achieved alignment. Sabo, employing telepathy, directly addressed Golduck. Golduck, can you hear my voice? Instantly, Golduck displayed a look of astonishment and responded, Gabba Gabba. Of course, that is what others perceive, yet what Sabo hears is master. Is it you speaking? Since when have you been able to wield telepathy? Sabo nodded and said, It is I who has just learned the power of telepathy yesterday. From this moment on, we shall communicate in this manner. What I have just placed upon you is the Megastone, while I hold the Evolution Keystone, enabling you to undergo a brief Mega-Evolution and fully unleash your hidden potential. Now, let us put this to the test. After a brief moment of adjustment, Sabo touched the Evolution Keystone on his wrist and cheerfully declared, Come forth, Psyduck, Mega-Evolve. In an instant, the Evolution Keystone in Sabo's hand and the Megastone on Psyduck seemed to respond to an unseen stimulus, radiating light in unison. Psyduck was enveloped in a mysterious azure glow, and its entire form began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Robin and the others were taken aback by Psyduck's astonishing metamorphosis. They were unaware of Psyduck's origins, yet one thing was certain. Psyduck had not consumed a devil fruit, as its ability to swim freely in the ocean attested. Nevertheless, it possessed an array of extraordinary abilities that left them astounded. The azure light was fleeting, and as it dissipated, Psyduck's mega-evolution was complete. Sabo beamed with satisfaction at Psyduck's new appearance, while Robin and the others were visibly shocked. At that moment, Psyduck had grown to approximately 2.5 meters in height, its physique now remarkably robust. The once azure skin was adorned with white cloud patterns, which appeared on its palms, shoulders, abdomen, tail, and knees. The four-pointed horns atop its head had undergone significant alteration, with the two central ones shrinking, while the outer ones became more pronounced. Furthermore, the red orb on Psyduck's forehead had transformed dramatically into a gem the size of a pigeon egg. Sabo could distinctly sense the immense power contained within Psyduck. Gazing at the transformed Psyduck, Robin could not restrain her curiosity and asked, Sabo, what has happened to Psyduck? The others, too, looked at Sabo with varying degrees of intrigue, as the events that had just unfolded were beyond their comprehension, naturally prompting their desire for understanding. Upon hearing Robin's inquiry, Sabo began to elucidate. It is as follows. The recent stimulation from the two enigmatic gemstones has unlocked the latent potential within Psyduck, allowing it to temporarily assume this formidable form. Presently, Psyduck's prowess has significantly increased compared to before, and you shall soon witness its capabilities. With that, Sabo leaped gracefully from the ship, standing upon the surface of the ocean. He then declared, Psyduck, come forth and demonstrate the strength you have acquired through your evolution. At his command, Psyduck stirred, feeling the immense power coursing within, and with an expression of exhilaration, it soared into the air. In an instant, the previously tranquil sea roiled, and a colossal wave surged forth, with Psyduck perched triumphantly atop the crest, charging towards Sabo. Skill, surfing the waves. Upon witnessing this, Sabo smiled faintly. In but an instant, the sea beneath his feet began to freeze. Within moments, a landmass of glacial ice emerged upon the ocean's surface, and the waves summoned by the Golduck were entirely encased in ice. Observing this, Golduck soared into the air, its forehead gem glowing brilliantly, and unleashed a golden beam of light directed straight at Sabo. This was the skill known as Destruction Beam. Upon witnessing this, Sabo's face revealed a hint of a smile. Just from observing this destructive beam of death, one could discern the significant enhancement of Golduck's prowess. This beam of destruction, steadfast and unyielding, led Sabo to estimate that its power had at least doubled. However, as the beam approached him, it seemingly collided with an invisible barrier, scattering into multiple beams of light that radiated in all directions, shattering nearby ice into fragments. This was the psychic shield, a technique Sabo had developed after acquiring telekinesis the previous day. He formed an intangible barrier using his mental energy to withstand attacks, though his inexperience still resulted in considerable wastage of psychic power. With his initial assault thwarted, Golduck dove downward, its right fist clenched, icy energy coalescing around it as it struck towards Sabo with the move known as Ice Punch. Upon witnessing this, Sabo extended his hand to greet the incoming attack, seizing Golduck's Ice Punch with the intent to engage in a frosty duel. However, Golduck was far from being a match. To Sabo's astonishment, Golduck suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a powerful jet of water that surged directly towards Sabo's face. The move, known as Water Cannon, sent a ripple of alarm through all the devil fruit users aboard the ship. Water was their greatest nemesis. Should they find themselves unexpectedly drenched in combat against Golduck, the consequences could be dire, potentially leading to a swift defeat. Chapter 96. The Path to Ascendancy. Particularly for Luffy, the realization hit hard. During his previous encounter with Golduck, he had been thoroughly outmatched. Were it not for his extensive battle experience, he might have succumbed to defeat. Yet, it seemed that Golduck had held back during their last skirmish. Had he been struck by the water cannon, Luffy would have undoubtedly found himself incapacitated, rendering victory impossible. However, just before the water cannon could reach Sabo, it had already begun to freeze into solid ice. The frost spread from the water jet all the way to Golduck's mouth. And had Golduck not ceased the attack, it would have surely crystallized within him. Observing Golduck's relentless attempts to assault Sabo, though ultimately fruitless, provided Robin and the others with a profound demonstration of Golduck's formidable abilities and diverse powers, igniting the competitive spirit within certain individuals. 5 minutes later, Golduck's body suddenly radiated a brilliant light. As the luminescence faded, Golduck reverted to its original form, appearing somewhat breathless, a clear indication of physical exhaustion. After all, more potent techniques demanded greater reserves of energy. Upon witnessing this, Sabo nodded. 5 minutes was quite commendable, judging by the earlier performance of Psyduck. Its strength had evidently more than doubled after Mega Evolution. Such a formidable enhancement was indeed daunting. Just imagine, if Psyduck were to reach the level of a commander and then undergo Mega Evolution, what kind of power would that bestow? Using telekinesis to lift the exhausted Psyduck along with himself, Sabo soared back to the Thousand Sunny. Observing the astonishment etched on everyone's faces, he realized he may have displayed a bit too much prowess. Nonetheless, it was beneficial for them to witness the extraordinary abilities of both himself and Psyduck, sparing them from future surprises. This incident invigorated many, fostering a spirit of cultivation aboard the ship. Even Robin began to experiment with the blossoming fruit. A rare sight indeed, precisely what Sabo wished to see. As for CP9, their training did not require Sabo's intervention. He had already imparted the methods for honing observation haki and armament haki, welcoming their inquiries at any time. As for Akka, being a sniper, he would need to rely on himself for improvement, although the Thousand Sunny could offer some assistance. However, for safety's sake, Sabo advised Akka to train alongside CP9, ideally mastering the Marine 6 styles. After all, for a sniper, close combat could spell disaster. Acquiring the Marine 6 styles would ensure Akka's safety, while also enhancing his physical condition, thereby facilitating his mastery of both observation and armament haki, a dual benefit. As for Weevil, his innate strength was already formidable, second only to Sabo aboard the ship. Learning the Marine 6 styles posed no challenge for him. Within 3 days, he had mastered them all, wielding his black axe with remarkable finesse. However, he displayed a rather childish attitude, lacking enthusiasm for training. Sabo was compelled to enforce a daily regimen of 6 hours of practice, rewarding him with a feast prepared by the Thousand Sunny upon completion, allowing him the freedom to engage in whatever else he pleased. Psyduck, on the other hand, trained alongside Sabo, with telekinesis at his disposal. Sabo was now able to communicate with Psyduck with clarity. He began explaining the application of the Marine 6 styles and imparted the training methods for observation and armament haki, confident that Psyduck would soon master these 2 forms of haki. Moreover, Sabo shared his self-created martial art, the 6 harmonies, with Psyduck. Though derived from a few phrases in Sun Tzu's Art of War, its application in combat proved remarkably effective. Initially, Sabo's creation of the 6 harmonies was merely the practical application of those phrases in battle. However, through relentless real-world experience, he gradually began to grasp the essence of the 6 harmonies, evolving it into his own unique fighting style, slowly comprehending the profound meanings behind wind, forest, mountain, fire, shadow, and thunder. This was the true essence of the 6 harmonies. Even now, Sabo felt that his understanding of the 6 harmonies was merely at its inception. The profound meanings were yet to be fully realized. How could one speak of success when the nuances, particularly the elusive shadow, remained so challenging to comprehend? This concept was what Sabo employed to seal others' observation haki. Should he succeed, it would be a nightmare for his adversaries. Stripped of their observation haki, even the mightiest admirals and emperors would find their abilities significantly hampered. Alas, the profundity of the shadow concept proved too elusive, leaving Sabo with no clarity. The other 5 concepts, however, were beginning to take shape, and with time, he was certain he would achieve a notable mastery. Sabo trained Psyduck, who was responsible for training the Kung Fu Manatees. The Kung Fu Manatees possess commendable abilities. They are not only diligent in their martial arts training, but also remarkably gifted. Otherwise, the Kung Fu Manatees, who learned under Luffy in the anime, would not have developed such formidable skills in a mere 2 to 3 years. Sabo holds great expectations for their future. The Skyward slowly traversed the ocean for over a month. The crew was in no hurry to reach the next island, enjoying a life of celestial comfort aboard the ship. They engaged in training, sparring, and reveled in their harmonious existence, unperturbed by the passage of time. However, one day, the Skyward abruptly halted upon the water's surface. Everyone gathered on the deck, their expressions filled with shock, awe, and incredulity as they beheld an extraordinary sight not far from the ship. A colossal mountain abruptly emerged from the sea, its peak shrouded in clouds, with only its midsection visible, encircled by a sea of mist. Even more astonishing was the sight of a waterfall-like current flowing upwards, reminiscent of the reverse mountain, as seawater continuously surged into it, cascading directly towards the summit and vanishing into the vast expanse of clouds. Having witnessed the reverse mountain, Sabo was not overly astonished by this spectacle, though he found it peculiar. He thus inquired, "Skyward, what is the meaning of this? Is this mountain our next island?" The voice of Skyward responded, "No, master. According to the log pointer, we have yet to reach the next island. However, the log pointer is behaving oddly. It is pointing skyward, as if indicating an island in the heavens." "In the sky?" Everyone gasped in disbelief, Robin included, as she too was new to the Grand Line. Unlike her previous encounters with Luffy, where she had spent years in the Grand Line and gained some understanding of its mysteries, this revelation left her equally astonished. Upon hearing this, Sabo could not help but recall a certain place, the Sky Island. Initially, Luffy and his companions had entered the Sky Island through the Monster Current. However, it is worth noting that, aside from the Monster Current, there exist alternative routes leading to the Sky Island. Moreover, the Sky Island is not singular in its existence. To reach the very Sky Island that Luffy visited, other routes seemingly traverse through additional Sky Islands. The towering peak before him likely represents one such pathway to ascend to the Sky Island. Although uncertain of the validity of his conjecture, he felt compelled to investigate. Even if he were to fall, everyone aboard the Thousand Sunny would undoubtedly be safe. Sabo smiled and remarked, "What a magnificent peak. It resembles a pathway to the heavens. I am eager to discover what lies beyond the clouds and whether islands truly exist. Let us ascend, following the ocean currents, and venture into the realms of the unknown." At the command of Sabo, the others naturally refrained from further discussion, for Sabo was the captain, and his decisions were immutable. Their curiosity about the aerial island was palpable. Should it truly exist, it would undoubtedly be a breathtaking journey. The ship, the Skyward, harnessed the ocean currents as it ascended towards the heavens. A new world beckoning to them. Chapter 97, The Sky Island. The Skyward soared through the sea currents, gradually enveloped by mist and cloud. Looking out, they occasionally spotted colossal sea creatures emerging from the depths, some even breaking free from the currents and plummeting downwards. The astonishing sights left everyone momentarily speechless, observing their awe. Sabo interjected, "Let us all be mindful. As we ascend to greater altitudes, the surrounding air will become thinner. It would be prudent for everyone to acclimatize beforehand to avoid any unforeseen mishaps." Sabo recalled that when Luffy and his companions first arrived at the White Sea beneath the Sky Island, they struggled to exert their full strength due to the thin air, nearly falling victim to a sandilla. He certainly did not wish to find himself in a similar predicament. With each inhale and exhale, Sabo could distinctly feel the discomfort in his breathing, a consequence of the high altitude's lack of oxygen. However, as long as he gradually acclimated, it posed no significant challenge, for they all possessed extraordinary physiques that made adaptation quite effortless. Before long, Sabo noticed a sudden change in the scenery around him. Although the flying arc continued its ascent, the mountains had vanished from sight, suggesting they had surpassed the peak. At that moment, the vessel sailed upon a unique current that resembled a sea of white clouds. This was the White Sea, a distinctive feature of the Sky Island. It appeared to be a cloud yet was indeed water. Should a devil fruit user fall into it, they would find themselves utterly powerless. Navigating such a current was far from safe, as the area was often inhabited by the peculiar marine life unique to the Sky Island. Suddenly, a flat-headed long fish erupted from the White Sea, surfacing alongside the ship and, with its gaping maw, lunged directly at the flying Arkansas. Upon witnessing this, Sabo revealed a faint smile. At that moment, a figure leaped from the deck, Bruno from CP9, who executed a sweeping kick that struck the monstrous fish squarely on its head, instantly concluding the battle. As he observed the creature's body gradually sink into the ethereal White Sea, Sabo licked his lips and remarked, "Chition, could you please retrieve some of that fish meat for cooking? I am curious to discover its flavor." The fish of the Sky Island significantly differed from those found along the Grand Line. Now that they had encountered it, Sabo naturally wished to sample it. As the saying goes, one should feast upon what the sea provides. Given their arrival at the Sky Island, it was only fitting to indulge in the skyfish, a practice they had upheld throughout their journey. Although the ship, Chition, boasted an ample supply of provisions in its aquarium and cold storage. It could scarcely accommodate the voracious appetites of its crew, particularly Sabo and Weibel, whose consumption alone surpassed that of the rest combined. Suddenly, a door on the ship opened, revealing mechanical arms that swiftly descended upon the skyfish, expertly filleting its meat before retrieving it into the cabin. After verifying its safety from toxins, they would proceed to prepare a meal. As they ascended along the flowing white ribbon of the sea for over an hour, the Chi-Tion finally ceased its climb, arriving at what appeared to be an endless expanse of white ocean. Chi-Tion then spoke. "Master, we are currently at an altitude of 6,000 meters. According to the navigational indicators, the next island should be located above this white sea. Shall we continue onward?" Upon hearing this, Sabo took a deep breath and spoke. "Let us pause for a moment to acclimatize ourselves. Additionally, please prepare a lunch so we may savor the exquisite flavor of the fish from this sky island." "Certainly, master." "Please hold on." Sitting in a chair, Sabo diligently regulated his breathing, gradually adapting to the thin air surrounding him. Slowly, his breathing grew more effortless, and he believed that in no time, he would be fully acclimated. Before long, the skyfish feast prepared by the ship, the ether, was laid out upon the dining table, and a gathering of individuals began to indulge in this culinary delight previously unknown to them. As a piece of skyfish touched his palate, a look of sheer enjoyment crossed Sabo's face. Not only was the skyfish delectable, but its tenderness was unmatched by any fish found along the Grand Line. To partake in such a gourmet experience made their journey to the Sky Island worthwhile. After relishing the skyfish feast, Sabo and his companions took a brief respite before the ether resumed its voyage. Along the way, they encountered numerous skyfish attacks, all of which were successfully dealt with, transforming into provisions for the ship's cold storage. Sabo recalled that Gonfall of the Sky Island once remarked that should one approach the island via alternative routes, out of 100 who set forth, only a mere handful might arrive, presumably succumbing to the onslaught of the skyfish. At such altitudes, the difficulty in respiration hinders the full exertion of one's capabilities, rendering one defenseless against the attacks of these aerial predators. This, it seems, is the principal cause of the numerous fatalities. However, for Sabo and his companions, such a predicament was entirely avoidable, even in the absence of their intervention. The artillery aboard the flying ark was more than sufficient to fend off a few skyfish attacks. Yet, in the interest of conserving provisions, they opted against firing the cannons, as the bombardment could potentially damage their supplies. After navigating for the latter half of the day, Sabo finally beheld the location of the Sky Island. There, a grand archway loomed, flanked by walls that resembled billowing clouds, reminiscent of the white sea yet possessing the solidity of land. It appeared that entry to the Sky Island necessitated passage through this arch. A glance revealed numerous guards patrolling the vicinity, evidently tasked with safeguarding the entrance. Above the arch, two prominent characters inscribed the name of this aerial realm, Baika. Upon encountering this name, Sabo found himself momentarily speechless. This Sky Island had only been mentioned once in the narrative of One Piece. During the episode when Luffy confronted the Sky Island, as Enel, the user of the Rumble fruit, prepared to obliterate Angel Island. A fact alluded to by the captain of the White Berets, and it had vanished without a trace 6 years prior to Luffy's departure from the seas. Sabo did not anticipate that the Sky Island he arrived at would be this particular one, which indeed took him by surprise. 2 years after Luffy set sail 6 years ago, Enel should still be on the island at this moment. It remains uncertain whether he has acquired the Rumble fruit. In the Sky Island arc, Enel's prowess is widely recognized. The Rumble fruit is one of the more formidable Logia-type devil fruits, boasting impeccable speed and attack power. Furthermore, Enel possesses observation haki, which, when combined with the capabilities of the Rumble fruit, significantly extends the range of his haki, enabling him to hear the voices of the entire population of the Sky Island. The creator of One Piece once remarked that if Enel were to venture into the Grand Line, his bounty would undoubtedly exceed 500 million berries. Alas, he encountered the Rumble fruit's nemesis, the Gum fruit, leading to his defeat at the hands of Luffy, who lacked armament haki, a truly tragic turn of events. Now that he has arrived at Burka, Sabo is naturally inclined to take action. The potency of the Rumble fruit is indisputable, should Enel not have consumed it. Sabo would undoubtedly seek to acquire it. If Enel has indeed claimed it, then he ought to recruit Enel onto his ship, cultivating him into a formidable force akin to a vice-admiral. Regardless, it is prudent to proceed with him first. However, as the flying ark approached the archway, it was halted by guards demanding an entrance fee, much to Sabo's displeasure. At the entrance, as the flying ark arrived, it was immediately intercepted. Sabo and Robin gazed at the winged figures before them, resembling angels yet seemingly lacking any functional utility. Their wings appeared more ornamental than capable of flight. Flanking the grand entrance were dozens of guards, and a figure who seemed to be their leader stepped forward, surveying Sabo and the others aboard the flying Arkansas. He then inquired, "You have come from the Blue Sea, have you not? How is it that you are but a handful? Did you encounter an attack from sky fish on your journey? You seem to have suffered considerable losses." Sabo gazed at the individual before him and calmly remarked, "These insignificant empty fish are not worthy of any losses on our part. At best, they may serve as a delightful meal. Now, we shall proceed. Step aside." The leader of the group, taken aback, scrutinized the crew aboard the ship. They did not appear as fierce as other pirates. Most bore a certain scholarly demeanor, while the only robust figure, Weevil, seemed somewhat daft. A smile crept across the man's face as he earnestly declared, "I am the guardian officer of the Sky Island's entry. I suspect you have hunted our rare protected species. I must inspect your vessel. Furthermore, including your pets, you have a total of 15, necessitating a fee of 300 billionic for entry." Observing the grin on the guardian officer's face, Sabo could easily discern his intentions. Unfortunately, his misguided schemes had misfired. Sabo coldly replied, "It seems you are mistaken. We are pirates, accustomed to plundering others. No one has ever succeeded in seizing our wealth." Upon hearing this, the guardian officer erupted into laughter. "So, you intend to resist? That violates the divine laws of Baika. Now, I declare." Before he could finish, Sabo interjected, "Attack. Eliminate them, and then we shall enter." As soon as Sabo's words fell, except for Weibel, who continued to eat, and Robin, who quietly read, the others sprang into action. In mere seconds, the battle concluded, and the barriers ahead were lifted, allowing the flying sky to advance. At the entrance, all the guards lay scattered, blood staining the ground, while one unconscious sentry, still clinging to consciousness, desperately crawled towards a switch. With all his might, he pressed the button above, before succumbing completely to darkness. Suddenly, a sharp alarm rang out from above the archway, echoing throughout the entire Sky Island. The inhabitants of the island stared in shock at the entrance, for it had been months since such a warning had been sounded, though they had grown accustomed to it. As the first Sky Island on the Grand Line, Baika often attracted pirates, who, by their very nature, were reluctant to pay entry fees. Thus, when faced with overwhelming foes, the guards would resort to sounding the alarm for assistance. In the heart of Baika Island, within a palace resembling a realm of fantasy, the alarm's blare prompted a rapid assembly of the guards, known as the Divine Guard under the rule of Baika's sovereign, renowned for their formidable combat skills and expertise in wielding various sky shells in battle. Listening to the alarm ringing in the distance, Robin couldn't help but smile, remarking, "Sabo, it seems we shall not have the chance to leisurely explore the Sky Island after all." Sabo smiled faintly and remarked, "Who says we cannot? Since trouble has come knocking, we have no reason not to retaliate. If they do not wish for us to quietly admire the Sky Island, then we shall seize it directly. In due time, all troubles will naturally dissipate." The notion of conquering the Sky Island left everyone momentarily stunned. Robin's face also reflected astonishment. To launch an assault on an island simply to enjoy a peaceful stroll seemed utterly insane. Yet within this madness lay an undeniable aura of dominance. All present could faintly perceive the regal power emanating from Sabo. Naturally, Weibel had no objections, nor would Akka, who was hardly a paragon of virtue. Otherwise, he would not have aligned himself with Blackbeard. As for CP9, they were already accustomed to bloodshed, and with trouble at their doorstep, they would certainly not hold back. Robin, having seen the shadows of the world, remained silent. At that moment, Chi-Tion spoke up, "Master, I have just tested the shells we acquired. They appear to be unique to the Sky Island and possess various extraordinary abilities." Earlier, while fending off guards, Sabo had collected the shells from them and handed them to Chi-Tion for analysis. In a short while, the functions of these shells were displayed on a virtual screen that suddenly appeared on the deck. Upon understanding the capabilities of these shells, everyone was slightly taken aback. Who would have thought such small shells could hold such power? Had Chi-Tion not alerted them, they might have faced great embarrassment in battle, especially since they all possessed the strength to overpower the inhabitants of the Sky Island. Chi-Tion's actions were, of course, at Sabo's behest. He vividly recalled the hardships Luffy and the others had faced upon their initial arrival at the Sky Sea, having suffered many losses due to these very shells. Sabo did not wish for his crew to endure similar fates and thus took measures to prepare in advance. Before long, the Chi-Tion ship docked, and Sabo and his companions disembarked. Observing the approaching figures on the distant street, he coldly smiled and said, let us proceed without hesitations. Let them contemplate what has fostered their sense of superiority. Robin, go to Duck. Weibel, accompany me to that palace. Others may act as they wish. With that, Sabo led Robin. Go to Duck and Weibel toward the ethereal palace, while the remaining crew began to decisively overpower the goddess guards. Wherever Sabo and his party went, the inhabitants of the Sky Island recoiled in fear. They had not anticipated that the formidable goddess guards could be so easily vanquished. In a matter of moments, within the so-called divine palace, Sabo stood before the divine throne, looking dejectedly at Weibel. He could not help but complain. Weibel, could you not be a bit more gentle? Look, you've stained the seat. Upon entering the divine palace and encountering the ruler of the Sky Island, the so-called deity, the arrogant figure commanded, "Mortal, kneel before me." Before the words could fully escape his lips, a furious Weibel cleaved him with an axe, splattering blood across the throne. Sabo had initially intended to take a seat himself, but that notion was now abandoned. This was precisely why Sabo kept Weibel close. Had he been left to confront the goddess guards alone, one could only imagine the havoc he would wreak upon Baika Island. Only Sabo could keep him in check. Now, with the goddess guards annihilated and the deity slain, the task of conquering the Sky Island was complete. How simple it felt. From this day forth, Baika would belong to the Dragon Soul Pirates, at least for the time being. In the temple, former attendants of the deity were nervously cleaning the bloodstains, their perception of the once mighty god shattered by the ease of his defeat. Ascending the high steps and sitting upon the divine throne, Sabo surveyed the hall with an air of sovereign authority. It is no wonder so many covet power. Countless individuals engage in intrigue and slaughter for the sake of this exalted feeling. Reflecting on this, Sabo smiled faintly. It appeared this venture to the Sky Island was quite worthwhile, for it allowed him to experience the essence of power. The conquest of Baika was not in vain. Yet, regrettably, power was not his pursuit, strength was the foundation. Authority gained without strength is akin to a rootless reed, susceptible to upheaval at any moment. Moreover, the stage of Baika Island was far too confined. Sabo had never intended to linger here, nor did he plan to conquer this diminutive island. However, circumstances had compelled him to act on a whim, and since they had seized the island, he might as well take some time to recuperate here. To speak truthfully, Sabo had been traversing this world for 2 years since his arrival. In that time, he had experienced tremendous growth. Although merely 12 years of age, he stood nearly 6 feet tall. His physique, while not imposing, concealed remarkable power, leading others to believe he was at least 17 or 18. Throughout these 2 years, Sabo had mostly drifted at sea, spending a mere 2 months on land. He found himself yearning for the solidity of the ground, and thus intended to rest on Baika Island for a while. Perched 6,000 meters above sea level, the island's thin air was both a challenge and an asset. The scarcity of oxygen would pose difficulties, especially in battle, where increased blood flow could lead to dire consequences in an oxygen-deprived state. Sabo intends to seize this opportunity for the crew to undergo rigorous training in Baika, which will greatly enhance their abilities. However, given their physical prowess, it is likely that they will adapt to the combat environment of the Sky Island in just a few days. Therefore, another resource will come into play: the gravity chamber. As anticipated by Ching Tian, will be completed within a fortnight. This will expedite the crew's development, allowing them to simultaneously relax and train on the Sky Island without hindrance. The precise timing of their departure will depend on circumstances. Before long, Lucci, Oka, and the others returned, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Sabo seated regally upon the divine throne. Although they were aware of Sabo's possession of Conqueror's haki, its recent awakening had not significantly altered his demeanor. Yet now, it seemed that Lucci and Oka could perceive the faint aura of a king surrounding Sabo, a testament to his astonishing growth. They were inwardly astonished. Following such a captain appeared to promise a future filled with hope. Oka then spoke, "Captain Sabo, all the guards have been subdued. Their physiques were commendable, resulting in only about 20 fatalities, while nearly 500 have been captured alive. How shall we proceed?" Upon hearing this, Sabo remarked, "Well done. As for those captives, they still hold some utility. Let them be responsible for guarding the entry point and the Sky Island. For now, we shall take some time to recuperate here. We cannot be burdened with such trivial matters ourselves." Sitting beside the Grand Hall, Robin held a book about the Sky Island, and upon hearing Sabo's words, she teasingly responded, "Sabo, what makes you think we should rest here? Do you wish to indulge in the pleasures of being a god?" Sabo smiled faintly. "The god of the Sky Island? What significance does that hold? In this vast world, this Sky Island is merely a speck of dust. If one were to aspire to be a god, it must be a god of this world. Otherwise, what meaning would it bear?" Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback, including Robin and Lucci, who wore expressions of astonishment. What did it mean to be the god of this world? That ambition far surpassed that of becoming the Pirate King. To claim the title of god in this realm, one would first need to trample upon the celestial dragons, the world government, the marines, and the four emperors. The world government has stood for 8 centuries, possessing immense power and depth. The marines are spread across the seas and the Grand Line, boasting several top-tier fighters. The four emperors are formidable, capable of contending with both the world government and the marines. Though the celestial dragons may appear arrogant and conceited, their status as world nobles suggests they must possess some hidden cards. To ascend to the divine, one must subjugate them all, which requires absolute strength. Otherwise, such a feat is unattainable. Sabo's casual demeanor as he expressed such a monumental aspiration left the listeners incredulous, yet his eyes, tone, and expression conveyed that he was not merely speaking frivolously. Sabo gazed at the astonished expressions of the crowd and chuckled. What is with your expressions? Are you truly that surprised? Indeed, the goal is rather distant. Thus, let us set a smaller objective for now, becoming the Pirate King. A smaller objective? The Pirate King? Robin, Lucci, Akka, and the others were rendered speechless. They had become numb to the absurdity of it all. Indeed, in comparison to a deity, the title of Pirate King was merely a minor aspiration. Their logic was sound. Yet they couldn't help but ponder the implications if all pirates were to learn that the coveted title they pursued was merely a trivial ambition for Sabo. Observing their expressions, Sabo decided to shift the topic. All right, enough of idle chatter. I trust you all noticed the thin air affecting your performance during the battle. From here on, you must begin adapting to this combat environment. In a few days, I shall present you with a remarkable item that will undoubtedly aid in your rapid enhancement of strength. Upon hearing this, Lucci inquired eagerly, Captain Sabo, what is this item? It was no wonder Lucci was so anxious. Since boarding the ship, he had faced numerous setbacks. While he could accept that Sabo was stronger than him, the prowess of Weeble and Goated Duck shattered his pride as the strongest in CP9 for the past 8 centuries. An honor he found hard to reconcile. Moreover, Goated Duck's combat prowess had surged significantly after mastering his super evolution, with Sabo now capable of communicating telepathically with Goated Duck. It took merely a month for Goated Duck to grasp both observation haki and armament haki, showcasing an astonishing rate of progress that stirred a tinge of envy in Sabo. He recalled the arduous journey he undertook to master those very skills, enduring countless trials, while Goated Duck had seemingly acquired them with ease. Observation haki was fundamentally an exercise of mental fortitude, while armament haki, albeit less directly related, still required mental strength for effective control. Goated Duck, innately adept at utilizing telekinesis, possessed mental acuity that rivaled Sabo's. After mastering the dual haki, he practiced diligently every day, his proficiency growing exponentially. He had even achieved mastery in armament hardening, a remarkable rate of growth that illustrated the advantages of harnessing mental power. Had he acquired the telekinetic crystal sooner, his struggles might have been alleviated. In contrast to Goated Duck, Weeble had also made significant strides. Initially, he had relied on natural development without any formal training, akin to an unblemished canvas. Under Sabo's tutelage, he began learning the Marine 6 styles and enhancing his use of haki, resulting in substantial progress. Motivated by the impressive advancements of Goated Duck and Weeble, Lucci suddenly realized how limited his previous perspective had been, recognizing the time he had squandered. He had merely reveled in sanctioned carnage under the aegis of the world government. But now, he understood the folly of such navet. Strength was paramount. One did not need the protection of others if one possessed sufficient power. To grow stronger, to surpass all others, this was Lucci's singular aspiration. Thus, each day, he dedicated the majority of his time to training. Not just him, but also Kaku and Gabra shared this fervor. This group, forged as instruments of destruction by the world government, exhibited a tenacity and resilience that was unparalleled. During their time aboard the ship, Lucci had witnessed the formidable and enigmatic nature of Sabo. Even now, Sabo's essence remained utterly inscrutable to him. His towering presence transcended Lucci's understanding. Yet, he was certain of one thing. Whatever Sabo deemed capable of enhancing their strength was bound to be extraordinary. Sabo observed the slightly agitated demeanor of Lucci and spoke. For now, let this remain a secret. You may rest easy for a few days. At most, within half a month, we should have matters resolved. However, before that, you must acclimate to the combat environment here. Otherwise, it will merely weigh you down. With that, Sabo rose and continued. Now, let us all fully immerse ourselves in the charm of the Sky Island. While training is indeed vital, one must also balance work with leisure. Now, please feel free to enjoy yourselves. After dismissing the crew, Sabo prepared to attend to more pressing matters. His observation haki enveloped the surroundings, allowing him to sense the presence of each Sky Islander within his perceptive reach. He diligently searched through the vast crowd, seeking his desired target. This was a meticulous task that required patience. Within the realm of his haki, each Sky Islander's essence manifested as a distinct image in his mind, though lacking in facial features. It provided a general outline of their physique, even allowing him to perceive the wings that adorned their backs. After an extended period, Sabo suddenly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips, albeit tinged with a hint of perplexity. He had evidently located the target he sought, yet something about the situation seemed amiss. Sabo murmured to himself, it must be him, right? Has he not yet acquired it? Sabo sprang into action, gliding gracefully like a moonwalker, swiftly vanishing into the temple. Baika, an island resembling a fairyland, boasted an architectural style that starkly contrasted with that below. Its numerous staircases formed tiered streets, with many houses perched atop them, complemented by cloud-like pathways that lent an ethereal quality, reminiscent of celestial abodes. At the lowest level of Baika Island, beside a secluded ruin, Sabo descended from above. Landing upon a tree, his gaze fixed below, a smile gracing his features. Down below, several young inhabitants of the Sky Island were tormenting a boy who appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years of age. Intriguingly, he bore no wings, a hallmark of the Sky Islanders. Although the boy was not short, he was slightly slender, and in the face of several much stronger opponents, he seemed at a disadvantage. Yet, to Sabo's surprise, the boy engaged in a fierce struggle, remarkably holding his own. In a short span, the assailants bore numerous injuries, while the boy appeared to be more severely wounded. As they prepared to depart, one of them spat, "You monster, just you wait. Next time, I shall make you pay." The thrill of a brawl followed by a menacing proclamation, quite amusing indeed. Sabo harbored no interest in the individuals around him. His attention was solely captivated by the young boy. Once those individuals departed, he slumped directly to the ground, laboring to catch his breath. It was evident that he had sustained considerable injuries, and judging by his condition, it seemed he frequently found himself in such predicaments. Sabo leapt down from the tree, startling the young boy, who stood up abruptly as if struck by an arrow. The movement exacerbated his injuries, causing his face to contort in pain. Nevertheless, he maintained his vigilance towards Sabo without a hint of relaxation. The boy inquired, "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, Sabo situated himself upon a slab of cloudstone and spoke. "I am Sabo. What is your name?" The young boy, with a hint of caution in his voice, replied, "I am Enel. You are not from Sky Island. How did you come to be here?" Upon hearing the name of the young boy, Sabo could not help but smile faintly. His conjecture had indeed proven correct. It was none other than Enel. The inhabitants of Skypea typically possess wings, yet Enel, despite his origins in the Sky Island, was unlike the others, for he bore no wings upon his back. With the certainty that this youth was Enel, it also implied that he had yet to acquire the rumble fruit. Otherwise, those individuals he had just encountered could have been effortlessly dispatched in an instant. This led to the conclusion that the rumble fruit must still be in the vicinity of Baika Island. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Sabo's eyes as he gazed at the injured Enel and inquired, "What troubles you? Why did those individuals seek to cause you harm?" Upon hearing this, an abyss of hatred flickered in Enel's eyes as he replied in a low voice, "What do you suppose happens to one who is of the Sky Island, yet lacks the wings of a Sky Islander?" Upon hearing this, Sabo immediately comprehended the situation. Enel, devoid of wings, would inevitably face rejection from the inhabitants of Skypea. The animosity reflected in his eyes was likely directed at all the people of the sky. It is no wonder that after acquiring the rumble fruit, he obliterated Burka. Such actions were entirely a consequence of the Sky Dweller's own making. One cannot place blame elsewhere. It seems that Enel's extreme disposition was shaped during this very period. Observing Enel, who radiated an aura of vengeance, Sabo inquired, "When you were engaged in combat with those individuals earlier, did you not sense something, an ability to foresee their subsequent movements?" Upon hearing this, Enel's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he exclaimed, "How could you possibly know? This is a power I only recently discovered." Upon hearing this, Sabo nodded, confirming his suspicions that Enel had indeed awakened the observation haki. However, it seemed that he could only utilize it passively at the moment. Otherwise, he would not have sustained injuries while dealing with those few individuals earlier. Observing Enel's astonishment, Sabo spoke, "Do not be anxious. This ability is known as observation haki. I possess it as well. It allows one to sense the life force of surrounding beings and anticipate the actions and positions of foes. If you can master it, Confronting those individuals would be a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, a look of yearning instantly spread across Enel's face. With this power at his command, he could finally seek vengeance against those who had ostracized and humiliated him for years. He looked up at Sabo, his heart racing with anticipation, and inquired, "Mr. Sabo, would you be able to teach me?" Upon hearing this, Sabo's gaze sharpened as he calmly inquired, "Why should I teach you?" As Enel met Sabo's eyes, he felt an overwhelming pressure compelling him to avert his gaze, a force so potent that it made his body tremble involuntarily. This sensation was far more distressing than the exhaustion and injuries sustained from a fierce battle. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. His mind fixated solely on one word: vengeance. Chapter 101. An unforeseen encounter. Observing Enel struggling beneath his conqueror's haki, Sabo mused to himself, recalling how, in the past, Garp had utilized his conqueror's haki to subdue him. Today, however, he found himself in the position of wielding that very same power to impose upon another, a true turn of fate. It must be acknowledged that Enel's will was indeed formidable. The years of ostracism had forged within him a resilient spirit. Regrettably, he harbored an excess of hatred, which, if left unexpressed, would undoubtedly hinder his future growth. With this thought in mind, Sabo retracted his conqueror's haki, and Enel immediately felt a wave of relief. The imperial aura that had loomed over him was immensely powerful, far surpassing the terrifying presence he had once sensed while gazing upon the divine island of Baika. Sabo gazed at Enel and inquired, "Enel, what would you do if I granted you power?" Upon hearing this, a glint of malice flickered in Enel's eyes as he gritted his teeth and declared, "I shall seek vengeance, I shall obliterate Baika, and I shall ensure that those who once tormented me pay dearly for their transgressions." Upon hearing this, Sabo shook his head in resignation and continued to inquire, and then, at Sabo's question, Enel was momentarily taken aback, his eyes vacant as he murmured to himself, "What should I do next? It seems there is nothing in this world that holds my concern anymore." Seeing Enel's expression, Sabo continued to inquire, "Enel, do you understand why you have been ostracized by the Sky Islanders all these years, and why you have been subjected to their bullying?" Upon mentioning the Sky Islanders, a glimmer of hatred flashed in Enel's eyes as he spoke in a low tone. "It is because I look different from them. They label me a monster. I do not even know who my biological parents are." Haha. Upon hearing this, Sabo replied with a smile, "I, like you, may appear different from the inhabitants of Sky Island, yet just moments ago, I successfully conquered Baika Island. That so-called exalted deity of yours was cleaved in twain by one of my subordinates, and they did not dare to retaliate, instead choosing to submit entirely." Aniru, upon hearing this, was instantly struck with astonishment. "What? You conquered Baika Island and killed the deity? How is that even possible? The deity is invincible." Observing Aniru's incredulous expression, Sabo chuckled and inquired, "Do you know what the greatest difference between you and me is?" "What?" Aniru, still reeling from the shock, replied absent-mindedly. Sabo rose and gazed at the entirety of Baika Island, softly stating, "Perspective and strength, perhaps to you, Baika is your universe, and the deity in your eyes is the mightiest. Yet, to me, Baika is merely the tip of the iceberg of the world. The so-called invincible god appears to me as nothing more than an ant. The root cause of all your past tribulations is singular. You are simply too weak. You are too weak. You are too weak. You are too weak." This refrain echoed incessantly in Enel's mind, ensnaring him in its grasp. Indeed, if he were as formidable as Sabo, how could he ever have been bullied? But if that were the case, what would revenge truly accomplish? Even if he were to annihilate the Sky Island, well, what would it bring him? Confusion enveloped Enel. The vengeance he once fervently desired now seemed insignificant. The world was vast, and he felt so diminutive. He yearned for strength, to witness the reality of the world, to ensure that no one could ever demean him again. Enel turned to Sabo and calmly declared, "I wish to grow stronger. I desire to explore the authentic world. I aspire to become a formidable being like yourself, Mr. Sabo." Sabo observed the shift in Enel's gaze and could not help but smile faintly. The hatred that once burned brightly in Enel's eyes, now fueled by a desire for strength, had considerably diminished, which pleased Sabo immensely. He then spoke, "Call me Captain. I am the captain of the Dragon Soul pirate crew, and from this day forth, you shall be a member of my crew. I will introduce you to the realm of true power." "Yes, Captain," Enel responded respectfully. At this moment, he was not yet the formidable deity he would become 8 years later. He was merely a youth striving earnestly for strength. From this point onward, his life would undergo a profound transformation. Sabo nodded and stood up, intending to depart. Enel wished to follow, but suddenly felt as though all strength had abandoned him. He stumbled and fell to the ground, his stomach audibly rumbling. Upon witnessing this, Sabo halted his steps. "Enel, glancing at Sabo, somewhat bashfully remarked, "Captain, could we possibly pause for a moment? I would like to have a bite to eat first." Sabo nodded slightly and resumed his seat upon the cloud-like stone. Observing as Enel retrieved a dozen or so fruits from the ruins of a dilapidated house. It seemed that he had previously resided in that crumbling structure, subsisting primarily on fruits. Upon catching sight of Enel's assortment of fruits, Sabo's gaze shifted. With a swift gesture, one peculiar fruit soared directly into his hand. Enel, taken aback, was not so much concerned with the fruit itself as with Sabo's ability to summon it from afar. As he watched Enel devour the fruits voraciously to replenish his energy, Sabo glanced at the fruit in his own hand. His expression sharpened as he examined the vibrant blue fruit adorned with spiral patterns, sensing the unique aura it emanated. He was entirely certain that this was a devil fruit. If his conjecture was correct, this particular fruit was the natural type rumble fruit. Sabo was astonished to realize that Enel had already acquired this devil fruit. Had he not intervened, it would have likely taken only a few days for Enel to consume the rumble fruit, given that these fruits appeared to be his regular sustenance. Sabo cast aside the devil fruit in his hand and inquired, "Enel, where did you come across this fruit?" Upon hearing the question, Enel swallowed the fruit in his mouth and replied, "Captain, the fruit you hold was discovered by me in the White Sea. A few days ago, I ventured out to catch some fish in the White Sea and happened upon it drifting towards me from the ocean, hence I brought it back." As Sabo listened, a faint smile graced his face. He was now nearly certain that this devil fruit was indeed the rumble fruit. It seemed that it shared a fateful connection with Enel. Had Sabo delayed his arrival by just a few days, Enel would have already claimed the powers of the rumble fruit. Gazing at the fruit in his hand, Sabo was transported back to the moment of his arrival in this world, when he first encountered the rumble fruit during a lottery draw. It resembled the one on the roulette wheel perfectly. Regrettably, he had not won it at that time. He had desperately wished for the rumble fruit, for its potential was immense, and attaining the strength of a general was undoubtedly within reach. If it had been then, Sabo would have unhesitatingly consumed the rumble fruit. Yet now, as he contemplated the fruit before him, he felt no desire to partake of it. While the rumble fruit still possessed the ability to elevate one to the ranks of a general, Sabo seemed to have outgrown the need for it. He had acquired the dragon transformation technique, whose potential was truly immeasurable. Since embracing this technique, he had temporarily set aside his training in chakra, focusing solely on mastering the first step of his transformation into a dragon, his human dragon form. As for abilities, Sabo had already obtained the mutant power of the Iceman and telekinesis. These two forces were more than sufficient for him to explore for a long time, and it was entirely possible that even at the pinnacle of this world, he might not fully unlock their potential. The addition of the rumble fruit would serve little purpose. He understood well the wisdom of not biting off more than one could chew. Reflecting on this, Sabo looked at the rumble fruit in his hand and couldn't help but smile lightly. If this devil fruit were to be placed on the market, countless factions would undoubtedly vie for it. Yet in his possession, it felt utterly superfluous, a true irony. Chapter 102. Creating a god. Sabo could not help but fix his gaze upon Enel, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. He then spoke, "Enel, are you aware of what this fruit in my hand is?" Upon hearing this, Enel, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What is it?" Sabo began to speak. Upon the vast ocean lies a treasure, known as the devil fruit. It bestows upon its bearer an array of extraordinary abilities. The one I hold in my possession is the most formidable among the natural-type devil fruits, the rumble fruit. This fruit grants you the power to transform into lightning, endowing you with unparalleled strength. Do you desire it? Upon hearing this, Enel swallowed hard, astonished that the fruit he had found adrift in the sea possessed such an illustrious origin and could bestow such formidable power. The thought of consuming it ignited a fierce desire within him for retribution against those who had once tormented him. Yet, the rumble fruit was now in Sabo's hands. As he gazed at it, his heart was filled with turmoil. The power he yearned for was tantalizingly close, yet it was firmly grasped by Sabo, who had promised to take him on as a crew member, granting him the might he craved, which only deepened his internal conflict. One path led to an unknown power obtainable from Sabo, the extent of which remained a mystery to him. The other was the rumble fruit, which Sabo himself extolled for its immense capabilities, indicating it was indeed extraordinary. In weighing the two options, he found himself unable to discern which was of greater value. Stealing a glance at Sabo, Enel found himself momentarily taken aback. In Sabo's eyes, he detected no trace of attachment to the rumble fruit. Having navigated the lower echelons of society, he had encountered a myriad of individuals and could glean subtle emotions from their gazes. A normal person, confronted with such a treasure, would instinctively covet it, much like his own current desire. Yet Sabo's indifference suggested he regarded the rumble fruit as inconsequential. Enel could only ponder two possibilities. 1. Sabo was testing him, and the fruit may not indeed be the rumble fruit, though his tone did not hint at jest. Or 2. Sabo genuinely did not care for the fruit, which, if true, rendered him even more formidable and enigmatic. After a prolonged internal struggle, Enel took a deep breath and finally spoke. I desire it, but that hinges upon your decision, Captain. Although I found it, it now belongs to you. Upon hearing this, Sabo smiled faintly and remarked, Indeed, while I cannot ascertain whether your thoughts align with your words, I am pleased to hear you express such sentiments. This fruit is indeed the rumble fruit, possessing the potential to elevate you to the pinnacle of power. However, it is essential to understand that there is no such thing as the ultimate devil fruit. Rather, there are merely the most formidable wielders of abilities. I hope you do not squander this opportunity. With that, Sabo tossed the rumble fruit to Enel. Although there were others on his ship who had yet to acquire a devil fruit, Enel's presence aboard warranted equal treatment. The rumble fruit was inherently his, and Sabo had no desire to seize what belonged to his crew. Enel stood in stunned silence, catching the rumble fruit, unable to comprehend the gesture. He had not anticipated that Sabo would so readily bestow upon him such a gift. It was as if the solitude of his heart had been illuminated by sunlight, a warmth he had never before experienced. Upon witnessing this, Sabo smiled faintly and spoke, Very well, hasten to consume the rumble fruit. Allow me to observe its powers. Upon hearing this, Enel's gaze instantly transformed into one of resolute determination. He then took a decisive bite, enduring the repugnant taste to devour the entire rumble fruit. He could sense an indescribable transformation occurring within his body. Upon witnessing this, Sabo spoke up, The natural type devil fruits share a common trait. They allow the body to become elemental. Just imagine transforming your body into lightning. Consider the effects. Upon hearing this, Enel's mind stirred, and in an instant, his body began to shimmer with the brilliance of lightning, surrounded by arcs of electricity that inflicted no harm upon him. It was indeed a formidable and wondrous power. At that moment, a pebble was suddenly hurled towards him. Enel was startled, yet the speed of the stone left him no time to react. Surprisingly, he felt no pain. The stone passed through him, leaving a small hole in his chest that healed almost instantaneously. The one who had thrown the stone was Sabo, who remarked, What do you think? An elementalized body is quite remarkable, isn't it? In this state, most individuals would struggle to harm you, but Sabo raised his hand once more, launching another stone, which struck Enel's body directly. Enel, taken completely by surprise, staggered back several steps, astonished by the impact. Sabo spoke again. While elemental abilities are indeed effective against ordinary individuals, they are not invincible. Those endowed with powers harbor a fear of seawater. And there exist two specific entities capable of inflicting harm upon natural type users. The first is a mineral known as sea prism stone. Weapons or shackles forged from this material will sap your strength upon contact. I possess some aboard my ship, and you may experience its effects upon our return. The second is the ability I just employed, known as Busashoka haki. This formidable power resides within the human body, akin to your Kinbunshika haki. And employing Busashoka haki allows one to grasp the essence of natural type users, just as I demonstrated moments ago, with the second stone enveloped in my Busashoka haki. Upon hearing this, Enel was momentarily taken aback. Having recently acquired the Maramara Nomi, he initially believed he would become immensely powerful. However, it appeared otherwise. As Sabo delivered a sobering revelation, indeed, there exists no supreme devil fruit, only the mightiest of users. Observing the effectiveness of his intimidation, Sabo continued, Very well. You may gradually develop your abilities. In addition, you must learn martial arts to prepare for mastering Busashoka haki in the future. Believe in yourself. Your potential is boundless. Do not allow the power before you to cloud your heart. The path ahead remains long. Enel nodded in response, realizing he had indeed been narrow-minded. He once thought that avenging the Sky Island residents of Burka was his ultimate pursuit, yet now it seemed a trivial and inconsequential ambition. Noticing the change in Enel's demeanor, Sabo nodded in satisfaction. With the Maramara Nomi in his possession, Enel could undoubtedly be groomed into a formidable asset for the crew. However, before that could transpire, Sabo knew he must help Enel fully release the hatred within him, as it was a burden on his heart. Unresolved, it would hinder his growth. Contemplating this, Sabo conceived an intriguing idea, one he believed would be quite entertaining. In the year 1514 of the Sea Circle calendar, during the 14th year of the Grand Age of Exploration, Enel officially ascended as the new deity of Sky Island Burka. Thus began his remarkably brief reign. Lasting a mere 3 months, marking the shortest tenure of any deity in the island's history. Years later, as the people of Burka reflected on this period, Enel became an indelible legend and source of pride for them, though at present, such sentiments were far from their minds. Chapter 103, The Pursuit of Gravity Training. Sabo allowed Enel to ascend to the divine throne of Burka. Indeed, upon taking his seat, Enel experienced a surge of fervor. The animosity that had simmered for over a decade erupted in an instant. During those initial days, the island of Burka was frequently enveloped in the resounding roars of thunder. As for those who faced Enel's vengeance, Sabo harbored no sympathy. The principle of karma dictates that one must reap what they sow. The consequences they faced were merely the natural outcome of their actions, and thus, there was little room for pity. However, after an extended period of unbridled release, Enel, seated upon the throne, found no exhilaration in his revenge. Instead, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of emptiness. What he once deemed unattainable revenge had been swiftly realized. Yet as he observed the terror in the eyes of the Sky Islanders upon seeing him, he was struck by an absence of joy in his vindication. Sabo approached, gazing at the dazed Enel, and spoke. How does it feel to seek vengeance? Is it as you had envisioned? You seem rather dispirited. Upon noticing Sabo's presence, Enel rose, his demeanor heavy with despondency. I am uncertain, he replied. I once believed that achieving revenge would bring me joy, yet now that I have accomplished it, there is not a trace of elation. Instead, I find myself struck by the sorrow of those individuals. Their lamentations before me evoke nothing but disdain. Sabo ascended to the throne and spoke. Such is human nature. The weak delight in oppressing those even more vulnerable than themselves, yet they tremble before the strong. To them, you now embody an unconquerable force. They are engulfed in fear, while in your eyes, they are utterly insignificant. Even if you were to slay them, what would it matter? You would remain unchanged. Enel, upon hearing this, asked in confusion, I would remain unchanged? Then such vengeance holds no true value. How trivial my years of yearning have been. Aha. Sabo gazed at Enel's bewildered expression and inquired, Do you still harbor hatred? Enel smiled faintly, a tinge of sorrow in his eyes. Hatred? What purpose does it serve? Even if I could eliminate them now, nothing would change. I would gain nothing at all. Upon hearing this, Sabo chuckled and chided. That is splendid. Since you have relinquished your hatred, it is time to uplift yourself. A brighter future awaits you. Go and train alongside Lucci and the others. They will guide you in honing your physical prowess. Your foundation is rather lacking, and you must exert greater effort than others to truly progress. Aniru, upon hearing these words, felt a resurgence from his earlier despondency, yet still harbored lingering confusion. He ventured to inquire, Captain, is not the thunderfruit exceedingly powerful? Why must I prioritize physical training and martial arts over developing the fruit's abilities? Upon hearing this, Sabo remarked nonchalantly, the thunderfruit is indeed remarkable. Yet you are far too weak. Your thunderfruit cannot touch me, while I can effortlessly approach you and deliver a single blow that will bring you down. Thus, regardless of how much you develop your abilities, what purpose does it serve? Once you are in close proximity to someone skilled in armament haki, your defeat is inevitable. Only then did Enel slowly recall Sabo's earlier mention of armament haki and sea prism stone. His expression shifted noticeably before he spoke. Captain, I understand now. I shall seek out Lucci and the others to learn martial arts. Watching Enel depart, Sabo smiled softly. He had finally let go of his hatred. It was time for him to focus and begin his training. Possessing the thunderfruit, his progress would undoubtedly match that of Lucci and the others. Regarding the subtle applications of lightning, he would gradually guide Enel in due course. The power of the thunderfruit was far more profound than what Enel had exhibited in the anime. On the 14th day of their arrival in Skypiea, the research on gravity technology by the Sky Pillar finally achieved a groundbreaking advancement, successfully creating a gravity device and establishing 4 gravity chambers aboard the ship. Sabo, accompanied by all the crew members, entered the gravity chamber, where everyone was imbued with a sense of curiosity or anticipation. Within the chamber, aside from some conventional exercise equipment and weights, stood a peculiar pillar at the center of the room, which was none other than the gravity apparatus. Sabo glanced at the gravity device and inquired, Chi-Tion, what is the maximum gravity that this device can currently regulate? Chi-Tion responded, at present, the gravity device is capable of controlling alterations ranging from 1 times to 10 times the force of gravity, with a minimum precision change of 0.1 times the force of gravity. Upon hearing this, Sabo spoke up, activate the gravity device. Set it to 1.5 times the normal gravity. A low hum filled the air, and suddenly, everyone felt their bodies become heavy, struggling for breath, overwhelmed by discomfort. The most delicate among them, Robin, nearly lost her balance and would have fallen had it not been for Sabo's swift reaction, who caught her just in time. He then called out, "Qing Tian, restore normal gravity." Instantly, the gravitational force returned to its usual state. Sabo gazed at Robin in his arms and gently inquired, "Robin, are you all right?" A faint blush touched Robin's cheeks as she stood up and replied, "I'm fine, just feeling a bit unwell." Upon hearing this, Sabo exhaled a sigh of relief, then turned to the others and spoke, "How did you all feel just now? Was it uncomfortable?" Although the gravity has only increased by 1.5 times, the pressure it exerts affects every part of the body, including the internal organs. While our regular training enhances the strength of our physical bodies, it does not fortify our internal organs. Therefore, from now on, we must all practice together in the gravity chamber. The exercise equipment, under the amplified gravity, will assist you in your training more effectively, while also strengthening your internal organs. We will start with 1.5 times the normal gravity. Once you have adapted, we can increase it further. There are a total of 4 gravity chambers available for your use, and you may allocate them freely. These chambers are designed to accommodate the varying physical constitutions and adaptability of the crew, ensuring that individual training does not hinder one another. As the allocations were made, Sabo suddenly realized that he no longer had a chamber to himself. The 4 chambers were assigned to Duck, Weibel, Lucci, and Inel. With Inel's physical condition currently lagging behind that of Duck and the others. However, his lightning abilities could assist in enhancing his body, including his internal organs, making it feasible for him to catch up with Duck and the others. For the time being, Inel would have to train unencumbered, while Duck and the others required weighted equipment to improve their physical strength. Kaku and Gabra shared one chamber, their strengths being on par, thus placing them in the second tier aboard the ship. Robin and Khalifa, the 2 women, occupied another chamber. Curiously, Robin was contemplating beginning her own martial arts training. With the 2 women sharing a chamber, the others felt reluctant to intrude, leaving the remaining individuals to squeeze into a chamber with the Kung Fu manatee. After reviewing the situation, Sabo couldn't help but smile. It was almost a division based solely on strength, with one notable exception, Oka. His marksmanship was formidable, yet his physical prowess was lacking, and now he could only train in hand-to-hand combat alongside the CP9 members to enhance his practical abilities. Once the allocations were complete, Sabo realized he no longer had a private gravity chamber, prompting him to request Chi Tian to construct another for him. His training differed significantly from that of the others, making it rather inconvenient to practice alongside them. Solitude was preferable. Furthermore, to mitigate any unforeseen accidents, Chi Tian had thoughtfully prepared medicinal concoctions capable of treating both internal and external injuries, ensuring that the strain of overexertion would not leave any hidden ailments that could potentially hinder their future performance. Such a fate would be lamentable, reminiscent of Whitebeard, who, despite his extraordinary strength, could not unleash his full potential due to injuries. Chapter 104. Setting sail again within the gravity chamber, Sabo sat cross-legged in solitude, training in the dragon transformation technique under double gravity. After 2 months of diligent practice, he could distinctly perceive an enhancement in his physical strength. With continuous training, the once slender strand of dragon blood had significantly augmented, now blossoming into 6 droplets of potent dragon essence. Sabo discovered that as the dragon blood increased, the speed of his cultivation also accelerated significantly. It can be said that the dragon transformation technique is a method of cultivation that begins slowly but eventually speeds up. At the current pace, he estimated that in about a year, he would be able to transform into a human dragon form. As for reaching the state of semi-dragon transformation, it was uncertain how much longer that would take. While immersed in the dual gravitational forces, Sabo could feel every part of his body enduring these 2 different pressures, which naturally expedited the process of tempering his physique, a piece of good news that would allow him to achieve the human dragon form sooner. He was uncertain about the exact power of the human dragon form, yet he had already reaped considerable benefits from his regular training. His flesh, meridians, bones, and internal organs were all undergoing refinement, and this was merely the process of cultivating the human dragon form. The anticipation surrounding the human dragon form was indeed palpable. 3 months later, the Ark Maxim set sail once more. Standing on the deck, Sabo gazed at Leia Island, devoid of any sentimentality, perhaps due to acclimating to the sea. He found himself feeling somewhat out of place after staying in one spot for too long, a rather peculiar sensation. During these 3 months, everyone's strength had increased, with Inel showing the most significant progress. His physical strength had rapidly improved, his martial arts skills had elevated, and he had made excellent strides in developing his fruit powers, even mastering observation haki. At this rate, it would not be long before he could stand on his own. After leaving Baika, the Ark Maxim sailed along the White Sea toward the next island, which, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would be the same Sky Island that Luffy and the others had ventured to. Not only did it hold countless treasures of gold, but also a piece of historical text, particularly the magnificent golden bell, which piqued Sabo's interest immensely. According to Sabo's plan, once he entered the New World, he needed a stable period of development, not only to enhance his strength but also to cultivate his influence. While strength could be augmented through training, the cultivation of influence required substantial financial resources, which is why he had set his sights on the treasures of the Land of Gold. Currently, the Ark Maxim, in terms of size, could almost be compared to one-fifth of a large Navy warship, yet it housed only a handful of people, leaving ample space to store the treasures from the Land of Gold. This would ensure that they would not lack funding in the future. The exact quantity of treasures in the Land of Gold was immeasurable. In the anime, Enel's ship was constructed largely of pure gold, and the items Luffy and his crew retrieved from the snake's belly were sold for 300 million berries. The treasures of the Land of Gold must amount to several hundred billion, not to mention the Golden Clock Tower. Of course, what attracted Sabo to the Sky Island was not solely the gold. The so-called Island of the Gods was also among his objectives. Originally a part of Gaia Island, it was genuine land that had been lifted into the White Sea due to an upsurge in ocean currents, thus becoming the Island of the Gods. For the inhabitants of the Sky Island, the Island of the Gods represented the most precious resource. The god general, who ruled the Sky Island, had expelled the native Scipians, resulting in a war lasting over 400 years between the Sky Islanders and the Scipians, all for the sake of claiming the Island of the Gods. Now, Sabo had set his eyes on this Island of the Gods. Although land was commonplace on the Grand Line, it was exceedingly rare in the sky. In truth, he did not intend to exploit the Island of the Gods. He merely sought to utilize it as a large-scale cultivation site for herbs. Aside from researching various technologies, the Ark Maxim had been diligently working on the perfect serum for super soldiers, as per Sabo's request. Now that the blood essence had been fully consumed, all its components had been meticulously documented. What remained was the need for extensive experimentation. Originally, Sabo had gathered a plethora of medicinal materials for the Ark Maxim to study, but their quantity was merely a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, along the journey, he had also procured a diverse array of seeds for various medicinal herbs, intending to cultivate them for experimental purposes. However, throughout the journey, Sabo had been relentlessly pursued, with the ship scarcely docking anywhere, making it impossible to cultivate the herbs. He initially planned to cultivate them on Baika, but the lack of soil and the cloud-like terrain made it unsuitable for those seeds. Thus, he considered the Island of the Gods as the most appropriate cultivation base. Moreover, on the Sky Island, Sabo would not have to worry about any factions disturbing him. He could peacefully continue his training until the Ark Maxim developed the super soldier serum or reached a bottleneck. Only then would he contemplate setting sail again. Although the super soldier serum did not enhance the crew's physical bodies, its ability to confer extraordinary recovery, sensory enhancement, and other benefits would greatly assist the crew's training. Furthermore, it could enhance metabolism and delay aging, granting the crew longer lifespans and peak performance, a benefit that, while not immediately necessary, would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Continuing along the White Sea route, after several days, the Ark Maxim arrived at another expanse of the White Sea. This new area was designated as another White Sea, as it was situated beneath yet another expanse above, likely the location of the Sky Island. This Sky Island hovered at an altitude of 10,000 meters, where the oxygen was even thinner than on Baika. However, having acclimated to the environment of Baika, Sabo and his companions found the conditions there to be manageable. Upon reaching the entrance to the Sky Island, known as the Gate of Heaven, they were greeted by the sole guardian, an elderly woman. She scrutinized Sabo and his group, brandishing a camera to snap a series of photographs before speaking. "I am Amazon, the sentinel of the Gate of Heaven. Are you here for sightseeing or for war? If it is sightseeing, each of you must pay 10 billion IKA. Upon hearing this, Sabo couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Here it comes again. Previously, during his time in Baika, he was irked by the demand for an entry fee, which ultimately led him to seize control of Baika. Now, it seemed he was to face a similar situation once more. However, to invoke the name of the Island of the Gods would be tantamount to declaring war against the deity gone full of this desolate isle in the Sandians. Sabo candidly declared, "We are here for war. May we proceed now?" Upon hearing this, Robin and her companions could not help but smile faintly, as Sabo's demeanor resembled that of a miser. Their collective worth amounted to merely 160 billion ikes, which translates to a mere 160,000 berries. Yet, Sabo remained obstinately unwilling to part with any of it. Amazon, maintaining an impassive expression, replied, "It matters not. You may enter." With a resounding thud, the whole of the flying ark emitted a deep sound, and a hint of a smile appeared on Sabo's face. This was the renowned specialty of the White Sea from Sky Island, the urgent crab, which was tasked with aiding vessels in reaching the lofty heights of the White Sea. However, the flying ark was simply too heavy for the urgent crab to manage, let alone move. Sabo offered a faint smile and called out, "Chition, set sail. Let us ascend." The Chition swiftly surged forward, navigating the spiral path, racing towards the higher realms of the White Sea. Chapter 105. Junjeganfur at an altitude of 10,000 meters, beside the island of the gods, the Chition anchored above the White Sea. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the enigmatic island before them, having spent several months on the Sky Island. They had never encountered the notion that such terrestrial soil could exist alongside the Great Sea Route. If it were merely a hint of land, it would be one thing. However, what lay before them was undeniably an island. Sabo paid no heed to the astonishment of the onlookers. With a mere flick of his finger, a fragment of soil from the edge of the island of the gods detached and soared towards him. The crowd had grown accustomed to Sabo's peculiar ability, reminiscent of that of a psyduck. At that moment, a small door on the deck suddenly opened, revealing a platform for scientific instruments. Sabo placed the soil upon it and spoke. "Chition, analyze the soil composition and compare the data to ascertain its suitability for our upcoming research." Upon receiving the command, Chition promptly commenced its analysis. In a short while, the results emerged. "Master, the soil of this island bears resemblance to that found along the Grand Line. Yet due to the peculiarities of the Sky Island, its nutrient concentration exceeds that of the Grand Line by more than tenfold, making it exceptionally suitable for cultivating medicinal herbs." After listening, Sabo nodded and addressed the group, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, we shall reside here for a while. If our research proceeds smoothly, I promise to offer each of you a delightful surprise." At that moment, Robin interjected with a smile, inquiring, "Sabo, did you already possess knowledge about this island? You came straight here upon arrival, as if you were quite familiar with it." Upon hearing this, Sabo chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, I possess some knowledge about this island. I once perused a book and studied various materials. For centuries ago, a man named Rolando discovered the existence of a land of gold. However, upon his return, this land had mysteriously vanished, leading Rolando to speculate that it had sunk beneath the ocean's depths. In that region, there exists a peculiar ocean phenomenon known as the monster current, which erupts from the seabed at intervals, sending colossal torrents skyward. My conjecture, however, stands in stark contrast to Rolando's. It is quite possible that the land of gold was propelled upwards to the floating island by this immense current. Only this theory can elucidate the enigmatic disappearance of the Golden Realm." Upon hearing this, Robin extended her hand, and suddenly numerous arms appeared from the ship. In a short while, a book was delivered into her grasp. She smiled and remarked, "Are you referring to the great deceiver Wumber Rolando?" Sabo nodded affirmatively, stating that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this island is likely to conceal a considerable amount of gold. The ruins of the ancient city of El Dorado, which perished 8 centuries ago, should be situated here. It is said that many of El Dorado's structures were crafted from gold. At that moment, Gabra interjected, exclaiming, "What? The golden city of El Dorado? Does that mean we might discover a vast treasure of gold here?" Sabo nodded thoughtfully, remarking that they should be able to uncover unimaginable riches. With such wealth at their disposal, once they ventured into the latter half of the Grand Line in the New World, they would swiftly establish their own influence, solidifying their position before daring to contend with the 4 emperors. At that moment, Khalifa chuckled and said, "Captain, I was under the impression that upon entering the New World, you would directly challenge the 4 emperors." Sabo cast a silent glance at Khalifa and spoke, "Do I appear to be such an impulsive individual? The 4 emperors have operated in the New World for countless years, their influence deeply entrenched and their power immense. With merely our numbers, we stand no chance of confronting them, even if each of you possesses strength comparable to that of the commanders under the 4 emperors. It is said that many ants can take down an elephant. Without a sufficiently formidable force or the overwhelming power to crush all opposition, I shall not readily instigate a war." Sabo would not be as reckless as Luffy, boldly charging into Whole Cake Island with just a handful of companions. Were it not for the protagonist's halo effect, even with 9 lives, he would have already perished in such a venture. Moreover, Sabo bears the responsibility for his crew. Impulsiveness can be a devil, and once a problem arises, it could lead to irretrievable consequences. At that moment, Enel suddenly spoke up, saying, "Captain, we have guests approaching. Perhaps we should greet them first." Upon hearing this, Sabo could not help but smile faintly. The combination of the thunderfruit and observation haki was indeed a match made in heaven. In just 3 short months, Enel had not only mastered observation haki but had also significantly expanded his perceptual range with the aid of electromagnetic waves. Given time, surpassing Sabo would be merely a matter of course. After Sabo's provocation ignited Enel's pursuit of strength, his training became nothing short of extraordinary. Under the guidance of Qing Tian, he continuously developed the capabilities of the Thunder Fruit, employing its powers to enhance both his physical training and martial arts practice, yielding remarkable progress at an astonishing pace. Of course, the primary reason for Enel's rapid growth was his initially weak foundation. As his strength increased, the rate of his growth would inevitably decelerate. However, at his current trajectory, he might soon catch up to Lucci. Lucci, a potential candidate highly regarded by Sabo, had devoted himself to training, relentlessly striving to keep pace with the likes of Weevil and Gadya. In a mere 6 months, he had mastered both observation and armament haki. And with the introduction of the gravity room, his strength surged dramatically, much to Sabo's delight. Observing his crew members advancing rapidly, Sabo felt a sense of joy. Once Qing Tian developed the super soldier serum, it would further enhance their training. Although the serum would not augment their innate abilities, it would serve as an exceptional aid in their development. However, before that could happen, pressing issues needed to be addressed. Sabo turned his gaze toward the interior of God's Island, where a group of individuals leaped through the forest. Above, a long-bearded elder clad in armor, wielding a knight's lance and riding a heavenly avian, descended from the sky. The group gathered at the shoreline to meet the elder, who spoke. "You are the pirates reported by the Amazon prosecutor from the Gate of Heaven, seeking war. I am Gonful, the deity of this sky island. It would be wise for you to surrender promptly." Upon hearing this, Sabo smiled faintly. "You must be Gonful, correct? I am Sabo, the captain of the Dragon Soul Pirates." Upon hearing this, a hint of astonishment appeared on Gonful's face as he spoke. "What? You are the captain of the pirate crew that conquered the sky island of Baika? I have heard that one of your crew members has even ascended to the status of a deity on Baika. What brings you here?" It was not so much Sabo's renown that startled Gonful, but rather the fact that several pirate crews had passed through Baika during that time, with their next destination evidently being the current sky island. Gonful's knowledge of Sabo clearly stemmed from tales recounted by those pirates. Upon hearing this, Sabo chuckled and remarked, "Since you are already acquainted with me, that simplifies matters. My intention in coming here is not to instigate war. Rather, I seek to make use of this divine island for a time. However, should you be unwilling, I may be compelled to resort to alternative measures." Sabo narrowed his eyes slightly, and the Conqueror's haki erupted forth, causing all those behind Gonfur to collapse as if swept away by a fierce wind. Gonfur himself trembled uncontrollably, gazing at Sabo with a face full of terror, and stammered in response, "Of course, it is possible. A wise man recognizes the times, in this regard." Gonfur could indeed be considered a wise man. Chapter 106, Elimination of Unstable Elements. Sabo gazed at Gonfur and spoke. "There is no need for you to be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions towards the Sky Island. I simply wish to cultivate some herbs upon this divine isle, and I require assistance to tend to them. Once I have achieved my goals, I shall naturally take my leave." Gonfur regarded Sabo and nodded. "I understand. I will assist you in finding individuals knowledgeable about herbs. I sincerely hope you do not bring harm to the inhabitants of the Sky Island. Otherwise, even if we are not your equals in combat, we shall fight to the last breath." Sabo smiled and said, "Rest assured, my sole desire is this divine island. I harbor no interest in other territories. As long as you do not provoke me, I shall remain indifferent to your presence during my time utilizing the divine island. I hope we can coexist peacefully." Having reached a consensus with Gonford, Sabo felt a sense of satisfaction, as this would alleviate much of the trouble. He was not a malevolent individual, lacking the interest to conquer yet another island. Moreover, he had no inclination to plunder the common folk. Capturing the divine island would only bring him unnecessary complications. Once the divine guard under Gonford awakened, he departed with them, and as they left, they regarded Sabo with evident trepidation. Indeed, the power of Sabo as Conqueror's haki was something they had never encountered before, and the unknown filled them with dread. Gonford acted swiftly, sending dozens of individuals knowledgeable in herbalism the very next day. Sabo provided each of them with a comprehensive herbal compendium crafted by Qi Tian, instructing them to cultivate medicinal herbs in the open areas of the divine island. Thanks to the island's abundant nutrients, the herbs thrived remarkably well, growing at a pace far superior to that on the Grand Line. with significantly shortened growth cycles. Before long, bountiful supplies of herbs would be available for Chi Tian to utilize in his research on super soldier serums. In a certain village on the Sky Island, known as Yunin Village, the inhabitants were the Shandians, the original residents of the Divine Island who had been thrust onto the Sky Island alongside it. Subsequently, they were expelled from the Divine Island by the island's deity, leading to a prolonged war lasting 4 centuries against the Sky Islanders. At this moment, all the warriors of the Shandians had gathered, and within a tent, several prominent Shandian warriors convened: the battle demon Weiba, the Manus Kamachili, Brahm, and Jiabao. The mightiest among the Shandians, Brahm, observing the furious expression on Weiba's face, spoke, "Indeed, I have confirmed the news multiple times. A few days ago, a band of pirates breached the gate of heaven, entered the Sky Island, and seized the Divine Island. They subsequently met with the deity Confronting, who shockingly acquiesced to their occupation of the Divine Island." Kamachili interjected, "We are all well aware of Confronting and his Divine Guard's capabilities. For this deity to yield so easily indicates that these pirates are exceptional. Otherwise, Confronting would not have retreated so readily." Jiabao, noticing Weiba's wrathful demeanor, inquired, "Weiba, now that the Divine Island is occupied by pirates, what should we do?" Weiba responded vehemently, "Confronting is afraid, but we need not share his fear. Since he has relinquished the Divine Island, it is our duty to reclaim it. We shall execute those pirates. Now, send word to all warriors, follow me into battle." Sabo had certainly speculated that the Sandians would seek to trouble him, yet he had not anticipated such swiftness. Nevertheless, he regarded those individuals with indifference, for he had other matters to attend to and no time to engage with a group of arrogant beings. Besides Sabo, Enola spoke up, "Captain, a group of individuals is approaching God's Island with ill intentions. How should we proceed?" Sabo spoke without turning back, saying, "Such trivial matters are for you to handle. Teach them a lesson they shall never forget, lest they, like that beast, disrupt my plans. I still have to deal with this formidable creature before me." Enel glanced at the entity ahead, swallowing hard, not out of fear, but sheer astonishment. A serpent stretching over 100 meters in length. He had not anticipated encountering such a monstrosity on God's Island, an encounter that utterly transcended his comprehension. Fortunately, his capacity for acceptance had grown remarkably. Ever since he had met Sabo, Enel felt as though he had stepped into a new realm. The likes of Godaduck and Oking were each astonishing in their own right. The creature before him was merely larger than most. And while he possessed the capability to annihilate it, he was no match for Godaduck. As for Oking, he remained in his ship form, leaving no one to witness his true combat prowess. Upon hearing Sabo instruct him to deal with the uninvited guests, a flash of lightning erupted, and he vanished without a trace, his fruit ability akin to instantaneous movement, perhaps rivaled only by the Marine Admiral Kazar's Pika Pika no Mi among the Logia types. Sabo gazed at the colossal serpent before him, his expression far from serene. It was this very creature that had ravaged his herbal garden, leaving devastation in its wake. Allowing it to remain would pose a significant threat, for it could wreak havoc upon his other gardens at any moment. As he observed the serpent's gaping maw approaching, Sabo offered a cold smirk, leaping gracefully onto its head. He extended a hand, resting it upon the serpent's crown, and softly uttered, "Ice Age." Crackling sounds echoed as, in an instant, the serpent's head began to freeze, the ice swiftly spreading across its enormous body. Within mere seconds, the once mighty python had been transformed into a magnificent ice sculpture. This technique, inspired by Akiji's signature move, had been refined by Sabo, showcasing his unparalleled precision and control. Sabo gazed at the colossal serpent before him, encased in ice, and an idea struck him, an extravagant feast of serpentine delicacies. This magnificent creature could sustain them for an extended period, and it appeared to harbor a wealth of gold within its depths, a treasure not to be squandered. He was curious about how its flavor would manifest, considering that this serpent had lived for over 4 centuries. High above, Gonfal rode upon Pierre, his gaze fixed through a telescope on the unfolding scene below. He was seized with profound astonishment. A creature they had been unable to contend with for centuries had been vanquished in an instant. The sheer terror of it compelled him to feel relief for his decision, as he pondered how many denizens of Skypea might have perished had he not intervened. Meanwhile, Weber and the other Scipian warriors had just arrived at God Island when they were confronted by Enel, who barred their passage. Enel regarded Weber and his comrades with disdain, stating, "This territory now temporarily belongs to our Dragon Soul pirates. The captain wishes for no disturbances, so I kindly request your departure. Otherwise." The response from Weber and his companions was a volley of gunfire. Observing the holes in his own attire, Enel sneered, "Such rude individuals. since you've chosen to engage. Prepare to face the consequences. In an instant, thunderous roars echoed along the shores of God Island, the tumultuous display brief yet intense, lasting scarcely a minute. Chapter 107. A job well done on the coastline of God Island. A group of charred Scipians lay sprawled upon the ground, the only one still capable of movement being Weber. Shocked, he stared at Enel, disbelief etched across his features. He had never anticipated that he and so many warriors from Skypiea could be so utterly defeated, without even a semblance of resistance. Weber, struggling to articulate his thoughts, stammered. You are a devil fruit user, perhaps a Logia type? Such terrifying powers. I can't believe we were so thoroughly vanquished. Enel, with a faint smile, replied, is my devil fruit power truly so fearsome? That merely reflects your limited experience. This power was bestowed upon me by our captain, who holds no interest in it. His true strength is what you should fear, possessing the ability of Kinbunchika haki. Enel sensed the life force of the gigantic serpent extinguish in an instant, undoubtedly at Sabo's hand. Although he possessed the Maramara no Mi, extinguishing the serpent instantaneously was beyond his capability. After spending so much time aboard the ship, he increasingly felt that Sabo was enveloped in an aura of enigma. Weber, visibly shocked, exclaimed, What? You're not the strongest? How is that possible? Enel rose to his full height, asserting, I previously mentioned that your understanding is vastly insufficient. The strongest? Within our Dragon Soul pirates, my current prowess may only rank 5th. However, I shall not remain in this position indefinitely. My ultimate goal is to attain 2nd place. 5th? Weber was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by astonishment. He collapsed, grappling to comprehend why someone of Enel's formidable caliber would only rank 5th in the pirate crew. Enel surveyed the fallen Scipians and found himself in a quandary. What to do with them? He couldn't simply abandon them there. Having accompanied Sabo for some time, he had learned that he never showed mercy in battle, yet he held no inclination for posthumous attacks. To slay an enemy once they had lost their combat ability was not merely an insult to them, but also a dishonor to oneself. At that moment, Gonfowl descended from the sky upon Pierre, addressing Enel, leave these individuals to me. I shall ensure they no longer trouble you. Enel nodded in agreement, old man. Then I entrust them to you. Please refrain from causing further complications. Should the captain become enraged, I'm certain you understand the consequences. Gonfowl acknowledged the request. And with a flash, Enel transformed into lightning and vanished from sight. Gonfowl sought the Divine Guard, transporting both the living and the deceased Scipians back to Cloud-Hidden Village, explaining the situation to their chief to prevent any unnecessary casualties in the future. With the Scipians no longer a nuisance, Sabo could focus on conducting research on the super soldier serum, while the inhabitants of Skypiea assisted in cultivating herbs, significantly alleviating his burdens. Consequently, he and his crew could dedicate time to their own training. During the 2nd month of their stay on God Island, Chi-Tion delivered remarkable news to Sabo. The 1st generation of the super soldier serum had been successfully developed, a revelation that astonished Sabo, as he had not anticipated such smooth progress. In the laboratory of the Chi-Tion vessel, Sabo observed a series of mechanical arms, operated by Chi-Tion, tirelessly synthesizing an array of peculiar medicinal compounds. Nearby, a special test tube containing a brilliant blue liquid housed the 1st generation of the super soldier serum synthesized by Chi-Tion. Saber picked up the serum, examined it briefly, and then inquired, Chi-Tion, is the super soldier serum you developed safe? What are its effects? Chi-Tion responded, Master, according to my calculations, it should pose no issues. However, further experimentation is required. As for its efficacy, it cannot be compared to the flawless super soldier serum, as I am constrained by the available materials. This is merely the 1st generation of the super soldier serum, and there remains potential for continued refinement in the future. Upon hearing this, Sabo furrowed his brow slightly. Do we still need further experimentation? Indeed, it was imperative to avoid any mishaps. Very well. There are plenty of creatures on the Sky Island, and some prisoners are held in its dungeons. We can use them for the experiments. Although he felt a pang of reluctance regarding human experimentation, Sabo recognized the necessity, for this was intended for his crew, and he could not afford any mistakes. Moreover, the majority of the pirates imprisoned in the Sky Island dungeons were troublemakers who had caused unrest upon their arrival. They were hardly virtuous individuals. Thus Sabo felt little moral burden. After a month of continuous experimentation, none of the subjects exhibited any adverse reactions. All experimental data was meticulously recorded by Chi-Tion, providing clear results regarding the efficacy of the 1st generation super soldier serum. According to Chi-Tion's statistical analysis, The effectiveness of this first-generation serum was indeed inferior to the perfect-grade serum he had injected. The perfect-grade super soldier serum could enhance sensory perception and reflexes by at least 5-fold, and recovery and metabolic capabilities by over 10-fold, while physical enhancements were negligible. In contrast, the first-generation super soldier serum created by Chi-Tion could only enhance sensory perception and reflexes by approximately 1-fold, and recovery and metabolic abilities by around 3-fold. As for its ability to delay aging, Sabo chose not to disclose this information. Should it become public knowledge, he would undoubtedly face relentless turmoil. Currently aboard the ship, aside from himself, there were 11 others and 4 animals. Sabo prepared to leave with 15 vials of the super soldier serum. Before departing, he inquired, Chi-Tion, if one were to inject the first-generation super soldier serum, would it still be beneficial to inject a second generation? Should it be developed? Chi-Tion replied, theoretically. It would still be advantageous, although the effects may be somewhat diminished. However, it would not cause significant interference. Sabo nodded, acknowledging, understood. Eliminate those experimental subjects, and subsequently seal all first-generation super soldier serums. Their existence must remain a secret from everyone. Do you comprehend? I understand, Master. Sabo, clutching the box in his hands, exited the laboratory. The experimental subjects he had mentioned earlier undoubtedly included the pirates. Sabo clearly could not allow them to survive. The leakage of such information regarding the experiments would undoubtedly bring him considerable trouble, a predicament he was ill-equipped to handle at present. During lunchtime, everyone gathered on the deck to relish the sumptuous meal prepared by Chi-Tion. The rigorous training they underwent daily necessitated ample nourishment, and even Robin, after days of exertion, found her appetite significantly increased. At this moment, Sabo, with the box in hand and a beaming expression, made his way onto the deck. Observing Sabo's cheerful demeanor, Robin inquired, Sabo, what is you in such high spirits? Sabo placed the box upon the table and spoke, Indeed, there is good news. Over the past few months, you must have been curious about what the Sky Pillar has been preoccupied with. Now, I can reveal that they have been researching something significant, and the fruits of their labor are contained within this very box. Chapter 108. Return to the Grand Line A box? Everyone's gaze instinctively turned toward the container Sabo had set down. Their curiosity was piqued about what the Sky Pillar had discovered. During this period, the inhabitants of the Sky Island had been diligently assisting them in cultivating medicinal herbs, all of which had been delivered to the laboratory aboard the ship. They had inquired about the purpose of this endeavor, but Sabo had consistently insisted on keeping it a secret. It appeared that the moment for revelation had finally arrived. Sabo observed the curiosity of the crowd and, extending his hand, opened the box to reveal 15 vials of super soldier serum, from which a cool mist emanated. Preserving the serum within, he gestured towards the vials and explained, These are the super soldier serums, the result of over a year of research, which were recently perfected. Administering this serum can enhance the physical constitution of the human body, augment sensory capabilities, and improve reflexes, while significantly amplifying the body's regenerative abilities. Of course, the enhancement of physical constitution pertains to ordinary individuals. For you, it may not be applicable. However, it will endow you with heightened sensory perception, improved reflexes, and notably, an enhanced capacity for recovery, which shall serve as a remarkable aid in your training. Upon hearing Sabo's description, a few individuals displayed expressions of longing. Yet the majority remained composed, for the notion of super soldier serum seemed rather fantastical and difficult to accept at once. Robin, gazing at the vials, inquired, Sabo, are you certain you are not jesting? Is the serum truly as beneficial as you claim? Are there any side effects? Sabo spoke up, assuring Robin, rest assured. I have been experimenting with this serum for over a month, and I can guarantee that there will be no issues. This super soldier serum merely enhances your inherent genes and will not have any adverse effects on the human body. Sabo observed the hesitation etched upon the faces of those around him and spoke, I have set aside the items. Whether you wish to use them is entirely your decision. With that, he picked up 4 syringes and called Go to Duck and Kung Fu Manatee aside, proceeding to administer the injections. Witnessing this, Weibel also extended his hand to take a syringe, approaching Sabo for assistance. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, and Enel, placing his trust in Sabo, boldly took a syringe as well. After all, if Sabo could grant him the Thunder Fruit, there was no reason to doubt his intentions. Subsequently, everyone took a syringe, injected themselves, and silently began to attune to the changes within their bodies. Upon seeing this, Sabo revealed a faint smile. Gradually, they would come to realize the efficacy of the super soldier serum. After the injections were completed, Sabo spoke. Next, we shall remain on Sky Island for 3 months. Make sure to take this time to adapt and diligently hone your skills. Before long, we will venture into the new world, a true stage for formidable warriors. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd grew noticeably solemn. The latter half of the Grand Line is referred to as the New World, while many who first enter it often refer to the earlier segment as Paradise. Those unable to acclimate to the New World will seek every possible means to return to the comforts of Paradise. In the New World, there exist the 4 emperors and numerous factions, teeming with monstrous beings. Without sufficient strength, survival in the New World can prove exceedingly difficult. To ensure they possess adequate power, Sabo deliberately slowed his pace, allowing himself and his crew to enhance their abilities, all in preparation to establish a firm foothold upon entering the New World. However, before heading to the New World, Sabo had to visit a particular place, Sabot archipelago. It is worth noting that his visit was not for superficial reasons. The ship, King Tian, could transform into a submarine, capable of withstanding the immense pressures of the deep sea, thus rendering a trip to Sabot unnecessary. The Sabot archipelago is in close proximity to the Navy headquarters, and Sabo's presence there could invite trouble. Yet, he had a compelling reason to go. He intended to meet a certain individual, Silver's Rayleigh, the former first mate of the Roger Pirates. Sabo had 2 objectives for meeting Rayleigh. Firstly, he sought to inquire about the mysteries of Conqueror's haki. He believed that this powerful ability was not solely meant for intimidation or to clear out weaklings. It must have even greater applications, given that Rayleigh himself possessed Conqueror's haki and had accompanied Roger for a considerable time. He undoubtedly understood its secrets far better than Sabo did. Despite having mastered the 3 forms of haki, Conqueror's haki, armament haki, and observation haki, through his own exploration, Sabo recognized that guidance from Rayleigh would immensely benefit his training. After all, Rayleigh possessed an experience that far surpassed his own, particularly in the application of haki, where he undoubtedly excelled beyond Sabo. Moreover, Sabo had another matter to entrust to Rayleigh. He had merged the original Sabo's spirit with that of Ace and Luffy, forming an indelible bond in his heart. Since he had taken the place of the former Sabo, it became his duty to protect his sworn brothers. He harbored no concerns for Luffy, endowed with the protagonist's aura and extraordinary luck, complemented by his remarkable talent and strength, along with his dual identity as the grandson of Garp and the son of Dragon. Sengoku, respecting Garp, would likely refrain from targeting Luffy. However, Ace's situation was different. As the son of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, his identity, if revealed, would undoubtedly attract the Navy's pursuit. Sabo was determined to prevent a repeat of the Summit War, unwilling to allow Ace to be captured. Thus, he implored Rayleigh to intercept Ace during his passage through the Sabot archipelago, ensuring that at the very least, he would be taught the use of the 3 forms of haki. Whether this could alter Ace's fate remained uncertain, but Sabo resolved to do all he could. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, he would not hesitate to intervene personally, seeking closure for the lingering attachment of the Sabo he had replaced, and finding solace in that resolution. 3 months swiftly elapsed. At the edge of Skypiea, the Thousand Sunny lay anchored quietly, and everyone gazed in astonishment at the path they were about to take. Their expressions a vivid tapestry of emotions. But where is the road to leave Skypiea? Robin inquired, staring into the vast expanse of the sky. It seems the balloon octopus cannot bear the weight of the Thousand Sunny. With a mysterious smile, Sabo began, "No need for that. We shall glide down." Suddenly, with a series of mechanical sounds, the sides of the skyward transformed, extending 2 enormous wings, while the vessel's body morphed into a more streamlined shape. Observing the curious expressions on everyone's faces, Sabo announced, "Allow me to introduce the latest form of the Skyward, an elegant glider. This will enable us to descend from the heights like birds and land safely." Previously, the Skyward had been focused on researching the serum for super soldiers, leaving little time for aircraft development. The past 3 months had proven insufficient for creating a fully fledged aircraft, so the soldiers opted for the glider form, ensuring their safe return to the Grand Line. Sabo glanced back at the Sky Island, a faint smile gracing his face. This journey to the Sky Island had spanned nearly a year, yielding a wealth of experiences. The enhancement of the crew's abilities was a given, and they had also successfully researched the serum for superhuman soldiers. Moreover, within the ruins of the Golden Land on God's Island, they had uncovered a plethora of golden treasures. Were it not for the immense size of the Golden Clock Tower, Sabo would have contemplated taking it along as well. Sabo returns to the Grand Line with a more formidable Dragon Soul pirate crew, leaving one to ponder what tempestuous events may unfold in the world. Chapter 109. The storm approaches. Seated upon the deck, Gazing through the transparent barriers surrounding him, Sabo reveled in the sheer exhilaration of the moment. The skyward soared gracefully through the heavens, allowing all on board to overlook the vast ocean, cast their eyes toward the horizon, and gaze upward at the boundless sky, a truly rare experience. On the deck, Sabo found a rare moment of leisure. Leaning against the railing as he admired the breathtaking view of the sea, he was indifferent to the location of the next island. With his current strength, the first half of the Grand Line held little allure for him. At that moment, Robin approached, cradling a cup of coffee. Looking at Sabo, she inquired, "Sabo, do you not wish to know what the historical text inscribed on the golden clock tower reveals?" Upon hearing this, Sabo smiled faintly. "Poseidon, the Sea King? And what of it? As long as my strength is formidable enough, even the emergence of ancient weaponry would be no match for a single blow from me. Moreover, ancient weapons are not as remarkable as they are made out to be. The oars is far superior. It is said that the king of the underworld can obliterate an island with a single shot, while oars possesses the power to annihilate the world." Robin's face displayed an expression of utter astonishment. She had not anticipated that Sabo was aware of the contents of the historical texts. Nor did she expect him to regard ancient weaponry with such disdain. It seemed he held greater confidence in oars, yet she couldn't help but remember that it was, after all, an ancient weapon, one that the world government likely coveted for itself. Sabo spoke, "Do not overthink it, no matter how remarkable ancient weapons may be. They are ultimately man-made. The potential of Chi-Tion far surpasses that of any mere ancient weapon. If Chi-Tion were to develop a weapon capable of annihilating an entire planet, would you still regard ancient weapons as formidable?" Upon hearing this, Robin's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Although this world lacked satellites and such, it was understood that the Earth is a spherical entity. If Chi-Tion truly succeeded in creating such a weapon, it would indeed render ancient weaponry rather insignificant. Sabo continued, "Robin, the world is vast, and one must broaden their horizons. When the day arrives that we stand atop the world, you may discover that beyond it lies an even more expansive realm." As he spoke, Sabo's gaze suddenly became somewhat distant, revealing what seemed to be an infinite starry sky within his eyes. This intrigued Robin, who pondered how this younger yet more mature man harbored so many secrets. After gliding through the skies for several hours, the ship, named the Sky Pillar, finally announced, "Attention, everyone. The Sky Pillar is about to land on the ocean's surface. Please maintain your positions." Towering waves splashed up as if two colossal wings unfurled on either side of the ship. In no time, the Sky Pillar settled steadily upon the water, its wings retracting seamlessly into the vessel's body. The ship then set sail toward the next island. Meanwhile, in the Marine headquarters, within the office of Admiral Sengoku, he was buried under a pile of documents, his expression one of exasperation. Beside him, Garp munched on rice crackers loudly, each crunch further aggravating Sengoku, who noted Garp's nonchalant demeanor. With a furrowed brow, Sengoku snapped, "Garp, must you eat in my presence? Don't you have any work to attend to? If not for your status as a naval hero, I would have dismissed you long ago." Upon hearing this, Garp paused, using his pinky to scratch his nose, and casually replied, "Sengoku, what's got you so worked up?" Sengoku, in a fit of anger, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "The New World is in turmoil. The Yonko blatantly disregard our navy here, especially Kaido. That lunatic stirs chaos at a whim. And we've already lost 2 naval bases to him." Garp chuckled, "Haven't you sent Akainu and Kazara to the New World to quell the unrest? And didn't you dispatch Zephyr there as well? It shouldn't lead to any major issues." Thanks to Sabo, Zephyr's tragic fate was averted, and he was currently training new recruits in the Navy. With the recent upheaval in the New World, Sengoku had sent Zephyr there, knowing he possessed the strength of an admiral, effectively providing a formidable presence. Sengoku huffed, "Oh, do you think I would have sent you if you were willing to go? And your reckless son has been causing quite a stir lately. The Revolutionary Army is growing in strength. What do you propose we do?" Garp feigned ignorance, resuming his snack, entirely dismissing Sengoku's concerns. He could not truly address the situation. As a naval commander, his son formed the Revolutionary Army, which, while not opposing the Navy directly, aimed at the world government above it. Sengoku, seeing Garp's indifference, slapped his forehead in frustration, realizing he should not consult Garp about the Revolutionary Army. It presented a conflict between his commitment to justice and his own son, an impossible choice. Sengoku changed the subject, by the way. "Recent intelligence we've gathered indicates that the Dragon Soul Pirates have been missing for nearly a year, with no trace of them in the Grand Line. I wonder what they are up to now." Upon hearing the name Dragon Soul Pirates, Garp's interest piqued. He grinned and said, "Oh, you mean that little rascal? He's probably hiding somewhere with his crew. That kid has mastered the 3 types of haki and possesses strength comparable to a vice admiral in our ranks. After the Hearst naval battle, he must have taken on many subordinates and is likely training somewhere. Sengoku furrowed his brow. He was not concerned about Sabo's current strength, but rather his potential. Sabo was still in his teens, and given a few more years, he could attain admiral-level strength, heralding a new powerful force among pirates, far from good news for the Navy. With Sabo's year-long disappearance alongside the Dragon Soul pirates, if Garp's speculation held true, one could only wonder how much stronger Sabo had grown in that time. After all, it had only been 3 years since he first entered Sengoku's field of vision. And in just 2 years, he had already reached the strength of a vice admiral. What might he be capable of now? As these thoughts plagued Sengoku, he felt a pressing need to address the Sabo situation before he entered the New World. The Navy's control over the first half of the Grand Line was relatively strong. But once they reached the New World, that grip weakened considerably. If Sabo were to emerge then, it would become increasingly difficult to handle him. At that moment, a naval brigadier approached the door to Sengoku's office, holding a document. He reported, "Admiral Sengoku, we have news regarding Sabo and the Dragon Soul pirates, as you requested." Both Sengoku and Garp's expression shifted at this announcement. Sengoku, maintaining his composure, asked, "Where is the Dragon Soul pirates now?" The brigadier replied, "We cannot confirm their exact location. But an hour ago, one of our Navy ships encountered a group of pirates, most of whom were severely injured. We treated them, and they informed us that it was the Dragon Soul pirates who defeated them." Sengoku frowned and inquired, "What were the specifics?" The brigadier continued, "According to their testimony, in addition to the previously wanted members and pets, the Dragon Soul pirates now have a young man named Innocence aboard, who possesses remarkable strength. He single-handedly annihilated that group of pirates with overwhelming force." Another addition? Sengoku pondered, "Do we have any detailed information on this Innocence?" The brigadier responded, "Based on the pirate's account, we've gathered that this Innocence is likely a user of the natural type lightning fruit." "What?" Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. If it were any other type of devil fruit user, he might have been less agitated, but the natural type lightning fruit was exceptionally powerful among them. If cultivated properly, it could reach admiral-level strength. The fact that such talent had joined the troublesome Dragon Soul pirates only added to Sengoku's woes. Garp wore a look of surprise, but alongside it was a hint of schadenfreude as he thought, "That little brat has quietly recruited such a subordinate. His luck is truly extraordinary." Sengoku is in for a headache now. Sengoku took a deep breath to regain his composure, but upon seeing Garp's barely concealed amusement, his frustration flared up again. He shouted, "Garp, you fool. If you had captured him directly, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Garp retorted, Hey, Sengoku, don't pin this on me. I didn't let him escape on purpose. Besides, what's so concerning about just another lightning fruit user?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku was instantly beset by a sense of foreboding. Although a novice user of the Thunder fruit was inconsequential to him and Garp, the potential trouble that could arise from such a power once it matured was undeniable. Furthermore, this individual was under the command of Sabo, a captain brimming with potential and a penchant for recklessness. Could Sengoku truly feel at ease? Without addressing Garp, Sengoku turned to the naval brigadier and instructed, "Relay the message down the chain. Keep a close watch on the movements of the Dragon Soul pirates, but exercise caution to avoid any unnecessary casualties." The brigadier saluted and replied, "Yes, Admiral Sengoku." After the brigadier departed, Garp looked at Sengoku and inquired, "What are your plans?" Sengoku? With a calm demeanor, Sengoku replied, "I shall wait and observe." Sabo's ambition to enter the New World will inevitably lead him to Shambodi archipelago, where I intend to bring his journey to an end. Upon hearing this, Garp felt a twinge of concern for Sabo. As Sengoku's longtime partner, Garp was acutely aware of Sengoku's reputation as the Buddha of the Marines and the strategist. Once a target fell under his scrutiny, the prospect of escape was exceedingly slim. Despite his worries for Sabo, Garp found himself unable to warn him. Sabo had chosen his own path, and he must bear the consequences alone. Although Sabo was a sworn brother to Luffy and Ace, Garp could not betray the Navy, as it was a matter of principle. In the New World, within the palace of Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo held a transponder snail, listening intently to the voice emanating from it. "Doflamingo, I have just gleaned a piece of news from the Navy headquarters that I believe will pique your interest." Doflamingo took a sip of his beverage and chuckled, "Ah, Virgo. When did you become so adept at tantalizing me? Speak, what news do you bring? I am rather intrigued." On the other end of the line was a man clad in the attire of a Navy Rear Admiral, Virgo, an undercover agent sent by Doflamingo into the Navy. Within a few years of infiltrating, he had risen to the rank of Rear Admiral, a testament to his cunning and skill. Though it was also a deliberate concealment of his true capabilities. Virgo began. It appears that the Navy headquarters has recently discovered Sabo's whereabouts. And Sengoku seems to be preparing something, planning to annihilate the Dragon Soul pirates at Sabot archipelago. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo's forehead twitched with tension, yet he maintained a smile. Ah, so Sengoku has set his sights on him? It seems our hands need not get dirty. I had initially hoped to deal with him personally upon entering the New World, but it appears that will not come to pass. Very well. Keep your watchful eye on the situation. It had been over 2 years since Treble's demise. Despite Doflamingo once considering him family, he would not mobilize for a deceased individual. With the Navy now poised to act against Sabo, Doflamingo welcomed the development, for at the heart of it all, this was a world governed by self-interest. Sabo remained oblivious to the fact that Sengoku had already set his sights on him. Had he been aware, he would undoubtedly feel honored. Considering that Sengoku had attained the rank of Admiral of the Navy, being noticed by such a figure was no small matter. As for Don Quixote Doflamingo, Sabo likely no longer regarded him with any significance. Sailing across the vast ocean, with the sea breeze caressing his face, Sabo felt an immense sense of exhilaration. Though he had spent nearly a year in the Sky Island, enjoying a life of comfort, such an existence was ill-suited for a pirate. It was only upon traversing the open seas that he experienced true joy and freedom. After departing from the Sky Island, the Moby Dick continued its journey at a steady pace, while the destination of the next island remained unknown. Sabo was certain of one thing. He was drawing ever closer to the Sabot archipelago, as the last island of the first half of the Grand Line. The Sabot archipelago served as a gathering point for all pirates seeking to enter the New World. However, few would dare to cause trouble there, given its proximity to the Navy headquarters. Additionally, the archipelago was home to a naval base and served as an entry point for the world government, housing numerous government officials and nobles. It also attracted a multitude of merchants, bounty hunters, and even human traffickers, rendering the island, in a strict sense, quite corrupt. Moreover, the island frequently hosted the celestial dragons, as it was situated perilously close to the holy land of Mariehua. Although the atmosphere was chaotic, the authority of the celestial dragons was rarely challenged, for provoking them could summon an admiral of the Navy. Chapter 111. The Call to Arms for Sabo. This posed little concern. He had already confronted the celestial dragons before and had no fear of inciting their ire. The only potential trouble stemmed from the admirals of the Navy, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, each wielding powerful Logia-type devil fruit abilities, along with formidable martial skills and haki, making them quite formidable opponents. The Moby Dick sailed steadily, and after passing 2 islands, the Sabot archipelago was now within reach. On the 84th day since leaving the Sky Island, the Moby Dick finally arrived at the Sabot archipelago, where a new storm was about to commence. At the Navy headquarters, in the office of the Admiral, the transponder snail on the desk began to ring. Sengoku picked up the phone, stating, "Hello, this is Sengoku." A voice emerged from the transponder snail. "Report, Admiral Sengoku. This is Brigadier General Barrick, stationed at the Sabot archipelago. I have just received a report from our monitoring soldiers. The Dragon Soul pirates have arrived at the Sabot archipelago, currently docked at Dock 15. Their primary target, Sabo, has been confirmed." Upon hearing this, Sengoku replied, "Excellent. Continue monitoring, but do not act rashly, understood?" "Yes, Admiral Sengoku." After hanging up, Sengoku immediately turned to a nearby officer, instructing, "Relay the message. Gather Tsuru, Gecko Moria, and others for a meeting. Oh, and also call Carp on the Moby Dick." Sabo and his companions gazed in awe at the mangrove trees of the Sabot archipelago, marveling at how the island was formed atop such a unique landscape. Occasionally, bubbles floated by, enhancing the dreamlike quality of the scene. At that moment, the ship's lookout spoke up. "Master, everyone, I just intercepted a conversation from the Navy. It seems they have taken notice of us. The orders came from Admiral Sengoku, and they appear intent on annihilating us here." Upon hearing this, Sabo chuckled and remarked, Well, I never anticipated that I would catch the attention of a strategic mastermind from the Warring States period. It is indeed an honor. However, we need not concern ourselves with them. Orchestrating a siege against us will require some time. As for how long we intend to linger on the island, they might still be under the impression that our ship is merely undergoing a coating process. Robin, with a smile, interjected, "Isn't it simply because you, as the captain, are exceedingly formidable? Even the Marshal of the Navy has begun to regard you with apprehension." After all, the demise of the former Navy headquarters Rear Admiral, the Dormouse, is no trivial matter. It is likely that many within the Navy now harbor intentions to eliminate you as a tribute to the Dormouse. Sabo chuckled softly, acknowledging that the flying squirrel was indeed a formidable adversary, and it was truly a pity. Well, let us not dwell on that any longer. Feel free to explore the island at your leisure, but do remember not to stray too far apart, lest we fall prey to the Navy's strategic strikes. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to reach out. To facilitate communication, Sabo instructed Ching Tian to provide each person with a communicator identical to the watch on his wrist. This way, they could easily stay in touch, maintain contact with Ching Tian at all times, and also utilize features such as phone monitoring, counter-surveillance, and photography, truly a plethora of functions at their disposal. After Sabo finished speaking, each person took some money and then dispersed. Robin, Carifa, along with Psyduck, Weevil, and 3 Kung Fu manatees, departed together, while Enel and Akka made their way to the island. The remaining members of the crew split into 2 groups and also ventured onto the island, leaving Sabo as the sole individual behind. Once everyone had left, Sabo ascended to the Sabot archipelago. As he stepped onto the slightly soft ground, he headed towards Area 13GR, recalling that Shaki's bar was located there. He intended to see if he could encounter Dark King Rayleigh, which was the primary reason for his visit to the Sabot archipelago. Otherwise, he would have proceeded directly to Fishman Island. After walking a short distance and noticing the absence of others around him, Sabo suddenly remembered something. He had yet to utilize a random character summoning card that he received as a reward for a previous mission. Taking advantage of the crew's absence, he hurriedly summoned someone. Feeling a sense of anticipation about who might appear, Sabo extended his hand and retrieved a random character summoning card. With a mere thought, the card immediately radiated a dazzling white light. As the brilliance faded, Sabo discovered before him a little girl, approximately 6 or 7 years of age. Her delicate, porcelain-like face, adorned with a soft pink hue, exuded an exquisite charm. She was clad in a pink princess dress embellished with lace, and upon her back, she carried an adorable plush bear, the epitome of cuteness. The little girl gazed curiously at Sabo and, with a melodious voice reminiscent of a kingfisher's song, inquired, "Uncle, have you seen my bear?" The enchanting quality of her voice was utterly captivating, and Sabo found himself irresistibly drawn to her. However, he paused, pondering why her words sounded so familiar. Sabo lowered his head and noticed that the spot where he stood was shrouded in shadow, which loomed larger by the second. Suddenly, he looked up and was confronted by a colossal rear end. With a thunderous crash, Sabo met his demise. However, such an outcome was inconceivable. He swiftly sidestepped, and with a resounding boom, a gigantic bear crashed to the ground. Sabo smacked his forehead in disbelief, realizing he had inadvertently summoned this little troublemaker. Annie, the Dark Child, possessed both perilous powers and an endearing appearance. As a young sorceress wielding unfathomable fire magic, she stood as one of the most beloved champions in League of Legends. With a particular fondness for summoning her cherished teddy bear, Tibbers, Sabo gazed at the imposing figure of the teddy bear, Tibbers, a bitter smile creeping across his face. Who could have anticipated that such a fearsome creature would be summoned by Annie? The air around Tibbers radiated an aura of flames, and his colossal form, towering over 4 meters, concealed immense power. Sabo could distinctly sense the terrifying presence of fire emanating from him. Faced with this peculiar pairing, Sabo found himself at a loss for words. Beauty and the Beast, no, rather a little girl and a beast. It was indeed an extraordinary combination. He couldn't help but wonder what chaos might ensue aboard the ship in the future. Upon spotting Tibbers, Annie immediately rushed toward him, exclaiming, "Tibbers, it's been so long. I've missed you so much." Tibbers, in turn, extended his massive paw to gently embrace Annie, and though his fierce visage retained an air of menace, a hint of tenderness shone through his eyes, revealing a deeper sentiment beneath that intimidating exterior. Upon summoning Tibbers, Sabo noticed that the plush bear behind Annie had vanished. It appeared that the plush bear was indeed Tibbers, merely maintaining that form when Annie did not call upon him. Sabo gazed at Annie with a smile, extending his hand as he said, "Hello, Annie, I am Sabo." Upon witnessing this, Annie gently withdrew from Tibbs' embrace, approached Sabo, and also extended her hand. Her face adorned with an innocent and radiant smile as she replied, "Hello, Uncle, I am Annie." Upon hearing this, Sabo was instantly filled with exasperation. However, gazing at Annie's innocent and radiant smile, he found it impossible to feel anger. It was only when their hands intertwined that he recalled the whimsical nature of little Annie. But by then, it was too late. How scorching. Chapter 112. The First Encounter. Sabo gazed at his palm, reddened from the burn, then glanced at the innocent Annie, whose bright eyes sparkled with mischief. He couldn't help but sigh. She truly was a little imp. Her talent for pranks was indeed remarkable, having managed to ensnare her own small hands with fire magic. Had Sabo not reacted swiftly, he might have ended up with blisters on his skin. Nonetheless, one must acknowledge Annie's remarkable precision in wielding power. The potency of her fire magic was far more than mere child's play. The charred expanse where Tibers had landed bore testament to the extraordinary force of her flames. Sabo, with a smile adorning his face, said, "Annie, considering I am not much older than you, could you refrain from calling me uncle? How about addressing me as brother instead?" Annie tilted her head and replied, "Why is that?" Sabo smiled and said, "If you call me brother, I will grant you any wish you desire. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Annie nodded her little head and replied with a smile, "All right, let's make a pinky promise." Sabo smiled faintly and extended his hand, only to encounter yet another misfortune. Gazing at his little finger, which had turned an even deeper shade of red from the burn, he found himself caught in a blend of laughter and tears. With a resigned sigh, he spoke, "Annie, could you refrain from such pranks? They might lead to others disliking you." Upon hearing this, Annie, puzzled, responded, "Will they? Brother, do you dislike me?" Upon hearing this, Sabo was momentarily rendered speechless, pondering how he could possibly respond. With a smile, he remarked, "How could my brother possibly dislike little Annie? She is, after all, the apple of my eye, my source of joy." Upon hearing this, Annie immediately leaped onto Sabo, giggling. "You're the best, brother." Suddenly, a cloud of vapor rose between the two. Noticing this, Annie's expression shifted to one of discontent as she huffed, "Brother, how could you be so mean as to freeze me? I shall ignore you now." With that, she promptly leapt onto Tibers instead. Upon witnessing this, Sabo couldn't help but smile wryly. Had he not just employed his Iceman abilities, resulting in a layer of frost forming upon his attire, it is likely that his clothing would have been incinerated by Annie moments ago. Sabo approached Annie, wearing a hint of contrition as he said, "Annie, dear sister, I did not intend to upset you. Please find it in your heart to forgive me. Later, I shall take you to some delightful places as a token of my contrition. How does that sound?" Annie gazed at Sabo with her adorable, wide eyes, questioning, "Is that truly the case?" Sabo nodded in agreement, declaring, "Of course, my brother never lies." Annie beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Then let us be off, brother." With a swift motion of her hand, the colossal Tiberius diminished in size, transforming into a plush teddy bear that she cradled in her arms. She then took Sabo's hand, eager to depart. This time, she refrained from any mischievous antics, clearly showing a lack of interest in such playful tricks. Upon witnessing this, Sabo took Annie by the hand and together they made their way towards the GR number 13 in the Shambodi archipelago. In a short while, they arrived at a bar. Its sign reading Shaki's Extortion Bar, the very establishment Sabo had been seeking, and gazed at the building before her, looked up at Sabo, and inquired with a hint of confusion, "Brother, is this truly the delightful place you mentioned?" Sabo chuckled and said, "No, this is a place to eat. Allow me to treat you to something. We shall play afterward." Annie, somewhat skeptical, nodded in response, glancing at the sign that prominently displayed the word bar, which hardly seemed like an ideal dining establishment. Upon pushing open the door, Sabo took little Annie's hand and led her inside. To their surprise, the place was nearly empty. With only two individuals present, a man with a head of white hair clad in a flowing white robe, whose visage remained obscured, and a woman who, despite her age, retained an air of elegance. Upon recognizing them, Sabo's face brightened with a hint of delight. These two must be Rayleigh and Shucky. As Shucky noticed Sabo's entrance, a look of surprise crossed her face, quickly followed by a warm smile. "Welcome, welcome. Please come in. What can I get for you?" she inquired. Sabo, accompanied by Annie, settled at the bar end, with a smile, requested a glass of cola for himself, a fruit juice for her, and a selection of delectable snacks. After listening to his order, Shachi nodded in acknowledgement, and soon enough, the desired items were delivered. As Annie savored the delightful fare presented by Shachi, her eyes sparkled with joy, and she exclaimed, "Brother, this is truly delicious. I have never tasted anything so exquisite before." Sabo gently patted Annie's head and smiled, saying, "Take your time eating. Feel free to ask for more if you need it." At that moment, Sabo turned his gaze towards Rayleigh, who was beside him, and chuckled. "I never expected to encounter the first mate of the Roger Pirates, the Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, here. It truly is quite fortuitous." Upon hearing Sabo's words, Rayleigh could not help but respond, "Is that so? Were you not originally here with the intention of seeking me out?" Upon hearing this, Sabo smiled, "Indeed. The rumors suggest that Dark King Rayleigh is residing in the Sabot archipelago. Initially, I intended to head straight to Fishman Island and then venture into the New World. However, upon receiving this news, I decided to alter my course towards the Sabot archipelago. Beside him, Shaki exhaled a puff of smoke and interjected. How do you know he is here? Moreover, did you not come to the Sabot archipelago for the purpose of coding? Sabo smiled and remarked. My observation haki is distinct from that of others. I can discern the strength of anyone's aura. On this island, the strongest presence is undoubtedly here, which is why I have come. As for coding, it is entirely unnecessary. My vessel, the Flying Dragon, can submerge on its own. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh and Shaki exchanged glances of surprise. While observation haki indeed allows one to perceive a general shape, it is typically limited to that. Familiar individuals might be recognized by their forms, but it has never been said that observation haki can gauge the intensity of a person's aura. Clearly, this is a unique ability possessed by Sabo. Shaki chuckled and remarked, no wonder you are the captain of the Dragon Soul Pirates, who has recently garnered much attention. It seems you harbor quite a few secrets. Have you come to the Sabot archipelago merely to meet Rayleigh? Are you aware that the Marines are currently plotting to capture you here? You have certainly become a source of concern for them. Sabo smiled and remarked. I am aware that upon my arrival at the Shambodi archipelago, I intercepted the Navy's communications. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that my vessel does not require coding. Unless they can complete their deployment within 2 or 3 hours, by the time they arrive, I shall have long departed. Upon hearing this, Shaki nodded in agreement. Although the naval headquarters is in close proximity to the Shambodi archipelago, the journey takes more than just a few hours. Furthermore, the naval presence on the islands is insufficient to detain Sabo, lacking even a vice admiral. What use is there for a greater number of sailors when Sabo, with just his Conqueror's haki, could subdue them all effortlessly? Rayleigh turned to Sabo and inquired, Sabo, what compels you to take such a significant risk to meet me here in the Shambodi archipelago? Sabo smiled as he spoke. I have come to see you for 2 reasons. The first is to seek your guidance on the matter of haki. Although I have already mastered the 3 types of haki, I still have some lingering questions. The second is to ask for your assistance with a certain task, which I trust you will not refuse. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh's face broke into a slight smile, and he replied, Oh, is that so? But how can you be so certain that I will teach you or agree to assist with your request? Chapter 113, The Use of Conqueror's Haki. Sabo remarked with a smile. I am well aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Naturally, I come prepared. If you are willing to teach me the use of the 3-colored haki, I can offer you 100 million berries. If that is insufficient, I am open to increasing the sum. As for the second matter, I trust you will not refuse after hearing me out. Upon hearing the mention of 100 million berries, and the possibility of more, Rayleigh and Shaki could not help but smile faintly. Sabo's offer was indeed quite generous. Such a substantial amount was difficult to earn for those like Rayleigh and Shaki, who had long since left the life of piracy. Rayleigh chuckled and said, Young man, I must admit, I did not foresee your wealth. However, money holds little value for me. Besides, if I were to become entangled with you, I fear my days on this island would be numbered. I still wish to enjoy my twilight years in peace. Upon hearing this, Sabo furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that Rayleigh would outright refuse him. Alas, it seems the protagonist's aura proves to be quite effective. Without any solicitation, Rayleigh willingly offered to train Luffy. Despite presenting a substantial sum of money, Sabo found himself unable to sway Rayleigh, revealing a rather significant disparity. It appears that he must rely on his own efforts to navigate this journey. Sabo could only utter, very well, let it be. However, for the second matter, I trust you will not decline, as it pertains to you and is also connected to the Pirate King, Roger. Upon hearing Roger's name, Rayleigh's gaze sharpened, and his entire demeanor shifted. He inquired, Oh, I am eager to hear. Sabo smiled and said, Indeed, I have 2 sworn brothers. One is named Monkey D. Luffy, the grandson of that old man Garp, and the other is poor Gasti, Ace, who is the son of Roger. What I need you to do is for Ace. What? Rayleigh suddenly stood up, a fierce aura erupting from him. Beside him, Shaki's expression changed dramatically, her cigarette falling to the ground. It is no wonder they reacted so intensely, for during Roger's time, the Navy conducted extensive hunts to prevent any remnants of his bloodline from surviving in this world. Sabo felt the imposing aura of Rayleigh, a faint smile creeping onto his face. This was the presence of a top-tier powerhouse. Despite the passage of time and the decline of his strength, the formidable aura he exuded remained terrifying, albeit slightly inferior to that which he had sensed from Karp. Rayleigh fixed his gaze upon Sabo, gravely inquiring, "Is it true? Does Roger truly have a child still in this world, one named Port Asti, Ace? Where is he?" Sabo smiled and said, "Please calm down. Let me explain everything gradually. The situation is as follows. Before his demise, Roger entrusted Ace to the old man Garp, Ace's mother, in a desperate bid for her child's safe arrival. Bore him for 20 long months. Tragically, she passed away shortly after Ace was born. Subsequently, the old man entrusted Ace to a band of mountain bandits outside the Goa Kingdom in East Blue for his upbringing. About 5 or 6 years ago, I ran away from home and encountered him in the mountains. From that moment onward, we worked diligently towards our shared dream of setting sail. However, unforeseen circumstances arose, and I departed for the sea prematurely, only to be met with a cannon assault from the celestial dragons, leaving me gravely injured. It was then that I was rescued by the Revolutionary Army's dragon. Ace and Luffy must have presumed me dead, and you were likely aware of the subsequent events. Yet, there was one thing I did not anticipate. In the very year I set sail, 3 years ago, I learned that Ace unexpectedly awakened his Conqueror's haki, incapacitating a group of pirates. According to our initial agreement, for years later, when Ace turns 17, he is destined to embark on his own journey. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh's expression turned grave, and he inquired, "What is it that you wish to entrust to me?" Sabo spoke up, expressing his desire for you to intercept Ace upon his arrival at the Shambodi Islands, and to instruct him in the art of haki. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh nodded in understanding, acknowledging the gravity of the request. Given that he was aware Roger still had a son living in the world, Rayleigh, as a dear friend, would certainly not stand idly by. Sabo nodded, casting a glance at the finished meal of Annie. He retrieved several banknotes from his pocket and placed them on the table, preparing to leave with Annie. However, to his surprise, Rayleigh suddenly called out to him, "Sabo, my boy, do you have any questions regarding the cultivation of haki? Today, I find myself in a good mood. While I cannot teach you, I would be more than willing to clarify some of your uncertainties." Upon hearing this, Sabo's face brightened with a hint of joy as he inquired, "I have a general understanding of observation haki and armament haki. Yet I find myself somewhat perplexed by Conqueror's haki. Given that it is a rarity among millions, is it merely a tool for intimidating the weak?" Rayleigh chuckled in response. "Certainly not. If that were the case, Conqueror's haki would be rather ineffectual. To elaborate, Conqueror's haki can be perceived as a manifestation of willpower, or perhaps a reflection of mental fortitude. Moreover, it can indeed be fused with armament haki, enhancing its potency and even solidifying it, thereby inflicting substantial damage to the external environment." Upon hearing this, Sabo's face illuminated with understanding. He recalled the time during the Dressrosa arc when Luffy clashed with Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Fujitora, where they experienced an exchange of Conqueror's haki. At that moment, they were evidently utilizing armament haki, so the emergence of Conqueror's haki in their confrontation was perplexing. It appeared that they had intricately infused their Conqueror's haki into their armament haki. As for the solidification of Conqueror's haki leading to external destruction, that was more comprehensible. When Shanks visited Whitebeard, his Conqueror's haki caused some damage to Whitebeard's ship, suggesting that Shanks had indeed mastered the solidification of Conqueror's haki. Just then, Rayleigh interjected, stating that the potency of Conqueror's haki extends beyond this, as it can even facilitate mental assaults, albeit with great difficulty, a feat only truly accomplished by Gold. Roger. Upon hearing about the mental attack, a smile graced Sabo's face. Possessing telekinetic abilities, he felt that mastering such an attack would not be overly challenging. Consequently, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Rayleigh. Farewell." Exiting the bar owned by Shaki, and he looked up at Sabo, tugged at his hand, and eagerly inquired, "Brother, you promised to take me to a fun place. Are we going now?" Upon hearing this, Sabo let out a slight sigh and activated the communicator on his wrist, inquiring, "Chition, are there any movements from the Navy at present?" The voice of Chition resonated through the communicator, responding, "Master, there are currently no developments. Should the Navy initiate any actions, I will promptly inform you." Upon hearing this, Sabo smiled at Annie and said, "Very well. I shall take you to the amusement park now." "An amusement park?" Annie looked at Sabo with curiosity and inquired, "What is an amusement park? Is it enjoyable?" As Sabo contemplated, it dawned on him that Annie likely had no knowledge of what an amusement park entailed. Consequently, she would undoubtedly be intrigued. Thus, he spoke up. "An amusement park is a place filled with a multitude of toys, quite delightful indeed. Let us go." Grasping the hand of the exuberant little Annie, Sabo made his way towards number 33, Shambodi Island GR, where the enchanting soap bubble park awaited. complemented by numerous shopping streets nearby. Perfect for acquiring some clothing and other necessities for Annie. Chapter 114. The onset of turmoil within Soap Bubble Park. Every amusement facility was a marvel to Annie, as she had never before encountered such wonders. Observing Annie's joyful laughter, Sabo felt a long-lost sense of ease, perhaps influenced by her innocent and untainted smile. 3 hours later, as Sabo emerged from the park with a reluctant Annie, she would take a step, glance back longingly, and then fix her pleading gaze upon Sabo, incessantly imploring, "Brother, please let me play just a little longer. I beg you." Sabo gently patted Annie's small head and said with a smile, "We want to play today. Instead, I shall take you shopping for clothes. In due time, I will build you a playground of your own. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Annie joyfully leaped into Sabo's embrace, exclaiming with excitement, "Really? Brother, you are so wonderful." Sabo nodded, taking Annie's small hand as they strolled towards the shopping street. In a short span of time, his arms were laden with numerous items. He had rented a large, speedy vehicle, and despite her young age, Annie exhibited a fervent enthusiasm for shopping. Anything that captured her fancy was promptly acquired. Sabo, unconcerned about his finances, indulged her whims without hesitation. As they walked along the street, Sabo observed the excited Annie and inquired with a smile, "Annie, how are you? Is there anything else you wish to purchase?" Annie glanced at the mountain of items piled high and cheerfully replied, No, brother, this will do for today." "This will do?" Sabo chuckled lightly as he surveyed the bounty in the vehicle. Though he had summoned Annie not long ago, he had grown quite fond of this quirky little girl, genuinely considering her as a sister. As long as she was happy, Sabo was content. At that moment, the atmosphere on the street shifted dramatically. A palpable fear gripped the crowd as they retreated to the sides, kneeling in submission. Before them, a celestial dragon rode atop a robust human slave, flanked by several attendants, striding arrogantly down the thoroughfare. Sabo, however, drove his bubble car directly towards them, eliciting gasps from the onlookers who could hardly fathom that someone dared to challenge the authority of a celestial dragon. What are that man and the little girl doing? Can't they see the celestial dragon approaching? They murmured in disbelief. Are they courting death, striding brazenly in the middle of the road? Suddenly, someone recognized Sabo. Wait, that man in the bubble car is Sabo, the captain of the Dragon Soul Pirates. What? Sabo? The one who killed a celestial dragon over 2 years ago in the East Blue? This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. A man who had slain a celestial dragon would surely not be intimidated by their authority. Would he dare to strike against this celestial dragon as well? Sabo naturally noticed the celestial dragons, and his bubble car came to a halt directly in front of them. Annie, with a face full of curiosity, gazed at the celestial dragon and inquired with a puzzled expression, "Brother, why does this person appear so strange? Why is there a bubble over his head? It seems rather foolish." Upon hearing this, Sabo chuckled. Indeed rather foolish. The celestial dragon across from him, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. "How dare you, lowly peasants, stand before the illustrious Shambodi saint without kneeling and paying your respects? Such insolence is utterly unforgivable. I shall see you all executed." At that moment, a nearby attendant, upon catching sight of Sabo, instantly paled and whispered to Shambodi saint, that person over there is Sabo, the notorious criminal who once slain Saint Charlemagne in the East Sea. Upon hearing this, Shambodi saint's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated encountering Sabo. For one who had already taken the life of a celestial dragon, committing another murder seemed trivial in the presence of such a fiend. The status he relied upon as a celestial dragon appeared utterly futile. Sabo gazed at the celestial dragon before him, perceiving the fear that flickered in his eyes. It seemed that not all celestial dragons were imbeciles. They were not so arrogant as to dismiss all caution. At least, they recognized the threat posed by someone like him. A rule breaker. A sinister smile crept across Sabo's face as he spoke. Stand aside, or perish. He had no interest in slaying the celestial dragon. Had it not been for the previous coercion from the system, he would not have sought such monumental trouble. This particular celestial dragon posed no grievance to him, being merely a cowardly wretch, and Sabo could not be bothered to take action against him. While he had no desire to kill, he was quite intrigued by the prospect of compelling the celestial dragon to yield. Who were the celestial dragons? They were the world's aristocrats, basking in numerous privileges. Should this celestial dragon concede, it would strike a blow to their reputation, rendering this Shambodi a disgrace among his kind, far more severe than mere death. Indeed. Upon hearing Sabo's words, Shambodi's face contorted with rage as he thundered, "Damn it, Sabo! How dare you humiliate me? I will kill you." Yet before he could complete his threat, A searing flame descended upon Skoda IC, engulfing him instantly. In mere seconds, he transformed into a living pyre, writhing in agony before becoming nothing more than a charred corpse. Sabo was taken aback by the scene before him, as were all those around him. No one could have anticipated that a celestial dragon would meet such a fate, being burned alive, and astonishingly, the perpetrator was a seemingly innocent and adorable young girl. Sabo was taken aback by Annie's unexpected decisiveness. With a mere flick of her hand, a ball of flame erupted, instantly incinerating the celestial dragon. As he gazed upon the lifeless body devoid of any vitality, a wry smile crept across his face, realizing that this time, it seemed they were in for a tremendous upheaval. Sabo gazed at Annie and inquired, "Annie, what prompted you to act so suddenly?" With a look of bewilderment, Annie replied, "Was it not you who said, 'Step aside or perish'?" He chose not to step aside, thus he was left with no choice but to face his demise. Ah! Her reasoning was undeniably sound, yet Sabo was taken aback by Annie's complete lack of aversion to killing. It was truly unfathomable to consider the life she must have led prior to her summoning. Suddenly, a cry erupted through the crowd. "The celestial dragon is dead! The celestial dragon is dead! Run for your lives!" In an instant, the throng erupted into chaos, with everyone frantically fleeing. After more than 2 years, a celestial dragon had been slain, and so close to the Navy headquarters no less. This was far more shocking than anything that could transpire in the East Blue. Upon witnessing this, Sabo let out a sigh. It appeared that the journey to the Shampoo Islands had reached its conclusion. He raised his arm and activated the communicator, stating, "Everyone, I have some unfortunate news to share. The celestial dragon has perished, and we must depart." A profound silence enveloped the others on the other end of the communicator, until Robin finally spoke up. "Was it you again?" Sabo let out a bitter smile and spoke, "I suppose so. We shall discuss the specifics once we board the ship. For now, everyone, return immediately to gathering point 15, GR." With a look of innocence on his face, Sabo levitated the entire bubble vehicle with his telekinetic powers and swiftly soared towards gathering point 15, GR, leaving behind a bewildered crowd. Before long, the chaos spread throughout the entire Shambodi archipelago, leaving everyone in a state of shock.